Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 491, DEM Corporation Base. A gift? Kaguya asked, somewhat bewildered. What gift? The gift in your clothes, Origami said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Was this a surprise you planned for me, my dear? Kaguya suddenly remembered the gift. It was indeed there. But it wasn't from her to Origami, it was the gift from Mikey Okamine intended for her. Kaguya began to sweat, realizing that Origami might have misunderstood. Actually, that's not. Kaguya glanced at Origami's rare expression of joy, finding it hard to say the truth. Seeing Kaguya's troubled face, Origami's expression shifted slightly as if realizing something. Her voice softened. So, it wasn't meant for me after all. Even though Origami's face returned to its usual blankness, the way she lowered her eyes hinted at her disappointment. Kaguya could tell she was feeling let down, but just as she was about to explain the truth. Was it a gift for Yoshino instead? Origami suddenly looked up, her clear eyes fixated on Kaguya. What? Kaguya froze, baffled by where that idea came from. Origami seemed to interpret Kaguya's stunned silence differently. She withdrew her hand from Kaguya's and said softly, I'm sorry. I acted impulsively without understanding the situation first. With that, Origami turned around, preparing to leave. As Kaguya saw the misunderstanding deepening, approaching the edge of a potential disaster, she quickly grabbed Origami's wrist. Wait, actually, you're not entirely wrong. The gift is for you. Sorry, Mikey. Your gift has to be sacrificed for now. I'll make it up to you later, Kaguya thought to herself. Origami halted, looking back in confusion. But you said it wasn't for me. It wasn't meant to be a secret, Kaguya explained, holding her cool hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. Smiling, she added, I just wanted to surprise you. Since you've already found it, I guess I'll give it to you early. I hope you like it. Really? Origami blinked in surprise, still somewhat unsure. Of course, Kaguya confirmed with a smile. So, do you like it? Origami gave a soft nod, her beautiful eyes focused on Kaguya. Thank you. I like it very much. I'm glad you do, Kaguya said with a relieved smile. She finally felt like she had dodged a bullet. Now she truly understood, being in situations like this wasn't easy. A slight misstep, and things could escalate into chaos. Just as Kaguya relaxed, Origami suddenly pressed closer. She wrapped her arms around Kaguya and, standing on tiptoe, kissed her softly on the lips. The soft touch of Origami's lips and her warm body caught Kaguya off guard. She stared in surprise at Origami, whose face was slightly flushed, her eyes closed as she leaned in. Wait, I'm being kissed by a beautiful girl again. Hold on, again. Why did that thought even come to mind? Kaguya wasn't the type to remain passive, and she certainly wasn't someone who'd always be on the receiving end. Steeling herself, she felt a surge of determination. With a subtle shift in posture, Kaguya wrapped her arms tightly around Origami, pulling her close. Perhaps due to her rigorous training, Origami's body wasn't as delicate as most girls, it was firm, brimming with vitality. Sensing Kaguya's movement, Origami momentarily froze. But instead of pulling away, she pressed herself even closer, her body wriggling slightly to adjust so Kaguya's hands could move more freely. Just as Kaguya's hands began to wander upward, a faint burning smell reached her nose. Wait, something's wrong. Kaguya's face went blank for a second before she remembered, the food. The dish on the stove had burnt, turning into a charred, black mess, filling the kitchen with the heavy scent of smoke. The dish was clearly beyond saving, and making another would take quite some time. Hearing this unfortunate news, Yoshino's hopeful little face fell immediately. But to Kaguya's surprise, Origami calmly opened the gift box, took out the chocolates, and handed them to Yoshino. Here's some chocolate. If you don't mind, you can snack on this while waiting. Yoshino looked at the chocolates in her hand, gulped, and then glanced up. Really? Is it okay? Origami nodded lightly. Thank you so much. Yashinon, the puppet, chortled happily. Yoshino's so hungry her belly's gone flat. Sensing Kaguya's astonished gaze, Origami walked over and casually remarked, chocolates are meant to be eaten, aren't they? Kaguya realized what Origami was getting at. For her, it wasn't the gift itself that mattered, it was the thought behind it. What was important was Kaguya's gesture, not the item. That afternoon, Kaguya returned to the virtual simulation area, preparing for another round of training with the manifestation suit. This time, however, her main goal wasn't training, it was to pass the virtual simulation exam. For Kaguya, these tests were far too easy. What had started out feeling like a fun game had quickly become tedious. But when Kaguya arrived at the simulation area, a crowd had gathered. Something had clearly gone wrong, and the entire area was cordoned off with warning tape, prohibiting access to unauthorized personnel. Kaguya-chan. A bright voice called from behind, and Kaguya turned to see Mikey Okamine. Good afternoon, Kaguya greeted her with a smile. Afternoon, Mikey responded, her eyes crinkling with her smile. You're here pretty early today. I had some free time, so I figured I'd come by sooner, Kaguya replied with a grin. The truth was, Kaguya had been so riled up by Origami's teasing at home that she couldn't stay any longer, otherwise, who knew what might have happened between her and that little temptress. What happened here? Kaguya turned her head, looking at the busy doctors in white coats and AST members. She was curious about the situation. I'm not entirely sure, Okamine Mikey said, her face showing concern. But it seems the virtual simulation system malfunctioned, and all the AST members using it suddenly collapsed. Collapsed? Kaguya was startled by the news. Yes, Mikey nodded, then added, they've fallen into a deep coma. It's said that their minds have suffered serious damage, which might cause irreversible effects on their bodies. It's even possible that in the future. In the future? Kaguya's brows furrowed ever so slightly. Mikey hesitated for a moment, then said, it's possible that not only will they be unable to operate their manifestation devices ever again, but their bodies might suffer severe after effects, leaving them crippled. Crippled? Kaguya's expression grew serious. After pondering for a while, she asked, when did this happen? Let me think, Mikey said. It was around noon. The operators noticed that the AST members in the virtual simulation system weren't responding, and their brainwave signals showed abnormalities. Even when they tried calling out through the system, there was no reaction. That's when they realized something was wrong and found out they had encountered an accident. Noon. Kaguya felt an uneasy sensation creeping into her heart. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but something seemed off. It was like a fog lingering in front of her, obscuring her view and making it difficult to discern the truth. Then, suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning, clearing the mist before her eyes. She remembered the AST members she fought in the virtual simulation system, those with vacant, emotionless eyes and mechanical movements. They had no capacity for thought, yet Kaguya had felt something was wrong. They hadn't seemed like virtual, computer-generated opponents. Rather, they had felt more like real people under some kind of control. Could it be that the people Kaguya had fought earlier weren't simulations, but real humans? Have the repair technicians arrived? What did they say? Kaguya asked, turning toward Mikey. They came right after the incident, Mikey replied. After inspecting the system, they said it was a system malfunction that caused the problem. A system malfunction? Kaguya's lips curved into a faint, disdainful smile. If they were simply attributing all this to a system malfunction, then that was far too convenient. It seemed like someone had already set their sights on her. And if Kaguya's guess was correct, there was only one entity capable of orchestrating something like this. She glanced at the repair workers wearing uniforms marked with the DEM Corporation logo, her eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, right. Mikey suddenly recalled something, her face turning anxious. You participated in the virtual simulation training this morning too, didn't you? How are you feeling? Do you think we should go to the hospital for a full-body checkup, just to be safe? If there's any injury, it would be best to catch it early. Kaguya felt a vein throb on her forehead. Her reflexes are way too slow. If something had been wrong with her, her grave would already have half a meter of grass on it by now. If something had happened to me, do you think I'd still be standing here? Kaguya said with some helplessness. You never know, Mikey replied, clutching her hands to her chest in concern. What if there are lingering effects or hidden injuries? Those can be hard to detect. I'm fine, really, Kaguya waved her off. I'm not some delicate young lady. I don't worry about things like this, and besides, there's nothing wrong with me. How can you make such a careless decision based on your own whims? Mikey fretted. There are many hidden dangers in the body that are hard to spot. Your health is the most important thing. DEM Corporation's medical staff is here to help, and their equipment is far more advanced than ours. If there's anything wrong with you, they'll definitely find it. DEM Corporation. Kaguya's expression shifted slightly, her eyes narrowing as a glint of realization flashed in them. Yes. With them here, everyone should be fine. They have the world's most cutting-edge technology, so please, you have to get checked out. Mikey pleaded. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know how to face Origami. Realizing she had said too much, Mikey quickly covered her mouth, her face turning a bit red with embarrassment, looking very much like a bashful young girl. All right, I'll go for a checkup, Kaguya said with a slight smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Really? That's great. Mikey said, relieved. Let's go right now. But what Mikey didn't notice was the enigmatic smile that lingered on Kaguya's lips. The DEM Corporation building was located in the heart of the city, towering over its surroundings. It was one of the tallest structures in the area, and its imposing, cloud-piercing architecture could be seen from miles away. Due to the AST unit's medical facilities being unable to fully heal the members whose minds had been damaged, they were transported to DEM Corporation's base to undergo treatment using their advanced technology. So, this is the place. Kaguya muttered, her gaze narrowing as she looked up at the towering structure. Come on, Kaguya-chan, Mikey smiled sweetly, beckoning Kaguya forward. Yeah, Kaguya replied. As they walked inside, Kaguya immediately noticed the overwhelming presence of magic energy in the air. It wasn't subtle in the slightest, powerful and palpable, not something an ordinary magician or typical equipment could produce. This kind of magic could only come from something that had undergone extensive magical processing. At that moment, a beautiful woman with light blonde hair walked toward them. She had finely arched brows, striking lavender eyes, and fair skin. Her tall, slender figure was accentuated by her sleek black suit, short black skirt, and black stockings, which added to her mature charm. Kaguya's brows furrowed ever so slightly at the sight. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 492, To Enter or Not to Enter. Noticing Kaguya's gaze, the beautiful woman lifted her head, locking eyes with her. Upon seeing Kaguya, she paused momentarily, then quickly averted her gaze and continued walking, brushing past Kaguya. Kaguya raised an eyebrow slightly. She could clearly sense a faint magical aura emanating from the woman. Though others might not notice it, it was evident to Kaguya. For a human to possess such magical power was highly unusual. Typically, this kind of magic was only found in individuals who had undergone magical refinement, a process that greatly shortens one's lifespan. There were plenty of examples of this in the original story. Could this woman be one of DEM Corporation's specially modified humans? Or perhaps a high-ranking official? Just then, the beautiful woman suddenly stumbled, losing her balance. Before Kaguya's astonished eyes, she fell awkwardly to the ground, scattering her documents everywhere. Kaguya felt a cold sweat form on her forehead as the corner of her mouth twitched. Watching the woman lying there pathetically, Kaguya couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. The way she had fallen looked so painful. Maybe I'm just overthinking things, Kaguya mused. A woman who trips on flat ground like that couldn't possibly be a high-ranking, specially modified human from DEM Corporation. Watching the woman clutching her injured nose, her eyes welling up with tears, Kaguya realized she was likely just a klutz, perhaps even a bit of an airhead. Within the DEM Corporation building, there were 43 AST members being treated, most of whom had been placed in intensive care units. Although none of them showed signs of regaining consciousness, their vital signs were stable, and there were no other visible injuries. After undergoing her own medical checkup, Kaguya was found to be in perfect health. There was no need for her to receive the same treatment as the other AST members. In an office within the DEM Corporation building. Director, this is Kaguya's medical report. The beautiful woman from earlier handed over a report. She was none other than the woman Kaguya had encountered in the hallway. Is that so? The man receiving the report was strikingly handsome with white hair, though his complexion was unnaturally pale, matching the color of his hair. His narrow eyes gave off an unsettling, sinister vibe. If Kaguya had paid closer attention, she would have recognized the woman as none other than Ellen Mira Mathers, the deputy chief executive of DEM Corporation and the world's most powerful mage. Known for her ability to effortlessly overwhelm most spirits in combat, Ellen usually appeared quite airhead and clumsy. Her physical prowess was severely lacking. It was no wonder Kaguya had misjudged her. The man, on the other hand, was unmistakable. If Kaguya had met him, she would have immediately known. This was Isaac Ray Pelham Westcott, the head of DEM Corporation. The report shows nothing abnormal, Ellen said softly to Westcott. The data reads like that of an ordinary girl, nothing exceptional, really. You could even say it's quite mediocre. Does she really possess such immense power? Never judge something by its surface appearance, Westcott said with a faint smile as he sat back in his chair. This may very well be a clever disguise. For someone with such great power to show such unremarkable data, doesn't that, in itself, raise suspicion? A powerful spirit. Ellen smirked. I don't see anything particularly special about her. Don't underestimate her, Westcott replied, smiling slightly. She's different from other spirits. The fact that our instruments couldn't detect even a hint of her spirit power is intriguing. It suggests she may possess some ability to conceal her aura. Regardless, she's not someone we can afford to overlook, and I'm very interested in her power. These spirits aren't all that powerful, Ellen scoffed. No matter how strong they are, they can only go so far. Westcott chuckled, I know what you're thinking, you believe I'm overestimating the spirits, and that annoys you. Isn't that right, the world's strongest mage? Ellen's lips curled into a slight smile, her beautiful lavender eyes flashing with a glint of light. If the opportunity presents itself, I'd love to face her in combat. At that moment, the report in Westcott's hand suddenly began to float, transforming into a black and purple orb surrounded by crackling lightning. The ominous energy it radiated was palpable. What is this? Westcott's face froze in surprise, his pupils contracting. This is bad. Huh. Ellen blinked in confusion, seemingly unaware of what was happening. Boom. A blinding pillar of light shot up into the night sky, tearing through the darkness like a second sun, turning night into day. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed through the entire city as a massive mushroom cloud rose into the air, followed by a towering inferno. The shockwave obliterated everything in its path, reducing the surroundings to rubble in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the once proud DEM building was reduced to a half-destroyed ruin, with debris and dust swirling through the air as acrid smoke filled the scene. Crash. Two figures pushed aside the debris and crawled out of the wreckage, their bodies covered in dust, their appearance more like beggars than the esteemed figures they were, Westcott and Ellen. Gone was Westcott's usual composed, gentlemanly demeanor. His eyes burned with fury as he ground his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. His voice, cold and menacing, came through gritted teeth. That bastard. Even a fool could tell that Kaguya had outwitted them. Damn it. Ellen fumed, punching the rubble in frustration. I swear, I'll kill her. Ah. That hurts. Ellen yelped, cradling her reddened fist, tears welling up in her eyes. In her anger, she had completely forgotten that she wasn't wearing her manifestation device. Meanwhile, far away and nearly home, Kaguya heard the thunderous explosion. She turned her head, glancing at the distant flames rising from the DEM Corporation building. A mischievous smile crept across her face. The sky gradually darkened as night fell, the last rays of the setting sun disappearing beyond the horizon. Darkness blanketed the earth once more, and a crescent moon slowly ascended from the horizon. Its soft light, like a pool of autumn water, cascaded gently over the lush treetops. A cool breeze passed through, causing a gentle rustling sound to echo through the forest. By the time Kaguya returned home, it was already night. The medical examinations had taken longer than expected due to the large number of people being checked. Fortunately, Kaguya had anticipated this, so she had bought plenty of snacks and cookies at home. Though they couldn't compare to the meals Kaguya prepared herself, at least they would keep Yoshino from going hungry while waiting for her return. You're back, Kaguya-chan. As soon as Kaguya stepped through the door, she saw Yoshino waving her small arms enthusiastically. Seeing Kaguya's return, Yoshino's large, beautiful eyes instantly brightened with joy. Sorry, something came up, so I'm a bit late today, Kaguya said apologetically as she entered the living room. We waited for so long. Yashinon laughed. If you didn't come back soon, Yoshino was going to come looking for you. And no, I wasn't. Yoshino said shyly, a slight blush on her face. Kaguya walked over and glanced at the clean table, slightly surprised. Didn't I leave some snacks in the fridge? You didn't eat them. Yoshino wanted to wait for you to come back so we could eat together. Without you, I only ate a little and didn't feel much like eating afterward, Yoshino explained. Sure enough, under the table was an open package, with a cookie bearing small bite marks beside it, evidence of Yoshino's small appetite. Sorry about that, Kaguya said with a smile, gently patting Yoshino's head. Thank you for waiting so long. I'll make sure to come back earlier from now on. Yoshino nodded softly, a small, sweet smile appearing on her lips. After dinner, Kaguya returned to her room, where she suddenly thought of Origami. Origami had a mission tonight and wouldn't be returning home. There were reports that a spirit had appeared again, killing several innocent civilians. A citywide alert had been issued, and Kaguya suspected that it was most likely Kurumi Tokisaki causing the trouble. With the recent accident in the virtual simulation system, many AST members were still receiving treatment at DEM Corporation. And now, since Kaguya had destroyed the upper half of the DEM building, while sparing the lower half and ensuring no one was killed, many of the medical devices had been destroyed, which would delay their treatment. As a result, Origami had been temporarily reassigned to the mission, something that had happened due to Kaguya's own actions. It was probably time to get a phone. That way, she could easily stay in contact with others, especially in situations like this where she had no way to be informed of what was happening. Kaguya stripped off her clothes and changed into a bathrobe, grabbing a towel before heading to the bathroom to take a hot bath. Recent events had left her feeling mentally fatigued, and she thought a bath would help her relax. To her surprise, the apartment actually had a bathtub, something she hadn't expected since she originally thought there was only a shower. However, Kaguya's mind was elsewhere, occupied with her thoughts. She couldn't help but wonder if her arrival in this world had disrupted the timeline. The spirits weren't appearing in the same order as in the original story, instead, their appearances seemed chaotic and random. The first spirit, Toka Yatagami, hadn't even appeared yet. Meanwhile, DEM Corporation, the mastermind behind many events, had already made their move, seemingly focused on investigating Kaguya, possibly even identifying her as a spirit. As for the other spirits, there had been no news of them. It would be helpful to gather more information, though it was unfortunate that Kaguya Ōtsutsuki wasn't on friendly terms with her. Otherwise, Kaguya could have potentially used her influence to help. But enough of that for now. Kaguya decided it was time to enjoy her bath. Just as she slid open the bathroom door, she froze. Someone was already inside. Sitting on a small stool, Yoshino gently rubbed soap onto her body. Her light blue hair framed her large, sparkling eyes, and her fair skin glistened in the light. Though still a young girl, her small frame moved with the lightness of youth as water droplets slid down her smooth skin, splashing softly onto the ground. Sensing something, Yoshino quickly turned around, and upon seeing that it was Kaguya, she let out a sigh of relief, smiling sweetly. "Do you want to join me?" Facing Yoshino's innocent invitation, her body completely exposed, Kaguya felt like she was standing at a crossroad, about to make a difficult decision. Should she go in? Or not? An intense internal battle raged within Kaguya's mind. "Am I bothering you?" Yoshino asked, clearly misunderstanding Kaguya's hesitation. Her expression became a bit flustered. "If I'm in your way, I can leave right away." With that, her small, delicate body stood up. Kaguya saw the nervous expression on Yoshino's face and paused. It seemed that Yoshino had misunderstood her silence. Kaguya quickly made her decision. As a proud lover of Lolas, there was no way she would hurt someone as precious as Yoshino. If she left now, it would surely hurt Yoshino's feelings, making her think Kaguya disliked her. Kaguya could tell by her anxious expression how sensitive she was, especially about matters like these. Stepping forward, Kaguya gently pressed down on Yoshino's white, round shoulders, guiding her back onto the stool. With a smile, she said, "You're overthinking things. I was just thinking that you're already so cute. When you grow up, you're going to be a real beauty." Really? Yoshino blinked her large eyes, still feeling a little unsure. "Of course," Kaguya said with a chuckle, picking up the towel that had fallen on the floor. "Here, let me help you wash up." 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 493, A Date. Lolas have 3 virtues: sweet voices, soft bodies, and easy to cuddle. Facing the soft, fair skin of the lowly and her clear, innocent eyes devoid of any guard, Kaguya felt a burning fire ignite within her. The sensation of her fingertips brushing against Yoshino's delicate body stirred waves in Kaguya's heart. Suddenly, Kaguya's expression changed slightly, and she turned her gaze toward the window. Though the glass was frosted, preventing others from seeing inside, Kaguya's ocular abilities made it easy for her to see through. Kaguya picked up a towel and carefully wiped the water droplets from Yoshino's body before handing her the towel. Smiling, she said, "Once you're done, remember to dry your hair. I have something to take care of and might be back a little late tonight." "Wait," Yoshino suddenly called softly. "What is it?" Kaguya turned her head, curious. "And nothing." Yoshino's beautiful eyes fixed on Kaguya as she held the towel. In a quiet voice, she said, "Just come back soon." Kaguya was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and waved. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." As Kaguya stepped outside, she saw a figure in black and red from a distance. It was Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. "I didn't expect to see you here," Kaguya said with a smile. "What's this, Commander? Are you here to try and eliminate me again? If that's your plan, I suggest you give up. It's not going to happen." "No," to Kaguya's surprise, Kaguya shook her head. "That's not why I'm here." "Oh." Kaguya raised an eyebrow. "If that's not why, then what? Don't tell me you've decided to make peace with the spirits." "It's not about that either," Kaguya shook her head again. "It's something else." Kaguya grew curious. What could Kaguya be here for if not for her usual anti-spirit stance? The idea of Kaguya, who had always been hostile towards spirits, proposing peace seemed far-fetched. She hadn't come to pick a fight, so what was her purpose? Just then, Kaguya spoke again. "I've made up my mind." Kaguya's face grew serious as she looked straight at Kaguya and said, word by word, "I want to go on a date with you." Huh? Kaguya was dumbfounded. Was she experiencing some sort of delusion brought on by her earlier non-platonic interaction with a lowly? This was too absurd to believe. Even a fool would think it was impossible. "That's right." Kaguya's red eyes locked onto Kaguya, and she slowly said, "You heard me correctly. I want to go on a date with you." "You've got to be kidding me." Kaguya turned on her heel without hesitation and started walking away. "Hey, wait." Kaguya was stunned by Kaguya's reaction. According to the information she had, wasn't Kaguya supposed to be a girl who liked beautiful women? Seeing Kaguya walk off, Kotori panicked and hurriedly ran in front of her, blocking her path. Hold on a second. Young lady, you're not a child anymore, and you're too old to be playing pretend. If you want to play with someone, go find someone on the street. Don't treat me like an idiot, Kaguya said, expressionless. I'm serious. I really do want to go on a date with you, Kotori insisted. You could tell that to a 3-year-old, and they might believe you. I'm not a fool, I'm a perfectly intelligent ma. Kaguya stopped herself just in time, almost letting her secret slip, and cleared her throat. Anyway, that's impossible. Ever since kindergarten, Kaguya had been taught not to accept candy from strangers. She knew that nothing in this world came without strings attached. What will it take for you to believe me? Kotori bit her lip, clenching her fists with determination. There's nothing to believe or not believe, Kaguya said, her eye twitching. This is clearly impossible. I'd sooner believe a pig could climb a tree. So please, stop wasting your time with me and go do whatever you need to do. As Kaguya turned to leave, Kotori stepped closer, her beautiful eyes fixed on Kaguya. What now? Want to fight? Kaguya sneered, glancing at her. No offense, but not just you, even your fancy airship is no match for me. You're all just trash if you think you can beat me. Before Kaguya could finish her mocking words, she was stunned as Kotori stood on her tiptoes and kissed her on the lips. Caught completely off guard, Kaguya felt as though she'd been struck by lightning. It took her a few moments to recover from the shock of Kotori's bold move. She stepped back, frowning as she asked, "What's the meaning of this? Now do you believe me?" Kotori asked, turning her head slightly, her hands clasped behind her back, fingers intertwined nervously. Kaguya walked up to her, placing her hands on Kotori's slim shoulders. Kotori's face, still tinged with a slight blush, turned to Kaguya in surprise. Before she could react, Kaguya suddenly spun her around. Just as Kotori stood there, bewildered, she heard a loud bang behind her. Kaguya had gone back inside the house. You bastard. Kotori was fuming. When had she ever been treated like this? Her red eyes seemed to be shooting flames. She rushed to Kaguya's door, pounding on it furiously. Bastard, come out here. Unsatisfied with just pounding on the door, she raised her foot and kicked it hard several times. I knew that girl had ulterior motives, Kaguya muttered as she listened to the commotion from inside the house. She shrugged with relief. There's no such thing as free favors, if something seems too good to be true, it usually is. At that moment, Yoshino cautiously approached, tugging on Kaguya's sleeve. What's happening outside? Oh, nothing, Kaguya turned toward Yoshino, smiling warmly. There's just a crazy person outside. We should ignore her. A crazy person? Yoshino tilted her head, confused. What's a crazy person? It's that person outside, Kaguya explained. Crazy people sound scary. Yoshino's grip on Kaguya's sleeve tightened as her face showed a nervous expression. Ever since being ruthlessly rejected by Kaguya, Kotori Ōtsutsuki hadn't shown up again, nor had she caused any trouble for Kaguya, which surprised her. Kaguya had assumed that after refusing Kotori so bluntly, she would have retaliated out of embarrassment, maybe even fired a mana-convergence cannon at her house. It wouldn't have been surprising. But nothing happened. The days remained peaceful, and Kaguya grew suspicious, fearing Kotori might be plotting something. During this time, Kaguya continued her normal routine, working, coming home to cook for Yoshino, and occasionally engaging in some interesting activities with Origami Tobiichi. Of course, things hadn't escalated to anything inappropriate. As for the AST members who had suffered mental damage, they had all recovered and been discharged from the hospital. On the surface, at least, there were no signs of lingering issues, and they had resumed training. During this period, due to Kaguya's exceptional performance in the virtual simulator, where she even surpassed Origami's best record, she attracted considerable attention, earning the title of Super Genius. This was Kaguya holding back her true strength. With her astonishing perception abilities, even without using her full power, very few could rival her. As a result, the AST higher-ups decided to make an exception, allowing Kaguya to use a realizer unit ahead of schedule for combat training. Holding the realizer unit in her hand, Kaguya was surprised by how small it was, no bigger than an eraser. Once attached to her body, it could activate the full realizer unit. Just as she was about to use it, a tall, striking woman appeared in the distance. With a seductive smirk, she sneered, "She's just a spoiled brat who's gotten full of herself over a game simulator score. When it comes to the battlefield, she'd probably be too scared to move." "Exactly, Captain," a lanky AST member fawned. "She's only got her looks going for her, totally useless otherwise." "I heard she only got that high score because the virtual simulator malfunctioned," another, slightly chubby AST member added. The sneering woman was none other than Jessica Bailey. With a scoff, Jessica's lips curled into a cold smile. Kaguya's beauty and her impressive results in the virtual simulator had sparked envy. Rumors even circulated that she was some wealthy family's heiress, and she had attracted a fan base. Naturally, people began comparing Kaguya to Jessica, speculating that she might soon surpass her, even Origami. This infuriated Jessica, who was competitive by nature and began harboring resentment toward the newcomer. Kaguya, however, ignored their taunts completely, as if she hadn't heard a thing. She calmly continued adjusting the realizer unit, familiarizing herself with the basic operations she had learned in the simulator. But she knew the real thing was still slightly different. Standing nearby, Mikey Okamine overheard the mocking remarks and felt a wave of anger. She turned, glaring at Jessica and her group, but they were superior officers, and she didn't dare confront them directly. Instead, she fumed silently. Ever since Kaguya had delivered her gift to Origami, Mikey's affection for Kaguya had grown, and she often stuck close to her like a little tail. At this moment, the realizer unit finished its calibration and was ready for activation. Everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to the stunning silver-haired girl in the distance. With a soft beep, the realizer unit activated. To everyone's shock, the moment Kaguya's realizer unit turned on, she shot into the air, flying around erratically like a headless fly, crashing into things everywhere. She wasn't displaying any of the skills she had shown in the virtual simulator. In fact, she wasn't even as competent as an average new recruit. TCH, what a joke, Jessica sneered, crossing her arms. In the end, she's just a pampered princess. Her high scores must have been the result of rigging. Now that she's in real combat, her true colors are showing. I must have been crazy to consider her competition. What a waste of time. Exactly. How could someone like her ever compete with you, Captain? The chubby AST member chimed in. Jessica felt utterly disappointed. She had thought Kaguya might be a worthy rival, but seeing her performance now, she wasn't even worth a second thought. Disinterest washed over her. However, just as she was about to leave, a wave of exclamations erupted behind her. Jessica paused, frowning, and turned back. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight in the sky. There, floating gracefully in midair, was Kaguya, surrounded by a translucent, pale blue territory field. Normally, this wouldn't have been a big deal, but the sheer size of Kaguya's territory left everyone stunned. Where most people's territories extended only about half a meter around them, Kaguya's had enveloped the entire training ground. It was simply unbelievable. Kaguya was currently using a standard-issue realizer unit, the lowest tier available. Its offensive and defensive capabilities were weak, and its territory could easily be shattered by a spirit. It offered only minimal amplification of her magical power, and its efficiency left much to be desired. Yet, this junk, which Jessica had scorned, was performing at a level far beyond anyone's expectations. What's more, Kaguya no longer flew around like she had moments earlier. Now, she was moving through the air with agility and precision, her body twisting and turning at high speeds, leaving afterimages in her wake. Her maneuvering ability surpassed even Jessica's, despite her extensive experience with realizer units. Seeing everyone's astonished faces, Jessica clenched her teeth in frustration and spat out, "TCH." A cold glint flashed in Jessica's eyes. Swiftly raising her sniper rifle, she aimed at Kaguya in the sky. Her finger moved to the trigger, and she squeezed it. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 494, The Appearance of the Spirit. A streak of light shot upward like a rainbow, speeding toward the silver-haired girl in the air. At that moment, the silver-haired girl had her back turned, fiddling with her weapon, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Due to injecting too much magical energy earlier, while her territory had initially demonstrated an impressive defense and range, it had caused an overload in the realizer unit, leading to the automatic shutdown of her territory. If she were hit now, the consequences would be disastrous. The people on the ground clearly realized this and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. But just as the shot was about to hit Kaguya, she suddenly turned around, a smirk of disdain forming on her lips. She casually waved her hand, effortlessly catching the oncoming projectile. Opening her palm, she revealed a sniper rifle bullet nestled in her hand. The onlookers below were utterly stunned, and even Jessica's face twisted in disbelief. She had caught a bullet from an anti-material sniper rifle with her bare hand. Some observant individuals noticed that Kaguya hadn't simply caught the bullet with her hand, she had used her territory, condensed onto her palm, to stop the bullet. This was far more shocking than the action itself. It meant that Kaguya's control over her territory had reached an unimaginable level. Even with her main territory shut down, she had used the backup system to form a small, palm-sized territory to catch the bullet. This backup was only designed to protect the core components of the realizer unit and was far too small to block enemy attacks. What was even more terrifying was Kaguya's incredible perception. Not everyone could track a bullet's trajectory mid-flight, especially not hundreds of meters in the air. Nor could just anyone react fast enough to intercept it. The silver-haired girl slowly descended to the ground, landing in front of Jessica. She casually rolled the bullet between her fingers, and after a few squeezes, opened her hand, letting the crushed metal fragments fall to the ground. Jessica's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with anger as she suppressed the fury rising inside her. What, are you trying to provoke me, you ignorant little girl? Quite the opposite, Kaguya smiled, her eyes narrowing. You're the one provoking me, you arrogant, ignorant bitch. Bitch. Jessica sneered, glaring at Kaguya. All you have going for you is a pretty face. What's there to be so proud of? Looks like someone needs a lesson. Kaguya's eyes glinted with cold intent. No sooner had the words left her lips than Kaguya's figure vanished. Caught off guard, Jessica gasped and hastily activated her territory, but the attack was already upon her. Boom. A loud crash echoed as Kaguya's punch collided with Jessica's hastily erected territory, sending her flying over 10 meters before she finally skidded to a stop. Thankfully, her territory had mitigated most of the impact, so she wasn't severely injured. Is that all you've got? Jessica mocked, trying to maintain her composure, though a cold sweat had already begun to form on her back. Had she not reacted in time, she could have been seriously hurt. The force behind Kaguya's punch had left her secretly alarmed. Is that so? Kaguya's smile widened. Suddenly, Jessica had a sinking feeling. Before she could react, a cracking sound echoed from behind her, the unmistakable noise of something breaking. Her pupils shrank in fear as she realized her realizer unit was malfunctioning. In that moment, Kaguya appeared before Jessica again. Her arm shot out like lightning, delivering a powerful punch straight to Jessica's abdomen. Jessica, caught completely off guard, attempted to block, but it was too late. Her soft midsection took the full force of the blow before she could even react. Her protective territory failed to activate in time. A mouthful of crimson blood sprayed out, forming a mist in the air. Jessica was launched into the air like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. What shocked them even more was that the silver-haired girl, who had only recently begun using a realizer unit, possessed such overwhelming power. Jessica, known for her formidable strength within the AST, couldn't even withstand a few moves from her. Jessica struggled to lift herself with her arms, her abdomen racked with pain as if a knife had been twisted inside. She coughed up another mouthful of blood mixed with bile. This was only because Kaguya had held back. If she hadn't, Jessica would have been dead after just one punch. I thought I could have some fun, Kaguya said as she walked over, looking down at Jessica with disdain. But you turned out to be disappointingly weak. So much for being a captain. No wonder DEM didn't want you and dumped you here with the AST. Jessica gritted her teeth, her face contorted with anger as she glared up at Kaguya. I'll. Before she could finish, Kaguya's foot came down on her face, silencing her. Smiling wickedly, Kaguya twisted her foot, grinding it into Jessica's cheek. What's that? Didn't think you were also a masochist. How fitting for a woman who tried to kill someone without preparing to die herself. Pathetic. The surrounding area fell silent. The AST members watching had all subconsciously stepped back, clearly intimidated by Kaguya's display. They had initially thought she was merely a beautiful girl with impressive talent, someone who would likely grow into a strong fighter. But that was supposed to happen in the future. Even those who believed she was a genius never expected her to easily defeat someone as powerful as Jessica. Now, they were beginning to realize that the seemingly fragile silver-haired girl had a much sharper and more dangerous side than they had anticipated. Noticing the frightened and confused looks from those around her, Kaguya chuckled softly and lifted her leg. But before Jessica could even struggle to get up, Kaguya delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. With a dull thud, Jessica was sent flying again, flipping several times in the air like a rag doll before crashing hard into a wall. A pathetic mutt like you dares to bark in front of me. Kaguya scoffed. If you're a defeated dog, then act like one. Though Kaguya had held back, ensuring Jessica wouldn't die from the injuries, she would undoubtedly be bedridden in a hospital for several months. After all, Jessica had dared to ambush Kaguya. Did she really think Kaguya would tolerate being bullied without retaliation? Kaguya wasn't some masochist, nor did she have any tolerance for such antics. If it weren't for her dislike of trouble, Kaguya would have killed her on the spot. It simply wasn't worth the hassle. Especially since, to Kaguya, Jessica wasn't even particularly attractive. It truly is a world that values appearance, isn't it? Despite that, Kaguya found herself somewhat intrigued by the realizer unit. While it was a low-tier model, it still provided a significant boost to magical power. The device was remarkably easy to use, offering precise control over magical energy with minimal consumption. Its main drawback, however, was that it couldn't handle too much of Kaguya's power, often leading to overloads and potential system crashes. To Kaguya, the realizer unit felt more like an amusing toy rather than a serious weapon. But for those around her, the situation was far more alarming. How scary. Mikey Okamine placed her small hands on her chest and stammered timidly. Kaguya raised an eyebrow and turned toward her. Scary. What's so scary? Mikey Okamine quickly waved her hands nervously, forcing a smile. And no, nothing at all. If you don't tell me, I'll have to hit you. Kaguya playfully raised her fist, pretending to threaten her. Ah. Don't hit me. Mikey Okamine panicked and quickly blurted, I meant. Your expression earlier, it was really scary. Scary. Just as Kaguya was about to tease her further, a long-haired beauty with a ponytail approached them at a brisk pace. She had a strikingly beautiful face with a sharp, commanding air about her. It was none other than Ryuko Kusakabe, the squad leader of the AST and Kaguya's direct superior. What happened here? Ryuko glanced at the unconscious Jessica slumped against the wall and asked sternly. Well, Kaguya walked over, smiling innocently. Jessica and I were sparring, but her realizer unit malfunctioned and exploded. She got injured and passed out. We were just about to take her to the hospital, isn't that right, Mikey? Kaguya spouted her fabricated explanation with a straight face, then gave Mikey Okamine a knowing look. Why yes, that's right. Mikey Okamine quickly nodded in agreement. I saw it happen too. Ryuko frowned slightly, skeptical. Is that really what happened? Before Kaguya could respond, Jessica's two underlings came running over. No, the captain was. The slightly chubby girl began to speak, but as her eyes met Kaguya's smiling yet cold gaze, a chill ran down her spine, and she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. What do you mean, no? Ryuko asked, her tone sharp. Did something else happen here? And nothing at all. The skinny girl behind the chubby one, being more perceptive, saw the glint in Kaguya's eyes and immediately switched sides. The captain's realizer unit malfunctioned, and that's why this happened. Then hurry up and take Captain Jessica to the medical bay, Ryuko ordered sternly, her expression serious. Why yes, ma'am, they responded, quickly carrying Jessica away. As Kaguya watched them retreat, she noticed the faint, almost hidden smirk on Ryuko's lips. Kaguya chuckled softly. Ryuko, you're not as honest as you pretend to be. You were just watching the show, weren't you, she thought. The rivalry between Ryuko and Jessica was well known, and seeing her competitor get taken down must have been a delight for her, even if she tried to hide it. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed through the air. Spacequake. Ryuko, ever the experienced combatant, immediately snapped to attention. All units, prepare for level 1 combat. Get ready to engage at any moment. Yes, ma'am. The AST members quickly sprang into action, donning their realizer units in a well-practiced, orderly manner, clearly accustomed to responding to spirit appearances. Kaguya frowned slightly, turning her gaze toward the distant horizon. Far in the sky, she could sense a massive spatial disturbance, even large enough to surprise her. At the same time, a strong spirit energy radiated from the area, spreading in all directions. Kaguya approached Ryuko with a smile. Commander, may I join the mission? Ryuko gave her a long, thoughtful look before nodding. Fine. Get ready for battle. Thank you. Kaguya grinned. By the time Kaguya and the AST team arrived at the site of the spatial quake, they found a massive crater, hundreds of meters wide, as if a meteor had struck. The surrounding buildings had been flattened, leaving behind nothing but ruins and desolation. The destruction was a clear sign of the spacequake's impact. Report, Captain. We've completed the search. All civilians were evacuated to shelters in time, so there are no casualties, one of the AST members reported with a salute. Good, Ryuko nodded, then asked, what about the spirit? Any signs of it? We haven't located the spirit yet, the member replied. There's too much residual spirit energy in the area, disrupting the tracking instruments. We haven't pinpointed its exact location. Order the entire team to start a full-scale search, Ryuko commanded firmly. Yes, ma'am. Unbeknownst to the others, Kaguya had quietly disappeared from the group. In a dark, secluded corner, a beautiful girl stood alone. Her long black and purple hair cascaded down her back, her brows elegant and delicate. Her dreamy purple eyes shimmered with an otherworldly allure, and her fair skin looked smooth and flawless. She was adorned in an ornate, purple gown, the semi-transparent hem of her dress swaying gently in the breeze, adding to her ethereal charm. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, and she raised her giant sword, pointing it toward the shadows. Who's there? Show yourself, she demanded, her voice sharp. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 495, Toka Yatagami. You noticed me. Quite impressive, a silver-haired girl stepped out from the shadows, smiling faintly. It was none other than Kaguya. Who are you? The purple-haired girl tightened her grip on her giant sword, pointing it at Kaguya. Her beautiful violet eyes narrowed slightly, and she spoke softly, so, you're here to kill me too, aren't you? Kill you? Kaguya chuckled and said, "Why would I want to kill you?" If Kaguya's guess was right, the purple-haired girl before her should be the spirit, Toka Yatagami, the first spirit. Only she would have such a striking appearance and unique attire. She was even more beautiful than Kaguya had imagined, and something about her aura felt oddly familiar to Kaguya. "You're human, and aren't humans always like that?" Toka said cautiously, her eyes fixed on Kaguya. "They all want to kill me." "Who said I'm human?" Kaguya stepped closer, still smiling. "You're not." Toka kept her sword raised and said, "And yet you're wearing the same uniform as those people. What if I told you I'm a spirit too? Would you believe me?" Kaguya tapped her own chest with her finger and grinned. "Liar." Toka's delicate face flushed with anger as she tightened her grip on her sword. "Are you trying to fool me with those human tricks?" "Why would I do that?" Kaguya said. "I'm really a spirit. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself." "Then where's your angel?" Toka frowned and asked. "My angel." Kaguya paused, realizing that spirits had angels, a feature she didn't seem to possess. "So you are lying." Toka's voice filled with anger, and she gripped her giant sword tightly. Unforgivable. As soon as the words left her lips, Toka charged forward like a bolt of lightning. With a powerful swing, her massive sword, Sandalphon, sliced through the air, aimed squarely at Kaguya. Kaguya smirked and calmly murmured, "Projection." Excalibur. Clang. Sparks flew as the swords collided. Toka's eyes widened. With a casual flick of her wrist, Kaguya had effortlessly parried Sandalphon with a single hand. "Attacking without hearing me out first. You're a bit too hasty, don't you think?" Kaguya smiled, showing no concern for the massive sword pressing down on her. "For someone as deceitful as a human, there's nothing to talk about," Toka grunted, using the recoil to leap back. Her curvaceous body spun gracefully as she swung Sandalphon again, this time faster and with even more force, as if the wind and thunder followed her strike. But in an instant, a cold gleam flashed. Clang. Kaguya stood motionless, her long sword slicing through the air. Her blade struck the spine of Sandalphon, hitting its weak point perfectly. Toka was taken aback as a surge of force traveled through her hands. Her sword wavered, nearly slipping from her grasp. She had to retreat 2 steps before regaining control. "I do have an agenda with you," Kaguya smiled playfully, twirling her sword. "Of course, that agenda was taking your chastity." "As I thought," Toka's clear eyes filled with determination. "You really are here to kill me." Kaguya, tired of the back and forth, said bluntly, "You're not my match. You should give up. Your fighting skills are decent, but they're far too lacking against someone like me." It wasn't a boast, Kaguya was simply stating the truth. Toka was strong only because of Sandalphon and her spirit power. Her actual combat skills were ordinary, nowhere near the level of Kaguya, who had been tempered by countless battles. Toka, for all her power, was like a baby wielding a sharp sword, a formidable weapon in unskilled hands. In contrast, Kaguya was a seasoned warrior, adept at using whatever tool was at her disposal. "I will never be killed so easily," Toka shouted, her face filled with anger and determination. At that moment, her spirit energy flared. A pale purple light enveloped her body, and her spirit power became visible to the naked eye. Her aura grew exponentially as fierce winds whipped around her, making her clothing flutter wildly and her long hair stream out behind her. Suddenly, Toka moved, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared in front of Kaguya, her massive sword now pulsing with spirit power, even more menacing than before. Slam. 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air as Kaguya's Excalibur met Toka's strikes. Sparks flew as their blades collided, producing a string of sharp, ringing sounds. Toka's arms moved relentlessly, wielding Sandalphon with a series of slashes, cuts, and chops, creating an impenetrable curtain of sword energy around her. Under this relentless barrage, Kaguya seemed to be struggling, her sword constantly blocking Toka's furious strikes. She looked like a small boat caught in a raging storm, rising and falling with the waves, seemingly on the verge of being swallowed by the endless sea of sword shadows. It appeared that Toka had completely overwhelmed Kaguya. But despite appearances, Toka wasn't feeling confident. In fact, she was growing increasingly uneasy. Each of her strikes seemed powerful and ferocious, and in the face of her massive Sandalphon, Kaguya's Excalibur looked pitifully small, almost fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. Yet Kaguya was deflecting every single attack flawlessly, suffering no real damage or even the slightest inconvenience. Her movements were smooth, almost leisurely, as if she were casually walking through a garden rather than engaging in a fierce battle. Toka, frustrated at her inability to land a decisive blow, grew impatient. She bit her lip and gathered more spirit energy, unleashing it in a final, powerful swing. Sandalphon glowed with an almost tangible aura of spirit power as it came crashing down toward Kaguya. Clang. A deafening clash rang out as sparks flew from the impact of the swords. The shock wave mixed with powerful gusts of wind, sweeping through the surroundings with destructive force, tearing nearby buildings into rubble and sending clouds of dust into the air. Ugh. As the dust settled, Toka's eyes narrowed, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Sandalphon. In front of her, Kaguya stood unscathed, calmly holding her sword in one hand. There wasn't a scratch on her body, and even her realizer unit remained pristine, without a single mark. Not bad for the first spirit. You have remarkable strength, Kaguya said, taking a few steps toward her. But even with this power, you're still not my match. You're too arrogant, human. Toka's beautiful violet eyes flashed with anger. You'll pay for your insolence. If you don't believe me, then I'll just have to show you, Kaguya said with a smirk. Disobedient children need to be punished. As soon as the words left her lips, Kaguya's body shot forward like an arrow, as swift as lightning. In an instant, she broke the sound barrier and appeared in front of Toka, raising Excalibur high before bringing it down with a powerful strike. Toka's violet pupils shrank in shock. She barely managed to raise Sandalphon in time, blocking the blow just as it came crashing down on her. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously as Kaguya's relentless strike sent sparks flying. Each swing of her sword created a barrage of attacks that shot out sword beams, forming a wild, crisscrossing web of destruction. Toka, however, was not faring so well. She had already lost the initiative and found herself on the defensive. She kept Sandalphon tightly in front of her chest, but try as she might, she couldn't counterattack. Kaguya's strikes were seamless, leaving her no opening to retaliate. Even worse, Kaguya's onslaught showed no signs of slowing down. Each strike was faster and heavier than the last. Toka's arms, clutching her sword, began to tremble from exhaustion. Under the relentless storm of attacks, Toka felt like a fragile blade of grass swaying in the wind. Her body, though strong, began to falter. So strong. Toka had never encountered someone this powerful before. The sheer strength of her opponent far exceeded her expectations. She gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on, but her stamina was quickly draining, pushing her toward the edge of collapse. Give up, Kaguya said casually, swinging her sword effortlessly. You're no match for me. Don't waste your energy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Kill me. The word kill seemed to pierce through Toka's panic-stricken mind, triggering her deepest fears. Her violet eyes widened in terror as the fear of death spread through her body like wildfire. I can't let this continue. Toka bit her lip, her face filled with unwillingness. If this kept up, she knew she would die. I don't want to die. Just as Kaguya was contemplating whether to ease up, a sudden surge of energy burst from Toka's body. A powerful aura exploded outward, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air in waves. Caught off guard, Kaguya was pushed back by the force, flying more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. When she looked up, she saw Toka floating in the air, her purple hair billowing wildly, and Kaguya couldn't help but twitch her lips in frustration. Really? Did I push her into inversion just by scaring her a little? Girl, you're way too fragile. What a pain. Kaguya sighed inwardly. This could get messy. I can't let her go any further. Seeing that Toka was showing signs of inverse form, Kaguya stopped hesitating. Gripping Excalibur with both hands, she narrowed her eyes and, with a brilliant flash of light, swung the sword toward the airborne spirit. Excalibur. A dazzling beam of light shot skyward like a rainbow, slicing through the sky with incredible speed. But to Kaguya's surprise, Toka swung Sandalphon and, in a burst of radiant light, blocked the powerful attack of Excalibur. The difference in her power was staggering. Toka's strength had increased exponentially since the battle began. Before Toka could even react to her own power, Kaguya appeared in front of her in a flash, raising her sword for another strike. Clang. Toka quickly blocked the attack with Sandalphon. Human, did you really think you? Toka began to speak, but before she could finish, she sensed something wrong. Her instincts screamed a warning. The silver-haired girl hovering before her smiled faintly, her lips parting to softly utter a few words. Mirror flower, water moon. Time manipulation. The pleasant sound of her voice echoed unexpectedly in Toka's delicate ears. Her violet eyes widened in alarm as an intense sense of danger washed over her. She tried to turn around, but it was too late. A shadow appeared behind her in an instant. Before she could react, a swift chop struck the back of her head. Thud. Toka's beautiful eyes glazed over, gradually losing their light. Her body went limp, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, and she began to fall from the sky. Before she could hit the ground, a pale, slender arm reached out and gently caught her, pulling her soft, unresisting body into a warm embrace. Looks like I might have overdone it. Kaguya said with a sigh, looking down at the unconscious Toka in her arms. All she had wanted to do was tease the beautiful spirit a little, but she hadn't expected the poor girl to be so easily spooked into inversion. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao-of-Heaven. Chapter 496, Capturing the Glutton. On a soft, down-filled bed, a beautiful girl lay quietly, sleeping soundly. Her purple hair, smooth like silk, cascaded over her shoulders. Her features were delicate, her skin smooth and radiant, radiating an alluring charm. Bright sunlight streamed through the spotless glass window, casting gentle rays upon the girl's exquisite face, making her seem as if she glowed with a soft luminescence. Seemingly disturbed by the light, the girl's long eyelashes quivered slightly before she slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Sitting up in bed, she rubbed her eyes, looking as if she had just woken from a deep sleep. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she jolted awake and leaped off the bed. With a flick of her wrist, a massive sword materialized in her hand. Her beautiful violet eyes scanned the surroundings warily. This girl was none other than Toka Yatagami. At that moment, the door creaked open. Without hesitation, Toka swung her sword, slashing at the figure entering the room. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal rang out as Toka stared in shock. Her sword had been caught. But not just by any ordinary means, it had been stopped by a delicate white hand, holding the blade firmly in place. Standing before her was a breathtakingly beautiful silver-haired girl, Kaguya. You're full of energy for just waking up. Looks like you've almost fully recovered, Kaguya said with a smile. Toka. Who are you? What did you do to me? Toka asked coldly. And? Toka. What is that? Kaguya blinked in surprise for a moment, then remembered. When Toka had first arrived in this world, she didn't have a name. In the original story, the name, Toka Yatagami, had been given to her by Shido Itsuka, but with Shido already gone, no one had named her yet. Relax, Kaguya said with a light laugh. I didn't do anything to hurt you. If I had, I could have dealt with you long before now. Toka eyed Kaguya with suspicion, her sword still pointed at her, unsure whether to believe her words. Just then, a small figure entered the room, grabbing onto Kaguya's sleeve. When can we eat? The figure asked. As she turned and noticed Toka, her face lit up with surprise, and she quickly hid behind Kaguya, peeking out curiously at the sword-wielding girl. Kaguya patted Yoshino's head and smiled. Soon, she said gently. Seeing the scene before her, Toka frowned slightly. Who is she? What are you planning? Is this some kind of trick? Kaguya sighed, wondering if she really appeared that suspicious. Then again, after knocking Toka unconscious in a fight, it wasn't surprising that she was on edge. Actually, you two might get along, Kaguya said. Yoshino here is also a spirit. A spirit? Toka asked, her surprise evident as her gaze shifted to the little girl hiding behind Kaguya. You mean she's a spirit too? That's right, Kaguya nodded. You're a spirit, so you should be able to sense it yourself. Toka could indeed sense the spiritual energy coming from Yoshino, but she still wasn't fully convinced. Then why don't you have any spirit energy? She asked, directing her suspicion back at Kaguya. Just as Kaguya was about to use her ability to simulate spirit energy, Yoshino stepped out from behind her and, with wide, innocent eyes, said, Sister is a good person. She won't hurt you. Hearing Yoshino's words, Kaguya almost teared up. Finally, after all this time, her little loli had grown attached to her. Wait, why did I just get the good person card? Really? Toka still seemed hesitant. Growl. At that moment, an unexpected sound broke the tension. Both Kaguya and Yoshino turned their gazes toward Toka's stomach. Her face flushed crimson, clearly embarrassed. Sounds like you're hungry, Yoshino giggled. Come eat with us. Kaguya's cooking is really good. The enticing aroma from the kitchen had begun wafting through the air, carrying with it a scent that made Toka's nose twitch with curiosity. The delicious smell made it clear Kaguya had put considerable effort into the meal. Come, join us for dinner, Kaguya said, walking over and taking Toka's hand. Don't worry, I'm not the bad person you think I am. Besides, if you don't eat soon, the food will get cold, and it won't taste as good. For a moment, Toka was caught off guard, realizing that she had let her guard down entirely and allowed Kaguya to take her hand. She wanted to pull away but hesitated. For some reason, Kaguya's words, though simple, carried a warmth that made her want to trust her, believe that this person wouldn't harm her. Gradually, the unease and fear in Toka's heart began to melt away. When she entered the living room, Toka's violet eyes lit up, sparkling like stars, making her seem almost otherworldly in her excitement. The table was laden with an assortment of dishes, both Eastern and Western. There were familiar dishes like mapo tofu and braised pork, alongside Western staples such as filet mignon and pan-seared foie gras. There were seafood, grilled meats, salads, and desserts, enough to fill the entire table. Kaguya had poured her heart into the meal, spending hours preparing it in hopes of winning over Toka. With her superb culinary skills, the food was not only visually stunning but irresistibly aromatic. The sparkle in Toka's eyes made it clear that Kaguya's effort had paid off. All of this, really? Toka asked excitedly. Kaguya smiled, placing her hands on Toka's shoulders and gently guiding her into a chair. Of course. It's all for you. I hope you like it. Like it. Toka's excitement was palpable. I love it. Don't be shy, Kaguya chuckled. There's plenty more in the kitchen if you want seconds. MMM. MMM. Toka eagerly grabbed a roasted chicken leg, taking huge bites out of it. In just a few seconds, the leg was gone, and she immediately reached for a perfectly baked egg tart, stuffing it into her mouth. Whether out of hunger or sheer enjoyment, Toka made quick work of the food. Before long, half the dishes on the table had been devoured. Kaguya began to feel a bit uneasy, realizing she might not have made enough. Where is all this food going? Kaguya wondered. Glancing at Toka's flat stomach, she couldn't figure out how it could hold so much food. Did she have a stomach that led to another dimension? Toka truly lived up to her reputation as a glutton. She had devoured the entire table of food by herself, and what was even more surprising was that her stomach remained flat, showing no signs of being full. It left Kaguya wondering where all that food had gone. However, Kaguya and Yoshino were not so lucky. They barely had a chance to eat anything, and with their stomachs still growling, Kaguya was left with no choice but to head into the kitchen and cook 2 packets of instant noodles. I'm sorry, Kaguya said, placing a steaming bowl of noodles in front of Yoshino with a slightly apologetic tone. I should have prepared more ingredients. It's okay, Yoshino gently shook her head, a soft, sweet smile spreading across her pink cheeks. I'm really happy. Happy? Kaguya was taken aback and asked, surprised. I never had any friends, and I didn't know many people. It was always just me and Yashinon, Yoshino said softly. Now that I have friends, I'm really happy. Kaguya paused, touched by her words, and then smiled as she gently patted Yoshino's head. Don't worry, we'll always be with you. Mem, Yoshino nodded lightly, her smile growing brighter as she picked up her chopsticks. Yesterday's battle between Kaguya and Toka had certainly drawn the attention of the AST unit and DEM Industries. After all, the scale of the fight had been massive, with nearly an entire block leveled. It was impossible for them not to notice. Fortunately, Kaguya had left the scene with Toka before they could arrive, preventing any direct confrontation. Had they been discovered, a fight would have been inevitable. Most importantly, Kaguya's disguise might have been compromised, leading to many unforeseen complications. The news reports indicate that, according to AST and the Ground Self-Defense Force, a large-scale destruction occurred yesterday evening in District 5. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Initial investigations by the relevant authorities suggest that the cause was a gas pipeline explosion. Citizens are advised to ensure their gas valves are properly secured to prevent any hazardous leaks, the television reported. Kaguya glanced at the broadcast and smiled wryly. That was exactly where a fight with Toka had taken place. It seemed that, no matter the country, even in another world, governments would always find ways to cover things up with convenient excuses to keep the public unaware. Kaguya, I'm hungry, Toka came over, rubbing her belly with a pitiful look on her face. Huh. Kaguya turned around, black lines forming on her forehead. Didn't you just eat? But I really want to try that soy flour bread you mentioned, Toka said, her eyes practically sparkling with anticipation. Kaguya smacked her forehead, feeling like she had fallen into a trap of her own making. In the original story, Toka had an intense love for soy flour bread, and Kaguya had casually mentioned it. Little did she know that Toka would latch onto the idea. How much does this girl love to eat? But the bakery doesn't open until after 10, Kaguya said helplessly. Toka, you can't possibly expect me to go now, can you? Then I'll go with you. Toka said, clinging to Kaguya's arm, her soft chest pressing tightly against it as she smiled sweetly. Since Kaguya had brought Toka home, especially after cooking for her, Toka's affection for Kaguya had skyrocketed as if riding a rocket, completely abandoning her initial hostility. Now, Kaguya could probably sweet-talk her into bed if she wanted to. Kaguya had also given Toka her name, although it was the same as in the original story. Hearing it from Kaguya's lips seemed to carry a different meaning for Toka. However, what surprised Kaguya was that Toka didn't seem particularly attached to her new name and reacted rather indifferently, perhaps because she had been preoccupied with finishing the steak on her plate at the time. All right, Kaguya said, feeling the softness and elasticity of Toka's chest against her arm, somewhat helpless. But you should stay here at home. I'll go buy the bread for you. Toka had one of the most stunning figures among the spirits Kaguya had encountered so far. Her refined beauty and fiery figure made her especially captivating. Great! Toka cheered, raising her arms in excitement. Since Kaguya didn't have any suitable clothes for Toka at home, and her own outfits didn't quite fit Toka's figure, she needed to buy her some clothes. After all, Toka couldn't keep wearing her spirit outfit made from spirit energy, it would draw attention and make her easier to detect. Additionally, they needed to stock up on essentials like toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels. It was a day off, so Kaguya didn't need to report to AST, and she was planning to take a short break. So, early in the morning, Toka had already pushed Kaguya out the door, eager to go. As Kaguya headed toward the supermarket, she noticed that the city had heightened its security due to the frequent appearance of spirits. The shelters had all been activated, and AST units were now patrolling regularly. Suddenly, Kaguya stopped in her tracks and turned around, her gaze fixed on a dark alley. "You've been following me for a while now. It's time you came out, don't you think?" "I'm impressed," a voice said, and a figure emerged from the shadows. "Despite my using special concealment gear, your spirit senses are still sharp." The figure had white hair, an almost handsome but pale face, cold, predatory eyes, and a slender frame. He was someone Kaguya had never seen before in this world. However, she immediately recognized who he was. Westcott. Kaguya's eyes narrowed as she frowned. "Oh." Westcott raised an eyebrow and then chuckled. "I didn't expect you to recognize me. I must say, that's quite impressive. As the director of DEM Industries, what do you want with me?" Kaguya's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Didn't the last lesson teach you enough?" "The last time." Westcott laughed aloud. "So, it was you. But that incident doesn't bother me, it's just one building. There's nothing to regret. What you should be asking, however, is why I'm here now. Your purpose." Kaguya's expression darkened, her tone turning cold. "I don't care about your purpose, and I don't want to get involved with your group. But if you stand in my way, I'll kill you all." A chilling gleam flickered in Kaguya's beautiful eyes, sharp as a blade. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 497, Threatening Me. "You're courting death. Apologies, perhaps you've misunderstood me." "I have no intention of targeting you," Westcott said, his cold, predatory eyes fixed on Kaguya as he smiled faintly. "I came here simply to propose a trade." "A trade?" Kaguya's eyes narrowed. "I don't see what kind of deal we could possibly make. You see, I happen to know there are 2 spirits living with you, including the one from yesterday," Westcott said with a smile. "I wonder what would happen if the AST or other authorities found out." "You dare threaten me?" Kaguya's eyes flashed dangerously. "You know, everyone who's ever tried to threaten me is already dead. One more won't make a difference." "I wouldn't dare," Westcott said, waving his hand dismissively. "I wouldn't dream of threatening someone as powerful as you. I'm merely offering a suggestion. What if one day those spirits in your home—" Before he could finish his sentence, his vision went black as a sharp pain erupted from his abdomen. A mouthful of blood and saliva spurted from his lips. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the beautiful face in front of him. What? This silver-haired girl had struck without any warning. Westcott's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the side of a building with a thunderous impact. The force of his collision sent debris flying, and the wall cracked, forming a spiderweb pattern from the point of impact where Westcott's body had slammed into the structure. "Idiot," Kaguya sneered. "You're just a little toy, and yet you think you can play tricks in front of me. Did you get your brain caught in a door?" Kaguya extended her arm, and with a simple motion, a magnificent long sword appeared in her hand, the Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. Its blade gleamed with a chilling blue light as she slowly approached Westcott, her voice cold. "I didn't plan on ending this so quickly, but it seems some people just like to court death." Just as Kaguya raised her sword, prepared to pierce Westcott's heart as he hung against the wall, a cold light flashed from behind her, aimed directly at her back. Clang! Without even turning her head, Kaguya twisted her wrist, sending her sword flashing backward. The attacker's strike was deflected in a burst of sparks, the ringing sound of clashing steel reverberating in the air. But it wasn't over yet. Kaguya smirked, her body spinning on the spot, and with a swift motion, she raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, sending her attacker flying backward. Boom! The person who had ambushed Kaguya was flung back, skidding across the ground for over 10 meters, carving a deep groove into the earth before coming to a stop. "Not bad, you managed to block my attack," Kaguya said, her eyes narrowing as she recognized the person standing before her. She had seen this woman before. The attacker had long, flowing golden hair, bright violet eyes, a straight nose, and soft, pink lips. Her fair skin and tall, elegant figure made her an exceptionally beautiful woman. What really caught Kaguya's attention wasn't her appearance, but the fact that she was the same clumsy woman who had tripped back at the DEM building. Kaguya's mouth twitched slightly. She finally understood who this person was. There was no doubt, this clumsy fool had to be none other than the airhead Ellen Miramathers. The intel wasn't wrong. You're indeed a powerful spirit, Ellen said, her violet eyes gleaming with excitement as a slight smile appeared on her lips. I've been waiting for a proper fight, so don't disappoint me today. On the contrary, I'm not interested in you, Kaguya replied, waving her hand dismissively. I have errands to run, like buying some soy flour bread. I'll just kill you quickly and be on my way. But as she turned to look back at the wall, she realized that Westcott had already disappeared. Well, that was fast, Kaguya said, her face showing clear disdain. Someone with no real strength dares bark in front of me. I almost have to admire your courage, or maybe it's just ignorance. Don't be so arrogant, Ellen said sharply, her sharp gaze tinged with anger. You're nothing but a spirit, and you dare act so haughty. I'll teach you what true pain is. The moment Ellen finished speaking, her realizer unit activated with a burst of power. She shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, the air screeching as she sliced through it. In her hand, she wielded her signature weapon, a laser blade capable of cutting through even spirit armor with ease. Teach me, huh? Kaguya's lips curled into a smile. There's no one in this world capable of teaching me anything, especially not you. With that, Kaguya swung her sword with a single, graceful motion, sending a cold gleam through the air. Clang! The laser blade and the Excalibur clashed violently, sparks flying from the intense impact. Is this all you've got? Kaguya chuckled softly, her wrist twisting as she angled her sword, its blade aiming for Ellen's exposed neck. Ellen leaned back, her body arching gracefully as she dodged the strike. She sneered, arrogant. At the same time, her arm whipped forward, her laser blade flashing like lightning as it struck at Kaguya again. So childish, Kaguya muttered, her tone full of disdain. Boom. With a flash of sparks, the two clashed again, but neither hesitated. In a blur of motion, they collided once more like shooting stars, each strike faster than the last. Ellen's realizer unit hummed at full power as her speed broke through the sound barrier, leaving afterimages in her wake. Her laser blade slashed through the air, weaving a deadly web of light that sparkled with sharp edges as she attacked Kaguya with fierce precision. In the original story, Ellen was known as the world's strongest wizard. After equipping the realizer unit, not even most spirits could rival her. She was brimming with magic power, and her combat techniques were impeccable, far beyond the amateurish skills of someone like Toka Yatagami. However, her opponent was Kaguya, a being who had slaughtered hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people. As they clashed, Kaguya's smile grew wider. Without warning, she surged forward, moving like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, she penetrated Ellen's seemingly impenetrable web of attacks as if it were nothing. Her arm shot up, her blade gleaming with a cold light, and before Ellen could react, it pierced her chest. Ellen's eyes widened in shock as the blade embedded itself in her chest, piercing through her realizer unit. Just as Kaguya was about to pierce Ellen through the heart with her sword, a sudden surge of immense power erupted from Ellen's body. It was as if a tidal wave was sweeping across the battlefield, with shock waves mixed with air blasts bursting out in all directions. Using this power, Ellen rapidly retreated, narrowly escaping the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. Oh, Kaguya remarked with mild surprise, I didn't expect you to escape. Ellen's face was flushed red, and she was panting heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Cold sweat trickled down her back, and a flash of panic crossed her eyes as she looked at Kaguya with lingering fear. If she hadn't reacted quickly and forcefully activated her realizer unit to pull herself out of the combat range, she would have already died at the hands of this silver-haired girl. Even so, the magic overload had severely damaged both her body and the device. But compared to being dead, it was a far better outcome. Ellen wiped the blood from her chest, looking at the silver-haired girl again with newfound caution, and even a hint of shock. The spirit named Kaguya was simply terrifying. Her swordsmanship was beyond anything Ellen had imagined, almost unbelievable. No matter how fiercely she attacked, Kaguya blocked everything with ease, her single-handed grip on the sword never faltering. It was as if she could see through all of Ellen's moves, making her confident and unafraid. The terrifying strike from just moments ago still lingered in Ellen's mind, her heart pounding uncontrollably. This was the true sword of a killer, the kind that finds a flaw and strikes with lethal precision. How many lives must one take to hone such a terrifying skill? Ellen once believed that no one, be it human or spirit, could defeat her in her prime. But now, she realized that the beautiful girl in front of her was the true terror. Yet, was she willing to surrender so easily? Ellen bit her lip, clutching the light sword in her hand, her eyes showing a renewed determination. What? Kaguya spun her sword gracefully and smiled slightly, still haven't learned your lesson. How could I? Ellen growled through gritted teeth, you're just a mere spirit, daring to act so arrogant in front of the world's strongest wizard. Before she could finish her sentence, her pupils shrank in horror. Why aren't you talking anymore? A soft voice came from behind her, but to Ellen's ears, it was like the voice of the devil itself. Startled, Ellen tried to turn around, but it was too late. A delicate, slender arm suddenly reached out and flicked her wrist. Instantly, her hand went numb, and the laser sword slipped from her grasp. In desperation, Ellen attempted to strike with her elbow while twisting her body to kick the opponent away. However, her wrist was seized, and her movements came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, a tremendous force surged through her body, and both her hands were wrenched behind her back, locked firmly in place. Ellen struggled desperately, but no matter how hard she fought, she couldn't budge an inch. If this is the level of the so-called world's strongest wizard, I'm quite disappointed, came the warm breath near her ear, sending a shiver down Ellen's spine. Goosebumps appeared on her pale neck. I won't give up. Ellen shouted defiantly, twisting her body in resistance. Her struggles only accentuated her breasts, and her slender, white legs writhed seductively, exuding a mesmerizing allure. Suddenly, Ellen froze. Her movements came to a stop as she felt a hand resting on her smooth thigh. The fingers slowly slid upwards, tracing along her flat abdomen and reaching her chest. You scoundrel. Ellen's previously icy face turned beet red, and her words became jumbled. What are you trying to do? Let go of me. What am I trying to do? Don't you know by now? Kaguya whispered, her breath hot against Ellen's ear. Naughty kids need a good spanking, don't you think? With that, Kaguya tightened her grip, and in an instant, Ellen's body went limp, her mind turning to mush. If it weren't for Kaguya supporting her, she would have collapsed like a puddle on the ground. So sensitive, Kaguya mused with some surprise. I wouldn't have guessed that the world's strongest wizard is such a masochist. Tisk. Hearing the mocking tone in Kaguya's voice, Ellen snapped back to reality. You're the masochist. Let go of me, she shouted, struggling once again, her hair whipping around like a fish out of water. But unfortunately for her, her struggles were futile in front of Kaguya. They only made her seem more enticing, drawing Kaguya's interest even more. Let you go. To Ellen's surprise, Kaguya chuckled. Sure. Ellen blinked in confusion. You really mean it? Of course. Kaguya's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. But before that. With a loud crack, a crisp sound echoed from behind Ellen. Her pupils shrank in shock, her realizer unit had broken. Kaguya had snapped it with her bare hands. This was a device made from the strongest material in the world, boasting incredible defensive capabilities. And Ellen's particular gear was a custom design from the DEM Corp, far superior to the cheap equipment used by AST troops. Before you tame a kitten, you have to clip its claws first, Kaguya said with a sly grin. Especially a disobedient one, right? Stop. Ellen cried out in panic, her voice trembling. Maybe it was because she had fallen into her enemy's hands, but her previously strong-willed demeanor had suddenly become soft and weak, even her voice faltering. But Kaguya ignored her pleas, continuing to dismantle Ellen's realizer unit piece by piece. Before long, the once mighty device lay in shards on the ground, and Ellen herself had been stripped down, left vulnerable like a little lamb. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 498, Jealousy and Rivalry. Kaguya stared at the beautiful woman crying in front of her, a bit stunned, unable to process what was happening. Yes, Ellen was actually crying. Hey, aren't you supposed to be the world's strongest wizard? Kaguya muttered to herself. Where's your pride and dignity as a wizard? How can you be so spineless? With a frown, Kaguya added, you should have expected consequences before challenging me. You're bullying me. Ellen muttered weakly, her arms crossed over her chest. Bullying you? Kaguya's forehead twitched in frustration. Hey, are you serious? You guys were the ones who came after me first, thinking you could threaten me. Be thankful I'm not tying you up and tossing you into the ocean. Ellen wiped away her tears, looking as if she had suffered an enormous grievance. Stop crying, or I'll really hurt you, Kaguya said sternly, clearly at the end of her patience. Perhaps this threat worked because Ellen's sobbing came to an abrupt halt. Just as Kaguya thought she could relax, Ellen looked up and mumbled softly, but, you don't have the ability. Kaguya almost tripped, furious at what she heard. This struck a nerve. You think I can't hurt you? Kaguya's eyes narrowed dangerously, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Want to test that theory? No. Ellen quickly waved her hands, panicked. Kaguya sighed, feeling frustrated. Originally, if Ellen had fought back, it would have been simple to kill her. But now, seeing her cry and act so weak, Kaguya had lost any motivation to finish her off. It was like bullying a child, there was no sense of achievement. All right, enough, Kaguya said impatiently. I don't know how you can call yourself a wizard like this. You're just embarrassing yourself. Ellen blushed, unable to retort, clearly aware of how disgraceful her behavior was. I'll let you go this time, Kaguya said, frowning. But if I see you again, I won't hesitate to kill you. Why, you're really not going to kill me? Ellen asked, still in disbelief. Go on, and tell that Viscount or whatever his name is, not to bother me again. If he does, I'll destroy his entire organization, Kaguya said coldly. Ellen quickly got up, overjoyed. Really? Seeing Ellen's sudden movement, Kaguya fell silent, her gaze becoming a bit dazed. When Ellen didn't hear a response, she blinked in confusion, unsure of what was going on. After a moment, she noticed Kaguya's strange look and glanced down. Realizing she was completely exposed, Ellen hurriedly crouched back down, her face flushing bright red as if steam were about to rise from her head. The thing was, Ellen's manifestation device required full integration with the body, meaning she hadn't been wearing any clothes beneath it. This included undergarments, so all the women in AST were effectively empty underneath their gear. Kaguya rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Ellen really did have a great figure, fair skin, well-proportioned curves, and a mature woman's charm. But Kaguya was surprised by one discovery: Ellen was still somewhat inexperienced, which was unexpected given her age, certainly past her early 20s. This wasn't a case of underdevelopment like Yoshino. Could it be natural? The thought made Kaguya's mind wander briefly, considering whether she should teach Ellen a lesson. Ellen, sensing Kaguya's gaze, tried to put on a defiant look, but her body involuntarily shrank back, betraying her true feelings. Kaguya walked over. Just as Ellen braced herself for a desperate struggle, Kaguya instead took off her coat and draped it over Ellen's shoulders. Go back. I'm letting you off this time, but if you dare cross me again, I won't be so kind, Kaguya said before turning away. She still had shopping to do and didn't have time to waste. Ah. Ellen watched the silver-haired girl walk away, still in a daze, not quite able to comprehend what had just happened. Without her realizer unit, Ellen was little more than a sitting duck, no match for even an ordinary person. Kaguya could probably knock her out with a single finger. When Kaguya returned home, arms full of shopping bags, she immediately sensed that something was off in the room. She soon saw Origami Tobiichi and Toka Yatagami, both of whom seemed displeased. As soon as they saw Kaguya, Origami and Toka leaped up from the sofa, pointing at each other and demanding in unison, "Who is she?" Kaguya broke into a cold sweat as she realized how much this resembled a scene from a love triangle drama. Deciding who's the main wife is still up for debate. She's a spirit, and a very dangerous one at that. Her powers are highly destructive, and she's emotionally unstable. Keeping her here is too dangerous, Origami said firmly to Kaguya. I think we should kick her out or take her into custody. What are you saying? Toka snapped angrily. Why should a random stranger have any say in our affairs? We were fine until you showed up, Origami replied, frowning. Sorry, but in this house, we're family, and you're new here. You should understand your place. There's a small shed outside that would suit you. Shed? Are you calling me a dog? Toka fumed. Who even are you, and why are you here in our home, talking nonsense? Sorry, but this is our home, Origami retorted. This place doesn't welcome people with unknown backgrounds. If you have no other business here, I suggest you leave. Meanwhile, Yoshino was hiding behind the sofa, nervously peeking out. When she saw Kaguya return, she quickly ran over and clung to her arm. That's unfair. Toka and Origami both exclaimed at the same time, clearly upset by Yoshino's affectionate gesture. When Kaguya brought the dishes out of the kitchen, she was met with the sight of Tobiichi Origami and Yatagami Toka still locked in a silent standoff. It was like watching two hostile cats bristle at each other, their gazes practically sparking with animosity. Kaguya sighed. She had no idea why these two seemed to naturally clash like oil and water, constantly at odds whenever they met. Let's just eat first, Kaguya said as she took a seat at the table. We can talk about whatever it is later. But as soon as she sat down, Kaguya noticed something surprising. Both Toka and Origami had moved to her side, one on her left and the other on her right, each of them clinging to one of her arms. Why is it that some people have no shame and always come over to eat at other people's houses? Origami said calmly from Kaguya's side. Who said this was your house? You have no proof, Toka retorted, turning her head with a huff. Besides, you're just staying here temporarily. What right do you have to claim anything? You're so naive, Origami said with a hint of amusement. I just didn't want to shatter your self-respect by revealing the truth. But since you're eager for despair, I might as well tell you. What truth? Toka frowned, unconcerned. You're bluffing. I bet you don't even have anything to say. All right then, since you're asking for it. Origami took a sip from the tea in front of her, her tone serious. The truth is, I'm Kaguya's fiancé. Huh. Toka froze, her expression blank. Kaguya almost spat out the water she had just sipped. Fiancé. Since when did she have a fiancé? Fiancé. Toka repeated, her eyes glazed with confusion. That's right, Origami said with a completely straight face. Which means I'm the mistress of this house. I have every right to kick you out whenever I please. Toka finally snapped out of her daze, blurting out, what's a fiancé? Kaguya felt a vein pop on her forehead. To put it simply, it means I have the closest relationship with Kaguya, Origami explained, still completely deadpan. And it also means that I'm the person who will be with her for the rest of her life. I'm her friend. Toka hurriedly declared, even though she clearly didn't fully grasp the meaning of the word fiancé. But sensing danger, she blurted out her response. Origami let out a cold, mirthless chuckle, so faint and dry that even Yoshino, sitting nearby, could sense the derision. All right, that's enough, Kaguya said, frowning slightly as she spoke in a stern tone. Stop it already. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll throw both of you out. Origami and Toka exchanged glares before letting out matching huffs and turning their heads away from each other. Despite the tension, they both respected Kaguya enough not to continue arguing. Kaguya sighed internally. This was already giving her a headache, but what came next was going to be even more troublesome. Her house had 3 bedrooms, but with 4 people living there, that meant someone would need to share a room. After considering her options, Kaguya realized that having any 2 of them share would be problematic. In the end, she reluctantly decided to sleep in the living room herself. It seemed like it was time to sell those diamonds she had stashed away and buy a bigger house. Things were already getting cramped, and if more people showed up, there definitely wouldn't be enough space. At least the sofa was fairly large and comfortable, so it wouldn't be too bad. After setting everything up, it was almost as good as a proper bed. Just as Kaguya finished preparing her makeshift bed, a small figure quietly approached her. Turning her head, Kaguya saw that it was Yoshino. Why aren't you going to bed? Kaguya asked with a smile, pausing in her work. I will, soon, Yoshino stammered, shaking her head. Then why are you here? Do you need something? Kaguya asked curiously, knowing that Yoshino rarely came to her without a reason. Yoshino hesitated for a moment before speaking softly, if you don't mind, you can come sleep in my room. Wait, what? Was this an invitation from a loli? Kaguya felt a sudden warmth in her heart but quickly realized what Yoshino meant. This wasn't that kind of invitation, it was simply Yoshino being considerate because she felt bad about Kaguya sleeping on the couch. What a kind-hearted and thoughtful loli. Kaguya was touched by the gesture but gently declined, saying, no, thank you. I'm fine here. Really? Yoshino's mood seemed to dip slightly. Kaguya immediately recognized the signs of Yoshino's sensitivity and overthinking. She walked over and gently patted Yoshino on the head, smiling warmly. Don't overthink it. I'm really fine here. Now, go get some sleep. Seeing Kaguya's sincere smile, Yoshino's spirits lifted. She nodded softly, a small smile blossoming on her face as the tension melted away. Her eyes curved into the shape of crescent moons. Late at night, the sky was an inky black, dotted with countless twinkling stars. A cool breeze drifted through the open window, causing the curtains to flutter gently. Kaguya was just drifting off to sleep when she felt someone lift the blanket and slip into her makeshift bed. Instantly alert, Kaguya turned to push the intruder away, but her hand froze when she realized the person was completely naked. The soft, smooth sensation of bare skin against her hand was unmistakable. The faint light of the moon filtered through the curtains, casting a glow on the intruder's face. It was none other than Tobiichi Origami. Kaguya blinked in surprise. You. Before she could finish her sentence, Origami pressed a finger to Kaguya's lips, silencing her. At the same time, Origami's warm, supple body snuggled closer, pressing gently against Kaguya. Kaguya could even feel 2 small, firm points brushing against her chest. Don't say anything, Origami murmured softly, her face flushed with an uncharacteristic hint of embarrassment. This is just my duty as your fiancé. Don't misunderstand. With that, Origami leaned in, her delicate face inches from Kaguya's, and planted a soft kiss on her rosy lips. Kaguya finally snapped back to reality. Who was she to refuse a lamb served up on a silver platter? She didn't hesitate any longer and wrapped her arms around Origami, pulling her close. The night was long, and what followed was a storm of passion. As if on cue, a cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring the pale moonlight, and the room was swallowed by darkness. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 499, Obligations. Damn it. A furious shout echoed through a dark room, followed by a loud crash as a man smashed a LCD screen into pieces. The man with white hair, his face twisted in rage, was none other than Westcott, the director of Deus Ex Machina Industries, DEM, who had recently been soundly beaten by Kaguya. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of crisp knocks sounded at the door. Westcott smoothed down his tie, his face switching from a hideous snarl to a calm smile as he said, "Come in." A beautiful woman with long pale gold hair, dressed in a sharp suit, entered. It was Ellen Mira Mathers. "Director, the new CR unit has been successfully completed. It's currently undergoing adjustments, but it shouldn't be long before it's ready for use," Ellen reported, holding a stack of documents in her arms. "Very good," Westcott smiled slightly. "How is the plan progressing?" "The plan is not going as smoothly as expected. There are still many challenges to overcome," Ellen replied, "but compared to before, there's been significant progress. It shouldn't be long before the initial experiments are completed." Westcott rubbed his chin thoughtfully before saying, "Let's proceed with Plan C." Ellen was startled and hurriedly responded, "Plan C is very effective, but it comes with serious side effects." "I'm afraid." "I've already decided." Westcott's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. "Time is of the essence. We don't have the luxury of waiting. Besides, with that person around, our plan is bound to be interfered with. We need to get rid of her first." "Understood, Director," Ellen nodded, her face flushing slightly as if some thought crossed her mind. "How strong is that spirit named Kaguya?" Westcott suddenly asked. Ellen was caught off guard by the sudden question, stammering for a moment before regaining her composure. "What's wrong?" Westcott frowned. "Did something happen?" No, Ellen quickly waved it off and regained her calm. "Her power is immense. It might even surpass any spirit we've encountered so far. Maybe only a spirit in their inverse form could possess such strength." "Is that so?" Westcott pondered for a moment, then asked, "If we give you the new CR unit, will you be able to defeat her?" "Of course," Ellen raised her chin confidently. "I am the world's strongest magician." The new CR unit's capabilities far surpassed its predecessor, boosting power several times over. For someone like Ellen, who wielded tremendous magic and precise control, it was a significant advantage. It was no wonder she felt so assured. Additionally, Ellen had a personal reason. She wanted to redeem herself and defeat that infuriating spirit who had humiliated her, giving her a taste of her own medicine. The mere thought of it sent a thrill of satisfaction through her. Morning dawned, the sky bright and blue with scattered clouds, as warm sunlight poured in through spotless windows, chasing away the darkness in the room. Kaguya, still groggy, sat up from the sofa, her eyes hazy with sleep. Suddenly, she felt something soft and silky under her hand, followed by a delicate moan. Kaguya snapped fully awake. She lifted the blanket, and there, beneath it, was a delicate figure, Origami Tobiichi, lying next to her. Memories of the previous night replayed vividly in her mind like scenes from a movie. "Good morning, darling," Origami said expressionlessly, sitting up as if completely unconcerned about her exposed body. For some reason, Origami's cool and aloof demeanor only made Kaguya feel more excited, especially thinking back to the rare moments of shyness that had flickered across her delicate face the night before. It had driven Kaguya wild, and she hadn't stopped until Origami was left utterly breathless. Kaguya reached out, pulling Origami into her embrace, her hand slipping onto the softness of Origami's chest, gently kneading. Origami didn't resist, instead nestling compliantly into Kaguya's arms, even shifting slightly to make Kaguya's touch easier. Early in the morning, the atmosphere was already thick with intimacy. But just then, a soft sound came from the next room, snapping Kaguya back to reality. She quickly grabbed the blanket and pulled it over Origami, hiding her, before vanishing in a flash of black light. Kaguya had barely used her Yamatsu Hirasaka teleportation technique when the door swung open, and a girl with long black and purple hair stepped out. Toka Yatagami. She glanced around, puzzled by the empty sofa, then sniffed the air near it with a confused look on her face. "What's that smell? It wasn't here yesterday." At the same time, Yoshino emerged from her room, adorably yawning as she headed for the bathroom to wash up. "The food will be ready soon, just wait a little longer," Kaguya's voice called from the kitchen. Kaguya breathed a sigh of relief. Last night had certainly been wonderful, especially the sensation of that soft body beneath her, but it wouldn't be great if they were caught. After all, it wasn't exactly something suitable for kids like Yoshino to witness. Then there was Toka, the hot-headed girl prone to jealousy, who would definitely cause a scene. Now that Kaguya thought about it, she and Toka hadn't known each other for very long, but Toka's affection for her seemed unusually high. Maybe it was because Toka didn't have many friends and was afraid of losing the ones she had, leading to such intense reactions. Kaguya figured that made sense. She doubted Toka had developed any deep romantic feelings for her in such a short time. "Darling, is breakfast ready?" The sweet voice startled Kaguya so much she nearly dropped her spoon. Turning around, she saw Toka standing behind her. "What are you doing here?" Kaguya asked, a headache forming. "And what's with calling me darling?" "Huh?" Toka tilted her head, confused. "Why can't I call you that? I saw it on TV, people do that all the time. And you just believe everything on TV." Kaguya replied, exasperated. Why not learn something else from it? Something else? Toka pondered for a moment, then leaned in and kissed Kaguya on the cheek with a mischievous giggle. I learned this too. Kaguya froze in place, feeling like she'd been struck by lightning. At that moment, the door opened, and a fully dressed Origami Tobiichi stepped out of her room. Surprisingly, instead of heading toward the kitchen where Kaguya was, she walked into the living room as if she didn't see Toka Yatagami at all. Seeing Origami's actions, Toka raised her head proudly and let out a smug humph before saying, she's my darling now too, how about that? Feeling defeated. Idiot, Origami replied flatly, her expressionless face unchanging. You achieve one small thing and think you're so great, but compared to others, it's a trivial accomplishment. It's truly pitiful how unaware of your insignificance you are. What did you just say? Toka snapped, anger rising as she felt slighted. Did you not understand? As expected of a brainless amoeba, what I'm saying is probably too profound for you, Origami continued her venomous criticism with a perfectly serious tone. But since you're so ignorant, let me enlighten you a bit more. Do you even know the duties of a wife? Duties of a wife? Toka blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding. What duties? Sigh. You really are clueless. You're just a child who doesn't know anything, Origami said calmly, her tone condescending. Meanwhile, I have fulfilled them. You'll never understand. What are the duties of a wife? Toka asked urgently, now completely ignoring Origami's taunts as curiosity took over. Well, since you're so sincerely asking, I'll kindly tell you, Origami cleared her throat, adopting a serious tone. The duties of a wife are. Before she could finish, Kaguya quickly reached out, covering Origami's mouth to stop her from saying anything further. If she let Origami finish that sentence, things would definitely spiral out of control in the house. Ahem, Kaguya coughed lightly and said, this isn't something you should hear right now. Let's leave it for later. Why later? Toka asked, still confused, looking at Kaguya suspiciously. Her expression fell slightly, and she murmured, so it's true. No, not at all. Kaguya quickly clarified, don't listen to her nonsense. Origami pulled Kaguya's hand away slightly and said, I wasn't talking nonsense. Before she could say more, Kaguya swiftly swatted her backside with a sharp smack, leaning in to whisper threateningly in her ear, if you keep talking, I'll punish you. Hearing Kaguya's warning, Origami's face flushed slightly, a rare blush spreading across her pale cheeks. She turned her head away awkwardly and remained silent, evidently recalling something that made her more compliant. However, Toka had already noticed the little exchange, and her face showed a slight hint of sadness. It was as if she felt left out, with a sour feeling rising in her chest, making her feel uncomfortable. Sensing Toka's mood, Kaguya walked over and, to Toka's surprise, took her hand with a smile. Let's eat first. You must be starving, right? I made some soybean flour bread just for you. I hope it's to your liking. Really? Toka's eyes lit up instantly at the mention of soybean flour bread. All her previous frustration seemed to vanish in an instant. Is there really soybean flour bread? Of course. Kaguya smiled, patting Toka's head. Because the bakery didn't open until 10 a.m., there was no way to buy soybean flour bread in the morning, which had led to Toka grumbling for days. To fix this, Kaguya had even bought an oven so she could make the bread herself. Finally managing to calm Toka down, Kaguya breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing their meal, Kaguya set out for a jewelry store to sell her diamonds, intending to exchange them for cash. After all, she had plenty of expenses to cover, and most importantly, she needed to buy a bigger house. She couldn't keep sleeping on the living room couch, and the proximity to the AST base was becoming a liability. If the spirited girls in her house started acting up, they could end up attracting the entire AST unit. That would be a real mess. Kaguya could already imagine the scene of an entire AST fleet swarming over her house like a plague of locusts. Moving house was clearly the only solution. The morning streets were already bustling, filled with office workers hurrying to their jobs and students rushing to school. Their busy, hurried demeanor made Kaguya recall her own school days, where she too had been constantly on the go. What? Why was Kaguya so busy even back in elementary school? Well, that's because poor Kaguya had to walk an hour to get to school, and she was late many times because of it. It really had been a miserable experience. Just as Kaguya was lost in reminiscing, she suddenly froze, sensing something. Turning her head, she saw a small girl lurking suspiciously in a corner of the street. The girl was wearing a strange mage-like hat, ragged orange clothes, and a pair of lantern-shaped shorts with suspenders. Her socks were mismatched in length and color, orange and black, and she wore a pair of pointed shoes. What kind of kid dresses like that? Could she be a beggar? Kaguya wondered to herself. But when Kaguya got a closer look at the girl, her interest waned. The girl's hair was unkempt, her face unnaturally pale, not the healthy fairness of normal skin but the sickly whiteness of someone who never saw the sun. Her features were decent, but her frail body severely detracted from her appearance. Looks like a beggar, huh? Kaguya thought no more of it and continued walking toward the jewelry store, which should have been open by now. As Kaguya averted her gaze, the little girl seemed to sense something. She turned her head to look at Kaguya, and when she saw her face, she froze. A moment later, a sickly flush crept across the girl's pale cheeks, and a sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 500, The Super Ojusama. Kaguya stood before a towering skyscraper, its structure soaring dozens of stories high. The massive building gleamed under the sunlight, with its glass windows reflecting the rays, adding to the grand, modern urban charm. This was the largest jewelry store in the city, part of a global chain known for its exquisite craftsmanship. It was the go-to destination for wealthy elites worldwide to purchase luxury jewelry. But Kaguya wasn't here to buy anything, she was here to sell. As she stepped inside, the interior was lavishly decorated, with plush velvet carpets, intricately carved pearwood furniture, gold-plated wall decorations, famous oil paintings, and enormous crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The overwhelming opulence almost suffocated with its extravagance. To Kaguya, however, this place reeked of nothing but the tastelessness of a nouveau riche. The gaudy decor felt vulgar, as if a country bumpkin had tried to cram every expensive thing they could find into one room, only to end up with something garish and unrefined. No sooner had Kaguya stepped through the door than a smiling saleswoman greeted her warmly. "Welcome. How can I assist you today? Perhaps I could offer some suggestions to make your shopping experience more enjoyable." The salesperson's enthusiasm practically radiated, and Kaguya found it a bit overwhelming. It was no wonder, though. In the salesperson's eyes, the silver-haired girl before her was strikingly beautiful, so much so that describing her as a beauty that eclipses the moon and flowers didn't seem like an exaggeration. Her elegance and grace were impeccable, far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. With years of sales experience, the woman had quickly pegged Kaguya as the young lady of some affluent family, out for a leisurely shopping trip. Only a family of immense wealth could cultivate someone with such refinement. To the salesperson, people like Kaguya were a golden opportunity. Aristocratic families often spent extravagantly without a second thought, and the prospect of a hefty commission was tantalizing enough to make the saleswoman eager to please. Meanwhile, outside the store, 3 schoolgirls stood by the window, gazing enviously at the jewelry inside. "I wish I could buy jewelry from a place like this one day," sighed the tall, blonde-haired girl. "Yeah, but everything inside is so expensive," added the brunette beside her. "I wonder when I'll ever save up enough. It'd be nice to afford something for my wedding." "They sure make it hard to feel like you belong, huh?" the black-haired girl with glasses muttered softly. Suddenly, their gazes shifted, and they spotted the silver-haired girl inside the store. "It's her again," said the blonde. "I've seen her hanging around that genius from AST. They seem really close. I heard she's the daughter of some super-rich family," the brunette added, her tone filled with admiration. "Only someone like that could just waltz into a place like this and buy whatever they want. It's so enviable." "It really makes you not want to get too close," the girl with glasses murmured. Inside the store. "What? You're not here to buy anything?" the saleswoman asked in surprise. "That's right," Kaguya nodded calmly. "I never said I was here to shop." The saleswoman's demeanor shifted slightly, though she maintained her professionalism and didn't walk away. "Is there something else I can help you with?" she asked, though her tone had lost much of its earlier warmth. "I'd like to sell something," Kaguya said with a smile, "if your store buys such things." "I'm sorry," the saleswoman responded, her tone polite but formal, "we don't purchase jewelry from customers. All of our materials come from renowned sources around the world, so we don't have a program for buying back jewelry. I hope you understand." The meaning behind her words was clear, essentially telling Kaguya to take her business elsewhere, as they weren't interested in low-quality goods. "Oh, I see," Kaguya said. "What about these?" She pulled something from her pocket and held it out in her palm. The saleswoman, already growing a bit impatient, had begun to mentally dismiss Kaguya as a fraud. Her earlier hopes of making a big sale had all but evaporated. But just as she was about to excuse herself, her eyes fell on what Kaguya was holding, and she froze. In Kaguya's hand were several egg-sized stones, gleaming with dazzling brilliance. The light from the store reflected off them, casting sparkling rays around the room. "Is this?" The saleswoman's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched on her face. "That's right," Kaguya said, her lips curving into a smile. "These are diamonds." When Kaguya finally emerged from the jewelry store, it was nearly noon. The diamonds she had brought were incredibly large, even on a global scale, such stones were rare. As a result, the store had to call in a professional appraiser to verify their authenticity. After waiting several hours for the appraiser to arrive, the expert confirmed that Kaguya's diamonds were indeed the real deal, leaving both the appraiser and the staff utterly astonished. Even the appraiser, with decades of experience, had never seen diamonds of such size and clarity. The saleswoman, who had been skeptical at first, was left speechless. It turned out she had misjudged Kaguya entirely. This silver-haired girl was indeed from a powerful, wealthy family. No ordinary person could casually pull out such priceless items as if they were nothing but ordinary stones. In the end, Kaguya successfully exchanged her diamonds for a sizable amount of money. Due to the sheer value of the transaction, the store issued her a special black card, granting her access to their elite membership. They also gave her a beautiful card that offered Super VIP privileges. Super VIP. Kaguya looked curiously at the intricately designed card in her hand. Is this by any chance related to Ma Huateng's business? She remembered how she had once been swindled by Ma Huateng's company, losing several months' worth of living expenses and being forced to scrape by afterward. Holding a grudge over that, Kaguya tossed the card away without a second thought as soon as she stepped outside the store. This casual act only solidified the saleswoman's belief that Kaguya was indeed from an elite family. An ordinary person would have guarded that card with their life, but Kaguya discarded it as if it were worthless. As Kaguya strolled down the street, examining her new bank card, a small figure suddenly came rushing toward her, colliding with her head-on. Kaguya, caught off guard, almost stumbled from the sudden impact, while the small figure that collided with her was sent tumbling to the ground, appearing to have taken quite a hard fall. Sorry about that, Kaguya said, extending her hand to help the small girl up. But when she saw the girl's face, she paused for a moment and said, "It's you." The pale-faced, disheveled girl in front of her was none other than the scruffy child Kaguya had seen earlier on the street. She hadn't expected to run into her again here. You can see me." The little girl blinked in surprise, her big eyes wide with disbelief. "What kind of nonsense is that? Of course, I can see you. Are you some kind of ghost?" Kaguya replied, a bit speechless. The strange girl's already pale face turned even whiter, and without another word, she backed up a few steps before turning and bolting away in a flash. Watching the girl flee, Kaguya felt a bit bewildered. Kids these days really were getting more and more ill-mannered, not even bothering to apologize after bumping into someone. But she didn't give it much thought and continued on her way home. What Kaguya didn't realize, though, was that this seemingly insignificant encounter would lead to a huge headache for her later on. For now, Kaguya planned to stop by the supermarket to pick up some groceries, thinking she could prepare a nice meal for the girls back at home. Though she had made some fairly elaborate meals before, her limited funds had restricted what she could cook. But now that she had money, there was no need to be as frugal anymore. After selling the diamonds, her black card had been loaded with millions, or maybe even billions, but Kaguya hadn't paid much attention to the exact amount. As long as it was enough to cover her needs, she figured it would be a while before she ran out. Just as Kaguya was about to enter the supermarket, she received an urgent notification from AST. The message explained that due to some internal adjustments, all personnel were required to return to the base for reassignment, and work tasks would be redistributed. Kaguya thought it over for a moment. She didn't really want to go, but then again, even though she was technically part of AST, she had been absent for more than half of the time, skipping out on duties more often than anyone else. Given that the situation seemed fairly urgent, she decided it might be better to check things out. Turning away from the supermarket, she headed towards the AST base. When she arrived at the AST headquarters, something felt off. It was unusually quiet, too quiet. There wasn't the usual bustle of activity, and what was even stranger was that the security checkpoint staff were nowhere to be seen. Even the guards who usually patrolled the perimeter were missing. By now, it was almost noon, which should have been the lunchtime break. Yet, instead of the usual lively training grounds, the place was eerily empty, with not a single person in sight. Kaguya furrowed her brow, then suddenly seemed to realize something. A smile tugged at her lips, and she called out loudly, "All right, come out. There's no need to hide, I can see you." As soon as her voice echoed through the air, the deafening roar of rushing wind filled the sky. Countless figures appeared overhead, blotting out the sun like a swarm of locusts. They were the AST members, fully armed and equipped with their realizer units, automatic rifles in hand, all aimed directly at Kaguya below. "So, you really are a spirit," said Ryoko Kusakabe, her eyes locked onto Kaguya as she pointed her gun at her voice heavy with accusation. "Looks like I've been found out," Kaguya said, scratching her head, but her face was bright with a dazzling smile. In hindsight, it made sense. The only ones who knew her true identity were Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and her team, as well as the people from DEM. The DEM Corporation had even tried to use her identity to blackmail her recently, but they ended up getting a good beating for their trouble. "What's your purpose for being here?" Ryoko demanded, her voice tense. "You already have your suspicions, don't you? Why bother asking me?" Even when faced with such an overwhelming force, Kaguya remained unfazed, her smile never wavering. You infiltrated this place under false pretenses, so you must have some hidden agenda, Ryoko said, suppressing her growing anger. Why would you do something like this? Well, since you've already made up your mind, I guess I'll come clean, Kaguya shrugged and smiled mischievously. Yes, I did trick all of you. My goal was to cause chaos, to destroy AST. I just didn't expect to be found out so soon. What a pity. No. I can't believe it, a soft voice suddenly cut through the tension. Kaguya turned to see a petite, sweet-looking girl with twin pigtails and lovely features. It was Mikey Okamine. Oh, Mikey, Kaguya said with a gentle smile. Sorry, but you were just a pawn for me. It's a shame I got exposed this early. I had hoped to use you to infiltrate AST's special unit, but I guess that plan's down the drain now. How could you? Mikey's eyes welled with tears, her face going pale from the shock. The innocent girl had clearly never expected to be betrayed in such a way. Why did you do this? Ryoko's voice was full of fury. Didn't we treat you well? Why would you betray us like this? A mocking smile spread across Kaguya's lips as she chuckled lightly. Seems you've forgotten the truth about who we really are. The truth? Ryoko was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Kaguya let out a derisive laugh. Did you forget who I am? I'm a spirit, and you're humans. How could you not understand something as basic as that? Only then did it dawn on them. Perhaps Kaguya had seemed so normal most of the time, blending in so well with the humans around her, that they had all but forgotten the fact that she was, after all, a spirit. I see now, Ryoko lifted her head, her voice grim. I was too naive before, but not anymore. All units, prepare for battle. Yes, ma'am, came the immediate reply. The moment Ryoko's command rang out, the crisp sound of rifles being loaded echoed across the base. The AST members chambered their rounds, their guns all trained on Kaguya. Do you really think you can defeat me? Kaguya asked, her beautiful face twisting into a sly smile. If you want to defeat me, you'd better come back in 10,000 years. Her arrogant tone clearly enraged Ryoko. Her face flushed with anger as she shouted, attack. The instant she gave the order, the sharp crackle of gunfire erupted. Muzzle flashes lit up the sky as a torrent of bullets was unleashed, forming a steel curtain that rained down toward Kaguya like a relentless storm. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 501, The Girl's Screams. Boom. 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 Amid the deafening explosions, Kaguya's position was engulfed in a sea of fire. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, followed by a barrage of missiles and artillery shells. The ground beneath her feet was ravaged beyond recognition, debris flying, thick smoke billowing into the air, filling it with the heavy scent of gunpowder. Cease fire. Ryoko Kusakabe commanded with a wave of her hand, and the gunfire abruptly halted. The once solid ground had been blasted into a barren, scorched wasteland, fires raging across the surface. Thick black smoke rose high into the sky, obscuring vision, while the pungent smell of burning filled the air. Did we get her? One of the AST members asked hesitantly, turning her head. The intense heat of the flames had rendered the infrared scanners useless, making it impossible to determine if anyone remained inside. Impossible, Ryoko scoffed, her voice stern. She's the most dangerous spirit the world has ever seen. There's no way she could be taken down so easily. You're absolutely right, a soft, mocking voice drifted out from the thick smoke. How could I, of all people, be defeated by a ragtag bunch like you? That would be way too embarrassing. Emerging from the smoke was none other than Kaguya, her silver hair flowing gracefully. Not a single scratch marred her flawless skin, and she appeared completely unscathed, just as she had before the attack. The only difference was that instead of her usual clothing, she was now dressed in AST's Realizer unit armor. How did you? Ryoko's expression faltered, clearly recognizing the AST equipment Kaguya was wearing. Good food must be savored slowly to fully appreciate its flavor, Kaguya smiled lightly. The same goes for all of you. If I defeated you too quickly, it would be far too boring. You talk like you've already won, Ryoko scoffed, gripping her assault rifle tightly, aiming it squarely at Kaguya. Let's see if you can escape our encirclement first. Fire. At her command, an even more intense hailstorm of bullets descended upon Kaguya, like a tidal wave threatening to swallow her whole. You people never learn, do you? Kaguya smiled faintly, a look of feigned helplessness on her face. Do you really think this kind of pitiful attack is going to bring me down? If that's all you've got, then it's a waste of my time. As she spoke, Kaguya stomped her foot, and the ground beneath her cracked like a spiderweb, fissures spreading in all directions. At the same time, her realizer unit activated, releasing a powerful jet of energy from her back. With both forces propelling her forward, Kaguya shot into the air like an arrow, hurtling toward the AST members at lightning speed. The AST members were caught off guard, their eyes widening in shock as they instinctively pulled the triggers of their rifles. A relentless stream of bullets poured toward Kaguya, forming a metallic torrent in the air. Just as the bullets were about to strike her, a translucent hexagonal barrier appeared around Kaguya, the realizer unit's defensive ability, territory field, springing to life. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the territory field, showering it with sparks, but the shield remained completely intact. Even the explosive force of the missiles failed to penetrate its defense. By then, Kaguya had already plunged into the midst of the AST formation, her hand gripping her light sword. A playful smile curved her lips as she swung the sword effortlessly, creating a cascade of sword shadows in the air. Blades of energy shot from the weapon, forming beams of light that streaked through the sky like rainbows. The AST members, now in complete disarray, scrambled to defend themselves. They hastily discarded their assault rifles and drew their own light swords to block Kaguya's attack, but it was already too late. With a quick flick of her wrist, Kaguya disarmed the girl in front of her, sending her light sword flying from her hand. In the same motion, Kaguya closed the distance, delivering a swift chop to the back of the girl's neck. The girl's eyes went blank, and her body went limp as she fell from the sky. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept toward Kaguya from behind. Without even looking, Kaguya spun around and unleashed a flurry of sword shadows, deflecting the attack with ease. In the same instant, she kicked out with her leg, landing a solid blow on the next girl's rear. The girl let out a yelp as she was sent tumbling through the air. Just as Kaguya was between strikes, another AST member seized the opportunity. Her realizer unit roared to life, propelling her forward at high speed. Gripping her light sword tightly, she lunged at Kaguya's exposed back. Seeing Kaguya make no move to react, the girl's heart leapt with excitement. She thought she had finally caught the powerful spirit off guard and would be able to take her down. But before her sword could land, Kaguya suddenly turned around, smiling brightly. With a mere flick of her finger, the girl's light sword shattered into countless fragments. Her face drained of color as panic set in. What was meant to be a sneak attack had turned into a deadly trap. Watching the silver-haired girl's sword slash toward her, she felt her heart stop. Her mind was consumed with a single thought: I'm going to die. Just as the sword was about to pierce through her, another light sword intercepted it, blocking the attack. Clang! The deafening clash sent the girl flying backward from the shockwave, but thankfully, she remained unharmed. Captain, the AST girl exclaimed in relief, realizing it was Ryoko Kusakabe who had come to her rescue. Oh. Kaguya let her sword hang loosely at her side, smiling with faint amusement. Impressive, Captain Ryoko. To block my strike, quite a rare feat. Spare me the flattery, Ryoko sneered, though her confidence was a facade. If that's the best you can do, then you've really disappointed me. Despite her bravado, her hands were still tingling from the sheer force behind Kaguya's blow. Is that so? Kaguya's smile grew more wicked as a hint of malice glinted in her eyes. Well then, let's see just how many of them you can protect. Before Ryoko could react, Kaguya vanished in a blur of light, her movements too fast to track. In an instant, she appeared before another AST member. The girl, panic-stricken, raised her light sword to defend herself, but Kaguya's speed was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the sword slashed toward her, and the girl braced herself for the worst. Wait, nothing happened, the girl murmured, surprised that she felt no pain. It was only when she looked down at herself that she realized, to her horror, that she had been stripped down to nothing, left completely exposed like a lamb. And she wasn't the only one. Within moments, Kaguya had darted through the AST formation, turning several unsuspecting girls into bare, helpless little lambs. Oh. Screams of panic echoed through the air as the AST girls, now stripped and humiliated, began plummeting from the sky like a shower of falling stars. Well, isn't that quite the spectacle, Kaguya, the orchestrator of their misery, shamelessly commented, watching the scene unfold before her. Thankfully, several AST members quickly flew over to catch the little lambs, preventing them from being smashed into pieces upon impact. However, no one dared to approach Kaguya again, keeping their distance for fear of becoming the next little lamb. Go. Ryoko Kusakabe commanded, drawing her laser sword and assuming a battle stance. But, Captain. An AST member next to her displayed a timid expression. It wasn't that they were afraid of fighting, but the prospect of such a humiliating defeat was unnerving. Useless. Are you scared off by this small challenge? Ryoko Kusakabe shouted angrily. Nevertheless, the AST girls exchanged hesitant glances, still somewhat fearful and reluctant to move forward. Gritting her teeth, Ryoko Kusakabe activated the jets on her back, propelling herself forward at high speed while swinging her laser sword, aiming at the seemingly defenseless Kaguya. Just as her sword was about to pierce Kaguya, the latter seemed to have anticipated the attack. With a faint smile, Kaguya casually waved her arm, sending her long sword flying through the air, clashing with the oncoming blade. Boom. A dull thud resounded as Ryoko Kusakabe felt a massive force travel through her sword, nearly losing her grip on the laser sword in her hand. Fortunately, she managed to hold onto it, but she was forced to retreat more than 10 meters before stopping. Her pupils contracted in shock. She had just put all her strength into that strike, yet Kaguya had easily deflected it. And this was without using her spirit power. If Kaguya was this powerful without using her spirit power, the consequences of her actually using it would be unimaginable. No wonder she was so arrogant and confident in her victory. This battle was going to be tough, Ryoko Kusakabe thought to herself. What she didn't know was that Kaguya wasn't even a spirit, so where would she get spirit power from? So, has the captain personally come to the front lines? Kaguya said with a smirk, holding the laser sword as she gazed at the distant AST girls. How disappointing. So many of you, yet only the captain has the courage to stand up. Maybe it's time for the AST unit to disband, lest you become a laughingstock. Don't underestimate us. I can defeat you on my own, Ryoko Kusakabe shouted angrily. With a roar, her jet thrusters flared to life, propelling her rapidly toward Kaguya. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of her opponent, gripping her laser sword with both hands and slashing downward with all her might. Clang. Sparks flew as Kaguya effortlessly blocked Ryoko's full-force attack with one hand. Chuckling, she remarked, if all of you had attacked together, you might have stood a chance. But it seems your team is full of pretty but useless vases. Don't insult my subordinates. Ryoko Kusakabe shouted furiously. Fueled by Kaguya's words, Ryoko's power surged as her jetpack roared louder, and the laser sword in her hands flared even brighter. Biting her lip, she lunged toward Kaguya, swinging her sword with such speed that it left afterimages, raining down a relentless barrage of attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The flurry of blows hammered against Kaguya's sword, sending sparks flying everywhere. Ryoko's frenzied attacks were so intense that they seemed to suck the air out of the room. In her rage, she had surpassed her usual limits, unleashing power far beyond her normal capacity. Against anyone else, the storm of sword strikes would have been overwhelming. Unfortunately for Ryoko, her opponent was Kaguya. It looks like you've reached your limit, Kaguya said, a hint of admiration in her eyes. You're nearly at the level of a spirit, which is impressive. But, it's still too weak. Kaguya's beautiful eyes gleamed as she spoke, and with a sudden burst of speed, she vanished from Ryoko's sight. A powerful sense of danger surged behind her. Ryoko's pupils shrank, and she quickly turned to defend herself. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the air as Ryoko barely managed to block Kaguya's sword, but the force of the blow left her arms numb, and her hands trembled uncontrollably as she gripped her laser sword. Oh, you managed to block it. Kaguya said with a hint of surprise before a smile played on her lips. Let's see how many more you can block. With that, Kaguya's sword flashed toward her again. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of clashing blades filled the air, Kaguya's attacks coming like an unstoppable tide. Sparks flew as her strikes pounded against Ryoko's sword, gradually dimming its glow. Despite the relentless onslaught, Ryoko gritted her teeth and held on. Finally, with a sharp crack, Ryoko's laser sword could no longer withstand the strain and shattered into pieces, scattering in the wind. At the same time, a cold gleam flashed as Kaguya's sword streaked toward Ryoko's neck. Ryoko's pupils shrank, her mind going blank. So unwilling. I'm so unwilling. I was supposed to go on vacation in a few days, enjoying a gourmet all-you-can-eat tour of the 13 secret springs, drinking my favorite beer. How could this be happening? In her final moments, Ryoko Kusakabe's mind wasn't filled with thoughts of battle but of soaking in a hot spring. But just as she braced for death and closed her eyes, the expected pain never came. She wasn't dead. Ryoko hurriedly opened her eyes, confused and disoriented, trying to grasp what had happened. I'm still alive. Yet, the warm breath tickling her ear made her body freeze in place. Did you think you were dead, Captain? Kaguya's voice whispered in her ear, her hot breath brushing against Ryoko's skin. How could I bear to kill such a beautiful girl like you? Ryoko was stunned. Only now did she realize that she was completely naked, and her large, white breasts were being squeezed and kneaded by Kaguya's hands, changing shape under her fingers. One hand was even moving down her belly toward. Ryoko's delicate face flushed bright red, as if boiling water were about to burst out of her skin. She wanted to struggle, but her body was as stiff as wood, immobilized as if by a spell, unable to move a single finger. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 502, The Sudden Girl. However, at that moment, a dazzling light came from behind, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, as if a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Kaguya's back. Clang. A crisp sound echoed, and sparks flew. Two figures clashed for a moment before separating. In the nick of time, Kaguya swung her arm to deflect the attack, but what surprised her was the ferocity of the strike, which, despite catching her off guard, managed to push her back some distance. Although Kaguya wasn't taking things seriously, the fact that her opponent could force her back was remarkable. Since when did the AST unit have someone this powerful? When Kaguya looked up, she saw a petite figure in blue hovering in the air. The girl had a blue ponytail, deep brown eyes, delicate features, and smooth skin. Beneath her left eye was a small beauty mark. Mana Takamiya, Kaguya said, slightly surprised upon seeing the girl in front of her. She had been with the AST unit for some time and had met Mana several times at the base, so she recognized her. She knew that Mana was the younger sister of the protagonist, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, from the original story. Although Mana being sent by DEM to the AST unit was unexpected, it wasn't entirely unreasonable for her to appear here. You know me? Mana Takamiya lowered her laser sword and asked curiously, I don't think I know you. Are you the spirit causing destruction? If nothing else, I guess I'm the one you're referring to as the destructive spirit, Kaguya said, holding her laser sword and smiling. So, do you have a problem with that? Another spirit, huh? Mana's elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why do you spirits always come out to cause trouble? It's really annoying, you know. Don't you realize how much of a nuisance this is for me? A nuisance? Kaguya blinked curiously. Isn't it? Mana's lips curled into a smirk, and she hummed softly, because now, I'll have to eliminate all of you, and that's going to make things very troublesome for me. Oh. Kaguya chuckled. You're small, but you sure talk big. What? Aren't you afraid I'll strip you naked and spank you? I'm not afraid, because... A confident smile appeared on Mana's still childish face. You're about to die. As soon as her words fell, she moved in an instant, appearing right in front of Kaguya. The laser sword in her hand shot forward like lightning, piercing straight into Kaguya's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. A beautiful woman like you, but you're surprisingly dumb, Mana remarked, showing no concern for the blood sprayed on her face. She pushed the sword in even deeper without hesitation, the pure smile on her delicate face turning eerily sinister against the backdrop of blood. Not far away, Ryuko Kusakabe, who had just been saved by Mana, stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. The silver-haired girl who had humiliated her moments ago had just been killed by Mana Takamiya. As expected of the girl DEM called a magical genius. When Mana Takamiya had first arrived at the AST unit, Ryuko Kusakabe had been skeptical, thinking that no matter how impressive this little girl was, she was still just a child and didn't need to be here. Now, she realized how wrong she had been. Well, I almost got killed there. Suddenly, a warm voice whispered in Mana's ear. It was Kaguya's voice. At the same time, Mana felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Looking down, her pupils contracted sharply. A pale, delicate hand had slipped through the gap in her equipment and was now groping her chest. Instinctively, Mana swung her arm to slash at the hand with her laser sword, but before the blade could land, the hand had already withdrawn. Mana spun around to see a dazzling figure in the distance, smiling wickedly, Kaguya, the very person she thought she had killed. Who would have thought? You look small on the outside, but you're surprisingly soft to the touch, Kaguya chuckled softly, lifting her hand to her nose and giving it a sniff. As expected, Mana's face flushed with anger, her eyes sharpened, and she gripped her laser sword tightly. Spirits like you deserve to be completely eradicated. I'm afraid you don't have the skill, little girl, Kaguya sneered, her eyes gleaming with mockery. It had only been a clone that Mana killed. While Kaguya wasn't seriously hurt, she was a bit surprised by Mana's sheer strength, which was powerful enough to rival that of a spirit. Not only that, but her combat skills were advanced, an impressive feat for a 14-year-old girl, proving just how talented Mana Takamiya really was. Then let's test that. Mana, now fully enraged by Kaguya's teasing, gripped her laser sword tightly. Energy surged from within her, spreading throughout her body, and her equipment hummed as it operated at full capacity, exuding a formidable magical aura. A fierce battle was imminent. However, at that moment, Kaguya's expression subtly changed, her eyebrows twitching almost imperceptibly. She glanced into the distance, then turned back to Mana with a slight smile. I was hoping to play with you a bit longer, but it seems I have something else to attend to. We'll have to continue this another time. What, you're running away? Mana growled, barely containing her fury. How could I run? I'm not one to flee, Kaguya laughed lightly. But you should wash up and prepare to have your butt spanked by me next time. As soon as she finished speaking, Kaguya's finger traced through the air, creating a dark portal in the void. Stop. Don't run. Mana yelled, panicking. Her equipment flared to full power, and she shot forward like lightning, swinging her laser sword down hard at the black portal. But Kaguya had already stepped through, and in the blink of an eye, the portal vanished into thin air. Damn it. Mana's face contorted in frustration for the first time, and she furiously swung her laser sword, splitting the building in front of her in two with a thunderous crash. Biting her lip, she growled, "Next time, I will destroy you." At this moment, it was already late afternoon. The scorching sun was slowly setting, and the temperature gradually dropped. It was neither too hot nor too cold, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere, the perfect time for afternoon tea. However, in Kaguya's apartment, a fierce battle was raging. Boom. 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 Deafening explosions echoed one after another as massive flames roared into the sky, debris flying everywhere, and dust filling the air. The once magnificent apartment had been reduced to rubble, with walls collapsed and the ground littered with wreckage, leaving nothing but desolation in every direction. In the sky above, several young girls were locked in intense combat. On one side were Origami Tobiichi, Toka Yatagami, and Yoshino, on the other were Ellen and Jessica. With a dull bang, Toka Yatagami was struck in the abdomen by a lightning-fast kick from Ellen, sending her flying like a cannonball. She crashed heavily into a distant wall. Ugh! Toka spat out a mouthful of blood as she hit the ground. From a distance, Origami Tobiichi's heart clenched in fear. She hadn't expected Ellen to be so powerful, so much so that even Toka, who was formidable herself, was no match for her. "What are you looking at? Hasn't anyone ever told you not to get distracted in battle?" A mocking voice suddenly came from behind her. Oh no! Origami thought, realizing the danger too late. She quickly turned to defend herself, but Jessica had already circled around to her back. The massive cannon on Jessica's shoulder began to glow with a searing light, and a beam of energy burst forth in an instant. Ah! Origami, caught off guard, was struck by the beam. Her realizer unit's territory field only lasted a few seconds before shattering, and the beam broke through her defenses, hitting her directly. The intense pain made Origami groan as her body plummeted from the sky. "With that kind of strength, you still thought you could challenge me and my scarlet licorice? You're truly overestimating yourself," Jessica sneered, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Jessica's realizer unit was the formidable scarlet licorice. Though extremely powerful, it put a massive strain on the user's body, and several past operators had died due to mental overload. Because of these dangers, the equipment had been sealed away. But now, Jessica had somehow obtained it, and judging by Ellen's expression, it was clear that DEM had allowed it. Watching Origami fall from the sky, Jessica grinned viciously. "Traitor. Collaborating with spirits is unforgivable. I'll punish you by burning you to ashes." As soon as she finished speaking, the cannons on Jessica's shoulders began to glow brightly, gathering a massive amount of energy at the barrel. With a loud blast, a searing beam of light cut through the sky, heading straight for the falling Origami. At that moment, Origami's realizer unit was destroyed, and her territory field could no longer activate. She had no means of defense left, and if that attack hit her, it would be fatal. Origami. Suddenly, a giant snow rabbit appeared, its enormous body positioning itself between the beam and Origami just in time. Boom. An earth-shaking explosion erupted, shards of ice flew in all directions, and steam billowed like boiling water, filling the air with fog and obscuring visibility. What? Jessica's face twisted in anger. It turned out that at the critical moment, Yoshino had appeared, using her angel to block the deadly attack and save Origami. Are you okay? Yoshino asked worriedly as she supported Origami, her face full of concern and panic. She was at a loss for how to handle such a situation, so when faced with this, she became flustered and confused. "So it's you, that useless spirit, hermit. You dare to get in my way." Jessica sneered. "Fine, I'll just take you both out." As she spoke, the Scarlet Licorice Realizer unit opened several pitch-black missile ports, and over 10 missiles shot out, trailing long flames as they hurtled toward the giant snow rabbit. Boom. 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 The deafening explosions rocked the sky as the snow rabbit was blown apart, ice shards flying everywhere. Yoshino's face paled, and her delicate lips trembled in shock. Die. 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 Jessica cackled maniacally as her cannons and missiles rained down in a storm upon the crumbling ice rabbit. Yoshino clung desperately to the unconscious Origami, huddled on the snow rabbit, her eyes welling up with tears. Her voice trembling, she called out, "Kaguya-ne, where are you?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield. "I told you, you're no match for me," Ellen said calmly, approaching Toka with a serene smile on her face. "Or rather, no spirit is a match for me anymore. Your resistance is pointless. If you surrender now, I might spare you some pain." "Never. You're dreaming." Toka growled, struggling to her feet with the help of her sword, Sandalphon. She wiped the blood from her mouth, her breathing heavy but her eyes filled with determination. "I won't lose to someone as arrogant as you." Ellen smirked, letting out a cold laugh. "It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. If you insist on being stubborn, then I'll have to teach you the hard way." As soon as she finished speaking, Ellen swung her arm, and her laser sword slashed through the air like lightning, colliding with Sandalphon. With a deafening crash, Sandalphon shattered under the force, and Toka let out a pained groan as she was thrown into the distance like a rag doll, slamming into the ground. Coughing up more blood, Toka tried to stand, but before she could fully rise, Ellen's laser sword was already pressed against her throat. Do you finally understand the difference in our strength? Ellen sneered. There's no point in continuing. And if you're waiting for her to come, I'd suggest you give up now. She's not coming. Who said I'm not coming? A sweet voice suddenly rang out. Ellen's eyes widened, and she quickly turned to face the direction of the voice. A stunning silver-haired girl emerged from the shadows, her clear, beautiful eyes flashing with cold light. It seems some interesting things happened while I was away, Kaguya said icily, her voice dripping with menace. It looks like some people haven't learned their lesson. It seems I've been too kind lately. But since you're so eager to die, then you shall die. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 503, Timing. Insolent. In a dimly lit room, Ellen's delicate face contorted in anger, recalling her previous humiliation. Gritting her teeth, she said, "This time, I will." Before she could finish, a figure blurred in front of her, moving with lightning speed and closing the distance in an instant. Ellen's eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly raised her laser sword to shield herself. A deafening boom echoed as Ellen was forcefully struck, sent flying back like a cannonball. She was flung high before crashing to the ground and rolling several times, only stopping when she hit a wall. How is this possible? Ellen, sprawled on the ground, looked in shock and disbelief at the silver-haired girl before her. Ellen was currently wearing a specialized realizer unit, one that DEM had upgraded specifically for her. Its enhancements vastly boosted both offense and defense and had drastically increased mana efficiency. For Ellen, who already possessed immense magical power, it was like adding wings to a tiger, and it had allowed her to easily overpower Toka. Ellen had assumed that with her newly upgraded strength, she would be more than capable of defeating Kaguya. But Kaguya's strength had exceeded all her expectations. Even with DEM's custom equipment, she was easily knocked aside. Although her protective shields absorbed much of the blow and prevented fatal injury, she had still been left battered and thoroughly shaken. "Toka, are you all right?" Kaguya approached Toka, helping her up with a look of concern. As she spoke, she placed her hand on Toka's body, her palm emitting a soft white light that healed her wounds. Toka's injuries began to fade visibly. I'm all right now." Being addressed so intimately, Toka blushed a little, her cheeks turning a soft pink. She didn't understand why her heart was pounding or why her face felt so warm at that moment. "Good to hear," Kaguya smiled gently. Looking at the beauty before her, Kaguya's hands couldn't resist lightly grazing Toka's smooth, delicate skin, relishing its silky softness. "Dear." Toka's blush deepened as she called out. Are you in pain somewhere?" Kaguya asked, surprised by the unexpected term of endearment. "No," Toka shook her head gently, blinking her large, bright eyes. "I know now, the duty of a wife." "The duty of a wife?" Kaguya was taken aback. Where was her mind during the battle? How had it wandered to such odd topics? "I understand it now, the duty of a wife is." Toka's face grew warmer as she spoke. "To have a child with you, isn't it?" "What?" Kaguya's eyes went wide, momentarily at a loss for words. "Who told you that?" "I saw it on TV. They all said so." Toka said shyly, clearly finding the topic awkward. Kaguya felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Now she understood why so many parents complained about television corrupting children. If even innocent Toka had picked up on these things, what about all those mischievous kids? "Ahem, we'll talk about this later," Kaguya coughed, trying to change the subject with a forced laugh. "Right now, there's other business to handle. Stay here and wait for me, okay?" Toka nodded obediently, seemingly oblivious to Kaguya's real intent. Kaguya's demeanor changed as she turned to Ellen, her expression darkening as she approached. Each step she took intensified the aura emanating from her until, by the time she stood before Ellen, her presence was almost tangible, a tidal wave of pressure radiating from her. What terrifying killing intent! How many people must one have slain to possess such deadly energy? Ellen thought, her eyes widening with sudden realization. Could she be the one from 30 years ago? Just as Ellen braced herself for a fight, Kaguya's icy expression unexpectedly softened into a bright smile. "Hold on a moment, okay? I'll deal with those other nuisances first," she said, nodding toward the distant sky, where Jessica and the DEM forces were still battling Yoshino and Origami. Ellen was momentarily dumbfounded, unprepared for Kaguya's relaxed approach and unable to respond. Before she could protest, Kaguya kicked off the ground, launching herself like an arrow into the sky. How dare she? Ellen fumed, her anger rising as she realized she was being dismissed so easily. She shouted, "You look down on me. I'm the world's strongest wizard, You wouldn't do anything foolish, would you?" Kaguya suddenly glanced back at her with a playful smile, eyes narrowing. "Or I'll have to teach you another lesson." Although Kaguya's expression was pleasant, a chill ran down Ellen's spine, a wave of cold dread sweeping through her as her body involuntarily shivered. Her defiance faltered, and she swallowed her words. It wasn't until Kaguya was already airborne that Ellen fully regained her composure. Was that supposed to be a threat?" Ellen shouted, trying to mask her unease with forced bravado. "As if I'd be afraid of you." Though her voice trembled, betraying her nerves. "Really?" To Ellen's surprise, Kaguya paused midair, turning back with a dazzling smile. "So, would you like to be taught that lesson now?" Boom, boom, boom. Die, die, die. Jessica's twisted face broke into a vicious grin as she roared with laughter, appearing like a demon from hell as she piloted the scarlet licorice, unleashing unrestrained bombardments on the enormous ice rabbit before her. Under the relentless onslaught of missiles and laser cannons, the ice rabbit's massive body was blown to pieces, with ice chunks of all sizes scattered about. Powerful shockwaves hurled chunks of shattered ice across the ground, creating a scene that resembled a hailstorm. Ah! Yoshino and Origami clung tightly to the ice rabbit, letting out cries of fear as the violent gust buffeted them. Their balance teetered, as if they might slip and fall at any moment. The continuous assault began to push Yoshino's spirit power to its limits, rapidly draining her energy. It was evident that at this rate, the ice rabbit would not hold up much longer. "Still holding on, huh?" Jessica sneered, her crimson eyes locked onto the battered form of the ice rabbit below. "Fine, I'll be generous and end this." "Don't worry, it won't hurt much," she cackled madly. Jessica's twin, dark cannons gleamed, and in an instant, a giant beam of light burst forth, scorching the air as it barreled toward the ice rabbit. The heat distorted the air, demolishing nearby buildings as it passed. Yoshino's spirit energy was nearly depleted, her face flushed and body trembling with exhaustion. Tiny beads of sweat glistened on her forehead as she struggled to maintain control. "Go, leave me," Origami murmured through gritted teeth, barely able to stand on the ice rabbit, her voice weak but resolute. "Don't worry about me." "No." Yoshino's voice, usually so timid, sounded determined as she bit her lip and declared, I won't leave you. Sister promised she'd stay with us. She'll come. I know it." Yoshino clung to her faith that Kaguya would come to save them, just as she had promised. "Oh, so you're still hoping for that bee?" Jessica's hideous face twisted with fury as she laughed. "Perfect. I'll kill her too, right along with you too. Rest assured, I'll make sure you beg for death before I let you die." Jessica's crazed laughter hinted that her mind was long gone. Her single thought was to wash away her previous humiliation in her enemy's blood. Boom. A violent explosion rocked the sky, sending a wave of debris and intense heat sweeping outward, reducing surrounding structures to rubble. Fierce flames rose high as dust and fragments of stone filled the air, casting a haze across the scene. Jessica watched the destruction with satisfaction, until a cold voice suddenly echoed through the swirling smoke. "Sorry, I don't think I heard that correctly. That bee you mentioned wouldn't happen to be me, would it?" As the smoke thinned, a figure appeared, a girl with a cascade of silver hair that shone like moonlight, her face flawless and cold. A spark of wrath flickered within her starlit eyes. Jessica's pupils contracted in horror. "Wani-chan." Yoshino gasped with joy. She'd known Kaguya would come for them, just as she had promised. Origami's strength gave out as relief washed over her, and her vision darkened. She slumped, tumbling from the ice rabbit just as Yoshino cried out in alarm. A figure streaked in like lightning, catching Origami mid-fall. It was Kaguya. Seeing the burns on Origami's back, Kaguya's brow furrowed, her eyes flashing with anger. She gently laid her hand on the wound, channeling a soft white light into her. Under its glow, Origami's injuries visibly healed, the charred skin returning to its natural smooth, white state. Though the physical wounds vanished, Origami's body was still weakened, requiring time to fully recover. Kaguya held Origami close as she landed on the ice rabbit, gently patting Yoshino's head. Smiling, she said, "You did well, Yoshino. You've grown up so much. I'm proud of you." Yoshino's eyes reddened as she gazed at Kaguya's warm smile, nodding as she murmured softly, You promised, Wani-chan, you promised you'd always stay with us. I knew you'd come." Kaguya paused at Yoshino's words, feeling a sudden mix of emotions. When had she become this young girl's source of strength, guiding her moods, bringing her comfort? The thought stirred something deep within her. With a soft smile, Kaguya ruffled Yoshino's hair. "Don't worry. I'll always be here with you. That's a promise." Yoshino nodded vigorously, her usual shyness giving way to a radiant smile. But just then, a massive beam of light shot toward Kaguya's back, streaking through the air like a bolt of lightning, its deadly intent unmistakable. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 504, The Consequence of Not Knowing One's Place. Boom. Before the beam even reached Kaguya, she raised her hand, casually swatting it aside. Jessica stared in utter disbelief, her eyes widening as if she'd seen a ghost. This is impossible, she muttered, unable to comprehend what she'd just witnessed. The Scarlet Licorice, equipped with an oversized laser cannon that was originally meant for aerial warships, should have been overwhelmingly powerful. Even this miniaturized version was far beyond a regular display device. The fact that Yoshino hadn't even stood a chance earlier was proof of its power. But here Kaguya was, brushing it away as if it were nothing. If Jessica hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Some people just don't learn, Kaguya remarked coolly, her gaze chilling as she turned toward Jessica. I was ready to overlook you, but you keep insisting on courting death. It's becoming quite a nuisance. You arrogant little, Jessica's face twisted in fury as she recalled her previous humiliation. Her chest heaved with rage. Do you really think you'll defeat me as you did last time? I'm not the same as before. I'll tear you to pieces. She squeezed the trigger, and multiple dark missile ports on her armor opened, unleashing a barrage of missiles that streaked toward Kaguya, leaving trails of fire behind them. Boom. 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 Missiles struck Kaguya one after another, engulfing her in a cacophony of explosions, fire, and thick smoke. The air was heavy with the scent of burnt fuel. When the smoke cleared, Kaguya stood unharmed, her clothes pristine. Not a scratch marred her calm expression. Is this really all you've got? She chuckled. How pitiful. Enraged by Kaguya's mocking tone, Jessica furiously pulled the trigger again. Rat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun roared to life, spewing a hail of bullets. Streams of light shot forth from the magic-powered cannon, and another wave of missiles followed, creating a wall of destruction, enclosing Kaguya entirely. As the onslaught neared her, a transparent barrier materialized around Kaguya, blocking the attacks entirely. Boom. 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 Bullets, energy blasts, and missiles hammered into the barrier, but it didn't budge. Only sparks and explosions flared up around it, with Kaguya standing untouched in the center, her smirk growing ever more disdainful. You really are a pathetic sight, Kaguya sneered. If this is all you can muster, you might as well just die. In an instant, Kaguya vanished, reappearing right before Jessica. Jessica gasped, caught off guard by Kaguya's speed. Before she could pull the trigger, a fist came down like a bolt of lightning, slamming hard into her stomach. Ugh! Blood spurted from her mouth as pain surged through her. Her eyes bulged, her vision blurring as she fought to remain conscious. How dare you threaten my people? Kaguya's voice was ice cold, her eyes filled with killing intent. Her fist connected again, sending Jessica rocketing through the air. She crashed into a building with a deafening impact, creating a gaping hole in the wall. But Kaguya wasn't done yet. In a flash, she appeared before Jessica once more, landing a fierce kick to her chest. A sickening crack sounded as Jessica's ribs shattered. Blood gushed from her mouth and nose, leaving her slumped against the wall, her limbs limp. Jessica's madness had awakened a deadly resolve in Kaguya. She couldn't risk letting this twisted woman live any longer. Sparing an enemy like Jessica would only be inviting future trouble, and Kaguya was never one to show mercy to those who posed a threat to her loved ones. Kaguya stepped forward, grabbing Jessica by the hair and yanking her up. Now, which hand was it you used to fire those shots? The right hand, if I recall. With that, Kaguya took Jessica's right arm, smirking as she twisted it mercilessly. Crack. Aya. Jessica's scream pierced the air as the bones in her arm snapped. Her limb dangled uselessly, her shoulder and arm now twisted grotesquely beyond repair. Heavy breaths tore through Jessica's throat as sweat drenched her face. The pain was unbearable, and her entire body trembled. Oh, my mistake, Kaguya smiled, feigning an apologetic look. It wasn't your right hand, was it? It was your left. Jessica's eyes widened, and desperation filled her gaze. No, no, please, don't. Don't. Kaguya's smile was demonic. Haven't you heard? When a woman says don't, she usually means do. How kinky. I never would have guessed that about you. Jessica's pleas fell to pieces as Kaguya tightened her grip on her left arm. Crack. Aya. Her agonized scream echoed once more, then abruptly ceased as Jessica slipped into unconsciousness, unable to bear the pain any longer. Kaguya lifted Jessica's head to get a better look, noting her limp, unconscious form with a disappointed sigh. How dull. I thought we'd have a little more fun. She tightened her grip around Jessica's neck and, with a swift, brutal twist, crushed it before tossing her lifeless body to the ground like a discarded doll. Jessica's limbs twisted at unnatural angles, her wide-open, bloodshot eyes staring into emptiness. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, staining the earth a deep red. Now then, Kaguya turned her gaze toward Ellen, a wicked smile playing at her lips. Ellen shivered involuntarily under Kaguya's gaze, fear gripping her heart like ice. In the original story, Jessica's demise came from the intense side effects of the scarlet licorice, the specialized manifestation device she wielded recklessly. Overuse and the resulting backlash in combat ultimately led to her death. Now, though, her end was delivered by Kaguya's own hands, a fitting consequence for someone as vile as she. Besides, it wasn't as though Jessica was exceptionally beautiful. To act this audaciously while lacking the face to back it up was practically asking for death. Perhaps this world truly revolved around appearances. Had Jessica been a bit more attractive, maybe Kaguya would have shown her mercy. But given her looks, Kaguya felt entirely justified in showing none. Now, with Jessica out of the way, there was only one left. Ellen's heart raced as she took in Kaguya's cold stare and remembered the brutal way Jessica had been eliminated. Though Ellen's power far outclassed Jessica's, the ease with which Kaguya had dispatched her was deeply unsettling. Now, Ellen, it's your turn. Kaguya's flawless face held a faint smile. I believe I warned you once before, anyone who dares stand in my way will die without hesitation. Do you remember? You think you can beat me? Ellen sneered, gripping her laser blade tightly, trying to steady herself. I'm not the same as before. Oh, I see. Kaguya raised a brow, understanding dawning on her. No wonder that woman's device seemed so powerful. I take it you've received some special upgrades from the DEM Corporation. But, you know, even if I hadn't killed her, she probably wouldn't have survived past today. She chose this path herself, Ellen retorted, laughing coldly. In fact, her hatred for you ran even deeper than mine. What a shame, Kaguya mocked. Strength isn't built on hatred alone. And no amount of conviction can change the outcome. It's a sad truth, one that some people never understand until their dying breath. In the end, it might even be a mercy to spare her further suffering. Is that a threat? Ellen's grip tightened as she glared at Kaguya. Don't lump me in with that fool. I am nothing like her. That's too bad. Kaguya's lip curled into a wry smile. Because to me, you're no different. Even if you're a larger ant, it doesn't mean I'm about to give you any special treatment. Don't kid yourself. Then let's put that to the test. Ellen gritted her teeth, standing firm. I'll repay every humiliation I've suffered from you 100-fold. Oh, I admire your spirit. Kaguya's smile turned sly, a teasing glint in her eye. If you mean that sort of humiliation, I'd be more than happy to experience it again. At Kaguya's playful tone and the double meaning in her words, Ellen's face flushed with anger. Biting her lip, she shouted, just you wait. I'll crush you beneath my feet, humiliate you so thoroughly that you'll beg for mercy. Oh, why does that line sound so familiar? Kaguya chuckled, tapping her chin thoughtfully. She vaguely recalled saying something similar herself in the past. Ellen's face twisted further in anger, mistaking Kaguya's expression for deliberate mockery. With a sharp inhale, she gripped her laser blade and sprang forward with explosive force. As she launched her attack, however, Ellen suddenly realized Kaguya was gone, seemingly vanishing into thin air. A chill of foreboding crept over her. Aren't you a little too quick to resort to violence? A voice whispered hotly in her ear, catching her off guard. Not very ladylike, don't you think, Ellen? Ellen's pupils shrank, startled. She swung her laser blade instinctively toward the voice, only for her wrist to be caught mid-swing. You seemed so confident, I thought you'd made considerable progress. Kaguya's voice was smooth, her breath warm against Ellen's ear. But it seems your equipment may just be shoddy after all. Shall I check you over for faults? Feeling Kaguya's taunting warmth so close, Ellen's mind flashed back to past humiliations. Her fury surged anew, and a torrent of magic flared around her, manifesting in a mighty wave that radiated outward like a tsunami. Trees and foliage around her bowed under the pressure, some ripped from the ground entirely. Yet, despite Ellen's impressive display of force, Kaguya held her effortlessly. Ellen couldn't escape her grasp no matter how much strength she poured into her resistance. Impressive magic, Kaguya remarked with a casual tone. If I had to guess, I'd say you're up to about 1/20th of my own power. 1/20th. Ellen's heart dropped as Kaguya's words registered. The notion that her strength was merely a fraction of this woman's was too much to bear. But as Ellen looked into Kaguya's confident eyes, a sickening realization crept over her, Kaguya wasn't lying. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 505, Let You Go. No way. The power gap between Ellen and Kaguya was staggering, saying Ellen had even a 20th of Kaguya's strength was a stretch. In reality, it wasn't comparable. The forces Kaguya wielded, both the ancient chakra and the current dark energy, held the very essence of the planet, containing unimaginable power. Even when only tapping a fraction of it, this energy far outmatched anything humans could muster. History, as always, seemed to have an eerie way of repeating itself, and this situation felt all too familiar. Ellen's arms were twisted behind her back, her wrists held firmly by Kaguya's unyielding grip. No matter how much she struggled, it was futile, as if she were a small rabbit caught by the ears, unable to escape her captor's grasp. Kaguya leaned in, her warm breath brushing Ellen's ear as she smirked, her expression hinting at mischief. Does this feel familiar? Ellen's eyes widened at the reminder, her face flushing red as she recalled a previous humiliation. She clenched her lips, her struggling becoming even more intense, her wrist red from straining against Kaguya's grip. After enhancing her CR unit display equipment, Ellen had been confident that her power had improved dramatically, enough, she thought, to finally defeat Kaguya. But now, it was clear that the silver-haired girl had been holding back all along. Could Kaguya's strength truly be 20 times hers? How could that even be possible? Attacking while I was away, a convenient timing. And you even managed to rope in the AST and the Japan Self-Defense Force, Kaguya murmured, her fingers tracing Ellen's cheek as she chuckled softly. Someone must have tipped you off. The unexpected question caught Ellen off guard, and she froze before responding nonchalantly, there was no tip-off. We only noticed you thanks to surveillance satellites. Surveillance satellites? Kaguya's smirk widened. Really now, are you sure? Ah. Ellen yelped, startled by Kaguya's sudden grip on her arm, her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of red. Do you really think your outdated DE satellites would catch me? Kaguya scoffed. Those junky little toys of yours haven't got a chance. Even if the sky were full of satellites and drones, Kaguya had taken precautions. She devised a technique upon arriving to shroud herself with energy, effectively blocking all detection signals. Even DE's strongest aerial sensors couldn't locate her presence. I told you, there was no tip-off. Ellen insisted, her voice indignant. Still playing tough, huh? Kaguya whispered into Ellen's ear, her warm breath sending a chill down Ellen's spine. Let's see how long you can hold out. Ah. Ellen cried out in pain, her body trembling under the pressure. Even the world's strongest mage had her limits. Confess now, and I'll spare you some pain. If you keep me waiting, I'll give you the same fate as that Jessica you seem so fond of. Ellen's face was a mask of conflict, her lips pressed tightly together as she considered her options. But Kaguya didn't leave her with much time to think. A sudden jolt of pain sent Ellen's body into shock. Her face went blank, her mind unable to process the overwhelming sensations. So, have you thought it through? Kaguya asked, smiling down at her captive. Just remember, I don't have endless patience. Best to come clean. Otherwise. Her gaze darkened. Your fate will be no different than Jessica's. Ellen's thoughts were scattered, her expression dazed and vacant. For a moment, she seemed to drift off, her mind spinning from Kaguya's words and actions. She had never been treated this way before. Still in a daze. Kaguya tilted her head, studying Ellen's frozen expression with mild curiosity. Maybe the shock was too much, or maybe I broke you. She sighed. That would be a shame. We haven't even caught your informant yet. Ellen's body jerked as though she'd been jolted awake. She looked up, her face flushed. Please, stop, she begged, voice wavering. I'll tell you everything, please, just let me go. Kaguya's smile softened. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? She let out a satisfied sigh. If you'd only cooperated sooner, we could have avoided all this trouble. Ellen exhaled in relief, her shoulders slumping. But as her gaze fell on Kaguya's fingers, her cheeks flushed again. You're saying you don't know what she looks like either. Kaguya's brows furrowed gradually, her tone sharp. Are you trying to fool me? No, Ellen quickly waved her hands, forcing a smile as she replied, how could I possibly deceive you? Then how could you not know what she looks like? Didn't you meet her at the time? Kaguya asked, her gaze fixed intensely on her. We did meet, Ellen said, pinching her chin as if trying to recall something, but it seemed like the appearance she showed us wasn't her real face. How did you know that wasn't her real face? Kaguya immediately zeroed in on the key point. When she came to the DE Company headquarters, she appeared as a woman in her 20s. But when she left DE Company, she had taken on a completely different appearance, Ellen explained. A different appearance? Kaguya asked, slightly taken aback. And what did she look like then? She appeared as a young girl, around her early teens, but her face was obscured by a large, wide-brimmed hat, so we couldn't see her clearly, Ellen answered. A girl in her early teens. Kaguya pondered, pinching her chin thoughtfully. From what she remembered, she didn't seem to have ever offended any bratty kids, nor anyone else for that matter. Typically, anyone who crossed her path or anyone she had issues with had long since been dealt with. One could say Kaguya was indeed someone who acted decisively. Judging from Ellen's serious expression, she didn't seem to be lying. She likely wasn't foolish enough to try deceiving Kaguya at this point, especially since Jessica's body lay nearby, already stiffening. I told you everything. Will you let me go now? Ellen stammered, her voice carrying a hint of fear after all that Kaguya had put her through, leaving her with an almost visible shadow of trauma. Her current timid demeanor was a stark contrast to how she had been before. Of course, Kaguya said with a smile. I told you I would let you go, and I keep my word. Thank you. Ellen barely got the words out before feeling a pang of regret. Why on earth was she thanking this person? It didn't make sense. After all the humiliation she had just endured, she was thanking her captor. It was baffling. Ellen felt a sense of frustration. However, things didn't go as she expected. A mischievous smile played across Kaguya's delicate face, and with a hint of wickedness, she said, I did say I'd let you go, but before that, I also mentioned that I'd have to teach you a good lesson for being so disobedient. You're not keeping your word. Ellen looked at Kaguya's expression and felt a sudden surge of danger, sensing that something bad was about to happen. When did I say I wasn't keeping my word? I'm an honest, trustworthy young lady, Kaguya said as she took slow steps toward her, a slight smirk on her lips. If you know what's good for you, stay still. Otherwise, you might end up enduring a lot of unnecessary pain, and that would be quite inconvenient for me. Don't come any closer. For some reason, seeing the sly smile at the corner of Kaguya's mouth made Ellen panic. You already promised. Indeed, I did. Kaguya narrowed her eyes, smiling as she spoke. Suddenly, Ellen drew her laser sword, pointing it directly at Kaguya. With the sword in hand, a bit of her courage returned, and she felt slightly more in control. Biting her lip, she said, if you come any closer, I won't be polite. Not polite. Kaguya mocked with a laugh. As if you were ever polite to begin with. Such a dishonest girl. As Kaguya continued to approach step by step, Ellen couldn't hold back any longer. She slammed her foot down, activating her realizer unit behind her. A powerful sonic boom burst forth, and with a thunderous roar, Ellen shot toward Kaguya like an arrow released from a bow. Your biggest mistake was not destroying my realizer unit. Now, prepare to die. Ellen shouted, raising her arm as the laser sword blazed to life, descending with the force of wind and thunder. And who told you I didn't destroy it? A smirk appeared on Kaguya's face. Young girl, you're far too naive. Huh. Ellen's expression froze, and her large, beautiful eyes suddenly widened. With a muffled bang, sparks burst from the realizer unit behind her. The damaged device immediately lost power, and even the laser sword was extinguished. And in Ellen's shocked gaze, she suddenly found herself falling forward, practically into Kaguya's arms. Who would have thought Ellen could be so bold and open? Kaguya teased, her arms tightening around her. No, Ellen stammered, still trying to mount one last bit of resistance. But without her realizer unit, she was weaker than even a regular middle school girl and had no strength to resist. Kaguya didn't intend to let her speak further. With a wave of her hand, a grand, luxurious bed appeared on the ground, a splendid piece she had once owned in her former palace, now brought here as well. With a gentle push, Ellen's body was involuntarily laid down on the bed. Just as she clumsily attempted to sit up, Kaguya leaned down, pressing her down firmly by the wrists. This can't be, Ellen panicked completely, twisting and struggling like a fish out of water. Why not? Kaguya smirked devilishly, her hands moving to unfasten Ellen's clothes. Don't worry, I've already set a barrier here. No one will be able to discover us. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to rescue you. No. You can't. Ellen attempted one final struggle. But as Kaguya placed a light kiss near her ear, Ellen's entire body went stiff, paralyzed as if struck by lightning. At this moment, Kaguya's exquisitely beautiful face displayed a satisfied smile as she gently traced Ellen's graceful curves. The touch was soft and resilient, as smooth as the finest silk, making it hard to resist. And so, amidst the desolate ruins, the two girls shared an intensely intimate moment, their voices, a mix of soft sighs and gasps, floating like flute melodies, adding a touch of romance to the atmosphere. For a time, it was as if the world had turned upside down, vibrant and limitless. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 506, Tactical Nuke. In a slightly dim room due to limited lighting, over a dozen researchers in white lab coats were busy at work. At the front of the room stood a massive display made up of more than 10 screens, each showing different footage, some from the air, some from the ground, some from the streets, and even a panoramic view of the entire city, all visible on this enormous monitor. This was DEM Corporation's all-weather surveillance system, with monitoring set up not only throughout the city but also in the skies via floating surveillance drones, which almost entirely enveloped the city streets in a dense web. Initially, these devices were intended to detect spatial quakes, but DE Corporation now used them for other purposes. After all, no one would know, and the AST forces had also been given prior notice. So, they could proceed with their plans openly, as they were doing now. Have you detected the status of the battle location? A white-haired, handsome man walked up to the monitor and asked in a deep voice. This was DEM Corporation's director, Westcott. We have detected it, but... The researcher hesitated slightly. What's the problem? Westcott's brows began to knit together. Director, I think it's best if you take a look for yourself, the researcher replied, pressing keys quickly on the keyboard. The monitor flickered, and the scene appeared on the screen. This is... Westcott's cold eyes narrowed slightly. What appeared on the monitor was not the usual view but a strange sight. At the battle's location, a dense, dark mist blanketed the area, surrounding it completely. Even strong light couldn't penetrate it, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. This is the situation, the researcher said. Shortly after the battle started, this darkness appeared. The surveillance system can't penetrate the mist, and even satellites can't analyze what this substance is. It appears to have the ability to block detection. Westcott's brows furrowed deeply. The unfolding scene had already exceeded his expectations and seemed to be heading in an unpredictable direction, something he absolutely could not allow. Did you deploy autonomous cameras and robots? Westcott asked in a low voice. We deployed them before the battle began, but... The researcher's face held an expression of disbelief. Once they enter the dark mist, they lose contact immediately. Even the beast unit stopped responding after going in. We have no idea what's happening inside, but it seems capable of jamming all signals. Westcott's face darkened ominously, an intimidating presence that even the researchers around him felt, each becoming visibly tense and anxious. What about the executive director? Do we have any updates on her? Westcott asked suddenly, referring to Ellen. We had contact at the beginning, the researcher replied nervously, but after the fight with the spirit intensified, the mist appeared, enveloping them both. Since then, we've heard nothing. Damn it, Westcott ground his teeth, his voice coming out as if forced through gritted teeth. He had never lost his composure in front of his subordinates before. After a while, as his mood seemed to calm, Westcott turned and said in a steady voice, notify Captain Izank and have his aerial fleet move in and prepare for battle. Aerial fleet? The researcher was slightly startled and replied, isn't that a bit excessive if it's just? Do as I say. Westcott spun around, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Why yes, right away. The researcher, shaken by Westcott's glance, broke into a cold sweat and nearly stumbled as he hurried to make the call. Westcott didn't spare him a glance, turning instead to look at the inky fog on the monitor. Ellen, don't let me down. A cold glint flashed in Westcott's eyes. However, Ellen, who bore such high expectations, lay weakly in Kaguya's embrace, her delicate face flushed, her eyes unfocused, and her gaze hazy with tears. Her breath was shallow, her entire body covered in a light sheen of sweat, and her fair skin glowed with a rosy tint, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. At this moment, Ellen had none of the presence of the world's strongest wizard. Instead, she was utterly spent, her body soft and powerless. She couldn't even summon the strength to push away Kaguya's hand from her chest as it kneaded and shaped her softness. With a smirk, Kaguya leaned down and planted a kiss on Ellen's small, sensitive peak, giving a gentle bite. Ellen shuddered as if struck by lightning, as if an electric current surged through her body, sending waves of goosebumps across her skin. A faintly sweet scent, reminiscent of lilies, wafted through the air. As the sky gradually darkened, the sunset slowly dipped below the horizon, the vibrant red clouds fading, and the last rays of daylight disappearing. This battle had indeed wasted quite a bit of time, not to mention draining a fair amount of energy. Lightly pinching Ellen's cheek, Kaguya's mouth curved into a smile. This is your punishment for daring to disturb me. If there's a next time, I'll make sure you can't even cry out. Even if you beg on your knees, I won't let you off. Understood. For a long time, there was no response from Ellen. Kaguya blinked and looked at her face, noticing Ellen's glazed eyes as if she hadn't fully recovered. Could I have broken her? Kaguya scratched her head. That would be no fun. Well, if that's the case, I might as well kill her. It seemed Ellen heard this, for she shuddered and suddenly snapped back to reality, her face flushing deep red. Biting her lip, she weakly pushed against Kaguya, but her body was too exhausted to put up any real resistance. Kaguya chuckled, releasing her understandingly. She tossed a set of clothes to Ellen and leaned in to whisper by her ear, remember what I said, if you dare disturb me again, I'll make sure you suffer so much that you won't even be able to cry. Got it. Ellen left, wearing the clothes Kaguya had given her. Before departing, she turned back, biting her lip and giving Kaguya a long, deep look, her beautiful eyes carrying a subtle, complex emotion. But Kaguya didn't catch her gaze, because as soon as the dark mist surrounding her had dissipated, several figures rushed toward her, nearly knocking her over. Seeing who it was, Kaguya looked surprised and said, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here?" Standing before her were Toka Yatagami, Yoshino, and Origami Tobiichi. Kaguya had instructed them earlier to go find a safe place and hide while she dealt with the rest. But not only had they ignored her instructions, they had stayed and waited for her to come out. Kaguya felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, thankful she'd used her mirror flower, water moon ability to create an impenetrable mist just now. If the girls had seen anything inappropriate, it would have been terrible. What if she corrupted them? What if her heroic image in their eyes was shattered? That is, if Kaguya still had any sort of image left. Toka Yatagami, Origami Tobiichi, and Yoshino all gazed at Kaguya with expressions of delight. Toka's eyes were even red and brimming with tears. Seeing their faces, Kaguya felt a little ashamed. She had been off enjoying herself just moments before. Yet, above all, she felt touched. She hadn't expected them to care about her so much. However. Ahem, could you move your arm just a little? Kaguya's face was tinged with a slightly feverish blush as she managed to say, "You're almost choking me." "Oh, thank goodness you're safe," Toka said, her pale arms wrapped tightly around Kaguya's neck, ignoring her words and clinging on as if she'd never let go. "Loosen up a bit, I can barely breathe." Toka's enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming for Kaguya, as she felt her neck being squeezed uncomfortably. Seeing Toka's actions, Origami's brow twitched in irritation. She strode over, grabbed Kaguya's other arm, and edged herself closer, gently nudging Toka aside. Toka quickly noticed Origami's subtle move, let out a huff, and lifted her chin defiantly, clinging to Kaguya's arm just as tightly. The scene was charming, especially with the soft pressure of their ample chests against Kaguya's arms, creating an intoxicating sensation. However, Kaguya, caught between them, was finding it hard to breathe. Yoshino, meanwhile, was far more reserved. She didn't try to compete for space but stood quietly at Kaguya's side, holding tightly to her clothes with her small, delicate hand, her soft cheeks radiating a gentle smile. Amid this touching scene, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air echoed from a distance, swiftly approaching. Kaguya and the others froze, and in an instant, the object appeared before them. At that moment, its true form became clear, a large missile with a long body and a trailing jet of flame. However, this missile was unlike the previous ones. It was much larger, painted in black, and traveling at an astonishing speed, roughly Mach 10, reaching near hypersonic velocity. Kaguya, however, paid it little mind. No matter how powerful, a missile was still just a missile. Even a ballistic missile with a larger warhead had no effect on her, as high explosives posed no threat to Kaguya. But Origami, upon seeing the missile, froze. Her pupils contracted as she shouted, "A tactical nuke." Before they could react, the missile reached them. Boom. A blinding flash erupted on the ground, illuminating everything like a second sun. The world turned a blank white as light flooded the scene. After the light faded, an ear-splitting roar followed, reverberating throughout the city. The ground trembled, fierce winds howled, and the earth itself rippled like waves. Meanwhile, a massive mushroom cloud rose, billowing with searing flames and thick black smoke. A shockwave swept outwards with an unstoppable force, flattening everything in its path. In mere moments, the entire area had become a wasteland. After the violent explosion, all that remained was desolation. The towering buildings were gone, replaced by broken walls and scattered ruins, still smoldering and filling the air with a choking, burnt odor. At the same time, at an altitude of 20,000 meters, aboard a massive aerial warship. "Captain Izank, isn't it a bit excessive to use a nuclear missile so recklessly?" a nondescript crew member said, looking uncomfortable. "If the AST ground self-defense force finds out, who cares? As long as we eliminate the spirit, a few casualties are nothing," replied the burly captain with a beard, his expression haughty. "Besides, when has anyone fought a war without deaths? If destroying a city is the price for taking down a spirit, so be it." "But, Captain," the crew member replied with a forced smile, "if such statements are leaked, it could spark a major scandal. I ask that you exercise some restraint." Captain Izank seemed to realize his words might have been careless, but he brushed it off casually. "Mind your own business. Now go check the nuclear missile's effects and report to me immediately." "Yes, sir." The crew members busied themselves with their tasks. No spirit could survive a nuclear blast like that, Captain Izank muttered, walking to the control panel with a cigarette in his mouth. He sat in his wide leather chair, sneering, those fools were just too afraid to use nukes earlier. It could have solved everything. What a bunch of useless cowards. "See, Captain." A crew member stammered suddenly. Captain Izank frowned in annoyance. "What's the problem now? Out with it." The crew member swallowed nervously, then turned around and said, "I think you should see this for yourself, sir." "What nonsense." Captain Izenk grumbled as he stood up from his chair, striding over to the monitor. "If this isn't important, you'll regret it." But when he looked at the image on the monitor, his pupils shrank instantly. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 507, Who Gave You That Confidence? The tactical nuclear blast was immensely powerful. Although it was only a tactical nuke with a relatively low yield to limit the affected area and collateral damage, the explosion still wreaked havoc on the city. Most of the neighborhood had been leveled, with remnants of collapsed buildings smoking, while formerly towering skyscrapers were reduced to skeletal remains. Thankfully, civilians had been notified in advance, allowing them to evacuate in time. Without that preparation, the casualties would have been unimaginable. Nuclear weapons are a double-edged sword. While effective in attacking enemies, they can harm allies as well. Captain Izenk was well aware of the severe effects of radiation. Even with advanced technology, it would take considerable time to remove all traces of fallout. Despite these risks, he was resolute in using the nuke. He believed that the spirit, though perhaps uninjured, would be drained from the previous battles, leaving her in a weakened state. This would be the perfect opportunity to capture them, even if it meant sacrificing part of the city. However, what he saw on the display screen filled him with a cold dread. On the monitor in the control room, an exquisite face appeared in the center of the screen, looking directly up as if aware of their presence. Her lips curled into a faint, chilling smile. Normally, Captain Izenk would have admired Kaguya's ethereal beauty, but now, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable terror, as if his very blood had frozen at that moment. He didn't know that this was the effect of Kaguya's ocular powers. Even though he was viewing her through a monitor and not in person, his mind was still affected by the pressure. "Deploy the behemoth unit, all forces mobilize." Izenk commanded without hesitation, gritting his teeth. "Authorize use of any and all available weapons, including new manifestation devices. Dispatch fighter jets and drones, increase artillery support, eliminate every last one of them." "Yes, sir." Having issued this series of orders, Izenk managed to calm down somewhat, leaning back in his chair with the determination to see this through. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the city, they actually used a nuclear weapon, utterly insane. How are they any different from the spirits they're fighting? Origami muttered, biting her lip. Although her face remained expressionless, there was a hint of anger in her voice. Hey. Origami's words instantly drew Toka's ire. Puffing out her cheeks, she retorted, "What do you mean, no different from spirits? I'm not a bad guy. If you people weren't always chasing me, I wouldn't be fighting back. Clearly, you're the ones at fault." "I don't see it that way," Origami replied coldly, turning to face her. "If you spirits hadn't appeared, there'd be no need for AST or the wars, and innocent people wouldn't be dying. Like it's my choice to be here." Toka retorted, flustered. "I didn't ask for any of this, I just suddenly arrived in this place." "Then leave. Go to some remote mountain where no one will bother you," Origami replied while holding Kaguya's arm, her voice devoid of emotion. "Please, live on like a primitive." Did you just call me a primitive?" Toka glared, her anger rising. "And why should I leave? I want to stay with Kaguya." "All right, enough," Kaguya interrupted, rubbing her temples, "or I'll have to punish you both." Origami's face unexpectedly flushed red at the word punishment, her cheeks tinged pink all the way to her ears, as if she'd recalled something significant. Toka blinked, puzzled. "Punish? What kind of punishment?" "Ahem." Realizing her slip of the tongue, Kaguya cleared her throat. "It's nothing. We can talk about that later. Let's deal with our current enemies first." Toka glanced suspiciously between Kaguya and the now silent Origami, feeling an odd sense of unease. But just as she was about to ask more, she noticed black dots appearing on the distant horizon, speeding towards them. Though frustrated, she kept her thoughts to herself. "These are the behemoth units, combat robots with enhanced firepower. I heard DEM recently upgraded them, so be careful. They'll be tougher than before," Origami said, her AST experience providing insight into DEM's weaponry. Origami and Toka assumed combat stances, ready for battle, with even Yoshino showing a rare determination. The behemoth robots halted just short of their targets, raising their thick, heavy barrels and aiming them down at Kaguya's group. With a rumbling sound, countless missiles shot forth, leaving fiery trails as they rained down from above. The sky instantly darkened as the wave of missiles blotted out the sun. Origami and Toka's expressions turned tense, their palms growing sweaty. These behemoth units were no longer the weaklings of the original story, they had been enhanced by DEM. While each robot alone posed little threat, the sheer number made them formidable. Without Kurumi's cloning abilities, evading this barrage was nearly impossible. Seeing the missiles descending with no chance to escape, Origami and Toka braced themselves for a fierce struggle. But then Kaguya smirked, stepping forward with a composed expression. Raising her hand, she said coldly. Such annoying flies. Who gave you the courage and confidence to think you could face me? As her words fell, a dark, purple-tinged sphere appeared in her palm, crackling with electric arcs. The energy was so intense that the very ground around her began to crack and shatter. This was Kaguya's tailed beast ball, or, more accurately, an enhanced version, containing malevolent chakra. It held several times the destructive power of regular chakra, though it came at the cost of greater strain on her body. For the first time, Kaguya was using a tailed beast ball infused with malevolent chakra. Origami, Toka, and Yoshino looked on, stunned. They had known Kaguya was powerful, but they hadn't anticipated she was this powerful. Even Toka, herself a spirit, could feel the oppressive might radiating from the black sphere. She had never sensed anything so overwhelming. Finally, as her companions looked on in awe, Kaguya flicked her fingers, sending the tailed beast ball streaking forward like a comet. It tore through the sky, heading straight for the behemoth units above. With a loud boom, a dark silhouette fell from above, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a large crater with debris and dust flying everywhere. When the dust finally settled, a twisted mass of metal appeared, emitting wisps of black smoke. This was one of the behemoth unit robots that had been in the sky moments before, now reduced to a heap of scrap metal, unrecognizable from its original form. Meanwhile, fiery streaks shot down from the sky like falling stars, one after another, each trailing colorful, vivid flares like a magnificent fireworks display, except that the pungent odor of smoke filled the air. Origami stared wide-eyed at the sight in disbelief. Just moments ago, a single powerful blast had obliterated the entire behemoth unit along with the missiles they'd launched. The robots that took the brunt of that immense energy blast were vaporized instantly, leaving nothing, not even ash. In the sky, the clouds were swept away by this fierce energy, revealing an expanse of clear blue sky. Toka, too, was stunned. The scale of the destruction was far beyond anything a spatial quake could cause. The energy was so vast that it distorted the very space around it. Even her own Sandalphon couldn't produce anything close to this level of devastation. Only Yoshino seemed oblivious to the situation, looking on with a puzzled expression. But even though she didn't fully understand, her unwavering trust in Kaguya left no doubt in her mind. Even if the situation was 10 times more outrageous, she would still believe in her. They thought they could challenge me with such pathetic pawns. I can't tell if they're too confident, too ignorant, or just plain stupid, Kaguya scoffed, looking up at the sky with a disdainful smile. Meanwhile, on the airborne command ship. What? Captain Izank was visibly shaken, momentarily speechless. Are you saying the entire behemoth unit was destroyed? How is that possible? Yes, Captain. The behemoth unit. The operator swallowed nervously and continued. They reached the target's position but were struck by a massive energy beam, and we lost all contact. The satellite radar shows nothing. If nothing went wrong. The operator trailed off, unable to finish. But the implication was clear. If one of their strongest units had gone silent, it likely meant the entire behemoth unit had been wiped out. In normal circumstances, there would have been at least some electronic signal, yet now there was none at all. This can't be. Captain Izank shouted, his face twisted with frustration and disbelief. Wasn't the behemoth unit equipped with manifestation devices? What happened to their personal territory? How could they be wiped out so easily? They were equipped with manifestation devices, and the personal territory was active, the operator stammered, but it seemed to have little effect before. Captain Izank's expression darkened, his hopes plummeting. Securing those advanced weapons had cost him a great deal of effort. If they'd truly been destroyed, it would be a substantial personal and financial loss, and the board would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Just then, a voice rang out in panic. Another crew member rushed over, calling out urgently. Captain. We have a problem. What is it this time? Izank snapped, already on edge. The silver-haired spirit, she's heading straight for the command ship. At her current speed, she'll be here in minutes, the crew member reported, voice shaking. What? Izank paled. That's impossible. We're stationed over 20,000 meters in the air, near the edge of the atmosphere. Even if she's a spirit, she can't possibly reach us here. Captain, look. The crew member hastily turned to the control console, frantically pressing keys. On the monitor, a white figure rapidly approached, speeding through the air toward them. Her velocity was so high that the surveillance cameras struggled to keep pace, and she seemed to be accelerating. She would reach the command ship in no time. Captain Izank's pupils constricted, his expression changing as he quickly gave an order. Is the massive concentrated mana cannon ready? This massive mana cannon had been specially enhanced by DEM, its firepower more than doubled, with high-energy impact capacity exceeding even that of a nuclear bomb. Not only was it more powerful, but it also delivered a more focused blast, making it exceptionally destructive, a weapon designed specifically for fighting spirits. It was far more potent than the concentrated mana cannon on Kotori's airship. However, the massive mana cannon had one drawback: it required a 10-minute charge time to reach full power. The energy is still charging and has only reached 80% capacity, an operator reported. It will need another 5 minutes to fully charge. We don't have that kind of time, Izenk replied, his eyes steely as he waved his hand. Target her and prepare to fire. But sir. The operator hesitated, turning to Izenk. Firing now could damage the ship, and it might even. Silence. Izenk bellowed. Do you want us all to be killed by the spirit? Follow my orders and prepare to fire. Yes, sir. Izenk's face was tense, knowing that firing prematurely would damage the ship, but he had no choice. If the spirit reached them, they would face far worse than structural damage. On the exterior of the airship, a black, thick cannon extended outward, gathering immense energy. Sparks and lightning crackled around the barrel, radiating a terrifying aura. At last, a blinding beam of light burst forth, tearing through the sky with an ear-splitting roar as it streaked toward Kaguya. With a resounding boom, an intense white light engulfed the scene, turning the world an ashen hue. The powerful shockwave cleared the surrounding clouds and even shook the airship. Inside the airship, the crew watched the giant monitor with bated breath. The intense energy disrupted the camera feed, filling the screen with static. As the static faded and the image on the screen cleared, everyone's eyes were glued to the display. Is there any sign of the spirit? Captain Izenk asked, his hands gripping the edge of the console, sweating in apprehension. It seems. The operator frantically typed away at the keyboard. There's no trace of the spirit, and we're not detecting any residual spirit energy in the air. A thrill of excitement flashed across Izenk's face. Are you saying? I'm certain that the concentrated mana cannon hit the target, the operator replied with a smile. Barring any unexpected circumstances, I believe we've eliminated the spirit. Excellent. Victory. Cheers erupted within the ship as the crew exchanged high fives, their relief and elation palpable. Even Izenk couldn't suppress his excitement, taking a hearty swig of whiskey from a bottle on his desk. But then, a melodic voice suddenly echoed through the command center, halting the crew in their tracks, their celebratory expressions freezing as dread replaced their joy. Oh. Are you having a party? How lively. If you don't mind, may I join you? Their movements slowed as if their heads were rusting in place. One by one, they turned toward the source of the voice, their eyes widening and pupils contracting in horror as they saw a breathtaking silver-haired girl approaching them gracefully, as if she were strolling down a quiet path. From the depths of their hearts, a cold, primal terror took hold. If AST's operatives could at least put up some resistance, the ordinary crew members aboard the airship had no means of fighting back whatsoever. Lacking manifest devices, they were no more capable than helpless chickens, and killing them would be as effortless as squashing ants. Seeing the beautiful silver-haired girl appear aboard the airship, the crew immediately panicked. No enemy had ever infiltrated their airship before, and now it was a spirit. How she had broken through the airship's powerful spatial barrier, no one could explain, but none of them had the time to dwell on it. The only thing on their minds was escape. But at 20,000 meters high, where could they flee? Guard squad. Captain Izenk shouted furiously. Get the guards here, now. But Kaguya had already begun her slaughter. Her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons, her flawless face beaming with a radiant smile as she advanced lightly and gracefully toward them, holding a projected sword of promised victory. At this point, the crew members had all pulled out their sidearms, not hesitating to fire at Kaguya, though the terrifying beauty before them seemed to embody death itself. Rat-a-ta-ta. Bang bang bang. The barrage of bullets burst from the guns, raining toward Kaguya. But automatic rifles outfitted with manifest devices couldn't so much as scratch her, let alone these simple chemically powered guns. These weapons might be powerful against ordinary people, but to Kaguya, they were little more than playthings. A sneer crossed Kaguya's lips as she gave a gentle step forward, instantly shooting forward like an arrow off the bow. Her fair arm lifted, wrist flexing as her sword traced fluid arcs, slicing the oncoming bullets into dust as if they were mere lumps of clay. In the rapid succession of crisp sounds, sparks burst in every direction. The crew gaped in shock, watching the silver-haired girl in the distance who seemed to move like a ghost through the hail of bullets, gracefully deflecting the shots. In an instant, she was upon them, her lips curving into a smile as her arm whipped through the air. A flash of cold light streaked past them like a shooting star. Flesh and blood flew as arcs of crimson filled the air. Oh! The screams cut off abruptly as several heads, along with severed limbs, were tossed high into the air. Blood sprayed skyward, erupting into a red mist that splattered onto the display screens, filling the air with the thick stench of iron. Kaguya moved as a streak of light, tearing through the crew like a lion among sheep, her swift, flashing blade cutting them down effortlessly. With each sweep, fresh red blossoms bloomed across the deck. Realizing that their guns had no effect and that they were being ruthlessly slaughtered, the crew's morale shattered. Panic-stricken, they scattered in every direction. But Kaguya showed them no mercy, pursuing them relentlessly. These wretches had no chance of escape, and in a short time, they were nearly all dead. Please, don't kill me," whimpered a portly crewman, falling to the floor and scooting backward. His back was against a wall, he had nowhere left to run. His face contorted in terror. "Not kill you." Kaguya tilted her head, offering a smile. "All right, I won't kill you, if you can manage to do one little thing for me." Really?" the crewman asked, incredulous. "Of course," Kaguya said, her smile broadening as her sword hovered by his throat. "First, though, you'll need to complete one small task for me." "Oh okay," he stammered, feeling the cold, sharp blade pressing into his neck, making his hairs stand on end. "It's quite simple," Kaguya said. "Just touch your elbow with your tongue, and I'll spare you." The crewman froze, stammering, "That's impossible." Even a fool knew that no one could lick their own elbow, the human body simply couldn't do it. "Exactly." Kaguya's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Which means sparing you is impossible as well." The crewman's face twisted in terror as he opened his mouth to plead, but a cold flash had already sliced across his throat. Blood sprayed outward as the man's head flew skyward, landing with a heavy thud on the ground. Blood spurted from his neck like a fountain. "Foolish creature," Kaguya sneered. "Did you really think I'd spare you? Too naive." She swung a kick at the severed head, sending it crashing into the wall with a loud smash as it exploded like a rotten melon, scattering chunks of flesh and bone. "How disgusting," Kaguya muttered, her face twisted in distaste. At that moment, a clamor of footsteps echoed closer. The airship's guard squad had finally arrived. Yet, when they stepped into the control room, they froze at the sight before them. The place was a blood-soaked wreckage, with crimson stains splattered across every surface. Severed limbs and chunks of flesh hung from the walls, illuminated by the crackling sparks of exposed wires. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, with pools of fresh blood slowly spreading. Shit. Even though the guard squad had been through grueling training, seasoned by brutal battlefields and unspeakable violence, they gasped, their spines crawling as the blood-sickening stench hit their noses. Several nearly retched at the sight. Just then, a sweet, melodic voice cut through the silence, making them instinctively aim their weapons in its direction. Bathed in the cold glow of the lights, the guards saw a silver-haired girl whose delicate face curved into a gentle, dazzling smile. "Just a bunch of weaklings, not even enough to get me warmed up," Kaguya scoffed with disdain, flicking her arm. Blood splattered off her sword in crimson droplets, leaving dark red stains on the floor. "With that kind of skill, you dared to show your face. I don't know what Westcott was thinking, sending such useless fools." Glancing around at the bloody remains and corpses surrounding her, Kaguya moved forward, seeking any survivors in the airship. Meanwhile, Captain Izank had lost all his former bravado. Curled up in a dark corner of the control room, his body shook uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat running down his forehead as he held his breath, nervously scanning the shadows around him, feeling as if his heart might leap out of his chest. Had any crew seen him now, they would have been stunned. How had their once powerful captain turned into such a frightened wreck? However, Captain Izank should count himself lucky. Kaguya had already killed all the crew aboard, so no one would witness his miserable state. Regret gnawed at Izank now. This mission was originally just meant to keep Kaguya occupied, but he had insisted on taking matters into his own hands, issuing attack orders without consulting the board. He figured that with the new weapons, he could wipe out the spirits in one stroke, making his position on the board more secure, possibly even securing a promotion. Clearly, he had been foolish. If Westcott himself could have defeated the spirits, why hadn't he done so? And if the tech truly surpassed spirit power, Westcott wouldn't be so obsessed with capturing it for himself. After the earlier battle, the lights had been damaged, leaving the control room in pitch darkness, broken only by the occasional flicker of short-circuiting wires and the crackling sound of electricity. "She should be gone by now, right?" Izank whispered to himself, looking around the dark room. But he was too paralyzed to crawl out from under the table. Just as he was mustering the courage to emerge, a soft voice suddenly cut through the silence, sending a chill through his veins. "Found you, I've found you." Izank's pupils shrank, his face going deathly pale, his limbs icy, his heart pounding painfully. He felt something warm and wet drip onto his face, and when he shakily wiped it and brought his hand up to the flickering light, he saw it was red, fresh blood. Izank's eyes widened in horror. "It took me a lot of effort to find you, Captain Izank," the ethereal voice drifted closer, sounding both distant and disturbingly near. Izank's face turned ashen, drained of all color as he clutched his pistol with such force the grip began to bend under his hands. "I wonder, how should I kill you?" the voice mused. "Or perhaps, you'd like to choose. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. I'll let you savor every second of being tortured, who knows, you might even come to enjoy it." In terror, Izank's mind nearly shut down under the oppressive aura. A feeling welled up in his stomach, and with a sudden bang, he went completely still, eyes rolling back, body spasming briefly before collapsing, dead. You dared to try a sneak attack on me. You've got guts, seems I'll have to teach you a lesson, eh? Noticing something, Kaguya's face froze in confusion as she stepped forward, delivering a sharp kick to the table. With a tremendous crash, the table shattered, revealing Captain Izank sprawled on the floor. But something was off. Izank's eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and yet vacant, with no light in them. His body lay limp and lifeless. Kaguya nudged him with her foot, then again, noting with irritation, did he die of fright? But his empty eyes, dilated pupils, and lifeless body showed all the signs. He was indeed dead, beyond any doubt. Kaguya, who had seen all manners of death, had never encountered one quite like this. Few had ever died simply from fear of her, and he was the first captain who had. To die of fright, how absurd. She had intended to toy with him first, seeing as he'd insisted on throwing himself at death's door. Dying this way felt like a waste. With a tinge of regret, she thought, I wanted to toy with him more. But he was too fragile and died so easily. What a disappointment. Though the airship hadn't sustained catastrophic damage, its crew had all been slaughtered. Blood and severed limbs littered the deck, while chunks of mangled flesh and brain matter made the sight unsightly. The ship looked powerful and intimidating, ideal as a base of operations, much like Kotori's vessel, which served as a mobile command platform. But after considering the bloody mess and lingering stench, Kaguya ultimately dismissed the idea. Kaguya herself wasn't one to be affected by gore or fear. After all, she had slain many and feared neither spirits nor ghosts. If they couldn't face her in life, they certainly couldn't after death. But bringing Toka and Yoshino aboard this grisly scene was probably unwise, especially with Yoshino's timid nature. She could easily be traumatized. Regret briefly crossed her mind as she thought, I should have thrown them overboard instead. At least that way, the airship would still be usable. And so, in a thunderous explosion, the airship, once one of DEM's finest, outfitted with exceptional equipment and weaponry, was reduced to a blazing fireball. It disintegrated into countless fragments, plummeting from the sky like a stunning, if fleeting, meteor shower. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 508, The Fox's Tale. When Kaguya returned to the ground, she found that Toka Yatagami, Origami Tobiichi, and Yoshino were nowhere in sight. After searching for some time without finding a trace of them, a frown creased her brow. Could they have already left? Yet Kaguya, after a moment's thought, knew that with their personalities, they would never leave without at least seeing her first. Could it be that something happened to them while she was gone? Or perhaps Westcott took advantage of her absence to attack them. Both seemed entirely plausible, especially since Ellen, even after Kaguya had given her a hard time, was still extraordinarily powerful. Being the world's strongest wizard wasn't just her own claim, her strength was indeed far beyond what most could match. Even if Tobiichi Origami, Toka Yatagami, and Yoshino teamed up, they might not be able to take her on. If Ellen had been involved, then Toka and the others would indeed be in danger. Kaguya regretted leaving them on their own. Though each of them was a powerful spirit, their opponents weren't pushovers either. A simple skirmish wouldn't be an issue, but if their enemies had come prepared, it might very well spell disaster. It seemed she had no choice but to try that method. Just as Kaguya was about to use a large-scale jutsu to locate them, she sensed something. Her gaze shifted, narrowing slightly as she spotted a graceful figure stepping out of the shadows. The figure wore a black and red Gothic-style dress, with an intricate headband crowning her head. Long black hair spilled like mist down her shoulders, tied into uneven twin tails, one side longer, one shorter. Beneath her bangs was a breathtakingly beautiful face, with clear, dark eyes, her left eye glimmering with a captivating light. Slender legs, elegantly wrapped in sheer black stockings, exuded a seductive allure that drew the eye. Her delicate pink lips parted slightly with a smile that could charm or haunt anyone's soul. It was Kurumi Tokisaki. Why is it you? Kaguya asked, taken aback as she watched Kurumi's graceful approach. Why are you here? My dear, could it be that you don't miss me at all? To ask me something like that, or have you forgotten about me already? Kurumi placed a hand over her chest, her beautiful face showing a look of sorrow. I think of you constantly, you know. Kaguya's brow furrowed, ignoring Kurumi's words. She knew Kurumi wouldn't show up somewhere without a reason, and with Origami and the others now missing, she couldn't help but suspect Kurumi's involvement. Where are they? Not wanting to waste time, Kaguya began to walk toward her, getting straight to the point. They. Kurumi's face shifted like flipping a page, her expression went from mournful to mischievous, lips curving into a smile. I'm not sure who you mean when you say they, my dear. Don't play dumb, Kaguya's tone sharpened. Toka, Origami, Yoshino, they were here. Where did they go? Kurumi's expression alone was enough to confirm her suspicions. She was likely behind their disappearance or at least knew something about it. Oh, my dear, how fierce. Kurumi took a few steps back, clutching her chest in mock fear, her delicate face showing a playful hint of dread. I was going to tell you, but now I seem to have forgotten. Forgotten. As if, Kaguya thought, but didn't voice it aloud. Just name your terms, she said, keeping her gaze fixed on Kurumi. But seeing that unwavering gaze staring right back at her, Kaguya let out a sigh, conceding. She knew Kurumi had something to do with it, but it wasn't as if she could force her to talk. Even if she could, it didn't guarantee that Kurumi would actually tell her the truth. She also had a feeling Kurumi bore her no ill will. If she was here, then it was likely she wanted something from Kaguya. My dear, you're being so distant. Kurumi moved closer, leaning in and smiling, her lips so near Kaguya's ear that her voice felt like a playful breeze. When we're alone, you're so rough with me. You've even hurt me quite a bit with this and that. Hey. Rough. And what does she mean by this and that? I didn't do anything like that. Just tell me what you want, or what condition you have. Kaguya sighed, finding herself growing exasperated with Kurumi's forward attitude and disregard for decorum. What I want. Kurumi walked up to her, brushing a delicate finger over Kaguya's lips, her face suddenly wearing a mischievous expression. What I want is you. With that, she leaned closer, whispering a few words into Kaguya's ear. Kaguya's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across her gaze. What did you say? Oh, nothing really. Kurumi's delicate fingers traced her own lips, a coy smile on her face. Wasn't that your reason for coming here in the first place? I'm simply saying out loud what you would have done eventually. You'll do it sooner or later, won't you, my dear? How exactly do you know that? Kaguya's voice grew serious, her gaze fixed on Kurumi. What if? Kurumi's playful smile returned as she held Kaguya's arm gently. What if you told me yourself? Would you believe that? I told her, myself. That was absurd. Kaguya would never tell her something so important, especially since they hadn't known each other long, and she had only met her a few times. She had no memory of anything like that. Kurumi clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward and looking up at Kaguya with an innocent smile. So, what do you think? Will you agree to my terms and win their innocence? Feeling entranced by Kurumi's alluring charm and her captivating scent, Kaguya had to admit, Kurumi was an extraordinarily captivating woman. Though her beauty was perhaps slightly less than Kaguya's, the difference was marginal, and her allure was incredibly unique. She exuded the youthful energy of a young girl but also held the mature allure of a woman, with a casual charm that lingered in one's memory and could easily be addictive. Seeing no reaction from Kaguya, Kurumi smiled mischievously and began letting her hands wander. At first, she only wrapped her arms around Kaguya's waist, but soon, her hands began to drift upward, resting on Kaguya's stomach. As Kaguya still didn't react, Kurumi grew bolder, her fair hand slowly gliding up Kaguya's lower abdomen, aiming lower. But just as she was about to reach further, her wrist was firmly caught by Kaguya. That's enough, Kaguya snapped, annoyed. If you keep this up, I'll throw you out. Oh, I'm far from done, Kurumi said, leaning in to blow softly by Kaguya's ear, laughing lightly. What's the matter, dear? Are you finding it difficult to endure? You don't have to hold back if there's something you'd like to do, I wouldn't mind at all. The words were laced with endless temptation. This little fox was getting out of hand. Enough was enough. Irritated by the teasing, Kaguya felt a surge of anger. She turned to face Kurumi, preparing to pounce on her and teach this girl a lesson, make her understand the consequences of provoking her. But Kurumi seemed to have anticipated this and immediately released Kaguya, retreating gracefully as if flitting like a butterfly through flowers, evading Kaguya's lunge. With a playful smile, she said, All right, I won't tease you anymore, dear, but don't forget the promise between us. When Kurumi mentioned the promise, a peculiar gleam flickered in her eyes, and a gentle smile spread across her beautiful face. What's this? Trying to escape already? A slender, fair arm suddenly stretched out, and before Kurumi could react, Kaguya pulled her close, hugging her tightly. In the distance, Kaguya vanished with a muted poof, dissolving into a wisp of white smoke. It was Kaguya's shadow clone technique. Looks like you have more tricks up your sleeve than I expected, Kurumi said, surprisingly unfazed by the situation. There's much more you don't know, Kaguya's lips curved into a sly smile. Trying to tease me comes at a price, understand, little fox. With that, Kaguya's hand slid out, brushing past her side before suddenly grasping and giving a soft squeeze to her chest. Kurumi gasped, taken aback by Kaguya's boldness, though her expression quickly shifted back to a smile. You're as eager as ever, my dear. I thought of letting you go, but it's too late to beg now, Kaguya said as she continued her playful grasp, savoring the softness under her hand. She leaned in, whispering with a wicked grin, I'm going to give you a lesson you'll never forget, one that'll leave you unable to even cry. If that's what you want, then I have no choice, Kurumi replied, acting as if she had surrendered entirely, allowing Kaguya to explore as she pleased. But I wonder how Origami, Toka, and the others would feel if they saw us right now. Toka. Kaguya blinked in surprise. Where are they? Hearing Kurumi's mention of them made Kaguya stop in her tracks. What's wrong, dear? Don't stop now, Kurumi teased with a look of triumph. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to them. It's all my fault, really. Right, as if she'd trust Kurumi with an explanation. Knowing Kurumi, she'd add so many twists that it would spiral out of control. Toka especially would likely get worked up enough to tear the place apart, resulting in an all-out fight and devolving into an absurd soap opera with Kaguya scrambling to placate two petty girls. Just thinking about it made Kaguya's head ache. As Kaguya tried to pull away, Kurumi clamped her hand over Kaguya's, holding it against her softness. But for once, Kaguya wasn't in the mood to continue. No need to hurry, my dear, Kurumi teased with a smirk. Rest assured, I won't put you in a tough spot. I'll just let them know exactly what we are to each other, I'm sure they'll understand. Understand? This was clearly a trap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance, gradually growing closer, accompanied by faint voices. It was unmistakably Toka. If this continued, things would only get worse. To prevent the situation from taking an even stranger turn, Kaguya finally activated her Mirror Flower, Water Moon ability just in time. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Time Manipulation. Instantly, the world around them slowed down, and Kaguya managed to pry Kurumi's hand off, immediately freeing herself from her embrace. Given Kaguya's strength, she could easily have broken free from Kurumi's hold, though doing so with brute force might have shattered Kurumi's wrist. Being a gentleman, no, a nice person, Kaguya would never resort to such methods. Of course, anyone not as appealing wouldn't be so lucky. What a pity, Kurumi said with a wistful sigh. I was looking forward to watching a good show. Kaguya's mouth twitched, her eyebrow slightly raised. Just now, Kurumi had offered to help explain, but clearly, she was showing her true colors now. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 509, The Culprit. As soon as Kaguya returned to the ground, she saw Origami, Toka, and Yoshino rushing over from the distance, heading her way. You guys. Before Kaguya could say anything, Toka leapt into her arms. Thankfully, Kaguya was prepared for it, or she'd have been knocked to the ground by the girl's sudden tackle. You're all right, right? Toka asked anxiously, scanning Kaguya up and down as if searching for any hidden injuries. I'm fine. How could anything happen to me? Kaguya patted her head gently, smiling as she spoke. That's a relief, Toka sighed, visibly relaxing as she broke into a bright smile. Watching Toka and Kaguya in an embrace, Origami's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. She stepped forward and said, It's time for you to let go. Why should I? Toka retorted with a huff, turning her head away. Kaguya was only saying she was unhurt to keep you from worrying. Even if she was injured, she wouldn't let it show, Origami replied calmly. Clinging to her like that, you might touch a wound and make it worse. Ah. Toka gasped and quickly released Kaguya, looking guilty. I didn't mean to. But before she could say much more, Origami stepped up beside Kaguya, stretched out her fair arms, and threw herself into Kaguya's embrace. Toka was stunned. What are you doing? Didn't you just say Kaguya might be injured? Idiot, Origami replied blankly, showing no expression. Only a fool would believe something like that. Typical of a brainless, big-breasted person like you. Ugh, you're so sneaky. Toka finally realized she'd been played, anger coloring her voice. How can you do that? Just as Toka fumed and was about to argue, she froze, stunned by what happened next. Origami, wrapped around Kaguya, suddenly stood on her tiptoes and, without warning, kissed Kaguya right on the lips. Kaguya was equally taken aback by Origami's sudden move, quickly pushing her away. A little passion was one thing, but she wasn't expecting such impulsiveness. Seeing Toka's face growing darker by the second, she quickly cleared her throat and said, Toka, don't get the wrong idea. It's not what you think. Oh. Toka murmured, feeling a pang of heartache as she bit her lip. Then what is it? It's not like it's something only couples do, Kaguya said, moving closer and grasping her shoulders earnestly. Then what is it? Toka demanded, frustrated. Don't take me for a fool, I know what it means. I see it all the time on TV, couples always do that. Kaguya broke into a sweat. When had she become so perceptive? Clearing her throat again, Kaguya said, It's true that couples kiss, but that doesn't mean only couples do it. For instance, in France, it's customary for good friends to greet each other with a kiss. So, there's really no need to overthink it. Really? Toka asked, half convinced. Of course, Kaguya replied confidently. Origami opened her mouth as if to speak, but before she could say anything, a hand reached around from behind her, grabbing her hip and giving it a squeeze. The unexpected touch sent a jolt through Origami, her cheeks instantly flushing pink. "I'm sorry," Toka murmured, scratching her head, looking embarrassed. "I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions." Kaguya breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was still as gullible as before. Just then, Kaguya remembered something and asked, "So where were you guys just now?" "Right after you left, a unit from DEM Corporation attacked us, similar to the division we encountered earlier," Origami said calmly. "But just as we were about to engage them, the Fraxinus, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's aerial warship, arrived and drove them off. We've been on board the Fraxinus until just now." "Kaguya?" Kaguya asked, surprised. "Why would she help you?" Due to shifts in the timeline, Kaguya's stance toward the spirits wasn't as friendly as in the original story. In fact, she advocated for stricter measures against them, restrain, suppress, or even eliminate them if necessary. She'd even clashed with Kaguya over this previously. Yet, for some reason, Kaguya's attitude toward the spirits, or rather, toward Kaguya, had taken a complete 180. She'd even made a ridiculous request to go on a date with her. Kaguya wasn't entirely sure what her motivations were, but it definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed. And now, with her coming to help, Kaguya felt even more puzzled. What was she really after? Regardless, Kaguya had saved them this time. Without her intervention, it would have been difficult for the injured Origami and the others to fend off the Beast Division alone. Kaguya's mouth twitched. It dawned on her that Kurumi had tricked her. It wasn't her who had saved them, nor was it even remotely her doing, yet she had the nerve to claim credit and even demand conditions for it. Next time she ran into that girl, Kaguya swore she'd teach her a lesson. "Oh, right," Toka suddenly recalled something. "Kaguya said she knows the thing you're most interested in right now. She said that if you want to know, you should go find her." Hearing Toka's cryptic words, Kaguya's eyes narrowed. This sounded like the main act was about to begin. Kaguya knew Kaguya had an ulterior motive for helping Origami and the others, and it seemed her suspicions were correct. Kaguya clearly had a scheme in mind, which was why she extended a hand to them. But then again, there wasn't much reason to worry. With her strength, even if Kaguya, that eccentric second-in-command, and the entire Fraxinus crew joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against her. Still, what exactly was Kaguya planning? In a dark room, an unsettling silence pervaded. The surroundings were pitch black, save for the faint lights emanating from the numerous electronic monitors scattered around. Yet, rather than brightening the room, these screens seemed to deepen the eerie atmosphere within. "Izenk is dead." A young man with white hair frowned, his face darkening as he spoke. This was none other than Westcott, a director of DEM Corporation, indeed, murmured a beautiful woman with long silver hair, her expression unreadable. She was Ellen, who had previously clashed with Kaguya multiple times. "I knew that fool was worthless," Westcott sneered coldly, his expression dripping with disdain. "He acted on his own, ignoring orders, and took a substantial number of our resources," Ellen added quietly. "His actions led to significant losses for DEM Corporation. The board is already furious, saying that unless we start producing results, they'll cut back on funding for equipment. They're a bunch of short-sighted idiots whose opinions mean nothing. This loss is irrelevant, these were merely experimental tools. I don't care that idiot Izenk used them." Westcott's eyes sharpened. "What concerns me is another matter." "Another matter?" Ellen asked, surprised. "Indeed." A sinister smile spread across Westcott's face. "Despite his interference with my plans, he may have actually accelerated another experiment of mine. We might have a breakthrough soon." "Do you mean?" Ellen began, surprise evident in her voice. "That project, yes." Westcott's grin widened. "Once I get my hands on it, those who've wronged me will face consequences. I'll settle every score for the humiliation I've endured." Westcott, who prided himself on his intelligence, had never before suffered such a severe setback. Even 30 years prior, he'd never been forced to bear such a loss. All because of Kaguya. Her mere presence had upended his plans and dealt a serious blow to his resources. In his eyes, Kaguya had become a thorn in his side. But for now, until his plan reached fruition, he lacked the power to eliminate these spirits entirely. What fascinated Westcott most was the power Kaguya wielded. DEM Corp's researchers had conducted countless studies, yet they couldn't make sense of Kaguya's energy, nor even analyze its composition. It was unlike any spirit power they'd studied before. But one thing was clear, her energy was overwhelmingly strong, far exceeding that of any other spirit. Once he could defeat Kaguya and capture her, her power would be his to command, and from there. Boom. A deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the room, and the ground shook violently, as if hit by an earthquake. Equipment rattled. Westcott, who hadn't been afforded any special modifications, was thrown off balance. Grabbing onto the armrest, he narrowly avoided further embarrassment. Ellen, on the other hand, had activated her display device at the first tremor, keeping her balance. She could have helped Westcott but hesitated, ultimately deciding not to assist him. What the hell is going on? A disheveled Westcott scrambled to his feet, slamming his fist down on the table in anger. Director. A DEM Corporation employee rushed in, panic etched across his face as he stammered, "It's bad." Outside the base, the man's face was stricken with terror, as if he had seen something unspeakably horrific. His voice quivered, his words tumbling out in fragments. "Idiot." Westcott, fuming, kicked the man hard in the stomach, sending him sprawling back until his head struck a corner of the table, knocking him unconscious. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Westcott. He hurried over to the control panel, fingers flying over the keyboard. The screens lit up in response, displaying scenes from DEM Corp surveillance. As he absorbed the footage on screen, Westcott's expression contorted in rage. "What the hell?" he snarled, slamming his fist down and shattering one of the monitors. The image on the screen showed DEM Corp's main headquarters in utter ruin, with flames roaring, thick smoke billowing, and explosions still sporadically echoing. Shockwaves blasted out, sending debris flying, and the entire base looked as if it had been ravaged by a brutal assault. At the heart of the destruction lay a colossal crater, vast enough to cover dozens of football fields, as if left by a meteor impact. In the center of this massive pit sat a charred, burning behemoth, spewing thick smoke into the air. Westcott recognized the object immediately. It was Izeng's aerial warship. Kaguya had initially planned to destroy the ship entirely, deeming it too blood-soaked and grim for use. But a thought had crossed her mind: rather than simply destroying it, why not let it serve a higher purpose? Her idea was simple: crash the warship right onto DEM Corporation to spite them. The ship, laden with powerful energy systems, munitions, and a nuclear power source, detonated on impact with catastrophic force, reducing much of the DEM Corporation base to rubble. Damn it. Westcott's face twisted in fury, his rage boiling over. This base was the result of years of painstaking work. Moreover. Wait. Westcott abruptly realized something. In a frenzy, he resumed typing rapidly on the keyboard. A fresh set of images flickered onto the screen, and as he stared at the footage, Westcott's pupils shrank in horror. Meanwhile, the mastermind of this chaos, Kaguya, was peacefully engaging in certain preferred activities with a beautiful woman. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 510, The Radiant Morning. Leaving her home, Kaguya couldn't help but sigh. Learning to act up was so much easier than acting decently. It felt as though her once pure and innocent Toka Yatagami had somehow picked up so much, leaving Kaguya thinking how times had changed, with people growing ever more deceitful. Of course, a righteous young woman like Kaguya would never secretly relish something like this. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it, though. She had business with Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Although Kaguya couldn't guess what game she was playing, Kaguya did seem to know something unknown to Kaguya. Since she'd gone out of her way to ask Kaguya to come find her, it was likely she had something up her sleeve. Kaguya stood in her yard, breathing calmly. Her clear eyes glimmered with a faint, invisible power as her mental energy expanded outward, spreading in all directions like a vast, probing net. Got it. Kaguya's gaze sharpened, turning to the blue sky above, feeling a strong energy fluctuation there. Though something up there was trying hard to mask its aura, that was no match for Kaguya's heightened perception, especially in the open sky, where there were no buildings or crowds to mask it as in a busy city. 10,000 meters high, the airship Fraxinus was waiting. Just then, Kaguya sensed a slight movement, glancing to see a small figure darting through the bushes in the distance, vanishing from sight in an instant. Though it had been brief, Kaguya saw it clearly: a young girl with disheveled, pale green hair, a fair face, a petite frame, and a wide-brimmed hat. Kaguya recognized her as the little girl she'd encountered twice before. It's her again. Slightly taken aback, Kaguya hadn't expected to see her here once more. But she didn't think much of it. There were plenty of homeless children wandering the streets, often orphans or runaways who'd chosen the streets over shelter facilities. The shelters weren't exactly welcoming places, after all. Despite their name, they held a notorious reputation for their sinister dealings, including some incidents as horrifying as mummified bodies discovered within. So encountering unfortunate children on the streets had become almost routine. Now that Kaguya had locked onto Fraxinus's location, she didn't hesitate. She braced her foot against the ground, propelling herself like an arrow into the air. Her figure swirled upward, becoming a streak of light cutting across the sky. "Commander, do you really intend to go through with this?" A lean, handsome man with golden hair asked anxiously. "You have to remember, our target is a powerful spirit. Even DEM's teams have suffered heavy losses at her hands. Engaging her head-on like this might lead to unforeseen complications." "No need for more persuasion, I've made my decision," responded a young girl with fiery red twin tails, her fair skin and striking face accentuated by black and red ribbons. Sitting back with her legs crossed, Kotori grinned confidently. We need to at least try this approach, don't we? The two were Fraxinus's deputy commander Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and its commander, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. But Kaguya Ōtsutsuki pressed, this is extremely risky. If she really is a hostile spirit, it could. Even if that happens, it's of no consequence, Kotori said with a casual smile. After all, I won't actually be in any danger. Have you forgotten my position? Kaguya Ōtsutsuki paused, understanding gradually easing his expression. However, he still spoke gravely. It's still exceedingly risky. If you, the commander of Fraxinus, suffer any mishap, the entire organization of Ratatoskr would be thrown into disarray. Kotori chuckled, her tone light. Don't worry, I've already thought it through. It won't come to that, even if things take a strange turn. Besides, I know how to defend myself. Fine, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki said, acknowledging Kotori's determination with a sigh. He could see that she'd made up her mind, so continuing to argue would be pointless. In that case, allow me to at least. His sentence was abruptly interrupted by a sharp, blaring alarm. Red lights pulsed around the room, alerting the crew. Commander, unusual energy fluctuations detected southeast of the ship. It could be a spirit approaching, reported one of the crew members in a hurried voice. At the same time, the monitors in the control room switched views to reveal a silhouette streaking toward them through the billowing clouds, moving at a staggering speed. Seeing the image on the screen, Kotori smiled slightly. So she's finally coming. I was starting to think she might not show up, but this timing is perfect. Commander, what are your orders? The crew turned their attention to Kotori, awaiting her direction. Enter full alert status, Kotori commanded, her eyes gleaming. Let's test her strength. Yes, ma'am. The massive form of the airship sprang to life, its gigantic frame slowly rotating as the enormous turrets and cannons locked onto the rapidly approaching Kaguya. Smaller turrets activated across the ship, taking aim as well. Boom. 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 Amid the thunderous cannon fire, countless missiles shot out from the airship, trailing plumes of smoke as they streaked toward Kaguya with blinding speed. Kaguya smirked at the sight, clearly unperturbed. These missiles were as insignificant as toys to her, hardly a threat at all. Even nuclear bombs were nothing more than oversized firecrackers in her eyes. If they thought such attacks could take her down, they were delusional. She raised her arm and summoned her power. Energy surged within her, converging at her palm and bursting forth with a tremendous repulsive force. Shinra Tensei. Boom. 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 Under the immense repulsion, the missiles contorted, twisting into misshapen forms before exploding mid-air in brilliant bursts of light. In an instant, the sky lit up in a dazzling display of fireworks, bright and beautiful. The airship Fraxinus was utterly silent. The crew members stared unblinkingly at the figure on the screen, rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in shock, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. On the monitor, the silver-haired girl soared gracefully through the sky like a dragon. Moving as effortlessly as if on a leisurely stroll, she weaved through the missiles and gunfire as if they didn't exist. Before the missiles even reached her, they exploded into fragments with a loud boom, their massive shockwaves failing to even brush the hem of her clothes. Their attacks had no effect at all, not even enough to slow her down. So this is the spirit hailed as the world's strongest. Just then, the beautiful silver-haired girl on the screen seemed to sense something, turning to face the monitor with a radiant smile. Her clear, captivating eyes held a charm that seemed to reach right through the screen. She already knew the surveillance system's location. Such an acute perception was terrifying. In that instant, not only did the crew fall into a trance, but even Kotori felt her mind go hazy, her thoughts clouded. Just as quickly, she snapped back to reality, feeling a cold sweat break out along her spine. What incredible mental power. Even she had been affected. Those eyes of hers seemed to have a soul-capturing ability, like a vortex pulling people in unknowingly. If it hadn't been for her own uncommon spiritual strength and power, Kotori might have fallen under her sway as well. Hey, snap them out of it, Kotori turned, intending to ask Kaguya Ōtsutsuki to rouse the crew, but instead found him staring at the screen with a lewd grin, eyes glazed over, drooling so much that his shirt was soaked. A vein pulsed on Kotori's forehead as anger flashed across her face. She stomped on his foot, hard. Aya! A piercing scream echoed through the room. Hopping on one foot, Kanazuki clutched the other, wailing in pain, especially since Kotori's black and red heels added an extra bite. Thanks to Kanazuki's scream, the crew finally snapped out of their daze. They looked at each other uneasily, a deep-seated fear welling up inside. Thinking back, they were horrified to realize their minds had been completely controlled, no different than being dead. Commander. Bad news. She's approaching the ship and will make contact in less than a minute, a crew member reported, panicked. Should we use the mana cannon? It might buy us time to retreat, another bald crew member suggested. That way, we'll have enough time to get out safely. All eyes turned to Commander Kotori, awaiting her final decision. Retreat. Kotori smiled faintly, crossing her legs. Who said we're retreating? The crew was taken aback, alarm growing as they realized the ship's weapons posed little threat to this foe. Even their mana cannon, despite upgrades, seemed unlikely to hold her off, given her ability to wreak havoc on the DEM headquarters. They were understandably anxious. Commander, if we don't retreat now, we'll end up captured, right? A clear, melodious voice cut through the room. Everyone went rigid as if petrified. Their eyes widened, pupils constricting with uncontainable fear as cold sweat began to flow. This is how you welcome guests. Kaguya strode forward with a calm elegance, a slight smile on her lips. It seems you're not too happy to see me. Suddenly, a figure shot forward like lightning to stand between Kaguya and Kotori. It was Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Kaguya glanced at him, surprised. She hadn't expected him, a character with little screen time in the original story, to show such skill. Though mainly portrayed as a tactical officer, Kotori's words implied he might be quite powerful, even possessing strength to rival spirits. Otherwise, Kotori wouldn't have counted on him in a pinch. I thought you might not dare show up, Kotori said, standing up from her chair and approaching until she stood face to face with Kaguya. Her eyes locked onto her visitor as a sly smile curved her lips. Either way, welcome. Not dare. Kaguya raised an eyebrow, giving a smile that could enchant the soul. That word isn't in my dictionary. I was just a little curious, so I decided to come. But, of course, you'll need to show some sincerity. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't do something unexpected. Unexpected. Kotori's eyes narrowed slightly. For instance, sending this ship on a lovely freefall. Kaguya tilted her head, smiling. Is that a threat? Kotori asked coldly, her hand unconsciously clenching. A threat? Kaguya chuckled. I don't waste time with such boring tactics. I'm sure you've heard about DEM's airship going down recently. Well, I'd say your ship here doesn't look much sturdier than theirs, wouldn't you agree? The command center's atmosphere turned tense, thick with unspoken dread. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 511, the condition is a date. Though they had previously guessed that DEM's airship had been shot down by a spirit, most likely a beautiful silver-haired girl, hearing Kaguya confirm it herself still left them incredibly shocked. After all, DEM's airships were superior to the Fraxinus in both defensive equipment and weapons systems. In the original story, Fraxinus had fought a DEM airship before, and if it hadn't been for Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's incredible piloting skills, Fraxinus would probably have been shot down. Kotori took a deep look at Kaguya, then turned around and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Follow me." With that, she walked into the interior of the airship without looking back. Kaguya smiled and, without saying anything, followed her. Though the Fraxinus was much smaller than DEM's airships, it somehow felt roomier. This might have been because DEM airships were packed with weapon systems, leaving them with comparatively less space. Not that this mattered much to Kaguya, but she did find herself wanting an airship like this. It looked quite stylish, perhaps she could sneak into DEM and steal one. A plan as daring as stealing an airship could only come from someone like Kaguya. If anyone else tried, they'd likely be torn to shreds by DEM security guards before they even got close. Following Kotori, Kaguya arrived at the door of a room. Kotori placed her hand on the unlocking panel, and with a small beep, the door opened, allowing them to step inside. But as soon as they entered, Kotori suddenly turned around and, without warning, launched herself at Kaguya. Caught off guard, Kaguya instinctively prepared to strike, her fist already halfway out. But sensing that Kotori meant no harm, she hesitated and withdrew her fist. That brief hesitation gave Kotori just enough time to throw herself into Kaguya's arms, nearly knocking her over. "Hey, what are you?" Before Kaguya could finish, Kotori's soft face drew close. In a moment of complete surprise, Kaguya felt Kotori's lips press against hers. What on earth? Was this girl out of her mind? Clearly, Kotori had little experience with kissing, she simply pressed her lips tightly to Kaguya's, doing nothing more than lightly rubbing them against each other. Her eyes were closed, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. After a long pause, Kaguya finally snapped out of it and pushed Kotori back, frowning. What exactly is the meaning of this? Calmly, Kotori straightened her slightly disheveled clothes. Looking up with a nonchalant expression, she said, "It's nothing. I was just collecting a down payment." The lingering blush on her cheeks, however, betrayed her true intentions. A down payment? Kaguya muttered, feeling a bit baffled. Was this girl running a fever? Yes, Kotori replied, changing the subject with a casual glance at Kaguya. You want to know who tipped off DEM, right? I've already found out who it is. Kaguya, who had been on the verge of asking more questions, froze for a moment. Who? She asked almost reflexively. If you want to know, you'll have to agree to one condition, Kotori said, pulling a lollipop from her pocket. She peeled off the wrapper and popped it into her mouth, speaking around it. What condition? Kaguya frowned. If it's something unreasonable, I advise you to forget it. This isn't something so important to me that I'd go out of my way or put myself in a difficult situation for it. Relax, I already knew you weren't the type to compromise easily, Kotori said, removing the lollipop from her mouth and pointing it at Kaguya. So it's not something that will trouble you, nor is it anything excessive. Besides, you don't have to do it right away. If you prefer, you can even wait until later. Wait until later? Kaguya asked in surprise. Aren't you worried I'll go back on my word once I have the information? Nah, it's nothing that difficult for someone like you, Kotori said, smiling with a slight lift of her lips. And besides, a powerful spirit like yourself wouldn't break a promise over something so small, would you? If Kaguya had no interest in Kotori's words before, she found herself curious now, wondering what exactly this girl wanted her to do. It sounded like it might not be as difficult as she had imagined. All right, then tell me, Kaguya said seriously. I'd like to know just what it is you want from me. What I want you to do. Kotori stood up from her chair, stepped up to Kaguya, leaned in close, and whispered in her ear, is go on a date with me. What? Kaguya was stunned. For a moment, she even doubted her ears. Of all the possible conditions Kotori could have proposed, this one was the last she'd expected. It was utterly absurd. If Kaguya had thought this girl might have a fever before, she was now certain. Not only was Kotori feverish, but she clearly hadn't taken her medicine if she was acting so nonsensically. Are you messing with me? Kaguya pushed Kotori away, her tone a bit hostile. With a slight smirk, Kotori's refined face wore a calm smile as she replied, why would I risk my life to mess with you? I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not. Why would you want to do something like that? Kaguya asked, utterly perplexed. If Kotori had asked her to take down DEM or eliminate the AST forces, Kaguya would have understood. Even if Kotori had demanded she hand over the spirit, it would have been more reasonable, even if she had no intention of agreeing. But this condition seemed entirely childish, like some kind of joke. No wonder Kaguya didn't believe it. Anyone would find it ridiculous, just as absurd as gaming companies suddenly giving away money instead of taking it. After returning from the Fraxinus, Kaguya was still somewhat at a loss. What exactly did Kotori mean by that, and what could her intentions possibly be in making such a ridiculous demand? When Kotori had visited Kaguya's home previously, she had said something similar. At the time, Kaguya brushed it off as a prank, but now it seemed there might be more to it. However, Kaguya's thoughts were now on something else entirely, the fact that the one who tipped off DEM turned out to be this person, which caught her completely off guard. When Kotori told her, Kaguya thought she was just toying with her, but seeing the footage for herself made her realize the truth. It was always the people you'd least suspect, especially someone who seemed so small and inconspicuous. Kaguya had barely returned home when she spotted a figure tiptoeing toward the corner of the house, furtively looking around. Could it be a thief? She watched as the person peered inside, scratching her disheveled hair in frustration. Not here, huh? I thought she'd be home. Well, never mind, I'll just leave it here. She hefted a large package and tried to head inside. Need a hand? A voice from behind made her start, and she muttered, no, just go away, don't bother, ah. She hadn't even finished when she realized something was off and quickly turned around. But before she could take a defensive stance, a hand grabbed her by the neck, lifting her up like a kitten. Got you, Kaguya said. The small figure had messy light blue hair, a pale face, a wide-brimmed hat, and a mismatched outfit with black and orange socks. It was the strange little girl Kaguya had encountered twice before. Why you, what are you doing here? The girl stammered. This is my house, Kaguya replied. So why wouldn't I be here? But, didn't you leave? The girl asked, confused. Are you stupid? Kaguya flicked her on the forehead. Just because I left doesn't mean I wouldn't come back home. Ow, ow. The forehead flick stung, leaving a faint red mark on her pale skin. She clutched her head with her small, soft hands, crouching down and glaring up at Kaguya as if she had committed some horrible crime. What are you doing at my house, Kaguya leaned closer, her voice tinged with amusement. The girl's expression turned awkward as her eyes darted around. She suddenly stood up and dashed away like a rabbit, her small legs moving with surprising speed. She glanced back as she ran and only let out a breath of relief once the house was out of sight. But just as she thought she had escaped, she slammed into something solid, a barrier as unyielding as steel, bouncing backward and landing on the ground with a thud. How did you? She looked up, stunned, at the silver-haired girl in front of her. Weren't you just? Did you really think you could run away that easily? Kaguya asked, her face impassive. You're far too naive, little girl. Realizing she was in trouble, the girl tried to scramble to her feet to flee, but Kaguya grabbed her wrist, twisting her arm behind her. "Hey, let go, you jerk," she cried, struggling in pain as she squirmed in Kaguya's grip. "Stop wasting your energy," Kaguya said coldly. "I don't recall ever wronging you, so why did you try to frame me?" "Frame you? I have no idea what you're talking about," the girl huffed, turning her head away. "Didn't you leak information about my place to DEM?" Kaguya asked. "You're still trying to deny it." "I said I didn't." "Now let go of me," the girl protested. "Seems you need some convincing," Kaguya said. "I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." "Oh, really?" The girl sneered. "I guess I'll just have to show you my real power." Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from her, swirling around her body with violent force. Waves of energy blasted outward, tearing up the ground and sending debris flying as dust filled the air. But then... When the wave of energy subsided, the girl found herself unchanged, still weak and powerless. Something felt off. Shouldn't this have turned out differently? Wasn't she supposed to? She was speechless. "This is your so-called true power?" Kaguya mocked her. "How impressive." "No, this isn't how it's supposed to be," the girl cried, suddenly glaring at Kaguya. You must have done something." "That's right, and I'm not sorry," Kaguya replied, her expression flat. "To think you'd try to show off such petty tricks in front of me, you foolish little girl. You jerk, how dare you?" The girl renewed her struggling. "Let go of me, or else you'll be sorry." "Oh, I don't think it's you who gets to punish anyone right now," Kaguya said. "I warned you I'd only give you one chance. Since you didn't take it, prepare for the consequences." Hearing the ominous tone in Kaguya's voice, the girl felt a sudden foreboding. Just as she started to resist again, everything went dark. In a ripple of spatial energy, they appeared in an unfamiliar room. It was a clean, tidy room, fully furnished but dimly lit, giving it an eerie atmosphere. What are you planning to do?" But before she could say another word, Kaguya suddenly yanked down her pants. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 512, A Heart's Wish. "What are you doing?" The coolness on her lower body made the young girl panic instantly. She had never encountered a situation like this before. "What do you think?" Kaguya's face beamed with a bright smile as she leaned down and said, "I told you that was your last chance. Since you didn't appreciate it, I'm afraid you'll have to face punishment now." Although Kaguya wore a radiant smile, to the girl, it looked chillingly sinister, especially when considering the overwhelming power she had shown earlier, making the girl shiver involuntarily. She had clearly underestimated her opponent. At that moment, Kaguya suddenly took hold of her shoulders and spun her around, pressing her face down so her back was up, leaving her lying across Kaguya's lap. What are you going to do?" The girl stammered, her voice full of alarm. "What do you think?" Kaguya replied with a smile before raising her hand and bringing it down with a loud slap. Smack. The sharp sound echoed. The girl froze, feeling a sting on her backside. She finally realized what had happened. She had just been spanked. How dare you?" Smack. Smack. "You jerk, let me go. I'll kill you." Smack. Smack. "How dare you hit me? You're so dead." Smack. Smack. Ignoring her insults, Kaguya continued, her hand rising high before slapping down hard on the girl's tender backside. It didn't take long for her skin to flush pink, and against her skin, the mark stood out even more vividly. The girl struggled as hard as she could, her body twisting and squirming, but Kaguya's hand held her back firmly in place. Her slender frame was no match for Kaguya's strength, and she had no chance of breaking free. You jerk," the girl gritted her teeth, cursing viciously, "I'll get you back for this. Just you wait." "Oh really?" Kaguya sneered. "With that scrawny little body of yours, I'd love to see how you'd even try." Hearing this, the girl seemed triggered, flaring up in anger and thrashing about as she ground out, "How dare you? I'll kill you. I'll kill you." She clearly wasn't used to swearing, her words repeated in a dull cycle, offering little variety. "I know there are spirits with you," the girl bit her lip, muttering with hatred, "but you won't always be with them. As soon as you're not around, I'll call DEM to come and kill them all." Kaguya's hand froze in midair. "What's the matter? Scared now?" The girl let out a cold snort, her voice tinged with smug satisfaction as she said, "As long as you let me go, I'll forget about it. But if you don't, then you'd better prepare yourself for all your little friends to start dropping one by one." "Actually, I should thank you," Kaguya's face twisted into a sudden smile. "Why didn't I think of this sooner? I was considering letting you go, but now that you've shown you're so dangerous, I'll just have to make sure you stay here forever." "You wouldn't dare." The girl attempted to sound intimidating, but her voice wavered. Why don't you find out? Kaguya replied coldly, but before that, threatening me, huh? Guess that means double the punishment. With that, her hand came down hard, making a loud smack that sent ripples through the girl's delicate skin, her flesh jiggling slightly with each hit, as if it were some soft jelly. Ah. Stop. Stop. A steady rhythm of slaps continued to rain down, turning the girl's skin red and swollen, each blow more intense than the last until her senses began to blur under the constant sting. After a few moments, the girl's defiant cries quieted down until they were barely a whisper, eventually fading altogether. Kaguya paused, a bit surprised. Had the little girl actually fainted? That was unexpected. Perhaps she had been a bit too hard on her. But the girl wasn't exactly ordinary, she shouldn't have passed out so easily. Had something gone wrong? Just as Kaguya was about to check on her, the girl lifted her head, eyes red and watery, and muttered in a tearful voice, "Please, please stop." Kaguya was momentarily taken aback. Seeing that the little troublemaker was still conscious, Kaguya sighed in relief. However, she kept her expression stern, replying, "What did you say? I couldn't quite hear you." "Please. Just stop," the girl repeated with a sob, "if you keep going, you'll break me." It turned out the stubborn little brat wasn't quite as tough as she pretended to be. After about half an hour, her resistance had crumbled, proving that despite her unique background, she was still just a child. Kaguya didn't let her off that easily, though. She continued for a little longer before finally stopping, believing that a good scolding was the only way to deal with someone so unruly. When Kaguya left the room that afternoon, the little girl hobbled out behind her, limping slightly. She shot Kaguya a look full of hate but quickly changed to an obedient expression whenever Kaguya glanced her way. "You'll be staying at my place from now on," Kaguya said firmly as she turned to face the girl. "What?" The girl objected immediately. "Are you planning to imprison me?" "If you think that's what it is, I could make it official, although it may take more effort," Kaguya responded with a faint smile. At that, the girl closed her mouth, fearing that this terrible person might follow through. As they walked, the girl followed a few steps behind, already plotting how she could get her revenge. She was still furious, after all, her backside was still aching from the spanking. "Your name is Natsumi, isn't it?" Kaguya suddenly asked. Yes," Natsumi replied, startled enough to nearly trip over her own feet. She tried to regain her composure, but her face was slightly pale. How did this person know her name? "You're probably wondering how I know your name," Kaguya said as she stopped, turning to her with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "We can discuss that later. But for now, I imagine you're hungry. Let's go to the store and pick up some food," she added, reaching out to take Natsumi's small, pale hand. Oh, so now she was trying to be nice. It was too late for that. Natsumi huffed to herself, but even as she thought about it, she meekly followed along behind Kaguya as they made their way toward the store. After arriving at the supermarket, Kaguya didn't head to the food section to buy ingredients but instead took Natsumi to the clothing section. "Weren't we supposed to buy food?" Natsumi muttered to herself but dared not say it aloud. After the beating from Kaguya, she kept up her stubborn facade, but there was a trace of fear in her heart. Of course, she would never admit to feeling this way. When they reached the clothing section, Kaguya stopped and led Natsumi inside. Natsumi didn't want to go, but seeing no other option, she reluctantly followed behind her. Kaguya strolled between the clothing racks, occasionally taking a piece down to size up and glancing at Natsumi from time to time. This made Natsumi feel uneasy, wondering if this evil person was thinking up some new, cruel way to torment her. "Excuse me, miss, do you need any assistance?" Just then, a saleswoman approached them with a friendly smile. The elegant demeanor and noble bearing of this beautiful young woman marked her as no ordinary person. The saleswoman's eyes caught the fine bracelet on Kaguya's wrist, its gemstone inlay confirming her suspicion, this must be a high-class customer. At the thought, the saleswoman's smile grew warmer, and her attentiveness increased. Though she couldn't help but wonder about the strange little girl beside her. Could she be a relative? "I'll take all these clothes," Kaguya said, pointing to her selection. "Understood, I'll get them packed right away," the saleswoman replied, her eyes lighting up. After all, these clothes were from a premium brand and far from affordable for the average person. "No need," Kaguya waved her hand, pointing to a specific outfit on a rack. "Except for that one, pack up the rest. By the way, do you have any face wash, BB cream, or hair accessories?" "Yes, absolutely," the saleswoman replied enthusiastically. "Is there something specific you're looking for?" "I'll need a cleanser, BB cream, and..." Kaguya listed off several products. She hadn't ever needed cosmetics herself, not before her transformation, when she was a man, nor afterward, as her current appearance was naturally flawless. However, under Xiao Xiaoqing's influence, she'd learned a bit about makeup products. Of course. I'll be right back, the saleswoman said, hurrying off to gather the items. Natsumi stared at the clothes with a puzzled expression, realizing something odd. They didn't seem to be Kaguya's size. These clothes looked about one size smaller than her usual fit, making it impossible for her to wear them. Just as Natsumi was wondering about this, Kaguya approached her with a smile, holding out a piece of clothing. Come on, try it on. Let's see how it looks. Huh. Natsumi stared blankly. You want me to wear it? Of course, Kaguya chuckled. Who else do you think I bought these for? Natsumi looked dazed. No one had ever bought her clothes before. For some reason, watching this detestable person so carefully select clothes for her stirred up an odd feeling in her heart. Finally, she replied, no. What? Kaguya was taken aback. Why not? I said no, so no. None of your business, Natsumi huffed and turned away. I don't like these clothes, they're ugly. Oh. And you think that odd outfit you're wearing now is pretty? Kaguya pointed at her clothing. As if touched upon a sore spot, Natsumi's face flushed with anger, and she shouted, yes, I know I'm ugly. Fine. It's my life, no one cares about me anyway, so why should you? Her voice was loud enough that people in the supermarket turned to look, curious about the commotion. There's no denying that, no matter the country, people always loved watching a good scene. Realizing they'd become the center of attention, Kaguya grabbed Natsumi's wrist and, ignoring her protests, led her toward the fitting room. Let go of me. Let go. Natsumi protested, but with her tiny frame, there was no way she could resist. Her spirit powers were suppressed by Kaguya's sinister chakra, making her as powerless as an ordinary little girl. Once they were both in the fitting room, Kaguya turned to face her and smiled. Do you really think you're ugly? Natsumi pursed her lips, looking away. What does it matter to you? It matters, Kaguya replied. If I go out with you, and people start talking about the ugly little monster I'm with, it would ruin my image. You can't say that, you jerk. Natsumi shouted angrily. Fine. I'll leave so you won't have to be bothered with me. Calm down, I was just joking, Kaguya said as she reached out and gently patted her head. Perhaps it was from all the times she'd patted Yoshino's head at home, but when she saw a girl of a similar age, her hand moved on its own. Humph, Natsumi huffed, turning her head away, swatting Kaguya's hand off, looking sullen. Watching Natsumi's childish defiance, Kaguya smiled. What if I told you I could make you beautiful? Would you believe me? It's not like that's anything special. I could do that myself, Natsumi pouted, feigning disinterest. As a spirit, Natsumi had the ability to change her appearance, transforming herself into a beautiful young woman whenever she used her spirit power. So she wasn't particularly interested in Kaguya's claim. I mean without using spirit power, to make you beautiful in everyday life, Kaguya clarified. Natsumi blinked in surprise. Are you serious? You're not tricking me. If I'm lying, I'll let you go. How about that? Kaguya said with a smile. Are you sure? Natsumi asked with a hint of doubt. Of course. When have you ever seen me lie to you? Natsumi hesitated. She didn't know if she should trust this person, but either way, she figured she had nothing to lose. If Kaguya managed to make her prettier, that would be wonderful, it was her long-standing wish. If it didn't work, she could leave this awful person behind. In the end, Natsumi nodded slightly, reluctantly agreeing to Kaguya's suggestion. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 513, Persecution Complex. In truth, Natsumi was indeed a spirit, the seventh among the 10 spirits. However, she had absolutely no confidence in her original appearance, even finding others' compliments utterly irrational. She held an intensely pessimistic and negative outlook, often linking others' praise to negative motives. For those who had seen her true face, she would stop at nothing to socially ruin them, engaging in schemes to ensure they were despised by others, an outlook that had made her dangerous. When Kaguya learned that the troublesome little girl was actually Natsumi, she understood the irrationality behind her behavior. Perhaps because of Kaguya's star eyes ability and powerful eye technique, Natsumi's disguises had been nearly useless against her, allowing Kaguya to easily see through them and spot her true form. In fact, their first encounter had been the moment Kaguya saw through her disguise, which explained why Natsumi had repeatedly tried to frame her. Another reason lay in her deep-seated insecurity and, in fact, self-loathing regarding her own appearance, pushing her thoughts into a very negative space, just like now. Pretty. Are you complimenting me? Natsumi looked at the beautiful girl in the mirror with no hint of happiness. Instead, her tone was icy. If you think fake kindness like this will make me forgive you, it's impossible. You might as well give up, I will never, ow. Before she could finish, Kaguya flicked her forehead, and Natsumi yelped in pain, crouching down to clutch her head. What kind of nonsense is that? Kaguya could barely contain her laughter. Do I really need to resort to this kind of method? To me, you're just like a little kitten, yet here you are, boasting so arrogantly. So, you really do plan on taking advantage of me? Natsumi sprang up defensively, crossing her arms over her chest, a wary look on her face. I won't let you succeed. Just how bad is your persecution complex? Kaguya sighed as she looked at the paranoid loli before her. Besides, don't you look pretty right now? After Kaguya's careful primping, Natsumi's appearance had completely transformed. Her light green hair was now neatly parted into 2 sections and clipped with beautiful floral barrettes. Her delicate eyebrows lent her a pure and otherworldly look, while her green eyes, hazy and dreamlike, shimmered softly. Her skin, no longer pale, was like creamy jade, glowing with warmth. She wore a beautiful long dress with a gold belt adorned with butterfly accessories around her waist, and a lilac skirt embroidered with petals that fluttered elegantly. Now, Natsumi looked as delicate as a porcelain doll, her makeover giving her an entirely new appearance. In truth, Natsumi simply hadn't known how to dress up before. As they say, 3 parts appearance, 7 parts styling. Natsumi already had a good foundation, just a bit of grooming and light makeup could make her look exceptionally lovely, especially at her young age, where there was still so much room for beauty to blossom. However, Natsumi wasn't buying it. She immediately yanked off the hairpin and turned her head away, pouting. I don't need your phony kindness. You definitely have some scheme in mind. Give up your unrealistic ideas, I won't let my guard down. Kaguya's mouth twitched in exasperation. This brat. How could 2 girls the same age differ so vastly? Why wasn't this loli even half as sweet as Yoshino? When they finally returned home, Kaguya suddenly remembered she'd forgotten something important, moving. She'd meant to find a larger house ages ago, as the current space was getting cramped. She was already sleeping on the sofa, and now it seemed Natsumi and Yoshino would have to share a room. Kaguya. You're back. The moment Kaguya returned, Toka's ears perked up, and she bounded toward her like an excited puppy. But seeing Natsumi standing behind her, she stopped in her tracks, pointing at Natsumi and asking, who is she? Why did that tone sound so much like a wife catching her husband bringing home a mistress? Oh, her. Kaguya replied casually, I picked her up off the street. The street? Toka tilted her head in curiosity, looking Natsumi over. Why isn't she going home? It's complicated, Kaguya explained. She's homeless, kind of like you once were. Natsumi scoffed, turning her head away in disdain. Really? Toka's eyes widened with sympathy, and without warning, she pulled Natsumi into a tight hug. Hey! Let me go, you idiot. Natsumi shouted, her face squished against Toka's well-endowed chest, struggling to breathe as she futilely pushed against her. But without her spirit powers, she couldn't do anything against Toka. I can't believe you had such a sad past too, Toka murmured, seemingly oblivious to the actual situation. If Kaguya hadn't been there for me, I don't know what would have happened, but don't worry, I won't let you suffer like that. It seemed Toka had somehow connected Natsumi's story to the tragic soap opera she'd been watching on TV and was filling in her background with an overblown, heart-wrenching sob story. At that moment, Yoshino walked over, quietly setting Kaguya's slippers down at her feet. Thanks, Yoshino. Kaguya gave her a soft smile as she slipped on her slippers. Yoshino, as usual, was still the most well-behaved. Yoshino blushed slightly at the praise, still shy after all the time they'd spent together, though not as much as she once was. Oh, right, Kaguya said as if just remembering something, this little brat isn't a permanent resident here. So, if she wants to stay, she'll have to work. Work. Not only did Toka and Yoshino stare at her in surprise, but Natsumi was equally taken aback. Of course, Kaguya said with a smile, if you want to eat, you have to work. That's only fair, isn't it? For some reason, seeing Kaguya's smile sent an inexplicable chill down Natsumi's spine. Kaguya naturally thought, if you want to eat, you have to work. Isn't that just common sense? However, things rarely go as expected. It was especially evident when Nanatsu put the finished dishes on the table. Only then did Kaguya realize how much of a mistake it was to let a mischievous child who had never cooked before handle the meal. The result was charred meat that looked like burnt coal, a vegetable salad mashed into the appearance of wilted leaves, porridge emitting a strong burnt smell, and juice with the fruit skin still in it. It was a sorry sight. This didn't look like dinner, it looked more like random, unidentified objects thrown together. Yatagami Toka and Yoshino, who had originally looked forward to the meal with joy, had their expressions collapse instantly. Nanatsu announced loudly, dinner is ready. Fortunately, there were a few dishes on the table that seemed somewhat normal, at least they didn't have strange shapes or smells like the other items. This must be Mappo tofu, Kaguya tried a bite, and her expression immediately changed dramatically. Legend has it that true Mappo tofu has a balance of 5 flavors, but what she was tasting. It was more like 50 flavors, not just 5. Sour, bitter, spicy, astringent, salty, and sweet, countless flavors exploded on her tongue, ruthlessly pushing the limits of bad taste. It made Kaguya wonder if, in that instant, she had gained some divine sense of flavor, experiencing the true essence of life's flavors. Even Yatagami Toka couldn't resist picking up her chopsticks to try a bite. She spat it out immediately, slamming her hands on the table, shouting, "Are you trying to poison us?" Only Origami Tobiichi picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and her face remained calm, as if she felt nothing was wrong. It was as if the food wasn't even unpleasant. Yoshino, looking from Origami Tobiichi to the dishes on the table, finally couldn't resist picking up a piece of celery and placing it in her mouth. Her eyes went wide as she immediately clamped a hand over her mouth, her face twisted in a struggle not to gag. Seeing Yoshino's expression, Kaguya chuckled and said, "You dared to eat her cooking." Saying this, she pulled out a napkin from the box, allowing Yoshino to spit out the food, and scolded her playfully, "You almost fooled me too." Nanatsu smirked proudly, saying, "Well, you were the one who told me to cook. If you don't like how I did it, then get someone else." She was eagerly waiting for Kaguya to kick her out, but Kaguya, having seen through her little scheme, said, "Don't get too full of yourself. You have to eat this food too, I'm not letting you leave to buy something else." The moment Kaguya said this, Nanatsu's face fell. Though she couldn't cook, she hadn't done this poorly out of ignorance, she had done it intentionally to sabotage the meal, aiming to make it taste as bad as possible. She had even tasted a bit in the kitchen earlier and had almost spit it out herself. "You're too cruel," Nanatsu shouted angrily. "I don't think so," Kaguya replied. "Isn't it only fair to eat the food you make?" Nanatsu's cheeks puffed up in frustration, and just as she was about to burst out in anger, she saw Kaguya's half-smiling expression, her hand subtly moving as if in preparation, reminding her of that time she was spanked with her pants down. Her courage immediately deflated. "I'm not eating." Nanatsu fumed, standing up and stomping off to her room, slamming the door behind her with a loud bang. "If you don't eat, you're not getting anything else for tonight," Kaguya called out in the direction of the room, but she received no response from within. Kaguya wondered if this decision was only making things harder for herself. After all, she ended up having to cook anyway. It was obvious that her cooking was worlds apart from Nanatsu's, calling it a comparison would be pointless. Nanatsu's food could be called poison, it was doubtful that even a rat would eat it. After finishing dinner, Kaguya went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Technically, this was supposed to be Nanatsu's task, but Kaguya was worried that if she let the girl handle it, she'd come down the next morning to find there were no usable dishes left, she'd probably break them all. At that moment, a pair of arms, white as lotus roots, wrapped around her from behind, holding her close, with a head resting on her shoulder. "What's up?" Kaguya asked curiously. The person behind her was none other than Origami Tobiichi. "Nothing," Origami Tobiichi replied softly, "but there's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Kaguya continued washing the dishes, her hands moving quickly through the plates. "Today, the AST's Ground Self-Defense Force contacted me," Origami Tobiichi said. "They want to meet with you." "Meet with me?" Kaguya paused, turning her head. "I don't think I have much business with them, do I?" The recent battle caused considerable damage to the city, and the DEM company was also involved. Additionally, the AST suffered significant losses, Origami Tobiichi explained calmly. "They probably can't afford any more losses of this scale, so they want to try negotiating with you." "Negotiate?" Kaguya smirked. "Just those people?" However, she quickly remembered that Origami Tobiichi was once a member of the AST, but there was no reaction on her face. Come to think of it, Kaguya had also infiltrated the AST before, though she found their strength quite limited. Besides a few members from the DEM company, most of them were of average ability, with no real elite members, so it was no wonder Kaguya didn't take them seriously. Additionally, the DEM company has undergone significant changes. They evacuated personnel and equipment from their headquarters in this city about a day ago, Origami Tobiichi added. The DEM company evacuated. Kaguya was slightly taken aback. Although she had anticipated that the DEM company would retreat, anyone who suffered such heavy losses while within enemy territory would make the same choice, she was still surprised by the decisiveness of their actions. But to Kaguya, the DE company wasn't worth too much of her attention. Instead of thinking about these insignificant pests that posed no real threat to her, she was more concerned with the beauty before her, especially right now. Origami Tobiichi was getting a bit bolder, pressing her soft body tightly against Kaguya's back, gently sliding against her. Kaguya could even feel two small, firm points gradually stiffening. A pair of hands slid under her, moving up along her skin, slipping inside her collar and gripping a full, round breasts in each hand. "Little girl, you're playing with fire," Kaguya said, her voice a bit hoarse. Origami Tobiichi didn't say anything but leaned forward and gently bit her ear. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 514, Misunderstood. In the kitchen, nothing particularly entertaining was happening, and Kaguya certainly wasn't up to anything outrageous, she was simply satisfying a minor urge to cook. But what followed was a bit of a headache. There was a problem of limited room space. Origami Tobiichi and Toka Yatagami, while not exactly enemies, didn't get along very well. Especially regarding Kaguya, neither was willing to give an inch, so it was essentially impossible to have them share a room. As for Natsumi, who had just arrived, though her spirit powers were suppressed, there was no telling if she might get up to some mischief. It would be best for her to have her own room. That left only Yoshino to deal with, and she was so gentle and amiable that no one would mind sharing a room with her. So, in the end, the arrangement was Origami and Yoshino in one room, Natsumi in another, and Toka in yet another. As for Kaguya, she would be sleeping on the couch. Honestly, it was a little pitiful, no matter who slept in the rooms, she always ended up on the couch. But she was used to it, and at least the couch was wide enough. Meanwhile, in another room, Natsumi was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She suddenly sat up, angrily smacking her pillow as if it were Kaguya herself, pouting and muttering under her breath, "Why do I have to be stuck with that person? It's so annoying." She had seen Kaguya's true face, and then she'd had to endure all kinds of torment, being forced to do chores, to cook, and now to sleep here, practically held captive. To Natsumi, Kaguya might as well have been a horned monster breathing fire. All because she'd let her guard down for just a moment, letting that wretched woman catch her off guard. If it weren't for that, she'd have transformed her into a pig. No, a guinea pig, small, dirty, and covered in mud, and whipped her relentlessly, denying her food until she knelt down and begged for mercy. Only then would Natsumi give her a mere scrap of bread. Then, Kaguya would finally understand who was in charge. Adolescents all had their fantasies, and Natsumi was no exception. She couldn't help but indulge in dreams of how she would make Kaguya pay. But reality was harsh. Her stomach grumbled loudly, bringing a wave of discomfort. She was starving. Thanks to the food she'd made, Kaguya hadn't shared her own meal with her, leaving Natsumi to eat only her own cooking. Yet the dish she'd prepared as a prank, overloaded with seasonings, gave off such a strange smell that she couldn't bear to even sniff it, let alone eat it. Natsumi clutched her stomach, curling up into a ball, her hunger intensifying as if a fire were raging inside. She no longer even had the energy to curse Kaguya. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything since morning, and now hunger gnawed at her like waves crashing one after another. Just then, the door opened, and a figure entered. At the same time, a delightful aroma filled the air, rich and enticing. Natsumi's nose twitched, and she sat up immediately, though her face turned frosty as she saw Kaguya standing there. She turned her head aside with a huff, refusing to look at her. "You haven't eaten all day, have you?" Kaguya stepped inside with a warm smile, holding a plate of cola chicken wings. As a meat lover, Kaguya had a particular fondness for meat, and though she had grown to enjoy vegetables more, meat remained essential. Umph. Natsumi turned her back to Kaguya, exposing her smooth back and letting out a haughty little snort to show her disdain. "I imagine you're hungry." Kaguya smiled as she spoke. "How about a bite? I made this just for you." "As if. I'd never accept your charity." Natsumi replied dryly, her face expressionless. "Don't think you can humiliate me with food. I won't fall for it." "Humiliate you?" Kaguya tilted her head. "How did you come to that strange conclusion? In any case, I'm not surrendering." Natsumi declared loudly, her mouth set in a stubborn line, before she covered herself with the blanket. Though she feigned indifference, beneath the covers her mouth was already watering, and she swallowed hard, struggling to keep the drool from dripping out. "Not interested." Kaguya coaxed in a gentle tone, "It's really good, you know. The chicken wings are fresh, the meat tender, juicy, and rich, cooked better than most fancy hotels. You sure you don't want a taste?" But Natsumi remained unmoved, pretending to be asleep, her ears seemingly deaf to Kaguya's words. "Well, if you're not interested, I won't force you. It's such a good plate of chicken wings, I guess I'll just eat it myself." Hearing this, Natsumi almost jumped up. But she swallowed her words at the last moment, forcing herself to stay silent. She couldn't give in to this awful person, no way. Then she heard the door close with a soft click. That horrible person seemed to have left, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. She placed her hand over her flat stomach, feeling even hungrier than before. That terrible person had probably just come to watch her suffer, without any intention of actually giving her food. She just wanted to make Natsumi submit, and then mock her when she finally broke down and asked to eat. That had to be her plan. "I won't fall for it." But no matter how she steeled herself, the hunger showed no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to grow even more intense. Thinking back, that smell was really something. It probably tasted amazing. Wait. The smell? Natsumi sat up suddenly, looking toward the far side of the room. Her eyes locked onto the sight. On the table sat a plate of cola chicken wings, steaming hot and emitting a mouthwatering aroma. What's going on? Did she forget it here? No, she definitely left it on purpose. I won't fall for it. I won't. I won't. Finally, Natsumi couldn't resist anymore. Forget it, she would eat. Nothing could stop her now. She jumped out of bed, darting over to the table and grabbing a chicken wing with her small hand. She began devouring it ravenously. The meat was tender and juicy, the flavor so rich that it beat anything she'd ever tasted. She nearly swallowed her tongue in delight. Who would have thought that, despite how awful Kaguya was, she could actually make food this delicious? Just then, the door swung open, and Kaguya walked in, grinning. Ah, I forgot my chicken wings. Ah. Didn't you say you weren't going to eat? Natsumi's face turned crimson as she saw Kaguya's expression, which was one of complete satisfaction at a successful scheme. For some reason, watching Natsumi lose her temper was incredibly entertaining to Kaguya. Particularly when she angrily threw the plate, it made her look so adorable that Kaguya couldn't help but feel an urge to pinch her soft little cheeks. But on second thought, she hesitated, imagining herself ending up with a permanent bite mark, and ultimately decided against it. After all, having a cute little girl chomping down on your fingers wasn't exactly something one wanted to be caught dealing with, right? Still, why did Kaguya have this odd habit of teasing Lolis? Seeing their flustered, angry faces was simply too cute. Could she have a particular fondness for it? Satisfied with her teasing, Kaguya returned to the living room, set up her makeshift bed on the couch, turned off the lights, and got ready to sleep. So far, she had encountered 5 spirits, no, if she counted Origami Tabichi's dormant state, that made 6 spirits. 4 more hadn't yet made their appearance, but Kaguya didn't see this as much of an issue. Of the remaining 4, except for Mikuro Hoshimiya, it didn't seem like any would cause her too much trouble. As for Mikuro Hoshimiya, well, Kaguya wasn't exactly sure when she'd show up. It probably had something to do with DEM, who seemed to be after her. It looked like DEM had made capturing Mikuro a priority, and that was where things would get complicated. To be honest, DEM was practically the definition of troublemakers, always causing issues for no good reason, only to end up getting thoroughly beaten in the end. They weren't so much defeated as much as self-sabotaged. Due to Westcott's insatiable greed, things always ended in disaster for him. You'd think they'd have learned that, without protagonist plot armor, they were doomed to become side characters defeated and cast aside. Yet, despite all that, Kaguya couldn't deny that Mikuro Hoshimiya was likely the most formidable among the spirits yet to come. Her abilities alone would make any opponent think twice, and her indifferent personality combined with her strength would make things unpredictable. While Kaguya was lost in thought, she suddenly sensed someone approaching her in the darkness. A figure tiptoed over, lifted the blanket, and slipped right in, lying on top of her. How bold of Origami Tobiichi, sneaking over to Kaguya for a midnight rendezvous despite sharing a room with Yoshino. Then again, Kaguya hadn't had any closeness for a few days, and she was starting to feel a little restless herself. But as her hand moved to embrace the soft figure, something felt off. Origami didn't have quite this level of, presence. Could it be? Threads of moonlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the figure's face in gentle clarity, revealing none other than Toka Yatagami. You, why are you here? Kaguya asked in stunned surprise, loosening her grip a little. Why, is that a problem? Toka's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and she seemed slightly embarrassed. She held Kaguya's hand and placed it over her chest. No, that's not what I meant, Kaguya replied, a little dry-mouthed as she felt the softness beneath her fingers. But what are you doing here? That night. Toka's eyes sparkled as she murmured, I saw it. Saw it? Kaguya blinked in confusion. Saw what? Toka leaned close and whispered into Kaguya's ear, that night, you and Origami. I saw it. Kaguya froze, a wave of awkwardness overtaking her. It was true, things had gotten a bit carried away recently. Once Origami had tasted the thrill, she had taken to their encounters with surprising enthusiasm. Her normally cool expression paired with her seductive movements had left Kaguya thoroughly captivated. Perhaps because they hadn't been caught so far, they'd gotten a bit bolder, and Kaguya's guard had gradually slipped. Who would have thought that Toka would be the one to discover them? But then again, in retrospect, it wasn't so surprising. Unlike in the original series, Toka's spirit powers hadn't been sealed, so her 5 senses were as sharp as ever, far keener than the average person's. It wasn't that strange she'd picked up on something. Ah, it's not what you think. Kaguya stammered, still feeling the heat of the moment. Not what I think. Then what is it? Toka pressed herself closer. She wasn't wearing a thing, her snowy white skin glowing faintly under the clear moonlight. Well, you're still young. Kaguya started, then immediately regretted her words. Toka was hardly young, no, definitely not small. Young. How am I young? Toka retorted, looking indignant. I'm the same age as you all, go ahead, see for yourself. Ahem, yes, I can tell. Kaguya cleared her throat. She had definitely noticed that Toka was not small at all. Then why can't we? Toka huffed, pouting. You and Origami can, so why not with me? That's different, Kaguya replied, clearing her throat twice, we're. She paused, suddenly struck by a thought. Right. Why not? Here was a lovely little lamb practically delivered to her door. Why refuse? It wouldn't make any sense to send her away. But Toka, seeing Kaguya's momentary hesitation, seemed to misinterpret her silence. A hurt expression crossed her face, and she bit her lip, looking downcast. I see. So I thought we were inseparable partners, but I guess that was just my own fantasy. Well, I won't bother you anymore, Before she could finish, Toka's eyes widened as Kaguya wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulled her close, and pressed her lips against hers. Toka's eyes went from startled to dazed, and finally to misty. Surrendering to Kaguya's gentle touch, she slowly lay down on the couch. Tonight, the sky was especially beautiful. Outside the window, the night was alive with starlight dotting the dark sky, while a full moon hid and reappeared between drifting clouds, casting a soft glow over the inky night. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the green leaves and the fluttering curtains. And inside, the quiet, tender sounds gave the tranquil night an added warmth and life. Morning sunlight streamed down like gentle strands, piercing through the clear glass and the layers of curtains to light up the room. The brightness brought a soft glow to the couch, and the dust particles floated and danced in the beams, adding a feeling of quiet ease and harmony. Outside, a soft breeze stirred, swaying the lush leaves and wildflowers gently, filling the air with a fresh scent. The occasional chirping of birds added an extra layer of peacefulness. Seemingly roused by the morning sunlight, Kaguya's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Still a bit hazy and not entirely awake, her mind felt groggy. Perhaps it was because she'd gone to bed a little late, she felt unusually tired this morning, a sensation she hadn't experienced in quite some time. Was she becoming lax in her training lately, leading to this feeling? In truth, it wasn't entirely Kaguya's fault. Her opponents had simply been too weak, making it hard for her to treat them seriously. When she did act, it was mostly out of boredom, like a cat playing with a mouse, devoid of any real challenge. She even thought it was more entertaining to let them survive half-heartedly, prolonging the fun. Otherwise, why was Westcott still alive after offending her twice? This was just Kaguya's little twisted pleasure. Without a real challenge, laziness had become a habit, and that was a concerning trend. As the saying goes, the longer you walk by the river, the more likely you are to get your shoes wet, or even the best driver can crash. The more complacent one becomes, the more they risk an unexpected slip-up. One day, if Kaguya, the so-called experienced driver, were to actually crash, things would definitely not end well. While Kaguya's mind wandered through these idle thoughts, she suddenly noticed something peculiar. In her hand, she held something soft. Giving it a gentle squeeze, she was startled by a soft murmur right beside her ear, jolting her fully awake. Turning her head, she saw a beautiful face close to hers, eyes closed, breathing softly in a peaceful sleep. It was Toka Yatagami. Memories of the previous night came rushing back to Kaguya. She recalled doing some rather unsuitable for young audiences activities with Toka. It seemed she'd indulged in the little lamb that had willingly walked into her den. Now that she thought about it, Toka was quite different from Origami Tobiichi. Origami was slender and toned, her body well conditioned from training, giving her remarkable flexibility to pull off impressive moves. Toka, on the other hand, was more voluptuous and mature in appearance, with a perfectly curvaceous figure, especially a fuller chest, and her skin was smooth and soft like silk. As Kaguya's mind compared the two, Origami's bedroom door suddenly opened, snapping her back to the present. She quickly pulled the blanket up to cover Toka completely. Origami emerged, yawning, and drowsily greeted Kaguya, "Good morning." "Good morning," Kaguya replied with a dry chuckle. Origami didn't seem to notice anything out of place and wandered toward the bathroom. Just as Kaguya thought she'd have a chance to sneak Toka back to her room, Origami, in a half-asleep daze, simply bent down, pulled off her underwear, and sat down on the toilet. Kaguya froze. Moments later, Origami wiped with a tissue, flushed, and turned to see Kaguya looking at her with wide eyes. Curious, she asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" "No, nothing," Kaguya replied with a couple of forced coughs, feeling awkward. Origami blinked at her, then walked over, placing a small, soft hand on Kaguya's forehead with a concerned look. "Are you feeling okay? Do you have a fever?" "Really, it's nothing." Kaguya caught Origami's hand and laughed stiffly. "I'm not sick, I swear. You should go rest." "Are you sure?" Origami asked. "Really, I'm fine. I mean, with my level of power, how could I possibly catch a cold?" Kaguya said. All she wanted now was for Origami not to notice anything and leave as soon as possible, otherwise, she'd risk exposing herself completely. Origami could be quite possessive. While she wasn't as obviously jealous as Toka, she could be just as fierce. Well, all right. I'll go get some more rest. Origami yawned and turned back toward her room. But just then, a muffled sound escaped from under the blanket, causing it to ripple slightly. Kaguya's heart skipped a beat, realizing Toka, still hidden beneath, had started to feel stifled and had shifted. She quickly placed her hand on Toka's smooth back, gently pressing down to keep her still. Origami suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked back, puzzled. What was that sound? Oh, it was nothing, just a yawn, Kaguya said with a forced smile. Really? Origami frowned. It didn't sound quite like a yawn, it sounded more like. At that moment, Toka stirred again under the covers, causing the blanket to bulge slightly. She was clearly awake now but couldn't sit up due to Kaguya's gentle restraint. Origami's sleepy eyes grew a little sharper as they shifted toward Kaguya's blanket. I just stretched my legs, Kaguya said nonchalantly. You should go back and rest. I'll make breakfast in a bit and call everyone to get up. She lightly patted Toka under the blanket, signaling her to stay still. Oh. Origami glanced around and then asked, by the way, where's Toka? Suddenly, Kaguya tensed up, her gaze momentarily going blank. What's wrong? Origami's face took on a look of mild surprise as she walked closer, concern evident in her tone. Are you feeling sick? No, nothing, really, Kaguya quickly waved her hand, forcing a smile. I just got a bit chilly, so I shivered. Then, as if misunderstanding Kaguya's earlier signals, Toka, still lying on top of Kaguya, extended her tongue and began to gently lick the delicate softness beneath her lips, swirling her tongue around playfully. Not stopping there, Toka parted her lips and enveloped a certain part gently with her mouth. A warm sensation spread through Kaguya's skin as she suppressed the urge to moan. Are you sure? Origami studied Kaguya's pale expression, her tone tinged with suspicion. Absolutely, I'm fine, Kaguya replied, forcing a strained smile. Toka had clearly misunderstood her signals and thought Kaguya wanted a repeat of last night's activities. And now, Kaguya found herself in a bit of a predicament. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 515, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. After Origami returned to her room, Kaguya immediately sat up and lifted the blanket, only to find Toka Yatagami still clinging closely to her, lightly licking with her small tongue and holding her waist tightly. Sensing Kaguya's gaze, Toka looked up and smiled mischievously, as if she found this amusing. Kaguya's face twitched, a vein pulsing on her forehead, and she reached out to give Toka's head a light flick. It seemed Toka thought of this as some kind of game. Well, if it was a game, then maybe it wasn't a big deal. Toka didn't mind at all. Instead, she snuggled even closer, grabbing Kaguya's hand and placing it on her head like an obedient child, flashing a playful smile at Kaguya. After last night's ceremony, Toka felt she had matured. Her relationship with Kaguya now seemed more like the ones she'd seen on TV, closer than before, and the shadow of her insecurities had vanished. She could now stand up to Origami proudly and wouldn't be at a disadvantage when they bickered. However, if Kaguya knew she had done all that simply to get an edge over Origami, she'd probably be speechless. The truth was, Toka's actions stemmed from a deep-seated insecurity about her place in this world and her relationship with Kaguya. In this strange, hostile world, only Kaguya had genuinely cared for her, looked after her, while all the other humans seemed intent on killing her. This loneliness was a deep-seated fear. If she lost Kaguya, she would return to that lonely, desolate life. Naturally, Kaguya didn't know any of this. All right, put on some clothes and go wash up. I'll call you when breakfast is ready, Kaguya said, quickly dressing herself to avoid any more awkward situations if someone else walked in. But, my dear, I want you to help me dress, Toka said, stretching her arms out like a child waiting to be dressed, with a bright smile that showed her good mood. You're not a child, dress yourself, Kaguya muttered, glancing away to avoid looking at her snow-white skin and her curvaceous figure. Her heart beat a little faster, worried she might lose control if she looked too long. Help me dress, please. Toka wriggled her body playfully, her eyes sparkling and her face inches away from Kaguya's as she leaned in close. Fine, fine, Kaguya sighed, resigning to her fate, hold out your arms. Yay, thank you. Toka cheered, planting a quick kiss on Kaguya's cheek in triumph. Just then, the door creaked open, and a petite figure appeared, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Good morning, she mumbled. As she took in the scene before her, she froze. Good morning, Yoshino, Kaguya said casually, smiling as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Gee, good morning, Yoshino stammered, her cheeks tinged pink as she quickly made her way to the bathroom. Judging by her reaction, she probably understood more than she let on. Should I silence her? Of course, that was just a fleeting thought. But these days, it seemed like TV was becoming less and less suitable for children, subtly influencing even pure souls like Toka and Yoshino. No wonder kids in her original world matured so fast, and many parents protested about the media's impact on youth. Not that Kaguya was in a position to criticize TV's influence. With breakfast prepared, snacks bought, and household supplies restocked, Kaguya gave instructions to her little angels, reminding them to keep an eye on Natsumi and not let her escape. Kaguya had previously explained Natsumi's situation to Origami, Toka, and Yoshino. Though she had used her chakra to suppress Natsumi's spirit power, it was, after all, only an illusion. Given a spirit's natural mental strength, any external disturbance could cause her power to surge, potentially breaking the illusion. She couldn't be too cautious with this one. Although Toka had made enthusiastic promises to keep Natsumi in check, Kaguya couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about it. Perhaps she was just overthinking it. Either way, Kaguya was finally able to head out, feeling a bit like a caretaker for her family. Not only did she have to tend to their basic needs, but she often had to play the role of a counselor as well. Honestly, most spirits had deep-rooted psychological issues or were emotionally troubled in some way. Without properly addressing their trauma, things could get out of hand quickly, and it would become even more complicated to resolve. Her task was indeed a heavy one. Once she left the house, Kaguya headed toward the AST headquarters. Origami had previously mentioned that AST wanted to negotiate, potentially to discuss a truce. Since they seemed interested in peaceful discussions, Kaguya figured there was no harm in going to check it out, as it posed no real threat to her. As she passed through the city, she noticed the scars of battle everywhere. The city had been transformed by the recent battles, and although many buildings had been moved underground, surface infrastructure had inevitably taken damage. Roads were riddled with cracks and potholes, with workers constantly repairing them. Thankfully, her apartment, nearby stores, and local supermarkets had been spared due to Kaguya's careful oversight. Otherwise, simple tasks like grocery shopping would be a hassle. She had no desire to end up like Koro-sensei, flying across half the world just for a meal. At that moment, Kaguya sensed something and turned around with a smirk. "You've been following me this whole time," she called out, her voice steady. "Come on out and state your business instead of sneaking around." "Oh dear, caught again," said a beautiful, long-haired girl as she stepped out from the corner. Her lovely face radiated with a smile, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled. Her misty black hair was parted into two strands that fell over her shoulders. It was none other than Kurumi Tokisaki, who Kaguya hadn't seen in a while. "It's you." Kaguya turned around, a bit surprised. "Do you have some business with me?" Kurumi had been absent for a while, and Kaguya thought she might have vanished for good. Seeing her appear now meant she must have some purpose. Kurumi rarely showed herself without reason. "Does it always have to be business for me to come looking for you?" Kurumi asked as she glided over to Kaguya, stopping just in front of her with a smile. "Not necessarily," Kaguya replied. "But in the past, you've only sought me out when there was something you needed." "I suppose you're not wrong." Kurumi tilted her head slightly, smiling. "In fact, I do have something I need to tell you, my dear." "Oh." Kaguya's curiosity was piqued. "I wonder what could be so important that you'd come to find me in person." "Well, to be honest, I just wanted to see you, and business was more of an afterthought," Kurumi said, lightly tracing her finger along Kaguya's chest with a teasing grin. As Kurumi's actions grew bolder, Kaguya took hold of her restless hand. "If you have something to say, say it. I still have other things to do." "My dear, how cold you are, could it be that you've met someone new?" Kurumi's face took on a look of feigned sadness, her eyes reddening slightly. "It must be because you have a new love, which is why you're treating me so indifferently." Kaguya felt a bit helpless as she watched the stunning girl in front of her put on an act. It was said that every woman is a natural performer, and it seemed even more true for beautiful women like Kurumi. If Kaguya didn't already know her personality well, she might have actually fallen for it. "Stop with the nonsense. Do you want everyone to start staring at us?" Kaguya muttered quietly. Their presence was already attracting attention, and their odd behavior only heightened people's curiosity, with some even pulling out cameras. Kaguya quickly took Kurumi's hand and led her into a nearby alley. Once they were away from prying eyes, Kaguya spoke up in exasperation. "Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and tell me what you came here for, or I'm leaving." Kurumi, however, remained silent. Instead, she approached Kaguya, leaned in close, and sniffed her lightly. Her delicate face broke into an amused smile. "As I suspected, you've brought another spirit into your fold, haven't you? Stop saying such nonsense." Kaguya lightly pushed her away, clearing her throat. "What's your real purpose here?" Kurumi let out a sigh, sounding almost wistful. "I envy them, really. They get to stay by your side, while I don't have that luxury. I have too many things I must do." "Important things?" Kaguya asked, a little surprised. Is it related to the first spirit? To Kaguya's surprise, Kurumi shook her head. No, the first spirit is no longer my problem. I found her long ago, so that matter doesn't concern me anymore. The first spirit, you already found her. Kaguya was momentarily taken aback. The first spirit, if Kaguya remembered correctly, was supposedly that mysterious figure known as Phantom. Even though Phantom's true identity was never revealed, she had a deep connection to the origin of spirits. In the original story, Kurumi had always sought out the first spirit with the goal of killing her to prevent the catastrophic spacequake that had caused the death of over 150 million people 30 years ago. It could be said that Kurumi was not an inherently evil spirit, rather, she shared a nature somewhat like Amiya Kiritsugu, guided by a morally complex purpose. But now, hearing Kurumi casually say she had already found the first spirit left Kaguya feeling astonished. That's right, Kurumi replied with a faint smile. I've already met her. In fact, it's thanks to her help that I am the way I am today. I'm very grateful, you know. Without her, She glanced at Kaguya, seemingly catching herself before she could say any more. Covering her mouth, she chuckled. Oh, my dear, you almost made me spill all my secrets. Kaguya sighed. This girl was clearly enjoying keeping her guessing. If there's nothing else, Kaguya turned to leave. Then I'll be on my way. Kurumi blinked in surprise before breaking into a smile. Oh, my dear, are you upset? Don't be so petty. Not really upset, Kaguya replied, but I don't have time to waste. I have other things I need to do. At that moment, a pair of delicate arms wrapped around Kaguya from behind, pulling her close. Kurumi pressed herself against Kaguya's back, her soft warmth spilling over as she murmured into her ear, I really am sorry, my dear. I did want to tell you everything, but now is not the right time. If I reveal too much, it could lead to some unfortunate consequences. Please be patient. Soon enough, you'll know everything. Then tell me whatever you actually came to say, Kaguya said, resigned. Oh, right. Kurumi gasped playfully, covering her mouth in mock surprise. I almost forgot. My dear, whatever you do, don't go to that AST negotiation. And why's that? Kaguya asked, intrigued. Are they planning something? They aren't actually interested in a negotiation, Kurumi said, her face turning unusually serious. They've planted numerous nuclear bombs at the meeting site, and there are even rumors of a hydrogen bomb more powerful than anything used before. DEM has also sent over several airships to the site. Kaguya's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Ridiculous. Kaguya's brow furrowed, irritated. Were those fools still refusing to learn their lesson? Using something as pitiful as nukes, hydrogen bombs, and airships against her. It was utterly stupid. Through Kurumi's intel, Kaguya had learned that the Japanese AST, even with the DEM Corporation, had suffered disastrous losses. Not only had their headquarters been completely decimated, but they had also lost 2 airships and thousands of lives in recent attacks. The resulting damage was practically incalculable, enough to enrage not only DEM's board of directors but even the Japanese National Diet, leading to a desperate, fear-driven decision to deploy large-scale destructive weapons. The Japanese government decided to mobilize nuclear power, willing to sacrifice an entire city if it meant eliminating her. Kaguya sighed in disbelief. Did they think such weaponry could hurt her? Had their brains rotted entirely? It was like those old movies where every alien invasion or meteor impact saw humanity's immediate response being to launch a nuke, utterly senseless. Well, maybe it was time to teach the government a harsh lesson. Those bureaucrats thought their crude weaponry made them invincible, but arrogance had always blinded them to reality. Back in World War II, they thought they'd rule Asia in a so-called Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, only to end up vaporized by 2 American bombs. If they wanted a repeat of that history, then so be it. In a grand, hidden room inside a vast government building, several figures were speaking in hushed voices. Is everything set up? Asked a tall, rotund middle-aged man as he fiddled with the rings on his fingers. This was Japan's Minister of Defense, Nakaya Motoharu. If Kaguya saw him, she might even recognize him as a former commander of the AST Ground Self-Defense Force and Ryuko Kusakabe's direct superior. Yes, Minister, reported a soldier, his tone steady as he listed their preparations. The troops are in position, with tens of thousands ready to engage. Our strongest Type 10 tanks are deployed to strategic locations, and the Navy's Kongu and Atego-class destroyers have moved to their designated positions. The Air Force's F-15s and F-16s are also standing by. Additionally, DE Corporation's airships are en route and will reach the city within minutes. Good. And what of the nukes? Nakaya's gaze remained fixed on his rings as he asked. The nuclear warheads are prepped at the launch site, ready to fire on your command, the soldier said, then hesitated, but, Minister, if we use nuclear weapons, then General Tanaka, who is currently negotiating with the Spirit. Outrageous. Nakaya slammed his hand onto the table, sending his rings clattering. You dare question me about that? My apologies, Minister. Caught off guard, the soldier nearly buckled from fear, his legs quivering as cold sweat poured down his back. You don't need to worry about those decisions, Nakaya snapped with a scowl. Just make sure everything is ready. Yes, sir. The soldier left hurriedly, realizing as he shut the door that his entire body was drenched in sweat. No sooner had he left than a striking figure emerged from the shadows, a tall woman with flowing golden hair cascading to her waist, delicate brows, and icy, clear eyes. Her features were gentle yet refined, her pale skin like flawless porcelain, and her body was an enviable hourglass shape, with a particularly full and rounded chest that exuded a mature allure. It was Ellen, long unseen. Oddly, the formidable Minister of Defense lost his haughty demeanor upon seeing her. He leaped from his chair with surprising agility for a man over 200 pounds, a broad smile on his face. Miss Director, all this has only been possible thanks to your support. With DEM's backing, we finally stand a chance to defend Japan and protect its people from these brutal spirits. That's enough, Minister. There's no need for flattery, Ellen replied, unimpressed. You'd better be ready and ensure everything proceeds perfectly. Your opponent is far from ordinary, and if you underestimate them, this operation will end in disaster. I assume that's not a risk you're willing to take. Rest assured, Miss Ellen, Nakaya puffed his chest out, confidence clear in his voice. With DE's support, there's no way these spirits can stand against us. Let's hope you live up to your claims, Ellen said, shooting him a pointed look as she reached the door. Pausing before she left, she added, don't overestimate your nuclear weapons. They're not as powerful as you might believe, and your target is far tougher than you imagine. Don't put your hopes solely on them. With that, she walked away without another glance. As soon as she was out of sight, Nakaya's polite facade vanished, his face twisting in disdain. His small, beady eyes glinted with malice as he clenched his jaw. That damn DEM corporation, acting like they own us just because of a few fancy gadgets. And that arrogant woman has the nerve to look down on me. I'll wipe out these spirits and then make DEM regret ever crossing me. Who are you planning to make regret it? A light, chilling voice sounded suddenly from inside the room. Who's there? Nakaya was so startled he whipped out his gun immediately, pointing it toward the voice. You don't recognize me. A slender figure emerged from the darkness, stepping forward with a smile. Weren't you just discussing how you plan to eliminate me? Have you already forgotten, or is it the onset of senility? Nakaya's eyes widened as he saw the intruder's face, his pupils contracting in terror. The girl before him was an ethereal beauty, her features flawless and mesmerizing. Yet, despite her delicate allure, her presence struck fear into his heart. His face instantly drained of color. For the person standing before him was none other than Kaguya, the strongest spirit. You. Nakaya's hand trembled, cold sweat breaking out across his brow as his legs began to shake. The last thing he'd expected was for Kaguya herself to appear before him. Before he could finish his words, a shadow flashed toward him, and a kick landed in his stomach. Minister of Defense, known for his 200-pound frame, was sent flying across the room like a rubber ball. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 516, The Oriole Behind. Cough, cough. Nakaya Motoharu lay on the ground, hacking up blood as he gasped for air, his handgun already tossed who knows where in the scuffle. Fortunately for him, his thick, bulky frame absorbed much of the impact. Otherwise, Kaguya's single kick might have killed him outright if he were any thinner. Minister of Defense, it seems you lack any regard for the value of your life, Kaguya smirked, her tone cold as she watched him struggle. Those who court death tend to find it. Why can't you understand such a simple truth? She raised her fair hand, and an invisible force hoisted Nakaya into the air. His hands clutched desperately at his throat, as though an invisible grip was slowly choking the life out of him. His face turned red, then purple, as he hung, helplessly gasping for air. Originally, I wasn't planning on wasting my time with you. After all, who would take offense at an ant that dares posture from below? Her expression darkened. But if that ant tries to bite, well, then I have no choice but to crush it. Nakaya's pupils constricted as he realized the gravity of the situation. He flailed his limbs in the air, resembling nothing more than a bloated insect pinned to a wall, his struggling so pathetic it was almost comical. You, Nakaya, are exactly that ignorant ant, Kaguya said with a mocking grin. Now, how shall I kill you? With the lack of oxygen turning his face a splotchy shade of purple, his eyes began rolling back. Kaguya released her grip, and Nakaya dropped like a sack of bricks, crashing to the floor. Now free, Nakaya lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, his chest heaving as sweat poured down his face. It wasn't Kaguya's initial target today, after all, she'd been after Ellen. Ever since her prior encounters with Ellen, she could sense a distinctive aura from her, one she could track with ease. But rather than running into Ellen herself, Kaguya had ended up finding this unlucky fool. "Please, spare me," Nakaya pleaded, his voice high and squealing. He crawled over to Kaguya, sobbing and sputtering. "It wasn't my fault. It was them. DEM Corporation made me do it. They're the real masterminds." "Oh, really?" Kaguya asked with an amused smile. "Yes, absolutely. I was just following DEM's orders." Nakaya grasped at any hope for survival. "They're planning to nuke the city during your peace talks and use their airships and their magic convergence cannon to kill you." Kaguya's mouth twisted in disdain. "You betrayed your own people. How do you think they'll feel if they learn of this plan?" "They'll never know," Nakaya replied, grinning with a hollow smile. "After the city's destroyed, we'll tell the public it was an spacequake caused by you spirits, not a nuclear strike." "Already planned the cover-up, have you?" Kaguya's face turned to one of disgust. She had no patience for such low-minded politicians, people who would sink to any depths to achieve their goals. They were no different from criminals. Nakaya wiped sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his whole body trembling with fear. He knew the spirit before him wasn't one to show mercy. She'd killed tens of thousands of his comrades with a snap of her fingers, his life held no more value to her than an insect's. He had to say anything to survive. Kaguya suddenly turned back toward him, a cold smile on her face. "Do you want to live?" "Absolutely." Nakaya stopped, his eyes caught on the mesmerizing silver of Kaguya's gaze, its starlike beauty pulling him into its endless depths. His mind buzzed, and everything faded into darkness. The seasons shifted, and as summer's fierce heat began to ebb, a refreshing coolness filled the air. It was a pleasant time of year, yet Ellen found herself feeling inexplicably uneasy. Since her encounter with Kaguya, her emotions had been on a roller coaster. She had thought killing Kaguya would be cathartic, a righteous end to her humiliation, a well-deserved revenge. But as she imagined it, something inside felt wrong. Had she lost her mind? Why should such a thought ever even occur to her? She shook her head to clear her thoughts, gritting her teeth as she whispered to herself, "I must kill her. I have to." "Oh. And who might you want to kill?" The familiar voice caused Ellen's entire body to tense up. She instinctively spun around, retreating a few steps as she unsheathed her laser sword, prepared to attack. There stood Kaguya, her unmistakable smirk adding a playful glint to her eyes. "Is this really how you greet an old acquaintance?" Kaguya quipped as she approached. "Bastard," Ellen spat, gritting her teeth as memories of their last encounter, and the humiliation she suffered, flashed through her mind. Rage flared within her. "We've known each other for quite some time now," Kaguya said, crossing her arms casually and leaning against a wall. "At this point, we're practically friends, don't you think? Or, are you still holding on to past grievances?" "Of course I'm holding on to past grievances." Hearing Kaguya's nonchalance ignited an even greater fury within Ellen, her grip on the laser sword tightening until her knuckles turned white. With a cry of rage, she launched herself forward, her realizer unit activating with a powerful hiss. Within seconds, she closed the distance, her sword raised high, ready to strike down the girl who had become her sworn enemy. Sparks flew as the searing energy blade crashed down on the truth-seeking ball, its blade scraping brilliantly against the pitch-black surface. "Attacking without a word, that's rather rude," Kaguya remarked with a smile, arms crossed, showing no intent to dodge. "Especially unseemly for a graceful lady, wouldn't you say?" Her casual disregard stoked Ellen's rage further. Did she really see her as so insignificant? Ellen gritted her teeth. She was the world's strongest wizard, how could she possibly be defeated by some mere spirit? A graceful lady. Ellen scoffed, barely containing her anger. "Are you mocking me? It seems there's been a misunderstanding." Kaguya stood upright, her smile easy. "I have no such intentions." "Then what do you mean by that?" Ellen snapped, her lips pressed tight. "I'm just suggesting," Kaguya said, her smile turning wry, "that you look far better in casual wear than in that battered gear." "You really are insufferable." Ellen growled. "Insufferable?" Kaguya's lips curled into a smirk. "If that's enough to bother you, I wonder how much worse it will be soon." "You bastard." Misinterpreting Kaguya's words, Ellen's face flushed with anger. Her chest rose and fell as she seethed, and finally, unable to hold back, she charged at Kaguya again. "I already told you, it'll take you 100 lifetimes before you can kill me," Kaguya taunted, dodging the searing blade that slashed through the air. "Attacks like that won't cut it. Don't underestimate me." Ellen's first strike missed. Gritting her teeth, she spun and swept her arm in a broad arc, her energy sword cutting a white-hot line through the air. Kaguya leapt back, retreating as Ellen's sword missed again. "Now." Ellen's eyes gleamed, her acceleration device roaring as it released a torrent of jets, propelling her toward Kaguya at lightning speed. With Kaguya midair, there was nowhere left for her to escape. Take this. Ellen cried, gripping the energy sword and swinging it down with all her might. A blinding flash as the blade cleaved down, slicing Kaguya's body clean in half from head to toe. Blood spurted outward in a spray of crimson mist. Is she really dead? Ellen stared in disbelief at the body before her, struggling to process the sight. Could it really be over? Oh my, that hurt. The familiar voice behind her caused Ellen's eyes to widen in horror. She whirled around, only to find a silver-haired girl standing unscathed before her, grinning as though nothing had happened. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm really dead, Kaguya exclaimed in mock fright, though her tone was utterly devoid of sincerity. How? Ellen stammered, unwilling to believe what she was seeing. She glanced back at the corpse on the ground, which dissipated with a poof, dissolving into a misty vapor. It had been nothing more than Kaguya's substitute technique. Kaguya strode toward her with leisurely steps, a faint smile on her face. Give it up. You'll never defeat me. No matter how hard you try, it's pointless. Impossible. Ellen clenched her teeth, her voice seething with fury. I will never surrender to you. Never. We don't even have any real grudge between us, Kaguya said, her voice almost soothing. Why not join me instead? I can promise you double the pay you'd get from DEM Corporation. Isn't that a good deal? No grudge. Ellen's hand trembled around her energy sword. After everything you put me through, you expect me to just forget it? Ah, Kaguya replied, as though suddenly realizing. You mean, that incident from before? Seeing Kaguya's nonchalant expression stoked Ellen's fury further. With a shout, she charged forward, her energy sword blazing with newfound intensity. Clang. 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 The air filled with a barrage of ringing clashes as Ellen swung her blade fiercely, slashing furiously at Kaguya with every ounce of strength she had. She wanted nothing more than to cleave her in two. Yet each strike met only the black barrier formed by Kaguya's truth-seeking balls, which effortlessly blocked every blow. Stubborn, aren't we? Kaguya mocked. Why be so hard-headed when you already know that? Crack. A thin, sharp sound interrupted Kaguya mid-sentence. She looked down, her gaze narrowing, as hairline fractures spread across the surface of the truth-seeking ball, shattering it into fragments with a resounding boom. A scorching blade of energy streaked forward like lightning, piercing through every layer of her defenses as it zeroed in on Kaguya's throat. A strike like that would surely decapitate her. While you were off having fun, I've been preparing for this. Ellen shouted, her grip tightening on her energy sword as she accelerated, the blade mere inches from Kaguya's neck. The more powerful the ability, the more energy and preparation time it needed. Ellen had deduced that Kaguya's skills likely required similar conditions, making this the perfect opportunity to strike as Kaguya's guard slipped. As Ellen's energy sword neared Kaguya's throat, Kaguya's lips curled. So, all this hostility is out of jealousy, is it? She taunted. Your anger earlier was all just because you felt a bit. Ellen's whole body froze mid-swing, her mind caught off guard by Kaguya's words. Shut up, you bastard, she shouted furiously. Just die already. The energy sword traced a flawless arc, slicing through empty air. Ellen, rather than feeling victorious, was utterly stunned. Her attack had missed. Before she could react, a figure appeared behind her. Ellen instinctively swung around, slashing wildly, but by the time she turned, Kaguya was already inches from her, reaching out with an delicate hand. Fingers caught her chin, tilting it upward. With a wicked smile, Kaguya murmured, a mere plaything dares act so boldly. Perhaps it's time you learned a proper lesson. Never. Ellen bit her lip, shouting in rage as she charged at Kaguya with her energy sword. Fueled by anger, her speed doubled, and her acceleration device roared at full capacity, even beginning to emit steam as it approached its limits. Since you're so eager, I'll humor you for a bit, Kaguya said with a slight smile. But you'd better prepare yourself, just don't cry when it gets too rough. With that, she extended her arm. Mirror flower, water moon, sandalphon projection. As her words fell, a massive sword materialized in Kaguya's hand, the very weapon originally belonging to Toka Yatagami. Though this was not the real sandalphon, but a replica created by her mirror flower, water moon ability, it was still more than adequate. Clang. Sparks flew. In a sharp clash of metal, sandalphon collided heavily with Ellen's energy sword, sending out dazzling sparks. The two blades locked together, producing a grating sound as they pressed against each other. Kaguya's lips curled. Doesn't look like you've improved much, how disappointing. But to take you down, Ellen grunted as she used all her strength to push Kaguya back, this is more than enough. As she spoke, a surge of power erupted from her energy sword, its light growing larger and more intense. Enormous magical energy flowed along the blade, converging into a massive pillar of light that shot skyward, exuding an overwhelming presence. The sheer power whipped up violent winds around Ellen. Kaguya watched in stunned silence as the scene unfolded before her. Especially the pillar of light piercing the sky, she couldn't help but think, is Saber somehow related to you? Before she could voice her thoughts, Ellen let out a low cry and swung her arm. The colossal beam of light blasted toward Kaguya like a flash of lightning. Boom. A blinding column of light ripped across the sky, illuminating the earth as if it were daylight. A deafening explosion followed, shaking the entire city. A massive mushroom cloud rose, smoke and flames engulfing the area. The shockwave flattened everything around it, reducing the surroundings to rubble in an instant. After the raging energy subsided, the landscape was a mess of ruin. Towering buildings had vanished, leaving only wreckage. The ground smoldered, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning. Is it over? Ellen braced herself on her energy sword, kneeling and panting heavily. Sweat poured down her forehead in thick drops, her body drenched. She kept her eyes fixed on the scene before her. Where Kaguya once stood was now empty. The tall buildings that once surrounded her had crumbled to ruins. Even the structures in the surrounding area were nearly all destroyed. With an attack like that, she couldn't have survived, could she? Although she thought so, a sense of unease lingered in Ellen's heart. She had unleashed her greatest power, no, she had surpassed her own limits. Normally, she couldn't have generated such tremendous magic or caused this level of destruction, but her anger had allowed her to break through her limits. However, after the burst of energy, her body felt utterly drained, as if it had been hollowed out. She was weak, trembling, and looked as though she could collapse at any moment. Still, it was worth it. Ellen glanced back one last time before turning to leave. Almost got me there, that was a close one. The voice from behind made Ellen's body shiver. She turned abruptly, her pupils constricting in shock. Perched atop the ruins was a beautiful silver-haired girl, smiling warmly at her. It was Kaguya. Impossible. Ellen muttered, unable to believe her eyes. Just now. Yes, it was a bit dangerous, Kaguya admitted, raising her arm to reveal a vivid red mark. You even managed to injure me. It's been so long since anyone has, so I suppose you should feel proud. She gave it her all, and all it did was leave a bruise. Ellen was stunned. Looks like you've gotten too bold. Time to give you a proper lesson, Kaguya remarked. The words had barely left her lips when Kaguya's form blurred, streaking toward Ellen like an arrow released from its bow. Ellen snapped back to her senses, gripping her energy sword tightly as she prepared to counter. But then. Crack! Her eyes widened in shock. Her energy sword shattered into pieces, scattering on the ground. Not only that, but her acceleration device also fractured, breaking into shards. It turned out that when Ellen surpassed her limits earlier, she pushed her gear too far. The overload severely damaged the device's magical circuitry, causing it to finally break down. As Ellen faltered in her shock, Kaguya reached her. Extending an arm, she wrapped Ellen's soft body in an embrace. Her hand slid along Ellen's side, gliding over her smooth skin before gripping her full, firm breast. Only then did Ellen realize what had happened. Naked and vulnerable, she found herself once again in Kaguya's grasp. But why did it feel like again? Let me go, Ellen said weakly, squirming in her grasp. Even with her device intact, she couldn't escape Kaguya's hold before. Now, without it, she was weaker than an ordinary woman. Without her device, she had lost all her power. Perhaps because of that, Ellen's attitude softened, becoming more submissive. Why should I let you go? Kaguya teased, squeezing a few times playfully, the soft sensation unmistakable under her palm. You can't do this, Ellen stammered, biting her lip. If you keep going, your spirits, they'll be destroyed by the nukes. Oh, you mean those nukes? Kaguya replied with a sly smile. Sorry to disappoint you, but their trajectory has already been changed. What? A sinking feeling settled in Ellen's chest. As her mind reeled, Kaguya leaned in close, her warm breath tickling Ellen's ear as she whispered, Now, it's time to teach a disobedient child a lesson. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 517, You Think I'll Let You Go. The operations command room was bustling with activity, filled with the hurried footsteps and indistinct shadows of personnel working frantically. No one complained, this was a life-and-death moment. If they failed to eliminate the target, they could face a catastrophic counterattack. If a large-scale spatial quake were to occur, not only would the city be at risk, but possibly all of Japan as well. All units, are you prepared? A portly commander clutched his microphone, his eyes filled with steely resolve. He was none other than Nakaya Motoharu, whom we'd seen before. Army, ready and standing by. Navy, ready and standing by. Air Force, ready and standing by. Good, Nakaya Motoharu nodded in satisfaction, then added, And what's the status of DEM Corp's airships? DEM Corps forces and airships have reached their designated positions. They should be fully prepped for combat by now, reported a soldier, saluting respectfully. HM, keep monitoring. If any trace of the spirit is detected, report to me immediately, Nakaya Motoharu ordered with a stern voice. Yes, sir. At that moment, another soldier approached, hesitating as he spoke. There are reports that traces of a spirit's energy were detected near the former AST headquarters. It's speculated that a spirit may be hiding there. Oh. Nakaya Motoharu responded noncommittally. Ignore that for now. Our priority is to eliminate the spirit that's about to appear. Once we do, the others won't pose a threat. But, the soldier seemed to want to say more. No buts. Nakaya Motoharu interrupted, visibly displeased. This is not your place to make suggestions. Do your duty, soldier. Yes, sir. Turning back to the screen, Nakaya Motoharu's eyes gleamed with a peculiar intensity. Just then, a soldier suddenly shouted, "She's here, she's here." The atmosphere in the command room grew tense as everyone held their breath, staring intently at the images on the monitor. On the massive screen, a silver-haired girl appeared. She seemed like an ordinary girl, no different from any civilian, save for her extraordinary beauty. She strolled toward the designated target area, showing no signs of alarm. She appeared as relaxed as if she were merely out for a casual walk, entirely unaware of the impending danger. Commander, Commander. Seeing Nakaya Motoharu unresponsive, the deputy commander quickly spoke up. Nakaya Motoharu replied, unfazed. Shouldn't we initiate the plan now? If she gets close enough to realize there's no one inside, she'll figure out it's a trap, the deputy commander said anxiously. If that happens, she might detect our plan, and then. Before he could finish, Nakaya Motoharu cut him off. Do you think I need you to tell me that? Nakaya Motoharu turned to him, his expression dark. Right, I'm sorry. The deputy commander's legs wobbled under Nakaya Motoharu's glare, cold sweat trickling down his back. The aura of authority from the Minister of Defense had grown even more intimidating. Without further word, Nakaya Motoharu turned back and spoke into the microphone, commence the operation. Yes, sir. Upon his command, the communications officers in the room sprang into action, relaying orders as the Army, Navy, and Air Force assumed combat readiness. The battle was about to erupt. Kaguya, as if sensing something, smirked with a faintly wicked grin. In the distance, a thunderous roar approached, growing louder with each passing second. Finally, through a rising cloud of smoke and dust, a dozen Type 10 main battle tanks burst through the barricades, rolling over obstacles as they advanced. These Type 10 tanks had undergone special modifications, boasting firepower superior to that of even the American M1 main battle tank. They roared forward like fierce, iron behemoths, though a few of them were less reliable than they appeared, with two of the tanks soon stalling due to tread malfunctions. Despite this, the remaining tanks pressed on undeterred, their turrets rotating to aim at their target. With a deafening rumble, their cannons fired, and countless shells streaked through the sky like meteors, raining down on Kaguya's position. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted in blinding flashes, one after another, sending debris flying. Dense smoke billowed upward as shockwaves kicked up thick clouds of dust, obscuring visibility. Meanwhile, on warships several kilometers away, the vertical launch bays opened, and a barrage of Trident missiles soared into the sky, trailing plumes of smoke as they hurtled toward Kaguya's location. Boom. 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 As the missiles struck, a series of intense flashes illuminated the scene, each explosion louder than the last. Fires raged in every direction, black flames towering skyward as the acrid scent of smoke permeated the air. Is it over? The deputy commander swallowed hard, his voice trembling with uncertainty. The command room fell silent for a moment. Just as they began to believe the spirit had been destroyed and readied themselves to celebrate, a figure emerged from the thick smoke, walking slowly forward, Kaguya. The command room went dead quiet. Everyone stared at the screen, dumbfounded. There she stood, completely unharmed, her clothes not even singed. Sensing something, she turned to the monitor and flashed a radiant smile at them. The people in the command room collectively sucked in their breaths, as if witnessing a ghost. How could she be entirely unscathed after such an assault? Even for a spirit, this was unbelievable. Then, the screen showed an even more astonishing sight. The silver-haired girl moved like a bolt of lightning, her form blurring with afterimages as she almost instantaneously appeared before the tanks. She raised her arm, and as if gripped by an invisible force, a tank began to lift off the ground, floating weightlessly. With a swift, decisive motion of her hand, she clenched her fist. In response, the tank groaned and creaked, contorting and compressing under the immense pressure. In mere moments, it was crushed into a compact ball of twisted metal. The command room was silent enough to hear a pin drop, an eerie quiet taking hold as everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen, their work momentarily forgotten. On the screen, the silver-haired girl turned toward the display and gave a smile, then waved her arm. In an instant, a massive chunk of black metal was hurled out of view, and with a deep boom, the screen filled with static. Everyone in the command room jolted in unison, and some even let out muffled gasps. They exchanged nervous glances, faces shadowed by an inescapable dread. Fortunately, the city was packed with surveillance equipment, and while a few monitors were knocked offline, the remaining ones continued to function. But what happened next on the screens left them even more astounded. The silver-haired girl gave a slight smile, extending a finger to make a delicate slicing motion. Instantly, the earth began to tremble as if struck by an earthquake, the vibration so intense that even the operations command room, hundreds of kilometers away, felt it distinctly. The room shook, lights flickering on and off, with displays and furniture swaying lightly. Luckily, the command room was reinforced and didn't suffer severe damage, avoiding a panic. But the scene on the screen was something else. Those who hadn't been looking at the monitors now wondered if the feed had been tampered with. How could this be real? The display showed an entire city block transformed, with enormous trees shooting up from the ground. Towering trunks thicker than skyscrapers created a vast, ancient forest, with dense branches stretching skyward and leaves forming a green canopy overhead. What in the world is this? The deputy commander, transfixed by the screen, muttered in disbelief. Years of combat experience with spirits had brought him face to face with numerous spirit abilities, but he had never seen anything remotely like this. And certainly not on such a large scale, this phenomenon enveloped the entire city district. This was Kaguya's nativity of a world of trees, jutsu. Suddenly, thick vines extended from the towering trees like living creatures, darting down to the ground toward the tanks. Snapping back to reality, the deputy grabbed his microphone and shouted, "Open fire. Suppressive fire, now." But his order was too late, or perhaps orders wouldn't have made any difference. The tank's 120mm smoothbore cannons fired shells that struck the massive trees, only to leave small dents that looked like mere scratches against their immense trunks. And before long, these wounds healed, leaving no sign of damage. In the blink of an eye, the vines had wrapped around the tanks like tightly bound dumplings. Despite their frantic maneuvers, the tanks were helpless. The vines constricted, slowly tightening like a vice. Finally, with a sickening creak, the tank was crushed into a flat metal disc. The other tanks suffered the same fate. Armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and even gun-mounted vehicles were all ensnared. Before the enormous vines, these machines were like toys, easily twisted, torn apart, and crushed into useless scrap metal. With a thunderous boom, the explosions of tank munitions echoed as thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Those trapped inside, unable to escape, were crushed into pulp, while those who managed to break free met no better fate, as the vines sucked them dry, leaving behind shriveled corpses. The air was filled with pained cries and blood-curdling screams, a cacophony that was nothing short of hellish. "Save me! Help me!" One soldier scrambled out of his tank, desperately fleeing. But the entire city was covered by the god tree's domain, leaving him with nowhere to run. Spotting an open clearing, free of the monstrous vines, he ran toward it frantically, heart pounding in relief. But as he neared, his eyes widened in horror. In the clearing stood a beautiful silver-haired girl walking toward him. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have tried to strike up a conversation with such a beautiful young woman, maybe even asked her out for a drink, hoping for a pleasant evening. But seeing this silver-haired girl now filled him with an overwhelming terror. His eyes widened, heart hammering as if gripped by an invisible hand, each breath a struggle. He recognized her, she was the spirit responsible for this nightmare. All he could do was pray that she wouldn't notice him, that she'd pass by without seeing him. But he was hoping for too much. "Oh." Kaguya turned her head, smiling slightly as she looked at the soldier, who had wet himself in fear. "Looks like there's a straggler." Just as he braced himself for death, he noticed that the stunning girl had merely glanced at him before walking away, passing by without a second glance. Realizing he'd been spared, the soldier's eyes widened with disbelief. She hadn't killed him. Even as her silver hair disappeared into the distance, he struggled to process it. Relief surged through him, his despair flipping into joy as he realized he had narrowly escaped death. His legs trembled, and he shivered, realizing that at some point, he had lost control and wet himself. But he didn't care, all he wanted now was to escape this nightmare. However, just as he took a few shaky steps toward what he thought was safety, with a triumphant grin on his face, countless vines shot out from the nearby thicket, binding him tightly. "No, no. Don't kill me, please." He paled, struggling wildly. But it was all in vain. With a brief, agonized scream, his body was crushed into a bloody paste, twisted into a grotesque shape like a smashed tomato. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with the thick stench of iron. Kaguya, having walked some distance away, didn't even look back, a wicked smile tugging at her lips. Did you really think I'd let you go? How naive. Kaguya walked through the hailstorm of gunfire and missiles, watching the incoming barrage of projectiles like fireworks in the sky. A smirk tugged at her lips as she scoffed, it seems the military's getting desperate. With a self-defense force like this, how do they expect to protect their country? They're overestimating themselves. Just worthless scrap metal. Let me reduce you to parts. With a flick of her hand, several black orb-like objects shot out from her palm, rocketing toward the sky. Inside the command center, things grew tense. What is she doing? The operators exchanged nervous glances, baffled by the silver-haired girl's actions, but all of them felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Then suddenly, alarms blared through the command center. This is bad, Commander. It's really bad, a soldier dashed in, his face twisted in fear as if he'd seen something terrifying. What's so bad? Explain it clearly, the deputy commander shouted, grabbing the soldier by the collar. There's a large unidentified object falling over the ocean, the soldier stammered. A large object. The deputy furrowed his brow. What exactly is it? Radar suggests it might be a meteorite, the soldier gulped, heading directly toward the fleet 150 miles offshore of Japan. What? A surge of dread overcame the deputy commander as he whipped around, barking orders, switch the feed to the fleet in the Sea of Japan. Yes, sir. As the screen changed to display the fleet, silence gripped the command room. In the display, massive orbs loomed overhead, so large they blocked out the sky. Flames roared around them from the friction with the atmosphere as they plummeted toward the fleet. It was the heavenly obstacle quaking star. Although the fleet had spotted the incoming meteorites and fired missiles, shells, and close-in defense guns, they barely made a dent in the gigantic masses. The fragments blasted off by the missiles were mere specks compared to the colossal meteorites, having no meaningful effect. Finally, in front of the terrified eyes of those in the command room and the fleet, the massive meteors crashed down. A tremendous explosion rocked the sea, and the command room screens flickered into static. Although they hadn't seen the final moments, everyone understood what it meant, the fleet was gone. Silence fell upon the command center. None of them had anticipated that Japan's formidable naval force, one of the strongest in Asia, would be obliterated without so much as scratching the enemy. At this moment, they found themselves unable to believe their own eyes. Reports of calamity continued pouring in without pause, the entire ground self-defense force was wiped out, the naval fleet annihilated, and even the air force suffered catastrophic losses. The military found itself on the edge of survival. If they couldn't eliminate the spirit soon, they were doomed. Commander, the deputy approached the head officer, his face grim. Conventional weapons aren't working anymore. To protect the Japanese people and defend the world, I propose we deploy nuclear weapons to annihilate her. Otherwise, we'll all just be sitting ducks. After a moment of contemplation, the commander finally responded, then let's proceed to nuclear strike readiness. Yes, sir. Loading fuel for nuclear missiles, complete. Nuclear missiles loaded onto launch pad. Final calibration of launch systems underway. Calibration complete. Target locked. Awaiting final launch authorization. One by one, commands were executed, and the preparation phase for nuclear weapon deployment was complete. Now, everything depended on the commander pressing the red launch button. Commander, the deputy approached him, voice firm, to eliminate this evil for the sake of the world, sacrifices must be made. If we can destroy this spirit, the world will finally be free from such disaster, and people can live in peace. Surely those who perish today will understand that. The command room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the commander. Everyone understood what this decision meant. By deploying nuclear weapons, they were effectively abandoning the city, the resulting blast would level everything. Not only would the city be destroyed, but the residents would also face catastrophic loss of life. Even those in shelters wouldn't escape the nuclear fallout unscathed. It was a difficult choice. But would nuclear weapons even destroy the spirit? No one felt certain. The previous tactical nukes had proved ineffective. Although this weapon was far stronger, no one could guarantee it would succeed. But there was no other option left. The commander stood in silence for a moment, then approached the console, extending his hand toward the red button. The room held its collective breath, watching intently as his finger hovered over the button. A crimson light flashed ominously in his eyes. In an airship 20,000 meters above ground, hundreds of kilometers away. Ellen, how's it going with Nakaya Motoharu? Westcott sat at his desk, spinning a pen between his fingers with a smile. Ellen, standing nearby, didn't respond, her gaze distant and unfocused, as if lost in her thoughts. Ellen. Ellen, Westcott's voice hardened. Huh. She snapped out of her trance, her face betraying a slight panic. Sorry, I was a little distracted. What's wrong? Westcott stood up, moving closer with a look of concern. Are you feeling all right? Maybe you're just overtired. And no, it's nothing. Ellen waved her hand quickly, forcing a smile. I probably just didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a bit fatigued. Make sure you take care of yourself, Westcott chuckled. I rely on you, you know. Without you, I'd be lost. Understood, thank you. Ellen nodded, her face returning to calm. According to reports, Nakaya Motoharu has completed preparations for the nuclear launch. The strike should proceed shortly. But no one knew that her mind was still in turmoil, her thoughts replaying the previous scene over and over again. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Chapter 518, Hoist with One's Own Petard. In the command center, Westcott gazed intently at the silver-haired girl on the screen, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Even the strongest spirit would take damage from such a nuclear assault, and in doing so, she'll deplete a significant amount of her spirit power. At that point, with her weakened state, our new magic condensing cannon will have the ideal opportunity to strike. Then, I'll bring out that secret weapon. His chilling words drew no reaction from Ellen beside him, who stared blankly at the screen, lost in thought. The blue sky was scattered with clouds, and soft beams of late summer sunlight filtered through the yellowed leaves, casting bright patches of light on the ground. The air was cooling, and a gentle autumn breeze rustled through the endless sea of trees, filling the silence with the occasional chirping of birds. Wildflowers, still in bloom, swayed in the breeze, heightening the tranquil beauty of the woods. Amidst a clearing in the forest, two beautiful young women lay together. One girl was holding the other gently, her delicate fingers tracing softly over smooth, white skin, sending the girl in her arms into a subtle tremor. The two girls were none other than Kaguya and Ellen. Ellen was still catching her breath, her chest rising and falling as crystalline drops of sweat trickled down her face. How about now? Do you understand your mistake? Kaguya smirked, her fingers tightening slightly, a mischievous smile on her face. Ellen didn't respond, her gaze hazy, as though shrouded in mist. Seeing Ellen's dazed look, Kaguya paused, chuckling as realization dawned. Oh. Could it be that I broke you? After all, that was quite the experience for you just now. A mischievous smile spread across her face as she gave Ellen a light squeeze. Ah. Ellen gasped, her body shuddering slightly. That one touch brought her back to her senses. You. Ellen bit her lip, glaring resentfully at Kaguya. If she could, she would have struck down this troublesome spirit on the spot, but she knew her strength was no match for Kaguya's. Watching Ellen's glare, Kaguya's smile turned sly, as if she'd just thought of something entertaining. She pulled Ellen closer, brushing her fingers softly over her skin, making Ellen flush with embarrassment. Just then, Kaguya whispered, I like you. Ellen blinked, momentarily stunned, as if wondering if she'd misheard. Yes, I like you. Kaguya moved closer, her gaze serious. Ellen. Huh? Ellen's eyes widened in disbelief. It's because I like you so much that I couldn't help but do what I did, Kaguya continued in a tender tone. Can you forgive me? How could I? Ellen stammered. After all that, I could never forgive you. You were so mean to me. I know I hurt you. Kaguya's voice softened, her expression sincere. But I'll make it up to you for the rest of my life. I'll make sure you're happy, I promise. So please, don't turn me down. Answer me, Kaguya said, her gaze unwavering. Ellen had never faced anything like this. Her composure began to waver. Answer. Yes. Say yes. Kaguya held her by her shoulders, looking deeply into her eyes. Marry me. And marry you. Ellen's face went slack with shock, her mind struggling to keep up. Yes, Kaguya whispered, running her fingers over Ellen's soft skin, her words soft by her ear, marry me, Ellen. And no way, Ellen stammered, her face flushed, her words coming out in a flustered rush. We're both girls. How could we? What's the problem with that? Kaguya's body moved closer as she chuckled softly. Who says two girls can't get married? But. Ellen's cheeks flushed a bright red as she fumbled for words, her entire face as red as a ripe apple. No buts. Kaguya leaned in, her voice a soft murmur by Ellen's ear. I like you very much, Ellen. And you like me too, don't you? What? No, of course not. Ellen's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her embarrassment spreading down to her neck, her whole body turning rosy pink. Stop joking around. I'm not joking, Kaguya said, her arms wrapping around Ellen's waist. Marry me, Ellen. Ellen's mind was a muddled mess, as if her brain had stopped functioning. Her thoughts spun in all directions, the feelings of anger and frustration mingling with memories of Kaguya's earlier gentleness, twisting her thoughts and feelings beyond recognition. Did she like her? That couldn't be true, right? Even if Kaguya's face often lingered in her thoughts, even if she found herself recalling Kaguya at odd times. It wasn't love, was it? After all, Kaguya had treated her so harshly, humiliating her so callously. But then again, if she said it was all because of love. She wavered, torn between forgiveness and bitterness, unable to reach a decision. Finally. Why you? Ellen muttered after a long silence, her voice soft and uncertain. You can't treat me like that anymore. You have to be nicer to me. Absolutely not. Huh. Ellen's head snapped up, confusion flickering in her eyes. Of course not, Kaguya said with a mischievous grin. You're just too cute, Ellen. There's no way I'll stop teasing you. Absolutely unforgivable. Ellen bit her lip, fury blazing in her beautiful eyes as she clenched her fists tightly. With a crack, the carbon pen in her hand snapped in half. That vile person who dared toy with the heart of an innocent girl deserved nothing less than the harshest punishment. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the airship, red warning lights flashing throughout. Alert. Alert. Incoming missiles detected. Incoming missiles detected. What's happening? The sudden alarm jolted Westcott out of his chair as he barked, "What's going on here?" "Scanners are showing missiles heading straight toward us, sir," a crew member rushed over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "And they're coming from the direction of the nuclear missile battalion." Westcott's face darkened as he seethed. What the hell is Nakaya Motoharu up to? Connect me with him now, I want answers. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the operations command center. The previously bustling room had fallen silent. Dim lights flickered sporadically, casting shadows across shattered monitors, many riddled with cracks and occasionally sparking with bursts of electricity. The flashes of light revealed a grim scene, corpses strewn about in every direction, bodies with gaping wounds down to the bone, flesh torn open, blood pooling around them, filling the air with a sickening stench. Dark crimson blood stained the walls and floor, still fresh and wet. Everyone in the operations room had been killed. Except for one young woman, who lay on her back, blood trickling from her lips. Her chest was exposed, pale and delicate, but marred by a brutal gash stretching from her left shoulder to her right hip, deep enough to expose bone. The sight left no room for desire, only horror. "Help, please, help me," she whispered hoarsely, eyes brimming with a desperate will to live. At that moment, a fat man approached her. Without hesitation, he seized her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Ugh, ugh. The girl choked as she struggled for air, her weak cries stifled. Without a hint of expression, the fat man drew a military-grade knife and, in her despairing gaze, drove it into her heart. Blood splattered everywhere. He yanked the knife out, and the girl collapsed to the floor, crimson blood pooling beneath her, splashing onto the man's face, which remained cold and indifferent. That man was Japan's Minister of Defense, Nakaya Motoharu, and the chief commander of this operation against the spirit. Just then, the eerie silence of the command center was shattered by the abrupt ring of a phone, echoing ominously in the dark. Nakaya Motoharu glanced dispassionately at the lifeless body on the floor, then walked over and picked up the receiver. "Nakaya Motoharu, what's the meaning of this missile launch? Are you declaring war on me?" came Westcott's enraged voice from the other end. A sinister smile crept across Nakaya Motoharu's face as he replied, "Long time no see, Westcott." Though the voice was Nakaya Motoharu's, there was something off. His tone was unusually light and playful, nothing like the voice of a hardened man in his 50s. Westcott fell silent, his face darkening. "You're not Nakaya Motoharu. Who are you?" Surprised you recognized it so quickly, Nakaya Motoharu's voice oozed with eerie malice, a chilling sound against his grotesque, bloated face. "Just who are you?" A sense of dread crept over Westcott. "Soon enough, you'll find out." Nakaya Motoharu chuckled. Could it be? Westcott's eyes narrowed in disbelief. "That's right, it's me." Nakaya Motoharu's tone turned taunting. "And since we've known each other for so long, it'd be rude not to leave you with a gift. Consider this my farewell present, it'll be quite unforgettable." "What?" Westcott's stomach sank. "They say this hydrogen bomb has the power of 1,000 Hiroshima bombs, truly a force to be reckoned with. Why not try it out and see for yourself?" "You bastard, you wouldn't dare." Before Westcott could finish, Nakaya Motoharu hung up. Then, picking up a finely crafted handgun, he pressed it to his temple, a twisted grin on his face as he pulled the trigger. A loud bang. Blood and brain matter sprayed across the floor as Nakaya Motoharu's corpulent body collapsed, his ghastly smile frozen in place. "Damn it." Westcott hurled his phone to the ground, his face a mask of rage. "Captain, this is bad," a crew member yelled urgently. "The missile is less than 100 kilometers away and closing in. We have 58 seconds until impact. Use the convergent magic cannon, take it down." Westcott ordered, his voice cold and tight. Inwardly, though, he was simmering with frustration. Procuring these nuclear weapons had been no small feat. Japan, after all, was prohibited from possessing them. Even with the relaxed restrictions due to the threat of spirits, they had only been permitted smaller, tactical nukes, nothing with this kind of destructive power. After all, Daddy America was always watching. Westcott had used DEM Corporation's influence to obtain this nuclear weapon, investing considerable effort to sneak it into Japan. Destroying it now stung profoundly, but there was no choice. It was better than being struck by the weapon himself. Just then, a crew member cried out as if he had seen a ghost. It's no use. The missile has split into multiple warheads. We've intercepted 8, but 4 are still coming straight for us. Westcott's pupils contracted as he cursed inwardly, realizing his own strategy had turned against him. To ensure the highest precision, he had opted for a MIRV, or multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle. Now it was backfiring, as the extra warheads turned his own weapon into a perilous trap. Boom. In a deafening roar, a massive nuclear explosion erupted 20,000 meters in the air, a towering mushroom cloud rising as the shockwave, interlaced with air currents, swept through the atmosphere. The clouds scattered, revealing a pure blue sky beyond. Though the people on the ground couldn't see the blast, Kaguya's star eyes took in every detail. The nuclear warhead's detonation in the sky lit up with fierce flames, turning the heavens into a radiant fireworks display. After a short time, a colossal object, blazing with fire like a meteor, came hurtling down toward the earth. It was none other than one of DEM Corporation's airships. With a thunderous crash, the airship slammed into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. A fiery sphere bloomed upward, the sound earth-shattering, and the blast waves radiated in all directions like tidal waves of heat. The shattered remains of the airship lay strewn about, pieces of the vessel hurtling into the sky only to come crashing down again. Even from several kilometers away, Kaguya could feel the explosive shockwave ripple through the air. It seems a hydrogen bomb can't be taken lightly, she murmured, estimating that the bomb's explosive yield had almost matched that of a tailed beast bomb. If she had been directly hit by the hydrogen bomb, even Kaguya might have sustained injuries. But she wasn't foolish enough to take the hit head-on. Only an idiot would stand still in the face of an attack like that. Hitting a moving target with ballistic missiles was challenging, especially without the advanced tracking technology. At that moment, a shadow plummeted from the sky like a shooting star, trailing smoke as it plummeted toward the ground, moments from shattering into pieces. Kaguya glanced up curiously and saw a familiar face. It was Ellen. She was tumbling downward, head first, her eyes closed and face pale, as if she had lost consciousness. Falling from such a height, she would be lucky if her head didn't split open like a melon upon impact. Seeing the beautiful woman about to become a human pancake, Kaguya wasn't about to just stand by. After all, they had a close connection. They were friends, certainly not casual acquaintances. How could she let Ellen just die like this? With a single step, Kaguya launched herself into the air like an arrow, reaching Ellen just before she hit the ground and catching her in her arms. Ellen had clearly been severely affected by the blast. Her realizer unit was completely damaged, spiderwebbed with cracks, and still sparking slightly, clearly beyond repair. It was thanks to the device's territory field that she'd survived the blast at all, otherwise, she'd likely have been incinerated. "Hey, wake up," Kaguya called, gently shaking the soft body in her arms. But Ellen seemed completely unconscious, showing no response. Fortunately, Kaguya didn't find any external wounds, a small blessing amid her misfortune. Kaguya shook her a little more, checking her breathing. Though weak, Ellen didn't seem to be in serious danger. Finally, Ellen's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Awake now. Kaguya chuckled, pinching her soft cheek with a playful grin. "I almost thought you died on me." Ellen stared at her blankly for a few moments before her head lolled to the side, and she promptly passed out again. "Hey, don't fall asleep again. I've still got things to do. What am I supposed to do with you?" Kaguya sighed, looking at the unconscious beauty in her arms. She would have thought Ellen was faking if she hadn't sensed her actual aura. At that moment, 3 small figures peeked around a corner, sneaking down the street with hushed footsteps and furtive glances. The girls wore black blazers over white blouses and pleated blue skirts, a typical school uniform. Judging by the badges on their chests, they were students of Raisin High School. These 3 girls were familiar characters from the original story, classmates of Shido Itsuka, Ai Yamabuki, Mai Hazakura, and Mi Fujibakama. "That looks like AST up ahead," Ai Yamabuki whispered, crouched in the bushes. "We're so busted. What do we do?" Mai Hazakura whispered back nervously. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on sneaking here to take a look, we wouldn't be in this mess. If we get caught, I heard we'll be put in detention." "Oh, come on," Ai chuckled, a forced smile on her face. "You two agreed to it too, didn't you?" "I think we should just leave," murmured Mi Fujibakama, the normally quiet girl, tugging gently at Ai's sleeve. "Since everyone wants to leave, I guess we should head back," Ai said, laughing it off. "You're the one who's scared." Mai scoffed. Stop trying to pin it on us. No way. AI puffed out her chest proudly. There's nothing in this world that could scare me. Hey, what are you doing? A voice rang out suddenly behind them. The three girls froze, their eyes wide with terror as their faces drained of color. A piercing scream split the air, catching Kaguya off guard and leaving her ears ringing. She didn't understand how teenage girls could reach such a high-pitched tone. It was enough to shatter glass. Who are you? The three girls backed away, their faces full of panic. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Kaguya's expression darkened. This is a war zone. What are three high school students doing in such a dangerous place? AI stammered, scratching her head, struggling to find an excuse. Then, suddenly, she yelled, "Run!" And with that, the three girls dashed off like startled rabbits, bolting so fast they were out of sight in moments. Kaguya watched them flee, a vein throbbing on her forehead. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 519, A New Spirit. The three little bunnies hadn't run far when AI Yamabuki, who was leading, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Unable to break in time, Mai Hazakura and Mi Fujibakama crashed right into her, and all three girls tumbled to the ground. Why did you suddenly stop? Mai protested irritably. Exactly. Mi grumbled, rubbing her forehead where a bruise was already forming. Look. AI swallowed nervously, her voice trembling. The two girls lifted their heads and were startled by the sight. The silver-haired girl, who'd previously been behind them, was now standing right in front of them, as if she'd appeared out of thin air. The three girls instantly leaped to their feet with agility that would put athletes to shame. When did she get here? Mai stammered, feeling a sudden dryness in her throat. Could she be a ghost? Mi whispered, hiding behind her friends, peeking out cautiously. Idiot, AI knocked her lightly on the head in exasperation. There's no such thing as ghosts in broad daylight. What are you whispering about over there? Kaguya walked toward them, her expression puzzled. The three girls scrambled backward, nervously waving their hands, forcing smiles. And nothing. Please don't arrest us. We'll leave right away. We promise never to sneak out during an alert again. What on earth are you talking about? Kaguya looked at them, then at Ellen in her arms, and seemed to understand. With a smirk, she said, All right, you three, come here. A moment later, the three girls found themselves holding Ellen between them, exchanging bewildered glances. Having handed Ellen over to these unexpected helpers, Kaguya was finally free to move. She eyed the trio thoughtfully. They seemed oddly familiar, as if she'd seen them somewhere before, but she couldn't quite place them. Oh well. It wasn't important right now. What mattered now was taking down Westcott for good. Kaguya realized she'd been too merciful before by not eliminating him entirely. Leaving him alive was a mistake, and now she intended to rectify it. She leaped into the sky like an arrow loosed from its bow. She could sense a powerful energy source overhead, one far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. However, as she ascended into the area where the energy pulsed, she was taken aback. The scene before her was not at all what she had expected. Against the backdrop of the blue sky was a vast swarm of tiny black dots. Kaguya, who had mild trypophobia, shuddered involuntarily. But upon closer inspection, she realized they weren't anything grotesque or organic. They were robots equipped with manifestation devices, their sharp claws gleaming coldly in the sunlight. It was a unit from the Beast Corps. They were all gathered in a tight formation, seemingly surrounding something. Narrowing her eyes, Kaguya could make out a petite figure in the center of the swarm. When the figure turned, Kaguya saw her clearly. She had golden curls and eyes like amber. Her petite figure was accentuated by an ample chest. Her spirit outfit resembled a qipao, adorned with star-like patterns and constellations across her gloves and hemline. Long, knightly armored boots clad her feet, lending an unexpectedly harmonious touch to her otherwise mismatched attire. Kaguya's gaze sharpened. This girl wasn't human, at least, aside from her appearance, she had no trace of a human aura. If Kaguya was correct, this was indeed a spirit. But why was she here? Strangely, Kaguya didn't recall any such spirit from the original series. This particular spirit didn't match anyone she knew from the anime. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire and explosions. Countless missiles, leaving white trails in their wake, screamed toward the blonde girl at the center. But the girl's face remained expressionless, her icy demeanor radiating a chill like that of a snow-covered mountain. She showed no sign of the emotions a normal person might have in such a situation. Calmly, she extended a slender, white arm and swung it through the air, summoning a staff that looked more like an ornate key. Its head bore a beautiful decoration, and its shaft featured jagged, metallic gears, pulsating with a potent spiritual energy. Kaguya's mind raced as she analyzed this aura. It was even stronger than Kurumi Tokusaki's or Ellen's. This spirit's power far exceeded theirs, something Kaguya found rather surprising. Date A Live's power scale wasn't exceptionally high, but this spirit's aura was clearly in a class of its own. With a flick of the staff, the blonde girl whispered a single word, her delicate lips parting as she softly spoke. Her voice was inaudible, but from the tip of her staff, a shimmering wave of energy burst forth like a dream, spreading outward in rippling circles. Anything the energy touched, whether bullets, missiles, or the Beast Corps' robots, instantly disintegrated into powder. This was no exaggeration, they genuinely turned to dust. Even Kaguya, with her star eyes, could clearly observe the process. Under this strange power, the materials dissolved down to minuscule particles, practically to the molecular level. There was no sound of explosions. All around, the Beast Corps unit simply turned to dust, scattering into the air. Kaguya was amazed. This power was unique, a force of pure destruction. She knew that even she might suffer damage if she wasn't careful around this ability. It reminded her of the third Tsuchikige's dust release, which similarly could disintegrate matter down to the molecular, even atomic level. At that moment, the spirit seemed to sense Kaguya's presence. She turned around, her golden eyes focusing on Kaguya as her lips parted. "Who are you? Have you come to kill me as well?" Her delicate features remained cold, as if carved from ice. Her expressionless face held a translucent glow, but her tone was devoid of any emotion, as though discussing the most ordinary matter. Kaguya looked at the petite spirit girl before her and asked with a playful smile, "Why would I want to kill you?" The girl's voice was soft and delicate, like a gentle spring breeze, as she responded, "Aren't you with them?" "I'm not sure why you would think that," Kaguya replied, "but I'm not here to kill you. I have no reason to." "Is that so?" The spirit girl glanced at Kaguya thoughtfully before looking away, showing no further interest in her. Kaguya had already concluded that this girl was indeed a spirit. Only a spirit could possess such power. And since she was a spirit, Kaguya saw her as a potential target to conquer. However, she had other matters to attend to first. She needed to deal with the nuisance named Westcott before thinking about how to approach this spirit. But just as Kaguya was about to leave, the panicked voice of the system Loli rang in her mind. Not good at all. What's wrong?" Kaguya was taken aback. In her experience, the system Loli was a lazy entity, usually impossible to reach, often ignoring her or even dozing off. Getting it to come out was as rare as a pig climbing a tree. So for the system Loli to appear without prompt surprised Kaguya. "The time. I got the time wrong." The system Loli sounded frantic, and although Kaguya couldn't see her face, she could easily imagine her scrunched up, worried expression. "What time did you get wrong?" A sense of dread began building in Kaguya's chest. The mission duration was supposed to be 3 months, but the system Loli's voice trailed off, sounding nervous. "But what?" Kaguya's heart sank further. Wait a minute. Wasn't this mission supposed to last a year? When did it become 3 months? "Promise you won't get mad, then I'll tell you," the system Loli mumbled, clearly uneasy. "Hurry up and tell me." Kaguya's frustration was rising. This little brat was testing her patience. "You have to promise," the system Loli insisted. "Fine, I promise. Now spill it." Kaguya managed to keep her tone steady, though in her mind, she was already planning on giving the brat a solid spanking later. I messed up," the system Loli admitted, realizing just how big a mess she'd made. "What exactly did you mess up?" Kaguya's voice was now laced with a barely suppressed anger. "If you don't tell me, I'll skin you alive and roast you over a fire." All right. I'll tell you." The system Loli hesitated before blurting out, "Actually, the mission time was 3 months, not a year. And due to, a system malfunction, the time limit was accidentally shortened." "How much was it shortened?" Kaguya's sense of foreboding grew stronger. "Only 2 months remain." The system Loli whispered timidly. 2 months. Kaguya was on the verge of exploding. She had already spent more than a month in this world, meaning she barely had a week left. Trying to capture the rest of the spirits' hearts within a week was practically impossible. So far, she'd only succeeded with Tobiichi Origami and Toka Yatagami. And then she realized she'd only managed to gain 2 spirits' affection. With Kotori Itsuka openly hostile toward her and unlikely to cooperate, Kaguya had decided to avoid her for the time being. And as for Yoshino, she was practically a child, barely past puberty. Targeting her might be a little unsavory. As for Kurumi Tokisaki, while she flirted constantly, whenever things got serious, she would pull away. Kaguya had no idea what Kurumi was thinking. And she hadn't even met the other spirits yet. How was she supposed to have a chance with them? If the mission had lasted a year, she might have managed, but just 3 months. It was a cruel joke. "Are you kidding me?" Kaguya struggled to contain her anger, her voice low and dangerous. Ahaha. The system lowly stammered, laughing nervously. Oops, I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be off now. Bye-bye. Hey! You little brat. You think you can just run off like that? Kaguya yelled, furious. But the system lowly had already disappeared without a trace, vanishing faster than a rabbit. Kaguya's fury nearly made her want to tear the lowly apart. The situation was beyond frustrating. This fun mission had suddenly turned into a race against time. If she failed, 3 times her achievement points would be deducted, which meant she'd go into the negatives considering her previous purchases. And if she didn't have enough points, the system's harsh penalty mechanism would kick in, which meant obliteration. What had seemed like a fun journey now felt like a countdown to doom. She had no choice but to accelerate her pace, or she'd be in serious trouble. Wait. Hearing her voice, the spirit girl halted, turning to face Kaguya with an expressionless look. What is it? Kaguya's lips curved into a smile. I do indeed have a request. But I'll need your cooperation. Cooperation. The spirit's face remained impassive, her voice questioning but emotionless. Yes, Kaguya replied, I'll need you for this, so I hope I can gain your cooperation. What do you need? The spirit asked. Kaguya's face lit up with a bright smile as she said, if possible, could you surrender your chastity to me? Originally, Kaguya's target wasn't the young-looking, large-busted girl in front of her, but rather the pest-like Westcott. However, plans often couldn't keep up with changes. Letting this girl escape now would mean who knows when she'd encounter her again. Now, Kaguya finally remembered who the spirit was. She didn't appear in the anime but emerged later in the novels, the 10th spirit, Makuro, someone who had once drifted alone through space. Kaguya realized that catching up to someone wandering through space would be impossible. If she floated outside the planet, how would Kaguya find her? In fact, approaching Makuro wasn't that difficult, it was simply a matter of dispelling the seal she'd placed upon herself. Her loneliness was profound enough that she isolated herself within it, and once her inner seal was broken, the puzzle would naturally solve itself. However, Kaguya didn't have that much time to go through the lengthy effort of winning her over. One-by-one strategies could mean she'd be out of time or, worse, facing death before she finished. Chastity. Makuro's eyes widened in shock, a look of deep offense flashing across her face. Precisely, Kaguya responded. All you have to do is hand over your chastity to me. Rest assured, I won't try anything untoward. If you told any random girl that on the street, you'd be lucky to get away with just a slap. It's the kind of thing only a professional troublemaker would even attempt. Don't try it at home. Best case scenario, you'll end up with a black eye. Worst case, you'll end up explaining yourself to the cops or, well, you know the rest. Apologies, Makuro's voice turned icy as she regarded Kaguya with thinly veiled contempt. That's completely out of the question. I would never agree to that, much less at the expense of my own honor. So, stop dreaming. While you say that, I'd like you to consider it, Kaguya continued, smiling. After all, it wouldn't cost you much at all. Think of it as doing someone a favor. Her implication was beyond clear, sleep with me, or more precisely, let me sleep with you. Do someone a favor? Makuro scoffed, even more unimpressed. If anyone else were present, they'd have judged this exchange harshly. I have no such interest and would never do something so meaningless, Makuro said firmly, and I doubt you have the means to even begin changing my mind. Don't you realize that your chances are impossible? No need to worry, Kaguya reassured with a smile, it'll only hurt for a moment, nothing too bad. I promise I'll be gentle. Makuro shot her a look that was nothing short of a death glare, making it clear just how revolted she felt. Ugh, Kaguya scratched her head, sighing, of course, I figured it wouldn't be that easy. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't agree either. Though, if it were with a cute girl, that might be a different story. But since you rejected me so coldly, I guess I'll have to force it. As she finished speaking, Kaguya shot forward, tearing through the air like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Makuro. Makuro's face went pale with shock, but she quickly regained herself and unleashed a scorching ray of energy in Kaguya's direction. The blinding beam cut through the air, sizzling as it warped the surrounding atmosphere. Kaguya, however, made no attempt to dodge. She charged straight into the blazing light. Boom. A fierce crackling erupted as the beam struck Kaguya's truth-seeking ball, scattering brilliant sparks everywhere. Impressive. I wasn't expecting such power from a spirit, Kaguya chuckled lightly and advanced, determined to close the distance. As long as she could get close enough, the spirit would be nothing more than prey on her table. The spirit girl was now just an arm's length away when, crack, a sharp, snapping sound rang out. Kaguya's eyes narrowed as she tilted her body slightly. A scorching beam narrowly missed her, slicing past her side and tearing into the sky beyond. She could feel the heat radiating off it, even her clothes had singed to a faint yellow. As expected from one of the strongest spirits, Kaguya muttered, glancing at the scorched edges of her outfit. I almost underestimated you. You're no match for me, Makuro replied coldly, her gaze unyielding. You might as well give up now before it's too late. Oh. Quite the arrogance. Are all spirits this full of themselves? Kaguya taunted. Well then, how about trying this? Without waiting for a response, Kaguya extended her hand, palm open, as a pitch-black orb materialized and began growing larger, crackling with small bursts of lightning that fizzed and popped around it. When Makuro's eyes landed on the ominous black sphere in Kaguya's hand, her expression finally shifted slightly, betraying a hint of unease. This was no ordinary energy. Kaguya's smirk widened, her fingers closing slightly. The black-tailed beast ball tore through the air, streaking toward Makuro like a dark bolt of lightning. Boom. A searing white light burst forth as the explosion erupted with a deafening roar, the noise reverberating as though even the clouds above trembled. A massive mushroom cloud spiraled upward, and the shockwave scattered the mist to reveal a bright blue sky. Yet Kaguya's face didn't show a hint of triumph, instead, she frowned slightly. The direction she'd aimed wasn't where Makuro now stood. Somehow, she'd managed to evade it. Makuro reappeared, albeit a fair distance away, watching her warily. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 520, Spirit Reversal. If Kaguya was correct, this was Makuro Hashimiya's unlock ability. Though this ability was summed up in a single word, its power was not to be underestimated. It allowed her to create small teleportation portals for spatial movement, enabling not only her own transport but also the redirection of attacks aimed at her. This kind of power was stronger than any defense, as it used space manipulation, avoiding any points of impact and thus preventing her defenses from being broken. But when Kaguya saw Makuro Hashimiya's appearance, she couldn't help but smirk. Makuro's chest rose and fell slightly, her breathing somewhat labored, no longer as composed and easy as before. It seemed that even though she'd redirected Kaguya's tailed beast ball, the immense energy contained within it had still drained a considerable amount of her spirit power. Seeing this, a mischievous grin appeared on Kaguya's face as she extended her arms, summoning black-tailed beast balls into both of her palms. This time, however, there were 2 balls instead of 1. They hovered silently in her hands, radiating a vast and formidable energy. Such energy was a mere drop in the ocean for Kaguya, with her seemingly endless reserve of dark chakra. Boom. With a sound that tore through the air, the 2-tailed beast balls transformed into streaks of black light, like 2 arrows, and shot toward Makuro at lightning speed. Makuro Hashimiya's expression didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Her stance shifted, her spear ready, unwavering as she faced the oncoming attack, her focus and concentration unyielding. But just then, the tailed beast balls in mid-air underwent a transformation. The 2 balls suddenly expanded, swelling into a dozen massive tailed beast balls with a thunderous roar, each one raining down on Makuro like a goddess scattering flowers. Makuro's face stiffened, her gaze hardening. Her spear remained steady, glowing with a brilliant intensity. Tailed beast ball barrage. Boom. 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 A burst of light, brighter than even the explosion of a hydrogen bomb, filled the sky. In that instant, the world turned stark white, a light so bright that it outshone the sun. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, echoing across the heavens. The shock waves of the explosion surged out, blending with a forceful blast of air that spread like a tsunami, sweeping through everything in its path and dispersing the clouds. The shock waves reached the ground, rippling outward in waves. The earth caved in instantly, and the buildings around were razed to the ground within moments, leaving the once ruined city even more desolate. The devastation caused by this power was even greater than a hydrogen bomb, nearly leveling the entire city into rubble. Worse still, the savage energy nearly collapsed the underground shelters. Many areas had already fallen in, and had Kaguya's power not held back a portion of the destruction, the city would have turned into a ghost town, with all its residents either dead or gravely injured. Of course, Kaguya wasn't being merciful. She simply figured that if the city were completely wiped out, where would she go to shop for groceries and household items? Would she have to fly to another city just to buy things? Moreover, having corpses strewn everywhere was visually unpleasant, and if it somehow triggered some kind of biohazard outbreak, that would be beyond disgusting. Since you attacked me, you are my enemy, and you will suffer the consequences of your actions. A calm voice suddenly rang out, and from the thick smoke and dust, a small figure emerged. It was Makuro Hoshimiya. However, she looked far from composed. Her clothes had been shredded to the point of barely covering her, with torn strips just barely keeping her body modest. Her plump breasts was barely concealed, and a faint pink hint of her areolae was visible. Her once elegant attire was now tattered and slightly singed in places. The armor on her legs had fallen off at some point, revealing her small, delicate feet. The enhanced tailed beast ball had clearly inflicted severe damage, leaving several wounds on her skin, some of which were still bleeding. Didn't expect you to still be conscious. That's quite impressive, Kaguya said in mild surprise. She hadn't held back in their earlier fight, and she'd compressed the chakra in the tailed beast balls to increase their power several times over. If you're going to keep interfering with me, then you'll just have to die. Mukuro's expression grew sharp as she raised her spear, her gaze intense, her body poised for battle. A violent surge of spirit energy erupted from her like a tidal wave, unleashing a furious storm that roared in all directions. Amidst the howling wind, Mukuro's cold voice rang out, a single word that echoed with icy conviction. The words were soft, but they reached Kaguya's ears with piercing clarity, radiating an invisible force that rippled outward like waves on water. At the same time, the tension in Mukuro's shoulders was replaced by a fierce determination, and a raging aura poured out of her. The remnants of her clothing tore apart with a screech, falling away in pieces. Now, all she wore were mere scraps that barely clung to her curves, especially across her chest, where only a few strips of cloth covered her, exposing large patches of her white skin. It was hardly clothing anymore. But Kaguya's attention wasn't focused on these details, her gaze fell upon the staff in Mukuro's hands. It had originally been key-shaped but now morphed, and after a rapid transformation, it turned into a long halberd. The halberd was almost as tall as Mukuro herself, creating a striking contrast with her petite form. Its spear tip gleamed with a cold, lethal shine, emanating an intimidating aura. Mukuro gripped the weapon firmly, exuding an unwavering sense of resolve. Her stare fixed unflinchingly on Kaguya, and her aura surged with aggression as she sneered, "Now I'll make you regret ever crossing me." However, Kaguya was unfazed, strolling casually closer to Mukuro before stopping, looking down at the spirit girl before her. A smirk played at the corners of her mouth as she sneered, "With this paltry level of skill, you actually think you can stand against me? You're nothing but a foolish child, fooling herself." Mukuro Hoshimiya. Poor thing, she was an orphan from a young age and then adopted by a family. She cherished them dearly. However, her adoptive family didn't care for her as she did for them. And so, Mukuro had always yearned for their affection, hoping that by being obedient, she would win it. From the age of 5, she began suppressing her emotions. Over time, Mukuro continued to love her family, but lost her dreams. She started isolating herself, believing that if she made herself invisible, she wouldn't trouble them. Her love for them was unwavering, even though they showed her only indifference. She continued to harbor this belief until the numbness in her heart convinced her that it was normal. In truth, she was just a child, craving family love. To Kaguya, however, Mukuro's way of sealing her emotions was nothing more than childish self-deception. Ha! Mukuro let out a soft cry, almost inaudible, as she lunged forward, thrusting with her spear. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out. Sparks flew. At the critical moment, Kaguya projected the sword of victory, interposing it against the spear. The spear scraped against the sword, sending out a trail of brilliant sparks. It was difficult to read Mukuro's expression. Her gaze was empty, like a hollow vessel. Her spear, still vibrating from the impact, showed no signs of relenting. Such strength! You've surprised me. Kaguya lifted her arm suddenly, releasing a burst of immense power from her sword, forcing Mukuro's spear backward. Her relentless push nearly knocked Mukuro off her feet as the golden aura surged forward. Clang! The loud sound of clashing metal echoed. Mukuro staggered back slightly, the spear still in her hand, her breathing becoming labored. Kaguya smirked, saying, "Can't defeat me, can you? Sealing away your emotions, did it seal away your intelligence too, little sister?" With a flick of her wrist, Kaguya angled her sword, slashing along the shaft of Mukuro's spear, sending out a stream of sparks. Her sword broke through the spear's defenses, aiming directly at Mukuro's chest. "Why do you oppose me?" Mukuro asked, her tone flat and cold, as though none of this mattered to her. "Haven't I already told you?" Kaguya took a deep breath, speaking seriously. "I'm here for your chastity." Saying something like that to a girl under any other circumstances would surely get you killed. However, Mukuro merely stared back, expression unchanging, and replied, "If that's the case, then so be it. I won't resist." Hearing her resignation, Kaguya couldn't help but sigh, realizing how numbed Mukuro had become. Clang! 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 To everyone's surprise, Mukuro swung her spear with fierce resolve, intercepting Kaguya's attacks. But as Kaguya pressed her relentless assault, the strain started showing on Mukuro. Others might have been overwhelmed by the onslaught, but for Kaguya, it still wasn't enough. Kaguya's lips curved into a slight smile, and she unleashed a brilliant glow from the sword of victory. Her golden blade emerged, and with a step forward, she leaped like an arrow from a drawn bow, her body arching as she slashed out in a radiant sweep. Boom! The sword and spear clashed with a thunderous sound, scattering dazzling sparks everywhere. Mukuro's spear trembled under the impact, her chest heaving as she struggled to hold steady. Her concentration wavered for a brief moment. This slip allowed Kaguya's sword to slide closer, pressing her advantage. "Try my swordsmanship," Kaguya chuckled, spinning her sword and unleashing a flurry of chilling blades, each one tearing through the air. Seizing her momentum. Clang. 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 Kaguya's sword struck down like a fierce storm, repeatedly pounding against Makuro's spear, casting sparks in all directions. In Kaguya's hands, the sword of victory came alive, slashing, slicing, chopping, and hacking. Under her fierce onslaught, Makuro was utterly overwhelmed, struggling just to block. The endless sword light spread out like an invisible net, bearing down upon Makuro. Her spear was barely holding up, each blow pushing her closer to her limits. Finally, with a soft cry, Kaguya's sword sliced through, tearing into her. Amid the sound of fabric ripping, Makuro's clothing fell apart, exposing her chest, which bounced free in an instant. Her size and firmness left even the well-experienced Kaguya in awe. This girl truly was a stunning beauty, strengthening Kaguya's resolve to possess her. Kaguya's attacks intensified as the sword light erupted. Her lips curved upward, and she murmured, "Rabbit hair needle." In an instant, Kaguya's hair, mist-like and waterfall-like, suddenly grew longer. With a soft swoosh, countless strands shot out, filling the air, densely layered and covering everything. Clang. 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 Caught off guard, Makuro tried to fend off the threads, but they were too many. Her spear faltered as they wrapped around her, leaving her defenseless. Kaguya's sword pierced forward, aiming for Makuro, who stumbled, her limbs immobilized. Ah. Finally, with a soft cry, Kaguya's sword gently flicked her, sealing her pressure points with rabbit hair needle. Makuro's body went rigid, her spear falling from her hand, while her arm hung limply. At that moment, Kaguya raised her white arm and pulled Makuro close, her dainty, soft body cradled in Kaguya's embrace. Makuro's stunned face seemed to hold a mix of shame and anger, though her restrained body could only tremble helplessly. Kaguya couldn't help but marvel, confirming to herself once again that youthful beauty with a mature figure truly was the best. Feeling the astonishing softness beneath her fingers, Kaguya couldn't resist giving it a few gentle squeezes. Her fingers began to rub slowly, tracing over the silky surface, kneading with a delicate pressure that made the sensation even more mesmerizing. It felt like the finest silk, smooth and elusive, flowing like a mountain stream and exuding a fresh, delicate fragrance. There was even a hint of sweetness in the scent, one that seemed to soothe the soul. However, in her arms, Makuro showed no reaction, remaining motionless. It wasn't that she was fully unconscious, but her faintly trembling shoulders suggested some sort of reaction, whether from the cold touch or her emotions being stirred, Kaguya couldn't tell. Just as Kaguya wanted to take a closer look, she noticed that Makuro's whole body suddenly emitted a faint aura. Then, without warning, Makuro threw Kaguya off her with a powerful burst, sending her flying. Kaguya felt herself losing control and, after tumbling in midair, was finally blown back a good dozen meters before she came to a stop, looking at Makuro in shock. What was going on? How could Makuro have this kind of power? Although still far from Kaguya's own level, it was far stronger than any other spirit of her rank. If one were to use Toka Yatagami's strength as a unit, Makuro's spirit energy was practically equivalent to that of 2 Tokas. Unforgivable. Makuro shouted, her gaze sharp and fierce, her anger palpable. Kaguya was baffled. What had caused this sudden explosive reaction? Was it because she'd touched her inappropriately? Era. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the shadows, speaking with a teasing smile. Did my dear do something excessive to an innocent girl again? No surprise there, who could resist, with you being so wild? The girl who appeared before Kaguya was striking, her black hair styled in 2 pigtails with a Lolita headpiece. She wore a black and red gothic ripple dress, paired with elegant stockings that completed her look. Her skin was luminous and her eyes held a mysterious allure, especially her right eye with its golden clock pattern, giving her an air both dreamy and intense. It was none other than the elusive Kurumi Tokisaki. What are you doing here? Kaguya turned her head in surprise. How heartbreaking. Not only does my dear show no longing to see me, she even speaks to me in such a tone. Kurumi placed a delicate hand on her cheek, her lovely large eyes misty. If my dear doesn't wish to see me, I could simply leave. Hey, Kaguya said with an exasperated expression, I didn't even say anything like that. Honestly, girl, your imagination is way too vivid. I hadn't even said anything before you made up all that on your own. Oh, but isn't it true? Kurumi replied with a pitiful tone, there isn't a single trace of joy on your face now that you've seen me. Do you think this is a situation where I should be smiling? Kaguya's eyelid twitched. Fine, how about this? She hooked her fingers at the corners of her mouth, forcing herself to smile. What's that supposed to be? It looks so insincere. Kurumi puffed out her cheeks in a cute pout, marching over and pinching Kaguya's cheeks, pulling them out to the sides. It should look more like this. Hey, are you trying to turn me into some chubby-faced cat? Kaguya grabbed her soft, pale hand. I don't have any weird hobbies like that. I think it's rather cute. Kurumi blinked her beautiful large eyes as she said this. Your taste is seriously strange, Kaguya replied. Look, I'm practically on the brink of death here, so don't go making things more complicated for me. On the brink of death. Kurumi froze at these words, then gripped Kaguya's hand tightly, her expression growing concerned. My dear, what happened? Is something wrong? Kaguya hadn't planned on revealing such things. After all, telling your prey you want to devour them might scare them off. But when she saw the genuine worry on Kurumi's lovely face, she couldn't help but say, it's just what I told you before, the matter about taking all the spirit's chastity. Kurumi blinked, and a mischievous smile surfaced on her face. So, is my dear frustrated from unsatisfied desires? It's no wonder, considering the poor girl here is already half undressed. If you really are feeling unfulfilled, my dear, you could always come to me, you know. Hey. Do I really look like some sort of pervert to you? Kaguya protested indignantly. Kurumi tilted her head curiously, blinking her eyes. Aren't you? Kaguya faltered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a streak of black light cut through the air like a shooting star, heading straight for them. Kaguya's eyes narrowed, and with a flash, she pulled Kurumi's soft, boneless body into her embrace, narrowly dodging the incoming attack. Unforgivable. It turned out that the attacker was none other than Mikuro Hoshimiya. She was now in an unusual state, shrouded in a dense black mist that almost looked solid, exuding a terrifying aura. Her power had multiplied several times over. Kaguya had seen this phenomenon before in the original records. It was a spirit's inverse form state. A slight frown appeared between Kaguya's brows. She had intended to end this battle quickly, but she hadn't expected Mikuro to undergo an inverse transformation at this critical moment. It's not like she had done anything too severe. At most, she had just touched her chest a little. She could understand such a reaction if a man had done that, but from one woman to another, it shouldn't have been that big of a deal. Generally, spirits only undergo an inverse transformation when they are driven to despair or experience intense emotional upheaval. What in the world was going on? 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 521, The Battle Between Girls. My dear, there's no need for you to go to such lengths, Kurumi Tokisaki said with a light laugh as she lay nestled in Kaguya's arms. I'm not so easily killed. Even if I die, there are countless versions of me. So, you don't need to worry. Kaguya, snapping back to the present, smiled slightly and replied, even so, I still want to save you. Oh. Kurumi tilted her head, looking at Kaguya with curiosity. You may only be one of the many versions of yourself, but to me, each one of you is still Kurumi Tokisaki. And as long as it's you, that's enough. Kaguya tightened her hold around Kurumi's slender waist, speaking earnestly. It had to be said, Kurumi Tokisaki was indeed breathtaking, even more beautiful than she was in the original anime, with her snowy white skin and those dreamlike eyes that made it impossible to look away. Kurumi's eyes widened in surprise at Kaguya's words, staring at her, momentarily lost in thought. Seeing Kurumi's expression, Kaguya felt a bit puzzled and asked, What's wrong? Did I say something you didn't like? If you're uncomfortable with this. No, Kurumi interrupted softly, her beautiful eyes growing misty. I like it very much. Noticing Kurumi's eyes turning red, Kaguya grew even more perplexed. Then why are you? It's nothing, Kurumi replied gently, resting her head on Kaguya's chest with a faint smile. If it were anyone else, I'd suspect they had ulterior motives, some unspeakable scheme. But with you, my dear. Her dear was always this gentle. Doing things that touched her so deeply, yet without realizing it. Perhaps it was this gentleness that had pulled her back from the endless depths of hatred, making her cling to her so much. Noticing Kurumi drawing out her words, teasingly leaving the sentence unfinished, Kaguya asked with curiosity, What about me? My dear, you're such a pervert for luring innocent young girls, Kurumi said with a mischievous smile, covering her mouth with her hand. Huh. Kaguya's face darkened with a vein popping in her forehead. What was that? Here I thought I'd given the perfect answer. Could it be that Kurumi really is a masochist? And me, a pervert? Pure and innocent as I am, how could I be associated with something so indecent? Just then, Kaguya's eyes narrowed as she scooped Kurumi up, leaping backward. A spear shot through the spot where they had just stood, hurtling toward Kurumi's back like a bolt of lightning. If Kaguya hadn't reacted in time, Kurumi would have been skewered. Mikuro Hoshimiya, who had been off the radar, finally reappeared. Not giving up yet, are you? Kurumi turned her head, her gaze landing on Mikuro with a look of slight amusement. Aren't you just relentless? Such determination, it's as though you think you stand a chance, despite having no way of winning. Kurumi's face held a faint, amused smile. Behave yourself. Enough with the nonsense. Kaguya delivered a firm smack to Kurumi's shapely bottom, and the soft, bouncy flesh quivered beneath her hand. She couldn't help but sigh in appreciation. Truly, Kurumi was a rare beauty. Unexpectedly, Kurumi reacted as if she'd been shocked, quickly jumping out of Kaguya's embrace. A pink blush spread across her face as she shyly said, "Now, my dear, this isn't the right time." I haven't done anything," Kaguya muttered, her mouth twitching. Just as she spoke, a gleaming spear thrust toward her from behind, aiming directly for her back. Seeing Mukuro's spear slicing through the air toward her, Kaguya's reflexes kicked in. She quickly raised her sword, blocking the strike, as sparks burst forth. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as sparks scattered in all directions. "Interrupting others while they're talking isn't polite," Kaguya said with a smile. However, Mukuro showed no reaction, her eyes blank and unwavering as she thrust her spear forward once more with fierce determination. Clang! 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 A rapid succession of clear, sharp sounds filled the air like popping corn, with sparks flying like dazzling fireworks. It had to be said that, after her inverse form, Mukuro's strength had indeed reached a whole new level, far surpassing what it was before. Her speed, skill, and accuracy had increased significantly, each strike carrying overwhelming power. She wielded her spear with relentless ferocity, like a storm of steel. Meanwhile, Kurumi, standing to the side, showed no concern. She looked on with a relaxed demeanor, like a lady watching a TV show from the comfort of her couch. After all, she understood Kaguya's strength well. To Kurumi, Kaguya was invincible, and so she had no reason to worry. Sure enough, with a final clash of metal, Kaguya swept her sword out in a swift arc. Her blade moved as if it had a mind of its own, cutting through Mukuro's defenses and slashing forward. Mukuro was knocked back, her balance broken, while Kaguya's blade glowed with victorious intent. Along with Kaguya's words, countless translucent fists burst forth from her palm. Chakra-concentrated fists ripped through the air, transforming into a barrage of fist shadows that filled the sky, all aimed at Mukuro. With her spear raised, Mukuro struggled to deflect them. Despite her best efforts, she was driven back by the onslaught, barely able to shield her chest. Yet, the fist shadows closed in instantly. Boom. 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 A deafening explosion shattered the sky. The enormous energy unleashed a violent storm, surging forth with unstoppable force. Thud. With a muffled sound, a small figure was sent flying out of the storm, a petite figure, with pale, soft skin. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a shadowy figure rushed toward her. It would be such a shame if such a beautiful girl were gravely injured from a fall. Of course, Kaguya wouldn't admit that she was actually worried Mukuro might end up in an awkward position on impact. After all, that would be just too indecent. However, just as Kaguya was about to reach her, the supposedly unconscious Mukuro suddenly opened her eyes, locking onto Kaguya, and muttered softly, "Got you." As Mukuro Hashimiya's expression darkened, her aura grew even more oppressive. Her spear glowed with a cold, ghostly light, her gaze sharpened with steely resolve. From a distance, Kaguya felt a sudden chill wash over her. Her energy froze up, as though it had disappeared entirely, leaving her unable to feel even a trace of power. Her blood felt as if it had turned to ice, her body stiffening involuntarily. Kaguya's heart sank, sensing danger. This was Mukuro Hashimiya's unique ability, Lock. It allowed her to seal away anything, even a person's physical strength. She could even seal a person's memories or emotions, something that even Kaguya couldn't do. If Kaguya wanted to achieve such an effect, she'd have to rely on illusions, trapping her opponent within an illusion of her making. But Mukuro's ability required no illusion or trickery, it was raw power. She could truly lock away a person's powers, memories, or feelings, turning them into little more than scrap metal. This kind of concept-based power was extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Boom. Mukuro's spear struck the ground with a thunderous crash, sending tremors through the air, and even Kaguya's body shook slightly in response. Why resist when it's so pointless? Kurumi Tokisaki walked over, a hint of regret in her tone. If you just behaved and surrendered, you'd suffer far less. Seems you're quite a simple creature. Mukuro glared back at her with chilling intensity, her lips pressed together in a tight line. Her body, though still held upright, swayed ever so slightly as though her energy was draining away. It appeared that Mukuro Hoshimiya was reaching her limit. The seal was affecting her control, and though her determination held her upright, her body could only endure so much before giving into exhaustion. Perhaps it was simply a matter of moments before she'd collapse, either unable to maintain the seal, or unable to remain standing at all. Noticing something amiss, Kurumi turned her head, hesitating for a moment. In the distance, Kaguya stood still, motionless as a statue. For any ordinary person, there was always some sign of life, but the lifeless stillness emanating from Kaguya was more fitting for a corpse. At that moment, Kaguya looked less like a living being and more like a marble statue. Kurumi turned sharply back, her beautiful face darkening, her eyes filling with cold fury as she demanded, "What did you do to her?" Mukuro's expression didn't change as she calmly lifted her spear and replied, "Oh, nothing. She's simply locked." Locked. Kurumi's heart sank slightly, sensing a bad omen. "What do you mean by locked?" "Not just her. Anything in this world, be it animate or inanimate, person or object, can be locked," Mukuro explained, her tone unchanging, with a slight sneer on her face. "You mean?" Kurumi's pupils shrank. "Precisely, just as you think," Mukuro replied, her voice filled with pride. "Once something is locked, it remains forever sealed. This seal prevents any activity or movement. The life, thoughts, and spirit, all of them will cease." "Are you joking?" Kurumi waved her arm, drawing her gun and pointing it at Mukuro. "Do you seriously think I'd let you pull this off, just like that? If you think so, you're very much mistaken. Come forth, Zafkiel." Kurumi raised her arm, and a massive clock appeared behind her instantly. At the same time, a faint ripple spread across the blackened ground beneath Mukuro's feet. Suddenly, countless arms emerged from the darkness below, reaching for Mukuro at lightning speed. Mukuro raised her spear and swung it in a swift arc, slicing through several of the blackened arms, but even as she did, the remaining hands kept advancing. Her movements showed a slight hesitation as her breath hitched. To Kaguya, Mukuro's powers might have been highly inconvenient, yet she herself was less of a concern. As one capable of sealing any form of life and death, she could indeed seem quite fearsome to an ordinary person, but to someone with power on Kaguya's level, she was merely a nuisance. The countless hands drew closer to Mukuro, and though she wielded her spear valiantly, her strikes couldn't repel them all. Blood spattered. Before long, the shadowy hands reached Mukuro. She managed to fend off a few, but others clung to her limbs, wrapping around her arms, binding her. Just as she tried to break free, a shadowy figure lashed out, slicing through her defenses. "It's useless," Mukuro muttered, her eyes calm as she drew her spear back. "These petty attacks mean nothing to me. If you don't surrender, I will consider you an enemy. Like that other person, you'll be locked here forever." "Oh, is that so?" "You seem confident," Kurumi smirked, an evil gleam in her eye, her golden right eye glinting with a dazzling light. "But you've been far too careless." In that instant, three figures suddenly leaped from behind Kurumi, dashing toward Mukuro at lightning speed, so fast they seemed to teleport. Mukuro's eyes widened, her face paling, as she sensed the fierce energy converging on her from all directions. Each of them moved with incredible speed, almost as if they were part of Kurumi herself, but far quicker and more aggressive than before. Mukuro realized they were all Kurumi's clones, each wielding weapons, and poised for attack. This was none other than Kurumi's famed clones. Well, that was quite the show. A figure stepped out from behind them. It was a beautiful silver-haired girl, Kaguya. "I knew you'd be all right." Kurumi Tokisaki covered her mouth with a light laugh, stepping up in front of Kaguya with her hands behind her back, leaning forward cutely as she said, "So, what do you think? I managed to capture her for you, so you have to reward me." "Of course," Kaguya smiled as she approached. "I didn't expect her to have that kind of power, it really caught me off guard." As it turned out, Kaguya had just been affected by the power of lock, which sealed away her chakra, abilities, and even her five senses, or rather, stripped them away entirely. Kaguya had never encountered an ability like this before, and for a moment, she had actually felt flustered and unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the dark chakra within her seemed to react instinctively, surging up from within and instantly breaking through Mukuro's seal. That burst of power smashed through the restraining force like it was nothing, proving once again that there was no force that could permanently lock her down. Her energy surged back in an instant. From there, it was simple. Kaguya's body remained unharmed, and the residual energy from Mukuro's seal had been thoroughly expelled. "You've committed a grave offense against me, and you'll be punished severely," Mukuro spoke coldly, though her tone held no malice. Even so, her intense stare made it clear that she wasn't taking this lightly. "Punishment." Before Kaguya could respond, Kurumi burst out laughing and looked at Mukuro with a mocking expression, her tone as sharp as ever. "What, are you still so naive that you think you could actually punish us? Just looking at you now makes me think you're a fool who doesn't understand your own limits. You keep talking about punishment as if you actually have the power to do anything." "Didn't expect you to be so caustic when you speak," Kaguya said in surprise. "Oh, I'm just helping her understand her situation," Kurumi replied, looking a bit indignant. "That's not exactly wrong," Kaguya said with a smile as she walked over. "If the system hadn't given me such a short window, I wouldn't have needed to use such drastic methods. But given the circumstances, sorry, it's just how it had to be. Whatever your purpose, you've become my enemy." "I swear," Mukuro tried to say, her body trembling, when Kurumi clapped a hand over her mouth. Mukuro wasn't the only one left speechless. Her wide eyes spoke volumes, but her voice had been completely silenced. After a moment, Kurumi finally released Makuro, watching her stagger forward and clutch her own neck with frustration, before Kurumi turned to Kaguya and said, "Aren't you adorable? You didn't even notice you just pushed her too far." Seeing Kurumi's refined face, her lips slightly glistening, Kaguya felt an itch in her heart but restrained herself, maintaining some semblance of gentlemanly decorum. So Kaguya cleared her throat lightly and said, "Let go of her. Leave her to me." Kurumi blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Oh my dear, you're as straightforward as ever. But don't you think having two girls keep you company would be much more fun?" Hearing Kurumi's tempting words, Kaguya's eyes lit up instantly, feeling as if she was about to start drooling. "Really? You'd do that?" Kurumi walked over to her with graceful strides, stopping in front of her and gently tapping Kaguya's chest. Just as Kaguya was about to embrace her wolfishly, Kurumi chuckled with a mischievous smile and said, "Of course not. I don't enjoy sharing my space with anyone else." As she spoke, Kurumi turned to where Makuro was lying and picked her up in her arms, gently placing her back down in Kaguya's embrace. "Honestly, don't push yourself too hard. My dear will surely come to your rescue," she whispered into Makuro's ear. "Hey, hey," Kaguya said, ignoring the fact that she was holding the bare-chested Makuro. "What are you doing? Are you deliberately testing me or what?" she asked, giving Kurumi an questioning look. From the beginning, Kurumi had acted like she'd known Kaguya forever, as if they were close friends. But calling them friends might not do their relationship justice, they seemed far more intimate, like family or even lovers. But even the closest of lovers wouldn't casually push their partner toward someone else, especially considering a woman's natural tendency toward jealousy. So if Kurumi wasn't a friend, family, or lover, then why was she helping Kaguya? What secret was she hiding? "I already told you about this earlier," Kurumi replied, turning to look at Kaguya with an unusual gleam in her eyes. "I'll explain everything in time, but now isn't the right moment. If I told you now, it might lead to very unfortunate consequences. So, I'm afraid you'll just have to be patient, my dear. But rest assured, I would never harm you, nor would I ever betray you, because you're my darling." Kurumi's rare serious expression left Kaguya momentarily stunned, and though she remained puzzled, she didn't press further. Could it be the effect of her protagonist's aura? Or was it some shady deal she'd made earlier? Or maybe it had to do with the system lowly she'd taken down. Whatever the reason, Kurumi didn't seem to be lying. "Well then, my dear," Kurumi said with a smile, pointing to the now unconscious Makuro in Kaguya's arms. "For now, she's all yours. Cherish her for the time being, because soon, you won't get another chance like this." With a playful wink, Kurumi turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving only a faint hint of her perfume lingering in the air. Kaguya glanced at the now vanished Kurumi, then looked down at the bare-skinned Makuro in her arms, her heart racing as she found herself unable to resist that alluringly soft skin and flawless curves. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 522, Gathering of the Girls. Imagine a beautiful young girl suddenly calling you Mom. How would you react? You'd probably think that something so absurd could never happen, especially if you're a man. Well, not exactly a full-fledged man, but close enough. You'd probably question your whole existence, wondering how you could possibly have a daughter this old. Could it be that some remnant of a wild, euphoric night resulted in an irreversible mistake? Just thinking about it seems impossible. And besides, the person in question is a spirit with a beautiful face and fair, delicate skin. It's a completely different species. Though, now that I think about it, spirits were once human, too. Could it really be? Kaguya was utterly bewildered, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu in this surreal situation. But whatever the case, this kind of thing was definitely hard to accept. Could it be that she'd just experienced too much intense stimulation and had finally lost her mind? Or had she been completely thrown off? Ever since Kaguya had grabbed her wrist earlier, ignoring her struggles and protests, and overpowered her into submission, leaving her blushing and speechless, the lock on her heart had seemed to loosen. Her stiffness softened, her gaze grew more alive, and she became more animated. But somehow, things had taken an odd turn. For reasons unknown, Makuro Hoshimiya began acting more attached to Kaguya. Her demeanor changed in subtle ways, and her glances became charged with something inexplicable. And the real shock for Kaguya came when Makuro suddenly started calling her Mom. For a moment, she thought it had to be a mistake, or maybe even some kind of strange joke. Makuro took 2 steps forward and hugged Kaguya's arm tightly, pressing her impressive chest against her. Makuro's physique rivaled even that of Toka Yatagami. Toka's figure was famously well-proportioned, her slender frame perfectly balanced. And while Makuro wasn't quite as tall, her curves were enough to leave anyone stunned. So, for a young girl, especially one who had just opened her heart to Kaguya, to start calling her Mom, Kaguya wondered if the world was about to end for something so ridiculous to happen. Mom. Makuro's gaze was filled with an earnest intensity as she looked up at Kaguya, her large eyes brimming with innocence. "Hey, you must have mistaken me for someone else," Kaguya said, a bit exasperated, trying to push her away. But she accidentally pressed right into a soft, white mound. "No mistake, you are my mom," Makuro replied firmly, her serious expression suggesting there was no room for doubt. "Wait, even if you say that," Kaguya quickly grabbed her shoulders and said, "I've never had a daughter like you. Why are you calling me Mom? If anything, shouldn't it be Dad?" Sure, having an eager daughter suddenly appear might seem like a great thing, but the truth was, Kaguya was completely in the dark here. How had she ended up with a daughter out of nowhere? Mom is mom. Is there a problem with that? Makuro tilted her head, her puzzled look only deepening Kaguya's confusion. That was such a convincing answer, she was at a loss for words. "But why are you calling me Mom?" Kaguya felt like her head was about to explode. "Because you are my mom," Makuro said softly, smiling as she spoke. Kaguya had a feeling that no matter what she asked, she wouldn't get any clear answers. Makuro's deadpan expression suggested she was dead serious, leaving Kaguya feeling lost. Just like that, Kaguya inexplicably gained a daughter, something she'd never anticipated. Kaguya wasn't planning on getting too involved since she'd already completed her mission objectives. But Makuro looked at her like a small, eager puppy, practically waiting to wag her tail. Kaguya really didn't know what to do with her. Should she just erase her and be done with it? Her expression darkened with a hint of malicious intent. Of course, that was out of the question. Only a deranged villain would do something so utterly heartless. And so, only one option remained, to take the girl home and take care of her. There really wasn't any better solution. "Here, put on some clothes first." Kaguya pulled out a set of clothes from her storage space. It was an outfit that originally belonged to Yoshino. "Try it on and see if it fits." When Kaguya had gone shopping earlier, she'd stocked up on clothes for everyone, tossing them all into her storage space. This way, she wouldn't need to go out as often. Aside from clothes, she had also bought a lot of daily necessities, especially things with a long shelf life. Since time flowed normally in her storage space, food would spoil if kept there, so she'd only stored items like long-lasting compressed biscuits and canned meat. Just then, Makuro, who was changing her clothes nearby, suddenly cried out, "Ah! It's tight." Returning to her senses, Kaguya glanced over at Makuro and froze. Makuro was struggling with Yoshino's outfit, her expression exasperated as she tugged and twisted, trying to force it on. The fabric across her chest appeared too tight, and no matter how she pulled, she couldn't fit into it. She had no choice but to press down on her soft, fair chest with her pale hands, attempting to squeeze it into the top. Her chest shifted and changed shape as she struggled. Watching this, Kaguya couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Yoshino. Look at Makuro's development, both were the same age, but the difference was almost unfair. Just as Kaguya was finishing helping Makuro get dressed, she heard rapid footsteps approaching from behind. Kaguya. Hearing her name called, Kaguya turned her head in curiosity. Who is it? Several figures came into view, approaching at high speed. In a blink, they were already close by. Kaguya recognized these familiar figures, several beautiful young women, and was slightly surprised. Weren't they supposed to be at home? How did they end up here? The approaching figures were none other than Origami Tobiichi, Toka Yatagami, and Yoshino. Trailing behind them was even Natsumi, though she looked rather unwilling as Origami held her hand and pulled her along. "Why did I have to come too?" Natsumi Kuno complained, looking irritated. "Wouldn't it be better if that person just disappeared?" Origami, however, ignored her grumbling and continued moving toward the familiar figure up ahead. "Oh, so you came too," Kaguya said, scratching her head. "Sorry for making you war, ah." Before Kaguya could finish speaking, a figure suddenly leaped at her, knocking her to the ground. She felt a pair of lips pressing against her own. But Kaguya wasn't one to be outdone. She wrapped her arms tightly around her attacker, returning the kiss with her own fierce response, even slipping her hands under the other's clothes. Her hands roamed freely, giving particular attention to her target. Under Kaguya's swift counterattack, her opponent soon became flustered and breathless, her face flushed. Whether it was from the run or from something else entirely was unclear, but her body grew soft and unresistant. Finally, Kaguya released her offering of a lamb, saying with surprise, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay safe at home?" Kaguya had specially reinforced their apartment, making it strong enough to withstand even a nuclear blast. She felt safe leaving them there, only to be surprised that they had ventured out anyway. "I was worried about you. There was so much commotion outside, and you weren't at home," Toka said, clutching Kaguya's sleeve. "We thought something happened to you, so we came to look for you." "See, I'm perfectly fine," Kaguya said, gently patting her head with a smile. "Even if you're safe, I'd rather you tell us about things." We may not be able to help directly, but we could at least offer suggestions, Origami said calmly. That would help us feel at ease. Why yes, Yoshino added softly from the side. Kaguya-chan, that wasn't very fair of you, Yoshino's puppet chimed in, waving its little hands. Oh, sorry about that, Kaguya said with an apologetic smile, scratching her nose. If anything like this happens again, I'll let you know. You're lying, Origami said bluntly. Huh. When did Origami develop the ability to see through people? Of course, Kaguya couldn't allow the girls to worry. From her experience, the girls were usually more hindrance than help in situations like these, often getting into troublesome situations themselves. Injuries requiring treatment, kidnappings that needed rescues, sometimes even more complicated and bad-end scenarios. So to Kaguya, it was better if they stayed home being adorable. How did you know? Kaguya coughed lightly, changing the subject. Because you always scratch your nose when you lie, Origami replied seriously. You've scratched it 13 times already. Last time, in the bathroom. She hadn't finished speaking when Kaguya quickly covered her mouth. Let's not worry about that, hee, Kaguya said with an awkward laugh. What had happened in the bathroom? Not only Toka and Yoshino but even Natsumi looked curious now. Mom, who are they? Are they also your daughters? Just then, a soft, sweet voice sounded unexpectedly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Now they noticed that there was another unfamiliar person standing there. Who are you? Toka asked in surprise. If I heard correctly, Origami, taking the chance to slip out of Kaguya's grasp, spoke up, did you just call Kaguya Mom? Mom. Yoshino and Natsumi exchanged confused glances. That said, Natsumi had always had a tense relationship with everyone else in the household. From the moment she arrived at Kaguya's place and saw these cute spirit girls, she had assumed they were all deceived by Kaguya, or perhaps even forced to stay. Determined, Natsumi resolved to rescue these imprisoned girls and free them from this evil clutches. So she frequently told the others that Kaguya was actually a bad person, someone who manipulated young women's emotions. With heartfelt pleas, she tried to convince them to escape from Kaguya's influence. But Toka couldn't bear to leave Kaguya, Origami had already fully accepted her, and Yoshino also depended on Kaguya. They were all treated to good food, good care, and Kaguya even provided emotional support when needed. So how could they possibly distrust Kaguya because of a stranger's words? Rather than seeing Natsumi as a hero, they started to ignore her, eventually dismissing her entirely. This nearly made Natsumi explode with frustration. She couldn't believe they were choosing to believe someone as awful as Kaguya, and she resolved never to help them again, figuring they'd learn their lesson if they suffered for their blind loyalty. Especially since she often heard strange, agonized groans at night, which only confirmed her suspicions that Kaguya was indeed up to no good. Humph, serves them right for not listening to me, Natsumi thought, feeling secretly smug. Though she disliked Toka and Origami, seeing them as foolish women, she still liked Yoshino, who was gentle and reserved. She frequently spent time with Yoshino and often warned her not to leave her room at night, lest she end up suffering like the others. Of course, Natsumi didn't fully understand the context behind those mysterious sounds. I still have something to take care of. You all go back home first, Kaguya said as she turned to the girls. No, I want to go with you. Toka immediately protested. Kaguya sighed. I haven't even told you what I'm doing. Why would you follow me? No matter where you go, I want to go with you, Toka said firmly. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Compared to Toka, Origami seemed a bit more grounded. Are you going to handle the AST's Ground Self-Defense Force and DEM Corporation, the ones behind this attack? Since Origami had once been a member of the AST Ground Self-Defense Force, she was familiar with their channels for gathering intelligence. So as soon as Kaguya's battle with the AST and DEM began, she had already heard about it. She hadn't expected them to move so quickly and was surprised that they'd regrouped and launched an attack this soon, instead of lying low as she had assumed they would after their last defeat. Kaguya smiled slightly. You guessed it. They've come knocking on my door, and I can't just let them get away with it. It'd be too impolite not to return the favor. I want to go too. Toka grabbed Kaguya's hand, her expression serious. If you're going to deal with them, take me along, Origami said. I know the AST and DEM's hidden facilities and their coding systems. I might be able to help you. Compared to Toka's unthinking insistence, Origami's reasons were far more rational and convincing. However. No, none of you are coming. Kaguya shook her head. Why not? Toka complained, and Origami also looked at Kaguya, clearly expecting an explanation. This is my problem, there's no need for you to get involved, Kaguya said with a smile. Besides, I'm more than enough on my own. If you're with me, it might just split my focus. Your problem is our problem, Origami started to say, but Kaguya interrupted her. Kaguya placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said with a gentle smile, "Relax. Don't worry about me. I've already been through much fiercer battles than this. Do you really think this will be any worse? Just wait for me at home." But Origami trailed off, hesitating. Kaguya leaned close, smirking as she whispered in her ear, "If you stay here and keep them from worrying, I'll give you a reward tonight, a reward just for you." Origami blinked in surprise, her face gradually turning pink as she realized what Kaguya meant. Even her pale neck showed a hint of blush. Kaguya straightened up and said with a smile, "Just wait for me to come back. Don't worry, it won't take long." Just as she expected, Origami relented. "All right, we'll wait for you at home. But you'd better come back soon, or I'll come find you." Kaguya nodded, smiling. Hey, Toka walked up, looking displeased. "Why did you agree to let her stay? And what were you two whispering about?" "It's nothing," Origami said, turning her head away nonchalantly. "If we go, we'll only get in Kaguya's way. Instead of distracting her, we should just wait for her to come back." "That's not what you were saying earlier." Toka huffed, puffing out her cheeks in irritation. "Traitor." At that moment, Kaguya leaned over and whispered something in Toka's ear, causing her eyes to light up with excitement. Even Origami couldn't help but feel curious. "Well, in that case, I suppose we have no choice," Toka said, putting on a show of reluctance. "We'll just wait for you at home, then." But the lifted corners of her brows betrayed her true feelings. Origami looked between Kaguya and Toka, a slight furrow appearing in her brow. Finally, after placating the girls, Kaguya was able to leave and confront DEM Corporation. She was thoroughly annoyed by their repeated interference and was more than ready to settle the score. Thanks to Origami's intel, Kaguya knew that DEM Corporation's headquarters in the city was merely a front, with the real base hidden on a small offshore island. This base was heavily guarded with military forces and bristling with weaponry, giving it more firepower than the main Japanese army. It was remarkable, Kaguya thought, just how feeble official military had become in this world. To think that an arms corporation's private army had more firepower than the entire national defense was laughable. Of course, for Kaguya, it didn't make any difference. It was just like stepping on an ant, or perhaps a slightly larger ant. Meanwhile, in the opulent government office. "Useless. You're all completely useless," roared a bald man. "We've mobilized nearly half of the country's military strength, and you still couldn't take down a single spirit." I am sorry, Prime Minister," stammered a middle-aged official, nervously dabbing sweat from his forehead. "The explosion of the nuclear weapon disrupted our communications with the front line, but it won't be long before we re-establish contact." "Then hurry up," the Prime Minister bellowed, throwing all decorum to the wind. "Yes, sir." The official scurried out of the room like a frightened dog. The Prime Minister's face remained contorted with anger, his bloodshot eyes glaring intensely. His breathing was ragged, and he took a large gulp of water, attempting to calm himself. Earlier, they had meticulously gathered and deployed over half of Japan's military forces, especially their best-equipped units, even summoning reinforcements from the northern islands. Joining forces with DEM Corporation's troops, they had even resorted to nuclear weapons, aiming to eliminate the spirit in one decisive strike. But just moments ago, reports from the front lines indicated that the Japanese army, the AST, and even DEM's airships had been severely beaten by the spirit's counterattack, with the military suffering heavy casualties. The Prime Minister was beside himself with fury. Such a massive force should have been prepared for a world war, yet they had been defeated by a single spirit. It was unbelievable. More than anger, he felt a creeping fear, a fear of the sheer power wielded by that spirit. Well, I've finally found you. So this is where you've been hiding all along. You really made me search high and low." A melodious voice sounded abruptly in the room, causing the Prime Minister's face to twist in horror. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 523, Kaguya's Conditions. Who are you? The Prime Minister turned around in a panic, his pupils contracting sharply. Standing before him was an extraordinarily beautiful silver-haired girl, with hair cascading down like a waterfall, her skin as smooth as porcelain. Her face was untouched by makeup, yet she radiated an ethereal beauty, like a celestial being removed from the mundane world. A faint smile played on her lips, illusory and radiant, like a fleeting firework. In normal circumstances, faced with such a lovely girl, the Prime Minister, known for his appreciation of beauty, would have eagerly schemed to make her his own. But at this moment, he felt no such stirrings. Instead, he saw that slight smile as something almost demonic, sending chills down his spine. For he knew the silver-haired girl standing before him, she was the one called the most evil, and the most powerful spirit, Kaguya. "So, you're the Prime Minister of Japan?" Kaguya said, walking over and seating herself casually in a chair, crossing her legs as she smiled. "For a rotten gourd like you to reach a position like this in government, now that's a surprise." Rotten gourd. The Prime Minister's face turned somewhat ashen. No one had ever dared to speak to him this way. He wanted to protest, but as he glanced at the playful smirk on the girl's face, it was as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the core. What do you want? The Prime Minister shouted, trying to sound bold but with a tremor in his voice. This is the Prime Minister's office. In just a few minutes, people will be here. You're walking right into a trap. Kaguya couldn't help but find his bluster amusing. Were all Japanese Prime Ministers this amusing? If you're so eager to arrest me, go ahead and give it a try, Kaguya said with a slight smile. You could call in all your forces and maybe even throw me in jail. You see, I'm very weak right now, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All you have to do is pick up the phone on your right. So, what are you waiting for? The Prime Minister glanced at the black phone on his right, swallowing nervously. It was true, if he just picked up that phone, troops would immediately converge here. This particular force was Japan's elite, far superior even to the units sent against Kaguya earlier. This special unit, tasked with protecting the nation's leaders, was equipped with top-notch combat skills and weaponry. Each soldier even had access to high-grade manifesting devices, effectively making them armed to the teeth. They were confident in repelling, or even capturing, any spirit that might invade. As he wavered, the Prime Minister fought an intense internal battle. Should he seize this chance to take her down? After all, she must be weakened from her previous battles. Now would be the perfect moment to capture her. His hand moved several times toward the phone, but each time his fingers touched it, he flinched as if it were electrified. But she wouldn't be here if she wasn't confident in her position. What if she turned the tables on them? Finally, the Prime Minister withdrew his hand, gritting his teeth. Why are you here? What do you want? He asked in a low voice. Smart choice. Sensible people always end up better off, Kaguya smirked. Congratulations on not making a foolish decision. Otherwise, I might have found myself chatting with the next Prime Minister. At these words, the Prime Minister looked up sharply, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. She had spoken with a smile, but he could hear the thick undercurrent of menace in her tone, like a chilling wind cutting to the bone. Could it be she wasn't? You're not mistaken, Kaguya said, tapping her fingers lightly on the desk. I'm not injured at all. Honestly, thinking a bunch of rusty scrap metal could take me on was quite naive. As for your dear DEM Corporation, I think you should take a look at this. With that, Kaguya picked up a remote control and pressed a button, turning on a television screen across the room. A moment later, an image appeared, causing the Prime Minister to gasp in shock, too stunned to even wipe the sweat from his brow. On the screen was an active volcano, erupting violently with scorching lava. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, while volcanic ash and stones rained down, striking the ground with loud crashes. Molten lava flowed across the landscape toward the sea, meeting the water with a sizzling sound and a cloud of steam. Breaking news, a newscaster's voice came on the broadcast. We report that an intense volcanic eruption has occurred on an island in the Kyushu, Shikoku region. Lava has covered the entire island, though we currently have no casualty reports. Experts indicate that this island previously contained a dormant volcano. The cause of this unexpected eruption is still under investigation. The Prime Minister stared at the screen, his face paling as his hands began to tremble slightly. He recognized this island. It was DEM Corporation's secret base. Could this eruption have been caused by her? His pupils contracted sharply in realization. The reinforcements you were hoping for. They might never arrive. Kaguya pressed the remote, and the television screen went blank. Turning back to him, she said, "Any thoughts on that, Mr. Prime Minister?" The Prime Minister snapped back to reality, shivering. At some point, his clothing had become drenched in sweat. "What exactly do you want?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "What do I want? Let's see." Kaguya tapped her chin thoughtfully, her eyes lighting up as if she'd thought of something. "How about, you give me your position as Prime Minister?" What? That's impossible. The Prime Minister was utterly dumbfounded, he hadn't anticipated such a demand. Actually, never mind, Kaguya mused aloud. Being Prime Minister is a little too dull, almost like being as lifeless as the dead. The title sounds way too much like something out of a tragedy. I'll pass. The Prime Minister finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared she'd snatch away his title with a few words, not knowing how hard he had worked to climb to his position over his lifetime. But wait, what did she mean by, like something out of a tragedy? For some reason, whenever Kaguya looked at the Prime Minister, the image of a tragic figure kept popping into her mind. Could it be because he'd spent so much time alongside political power? In any case, seeing that she had no intention of stripping him of his title, the Prime Minister felt somewhat reassured. But Kaguya's next condition left him completely speechless. One country, two systems. The Prime Minister stammered in surprise, but how could that be? How could a single country? I think you misunderstand, Kaguya said, crossing her legs and smiling. This isn't about forcing you to step down, nor is it about seizing your power. I have no interest in that. Who would want to compete with a dead mouse caught in an owl's beak? Dead mouse. The Prime Minister's face paled a little. Only someone as powerful as her would think this way. To the average person, becoming the highest leader of a country would be a dream come true. But to this silver-haired girl, it was like a treat that could be discarded at any moment, perhaps even less than that. Then, what exactly do you mean? The Prime Minister instinctively began to use respectful language, even bowing slightly. Here was someone who clearly looked down on his power and had no desire to replace him. Perhaps there was a way. I don't have any other intentions, Kaguya said as she stood. What I want to create is a spirit alliance. Spirit alliance? The Prime Minister repeated, still not fully comprehending. That's right. Kaguya gave a small smile as she approached him. This will be an organization independent of all earthly powers, wielding supreme authority. Its members will be spirits from across the world. Every spirit, by virtue of being a spirit, will be part of the Spirit Alliance. But in that case, the Prime Minister, dabbing the sweat from his forehead, looked troubled. What about spatial quakes? The Prime Minister's question trailed off, but his meaning was clear. If a spatial quake or spirit attack against humans occurred in the future, how would they handle it? Given the authority this new organization would hold, declaring war against spirits could risk conflict with the Alliance. But if they left the situation unchecked, who knew what kind of damage spirits could cause? I understand your concern, Kaguya said. Any issues involving spirits will be handled by the Spirit Alliance and myself, so no harm will come to you. But before that, no one is permitted to attack a spirit for any reason. If they do, it will be a capital offense. Why yes, the Prime Minister replied with a beaming smile, nodding eagerly. If this arrangement worked as promised, it could actually be beneficial for him. A dedicated organization to manage the spirits would mean he no longer needed to worry about them constantly. And if anything went wrong, he could shift the blame to this so-called Spirit Alliance. Naturally, he was pleased. Don't be so quick to celebrate, Kaguya said with a slight smirk. There's still one other thing I need you to do. What else is required? If it's something I can accomplish, I'll do it, even if it means going through fire and water, he replied, patting his chest. It's not so dire, Kaguya replied with a light wave of her hand. It's quite simple. All you have to do is declare the DEM Corporation a terrorist organization. Terrorist organization? The Prime Minister gasped, are you saying to label the DEM Corporation as? But that's impossible. After all, the DEM Corporation held enormous power and influence in Japan, and globally it was one of the foremost weapons manufacturers. His own rise to office had been due largely to the DEM Corporation's Isaac Westcott, who provided the vast campaign funds he needed, along with inside information that had led to his victory in the election. But if he were to denounce them? Of course, the Prime Minister's concern wasn't one of loyalty or gratitude. In his position, any sense of duty had long since vanished. He was more concerned about what would happen if the DEM Corporation retaliated against him. That would be disastrous. Don't worry, Westcott won't be around much longer, and the DEM Corporation is about to collapse. So, you needn't fear his revenge, Kaguya said, seeing through his concerns with ease. To her, he was nothing more than a pawn. That would be wonderful, the Prime Minister replied, rubbing his hands together with a fawning smile. I believe with your help, Japan will be more stable, and the people will feel honored and delighted by your presence. Enough, Kaguya waved her hand, her expression one of distaste. I didn't come here to listen to you spout nonsense. There's one more, much more important task I need you to handle yourself. It must be done properly. Seeing her serious expression, the Prime Minister felt a chill. What kind of matter could possibly cause such a powerful girl to adopt such a grave demeanor? It had to be something monumental, but what? This is something you must handle well, Kaguya said solemnly. Not only will I be displeased if you fail, but many other spirits will also be unhappy. And if we're all unhappy, you can imagine what the consequences will be, correct? Why yes, stammered the Prime Minister, feeling beads of sweat forming on his forehead again. May I know what it is you wish, madam? Though he had no idea what the task was, his years of experience told him this was not the moment to refuse. If he did, and offended her, he'd likely be dismissed as a useless nobody. And nobodies often met very unfortunate ends, like his predecessor, who'd been taken out by the DEM Corporation in a truly unsightly manner. The Prime Minister had no intention of ending up like that. The task I'm giving you, Kaguya said, stepping closer and speaking with intent, is to get me a large villa. A villa. The Prime Minister was momentarily stunned. So that was it. It couldn't possibly be this easy, could it? No, that couldn't be it. A powerful figure like her wouldn't just ask for something so trivial. There had to be some additional conditions. Is there anything specific about it you'd like? The Prime Minister asked cautiously. Let me think. Kaguya tapped her chin with a fair finger as she pondered for a moment. The villa should be large, the bigger the better, fully furnished with new appliances and furniture. And most importantly, it must be entirely brand new, with no previous owners. Understood. The Prime Minister thought he might have misheard. Was the task really this simple? Such a trivial matter, yet it was being entrusted to the Prime Minister of the land of the rising sun. It felt almost wasteful, or like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. All he had to do was issue a single directive, and it would be handled. No need to use his own money, either, the national treasury could cover it. But he dared not show the slightest negligence towards such a powerful figure as Kaguya. If he were to displease her, the consequences could be severe. This silver-haired young woman was a fearsome presence who'd shown no hesitation in eliminating entire armies recently. Tens of thousands of armed soldiers had fallen at her hand, along with the thousands from DEM Corporation, whose remains were still drifting in the Sea of Japan. Please, rest assured, I'll see it done, the Prime Minister replied, bowing like a lackey, showing none of the dignity expected of his office. Anyone who knew him would scarcely believe it if they saw him now. Kaguya nodded approvingly, crossing her legs. This housing issue was something she'd been thinking about for a while. The apartment was getting crowded, especially with the growing number of spirit girls. Even though Kaguya had been sleeping in the living room, it was becoming cramped, particularly now that Mikuro Hoshimiya was added to the group. Moreover, she couldn't just consider the present situation. What if more spirits joined in the future? There simply wouldn't be enough space. She recalled how, in the original series, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki had managed to provide Shido Ōtsutsuki with a large house, sparking a sigh of admiration from Kaguya. How nice it would be to have such a resourceful, wealthy sister who never had to worry about money. Yet, come to think of it, Kaguya had caused quite a commotion, so it was surprising Kaguya hadn't shown up to confront her. Kaguya must have her own reasons for staying close, reasons that Kaguya didn't know about. Take care of this, and I'll reward you, Kaguya said, standing from her chair. Before leaving, she turned and added, but if you can't handle even something this simple, then you'll no longer have any reason to exist. Do you understand? Why yes, the Prime Minister replied, wiping the sweat from his face with a nervous laugh. I'll do my utmost. For some reason, every time he saw Kaguya's faint, knowing smile, his knees went weak, and a hollow feeling crept into his chest. With a soft laugh, a dark portal appeared before Kaguya. She stepped through, and the portal vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing her finally leave, the Prime Minister let out a deep breath. He still felt dazed, as if he'd just awoken from a strange dream. The chill down his back reminded him that his shirt was drenched in sweat. Just then, the door burst open with a loud bang, and an aide rushed in, looking flustered. Prime Minister, sir, it's terrible. Terrible. The aide, struggling to catch his breath, said urgently, outside. Before he could finish, a dark shadow swung toward his face. Smack. The aide, stunned from the slap, wobbled for a moment before dropping to the floor. Idiot. Who told you to barge in? The Prime Minister snapped angrily. Still rattled from Kaguya's visit, he'd nearly had a breakdown when he heard the commotion, fearing she had returned to punish him. Once he saw it was only his aide, he became furious. Sorry. The aide clutched his face, now red and swelling from the force of the blow. Clearly, the Prime Minister hadn't held back. What on earth could be so urgent? The Prime Minister adjusted his tie, his tone cold. Hurry up and speak. The aide scrambled up from the floor and stammered, DEM Corporation's bases around the world have exploded simultaneously, with blasts equivalent to several dozen nuclear bombs. Their facilities were leveled, and nearby areas have been reduced to ruins. The death toll is reportedly in the tens of thousands. The Prime Minister's pupils shrank as he seized the aide by the collar and demanded, when did this happen? Just now. The aide, terrified by the Prime Minister's sudden outburst, stammered, and also. And what else? Speak up, the Prime Minister snapped. They say it was a spirit who launched the attacks. What's more, surveillance footage shows that the one responsible for assaulting the DEM Corporation was a single person. A single person? The Prime Minister echoed in disbelief. What single person? According to intelligence, the person attacking the DEM Corporation's global bases was an astonishingly beautiful silver-haired girl, the aide replied, swallowing nervously. But the issue is that she appeared in all locations at almost the exact same time. This shouldn't even be possible. Intelligence analysts believe it might not have been just one person but a coordinated group. The Prime Minister could no longer focus on what his aide was saying. A fresh wave of sweat broke out on his forehead, recently dried from his encounter with Kaguya. If his suspicions were correct, the silver-haired attackers could all be the same person, the very girl who had just left. Only she could possess that kind of power. If the Prime Minister had been harboring any hope of secretly allying with DEM Corporation, he'd abandoned the idea completely. To simultaneously attack locations worldwide and decimate a military powerhouse like DEM Corporation was something even the world's most powerful nations couldn't accomplish. It defied all known limits of human ability, crossing into the unimaginable. Prime Minister, sir. Seeing no reaction from him, the aide spoke up cautiously. Oh, it's fine. Coming back to himself, the Prime Minister's face softened, and he resumed his usual gentle expression. You've done well. I have another small task for you. Yes, sir. Please, anything you need. The aide, still uneasy and respectful, replied. The Prime Minister smiled, picked up his now cold coffee, and walked to the window. Help me find a villa. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 524, The Girl's Wild Ideas. Just as Kaguya left the Prime Minister's residence, a figure darted toward her, startling her so much that she almost pushed them away. Looking closely, Kaguya recognized the petite figure with a delicate appearance and a certain fullness. Mukuro Hoshimiya? Kaguya asked, a bit puzzled. What are you doing here? If Kaguya remembered correctly, she had instructed Mukuro to stay back at the apartment and rest. Why had she come all the way here? Because. I missed you, Mukuro replied softly, with an earnest look. Kaguya suddenly recalled Mukuro's special ability, which could transport her over large distances by sensing and following a person's aura. It wasn't exactly a full-on tracking ability but rather a unique sensitivity, something that could lead Mukuro to her despite the considerable distance. And how did you manage to find me here? Kaguya asked with curiosity. And where are Toka and the others? There was a faint trace of your presence here, so I just followed it until I found you, Mukuro answered with a gentle smile. Her presence or aura? Kaguya's mouth twitched at this. Was this girl part hound? To be able to track her scent across such a vast distance. Fine then, Kaguya sighed, reaching out to pat Mukuro's head. Let's go back. Mukuro nodded obediently, the hint of a smile playing on her face. Regardless, Mukuro's ability to find her felt somewhat endearing to Kaguya. Mukuro clung closely to Kaguya's arm as they walked, contentedly leaning against her as they returned. Her eyes held a sense of satisfaction, as if she could go on walking alongside Kaguya forever. Seeing this, Toka and Origami Tabichi felt a stab of jealousy from the sidelines. This stranger had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was now taking over what they felt was their rightful place by Kaguya's side. It was infuriating. But Mukuro merely gave them a quiet, gentle look, as if to say that being next to Kaguya was exactly where she belonged, making her intent perfectly clear. For her, being with Kaguya was a matter of course. Kaguya had already instructed the Prime Minister to arrange a villa, and she guessed it wouldn't take long before they could all move into a new, larger place. But for now, they would have to continue making do in the apartment for a while longer. Finally home again, thank goodness, Toka said, breathing a sigh of relief. Yoshino murmured softly, echoing her relief. She had been quite worried about Kaguya since she left, so much so that she hadn't even felt like watching her favorite TV shows, which led to teasing from her puppet, Yashinon. How did it go? Origami approached, asking quietly. She was always the more rational among them. Not bad, Kaguya replied with a smile. With any luck, you won't be hearing from DEM Corporation again. After Kaguya's assault on the DEM headquarters, she used illusion techniques to control several high-ranking officials, gaining access to classified files, including one detailing DEM's numerous bases around the world. To Kaguya's surprise, the scope of the corporation's operations far exceeded her expectations. They had a presence in almost every country. To destroy DEM entirely, Kaguya had used the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Although the clone technique diluted her power somewhat, it was more than enough to handle the task. With her clones, Kaguya had swept through all of DEM's regional bases and secret armories worldwide, even bringing down several smaller nations under DEM's influence. Though the whole thing sounded lengthy, it hadn't taken much time. Thanks to her teleportation abilities, Kaguya hadn't needed to spend ages traveling between locations. One mystery remained, she hadn't seen any sign of DEM's leader, Westcott, not even a body. Perhaps he had perished in an earlier battle. Regardless, whether he had died or managed to flee, he was just another insignificant nuisance to Kaguya. Without the technology and resources of DEM Corporation, he was practically a nobody, a mere human with little skill, his combat power nowhere near that of even Ellen, one of DEM's top fighters. Are you saying? Origami's normally calm expression showed a rare hint of shock. Did you wipe out DEM Corporation? That's right, Kaguya replied with a smile. Leaving an organization like that intact would only be a problem, so it's better to be rid of them. Origami was both impressed and at a loss for words. She had regarded DEM as an enormous multinational power, yet it had been wiped out in an instant at Kaguya's hands. Still, Having grown accustomed to such displays of strength, Origami took it in stride. What's the big deal? Came a mutter from the side as Natsumi turned away, grumbling, look at her getting all pleased with herself. Acting so smug. What's there to be so smug about? Hearing Natsumi's mumbling, Kaguya turned and called out sternly, shouldn't you be getting dinner ready? Don't forget your role. Natsumi scoffed but obediently headed toward the kitchen. Just then, a thought struck Kaguya. She turned back to the group and asked, by the way, where's Ellen? Ellen? Toka looked confused. Who's Ellen? Kaguya's mouth twitched. She's the one I left in your care, the one you were supposed to keep an eye on. No, you didn't leave anyone with us, Toka replied, looking puzzled. No one was given to us to watch over. Then Kaguya remembered, she had left Ellen with 3 high school students. With the recent chaos finally behind her, Kaguya could at last find a moment to rest. However, she couldn't afford to relax entirely, her allotted time from the system was limited, and locating the remaining spirits within this timeframe was no small feat. Her focus was on finding Nia Honjo and the Yamai twins. In truth, Kaguya's assault on DEM Corporation had not been merely about vengeance, her primary goal was to rescue Nia Honjo, whom DEM had imprisoned. However, after searching through the DEM bases, she hadn't found any sign of Nia nor sensed any spirit energy. This raised her suspicions. Could Westcott have hidden her in a secret facility? It would make sense. DEM was an international corporation and one of the most powerful arms dealers. It was unlikely they would put such a critical asset under standard security or hand her over to just anyone in the company, even a high-ranking executive. Nia Honjo might well be hidden in a secret location that even Kaguya hadn't yet identified. As for the Yamai twins, they could be anywhere. The world was vast, and locating 2 people across such a vast area was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Would she need to resort to infinite Tsukimi? If it came to that, Kaguya thought she might have to use this technique. She didn't have the time to comb through every possibility, the efficiency of such a search was far too low. Hey! Hey! As Kaguya was pondering her options, a clear but slightly reluctant voice called from behind. She turned to see Natsumi, the petite, green-haired girl. Is something wrong? Kaguya asked, curious. She and Natsumi had always shared a somewhat strained relationship, especially since Kaguya had put her in charge of cooking and chores. If Natsumi's attitude could be quantified, it would probably be in the negatives by now. Standing in the kitchen doorway, Natsumi poked her head out and motioned for Kaguya to come closer with one small, fair hand. Her usually youthful and innocent face unexpectedly took on a surprisingly mature allure. Kaguya paused, briefly taken aback by Natsumi's gesture. This girl was beginning to show the grace of a young lady, and Kaguya found herself feeling a flutter of something close to admiration. Could it be that she was? As Kaguya's thoughts began to stray, Natsumi's cheeks reddened slightly. I don't really know how to cook, she muttered. Kaguya had told her before that she was only allowed to eat food she cooked herself, with no takeout allowed. Having no previous experience with cooking, her attempts had resulted in disasters. Though she'd improved over the past few days, her cooking was still barely palatable. For the others, the food was passable, but Natsumi herself had a high standard. Due to her spirit powers and frequent visits to the human world, she was accustomed to luxurious meals. She was used to delicacies, not necessarily the rarest dishes, but at least gourmet-level fare. Now, left to fend for herself, she was struggling. Natsumi had weighed the humiliation of asking Kaguya for help against the discomfort of eating her own attempts at cooking and had finally chosen to give in. Kaguya's expression flickered briefly with surprise, then she understood, feeling just slightly disappointed. But she pushed the thought aside. After all, she had already secured this little duckling, she wouldn't be able to fly away now. With a small chuckle, Kaguya shrugged off her thoughts and followed Natsumi into the kitchen. Inside, Natsumi was bustling at the stove, while Kaguya leaned against the doorframe, casually offering advice, you're cutting the vegetables too thickly, and they need to be uniform. Pour the chicken in now, but don't let the oil get too hot. Hey, the soup's about to boil over, can't you move faster? That's salt, not sugar. Ah, honestly. Whoever said spirits were naturally gifted? If you ask me. Natsumi, flustered from Kaguya's constant instructions, finally turned around and snapped, be quiet. Natsumi was wearing a plain apron and had her long hair tied up under a bandana. This style was unusual for her, but surprisingly, it gave her a certain contrasting charm. Kaguya closed her mouth, obliging her request. Natsumi, finally in peace, turned back to her cooking. She had several dishes going simultaneously, some were just starting, while others were nearly done. Both pots had something simmering, and a fish lay in the frying pan. Now without Kaguya's directions, Natsumi felt a brief moment of panic as she tried to manage it all. Natsumi turned back to Kaguya, spatula in hand, and said, talk. About what? Kaguya asked, amused. Just, say something. Anything, Natsumi replied, her teeth gritted in frustration. The fish is burning, Kaguya said with a shrug. Natsumi immediately turned back to the pan, but a faint smell of char had already begun to fill the kitchen. The fish, as it turned out, was indeed burnt. At the dinner table, everyone exchanged glances. Toka was adamant about not being the first to try it, while Origami sat calmly, sipping water and appearing uninterested. Mikuro glanced hesitantly at her plate. Yoshino was about to pick up her chopsticks when Natsumi quickly grabbed a piece from each dish and tried it herself, muttering through a mouthful, "Cowards." Everyone else relaxed, and after taking a bite, they were all visibly surprised. The food today tasted worlds better than the previous days. Toka turned to her, "Did you make this?" Kaguya shrugged, "I didn't lift a finger, she made everything herself." She hadn't expected Natsumi to follow her instructions so precisely. Cooking relied on intuition as much as on following a recipe, yet somehow, Natsumi had managed to produce an impressive meal. Natsumi herself took a bite, her face showing surprise. Had she really cooked this? Natsumi's cooking not only astonished Kaguya, but Natsumi herself was equally surprised. Although the dishes only barely passed Kaguya's standards, for Natsumi, this was a remarkable improvement beyond her expectations. Is this really my cooking? Unconsciously, Natsumi quickened her pace, eating heartily, and everyone else followed suit, relishing the meal. Even Mikuro Hoshimiya couldn't help but comment on the dish's quality, admiring the touch of expertise they could taste in every bite. In the end, the dish that had the most takers was actually the slightly charred sweet and sour carp. Natsumi, patting her now full belly, let out a satisfied burp, the fullest she'd felt in days. She looked at Kaguya with a softened gaze, realizing that maybe this person wasn't as awful as she'd originally thought. But, as if noticing her gaze, Kaguya turned and said, "What are you looking at? Now, go wash the dishes, and don't even think of slacking." Of course, she'd only imagined the change. This person was just as terrible as ever. With cheeks puffed in frustration, Natsumi nonetheless took the dishes to the kitchen. After all the chores she'd done these past few days, she'd gotten quite used to washing dishes, there were no longer any broken plates left in her wake. After dinner, Origami, Toka, Yoshino, and Mikuro nestled into the couch to watch TV together. Although there wasn't much of interest on, they seemed to enjoy the time spent lounging together. Only Natsumi was left to sit on a small stool off to the side. Already petite, she seemed even smaller compared to the others, and her expression became sullen, as if she were being purposely left out. Natsumi fumed silently to herself. Once she escaped this awful person's grip, she'd turn all of them into little kids, make them sit on the ground, and refuse to give them any food. That would show them how it feels to treat her this way. Oblivious to Natsumi's evil thoughts, Kaguya was instead enduring a different kind of torment. Though the couch was large, it wasn't made for 5 people squeezed close together. To make things worse, the girls all clung to her, whether deliberately or unintentionally, leaving her no room to shift around. The most distracting of all was Toka, who, again, whether consciously or unconsciously, was tightly hugging Kaguya's arm, pressing her soft chest against her. Kaguya couldn't help but swallow, thinking how this girl was becoming more and more enticing by the day. On her other side, Origami wasn't to be outdone, pulling Kaguya's hand to rest on her lap. While her chest may not have quite matched Toka's, her legs were smooth and toned from years of training, exuding a unique, youthful energy. As for Mikuro, she nestled against Kaguya with a calm expression, holding her hand tightly. Mikuro didn't speak, simply leaning against Kaguya as if that alone was enough. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, Kaguya suddenly stood up, saying, "I have a few things to take care of, I'll be back soon." "What's the matter?" Origami asked, looking concerned. "I'll go with you," Toka said, hugging Kaguya's arm tightly. Mikuro, though silent, cast a glance Kaguya's way, her eyes clearly signaling that she wasn't letting her go alone either. With a glance around, Kaguya felt like a tree being clung to by a group of koalas, unable to move an inch. Luckily, Yoshino, always the considerate one, remained quietly seated and didn't join in. Just as Kaguya thought to commend Yoshino for her good behavior, the little girl timidly reached out and grasped the sleeve of Kaguya's shirt. Kaguya smiled wryly, thinking, "What are you doing, little one?" "Relax, I'm only going out for a moment, I'll be right back," Kaguya said, unable to help the laugh that bubbled up. "How do we know that?" Toka asked, pouting. "Why are you heading out so late?" Origami asked, her gaze sharp with concern. "Is there something you don't want to tell us? Could it be?" Toka trailed off, her eyes dimming slightly. Remembering the soap opera she'd watched earlier in the day, she couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart as she murmured, "Have you grown tired of us already?" At these words, the atmosphere grew tense. Yoshino, too, turned to look at Kaguya, a hint of worry flickering in her expression as she gripped her sleeve more tightly. "What are you talking about?" Kaguya asked, completely baffled. She struggled to grasp the imaginary melodrama unfolding in the minds of these girls. Because, Toka began, her face reflecting genuine sadness, you're tired of us and don't want to see us anymore. You don't want to live with us, so. Her lips trembled slightly. So you're leaving, aren't you? You're going to run away with some other woman, aren't you? Huh. Kaguya was utterly dumbfounded. How in the world did they come up with such a ridiculous scenario? Tired of them. Leaving them. The thought hadn't even crossed her mind. After all, she hadn't even, well, it was just out of the question. Stop overthinking it, Kaguya said, flicking Toka's forehead lightly. How could I ever leave you all? You're letting your imagination run wild. Ow. Toka cried out, rubbing her forehead, but then she quickly said, you really won't leave us. Kaguya found all the girls staring at her, waiting for her answer. Relax, there's no way I'd leave you. Kaguya sighed, feeling amused and helpless at the same time. It was, of course, heartwarming to be so adored, but at the same time, the overwhelming clinginess was more than a little exhausting. Ah, having so many girlfriends could be such a headache. Kaguya couldn't help but think this with a hint of self-satisfied shamelessness. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 525, A Feeling Never Felt Before. As night fell, the sun's final rays gradually vanished beyond the horizon, leaving a quiet darkness to envelop the sky once more. A crescent moon rose slowly from the horizon, casting soft moonlight across the yellowed autumn forest, its cool beams flowing like threads over the rustling leaves, stirred gently by the crisp autumn breeze. Kaguya stepped out of the apartment and into the yard, the autumn wind tossing her silver hair, making it float around her like a misty waterfall. Gazing at the bright moon above, she gave a slight smile and turned her head towards the small grove nearby. Since you're already here, why not come out, she called out. No need to skulk around there. It's been a while. I didn't expect you to stir up so much trouble in my absence, you really do know how to make a spectacle of yourself, a voice replied as a girl with twin red pigtails emerged from the trees. It was none other than Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. True, it has been a while, Kaguya replied, turning to her with a smile. I thought you'd show up during the recent battle, but surprisingly, you didn't. I'm a little confused about that, honestly. What's so confusing about it? Kaguya scoffed as she approached. I just had no interest in joining a pointless fight, that's all. My goal is something else entirely. Oh. Kaguya responded with mild curiosity. Then, what are you here for? Hearing this, Kaguya's delicate face filled with a hint of irritation as she replied angrily, you seriously don't remember the promise you made to me? Huh? Kaguya asked with a hint of surprise. Did I promise you something? How could you? Kaguya fumed. You obviously did, and now you're trying to deny it. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Kaguya tilted her head and tapped her forehead as if trying to remember. Maybe I have amnesia. You're impossible. Kaguya burst out, cheeks puffing with indignation. Seeing Kaguya look genuinely mad, with the expression of someone ready to hit her, Kaguya decided not to tease her further. It wouldn't be good if she got too angry. I was just joking, Kaguya said, scratching her head with a grin. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten the promise we made. She and Kaguya had, in fact, made an agreement. If certain conditions were met, they would go on a date. However, various things had happened since then, delaying the date. Kaguya still wasn't entirely sure why Kaguya was so keen on it. Could it be that I'm just too beautiful? Kaguya thought, feeling a bit self-satisfied. Kaguya huffed, tossing her pink twintails over her shoulders. Just don't forget. Or you'll be the biggest liar. Yes, Kaguya replied, half amused, as if soothing a child. So, when did you want to go on this date? At that moment, there was a sudden rustling from the bushes nearby. Kaguya glanced over, seeing only a cat that darted out, shook itself off, and quickly ran away. Kaguya tilted her head and tapped her chin thoughtfully. How about tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and there'll be a shrine festival. Make sure to handle those other women of yours, and don't bring them along. If you do, the date's off. Mid-Autumn Festival. Kaguya was momentarily surprised. She hadn't expected Japan to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, this struck her as a bit odd. She'd always thought that Japan didn't observe this holiday. Was she just that out of touch? And what exactly was this shrine festival? Shouldn't it be called a moon festival? Still, none of this had much to do with her. The Mid-Autumn Festival did evoke a feeling of nostalgia, it had been so long since she'd celebrated it. Little did she expect that the next time she'd observe this holiday, she'd be in Japan. Wait, what's the problem? Kaguya frowned as Kaguya seemed lost in thought. Are you so clingy that you can't bear to leave those women? Thinking about them even now. Really? Unbelievable. How could someone be as depraved as you? Hey, Kaguya protested, frowning, which of your eyes saw me thinking about any woman? This one, Kotori replied, pointing a finger just below her eye and sticking out her pink tongue mischievously. A brilliant smile blossomed on Kotori's face, bright and captivating like a swaying flower. Even Kaguya was momentarily dazzled, surprised to see such a playful side to the normally sharp-tongued and tsundere Kotori Ōtsutsuki. Noticing Kaguya's expression, Kotori's face turned red, and she quickly looked away. What are you staring at? What's there to look at? Snapping out of her daze, Kaguya nodded, saying, yes, there's nothing worth looking at. You. Kotori's face turned even redder. Just remember our agreement. If you don't show up, I'll turn your apartment into rubble. With that, she tossed her head and her pink twin tail swayed as she marched off, ignoring whatever reaction Kaguya might have. Kaguya opened her mouth, wanting to tell her she'd be moving soon anyway. Even if Kotori decided to blow up the entire building, it wouldn't matter much. But considering the possibility that Kotori might get mad and demolish the place immediately, she kept quiet. Kotori really is an adorable girl, Kaguya thought to herself. A cute little tsundere. But going out for the Mid-Autumn Festival could be fun. The group of spirits she lived with seemed to stay indoors all the time. They never went out to have fun, and if things continued this way, they'd probably all turn into reclusive homebodies. Just like that one character, Amaru, who'd eventually end up lazing around and living off of junk food. Maybe taking everyone out wouldn't be such a bad idea. With this thought, Kaguya turned and looked toward the nearby bushes, a faint smile playing on her lips. When she returned to the living room, the atmosphere seemed off. The girls were all sitting primly on the couch, as if nothing had happened, their eyes glued to a TV commercial for pineapple chips, looking as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. Toka, in particular, wore a serious expression as if studying something profoundly important. Origami, meanwhile, wore her usual blank expression, sipping tea as if nothing was amiss, though her cup was already empty. Yoshino alone seemed to be acting normally, though her face was slightly flushed, and she avoided meeting Kaguya's gaze. Seeing their varied reactions, Kaguya chuckled to herself but decided not to say anything about it. In the evening, an event that shocked the world occurred. The Japanese government officially announced the formation of the Spirit Alliance organization. As the name suggests, the Spirit Alliance is an organization centered around spirits, with membership open exclusively to spirits. Any spirit is eligible to join this alliance. What was shocking was not the organization's creation itself, but that the Japanese government recognized the Spirit Alliance as an independent governing authority. In other words, it was acknowledged as a separate government with autonomous powers. Not only was the Japanese government prohibited from interfering, but other nations' governments were also barred from involvement. Of course, any attempt at interference would mean confronting the terrifying strength of the spirits. No country would dare to take such an action lightly. Even America dared not speak of eliminating the spirits. The recent uprooting of the DEM Corporation on American soil was proof enough of this. Back then, America deployed a large number of fighter jets, tanks, and several nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. They even resorted to using high-powered destructive weaponry, but the spirits emerged unscathed. In response, they tossed an aircraft carrier right outside the White House, giving then-President a cold sweat. The FBI has since enforced a comprehensive news blackout on the incident. However, such a large-scale event could not be kept under wraps, and practically overnight, reports about the spirits dominated the headlines of major news outlets. The headlines varied, but all of them featured the same cover image, a slightly blurry photo of a silver-haired girl standing on the overturned aircraft carrier in America. Even though it was only a photograph, her fierce aura seemed to leap off the page, instilling a bone-chilling sense of dread. Now, the Spirit Alliance has declared that as long as they are not attacked, they will not engage in activities harmful to the world. But if anyone dares to offend the spirits, they will face severe punishment, up to and including erasing the offender from the face of the earth, or even flattening entire nations. In the past, humanity might have been outraged, demanding stricter measures against these audacious spirits. However, after witnessing the enormous casualties caused by the spirits, people were left too fearful to even speak of eliminating them. In fact, the spirits' recent statement even brought some relief to people. With their overwhelming power, the spirits had no need for deception or empty threats. They had no reason to engage in such actions. In response, various countries quickly issued statements congratulating the Spirit Alliance on its formation and expressed hope for cooperation in building a peaceful and prosperous future. But to Kaguya, all of this was mere empty rhetoric. She had no intention of acknowledging these gestures, nor did she care to attend any international summit with world leaders. This blatant disregard was a direct affront to the major powers. But what could they do? They couldn't beat her in battle, and they had no choice but to swallow their pride. At this moment, Kaguya was not in the mood to pay attention to these trivial matters. She was facing a more pressing problem. Once again, she was running out of room. Each time a new girl arrived, Kaguya's status seemed to drop lower. She had been pushed out of her own room to the study, and from the study to the living room. Now, it seemed there was no place to sleep even in the living room. She couldn't help but feel the urge to drag the Prime Minister of Japan out and give him a beating. This was taking far too long. However, this wasn't really the Prime Minister's fault. As the most powerful figure, his instructions were followed diligently. Because of this, the workers had been going all out to complete everything to perfection, but it inevitably caused delays in the construction schedule. As a result, Kaguya was left without a place to sleep. After some discussion, it was decided that Origami and Toko would share a room, while Yoshino and Mukuro would share another. Despite the arrangements, Kaguya was left with no place to sleep. It seemed absurd that she, the one in command, was left in such a situation. Each time she thought about it, she felt tempted to just storm out and knock on the construction workers' doors. The night was deep, the moon high in the sky. Its clear light spilled through the transparent windows, casting a faint glow throughout the room. A figure rose from the sofa, tiptoeing to the door of Origami and Toka's room. She grasped the handle and turned it a few times, only to find that the door was locked. But for her, an ordinary lock was of no consequence. A dark sphere appeared in the palm of her hand, slowly morphing and flowing into the keyhole like water. In just a few moments, a faint click was heard, and the door creaked open. A smirk crept onto her face as she silently slipped inside. Suddenly, a startled cry came from inside the room, followed by muffled sounds as if someone's mouth had been covered. Shortly afterward, a series of sounds emerged, restrained and blending pain and pleasure, causing the once cold moonlight to take on a hint of ambiguity. In another room, Natsumi, who was still awake, heard the sounds and froze for a moment before a faint look of disdain crossed her face. She had warned them long ago that this Kaguya character was no good, an absolute scoundrel, but nobody believed her and even went as far as to criticize her. Now, it seemed, they were suffering at the hands of that scoundrel. Maybe now they would believe her. Yet as time passed and she continued to hear the mix of gentle and intense sounds, as if squeezed from deep within someone's throat, an inexplicable warmth began to stir within Natsumi's chest, slowly spreading through her body like a current, filling her with a strange and unfamiliar discomfort. What was happening? Having never experienced anything like this, Natsumi didn't understand the meaning behind these sounds, but as a girl gradually reaching maturity, the budding feelings within her made her feel a little lost. She pulled the covers over her head, but the sounds seemed to seep through the blanket, reaching her ears directly. As Natsumi tried to endure this mysterious discomfort, she suddenly found herself curious about what was happening in that room. What kind of torment was that vile person putting them through? Would she hit them? Would she use a whip? She had seen plenty of movies where whips were used, and just imagining the pain of being struck sent a shiver down her spine. I didn't expect things to take this turn, it really caught me off guard, said a tall man standing by the window, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. I also didn't expect her to possess such an incomprehensible power. That was my mistake. The man turned around, revealing himself to be Westcott. However, he seemed somewhat worse for wear. A large scar now marred his previously handsome face, covering his entire left cheek. The scar was sunken, almost devoid of flesh, leaving just a layer of skin tightly stretched, making the contours of his bones visible, a ghastly sight that sent chills down one's spine. I didn't come here to hear your sighs, said a graceful figure who emerged from the shadows, speaking bluntly. I came here to find my sister. You said you knew where she was, so I hope you'll tell me. The young woman had long golden hair that almost reached her waist, smooth, fair skin, beautiful light blue eyes, and a delicate and refined face with a slightly fragile look. Her figure was curvaceous, radiating an air of youthful vitality. Looking closely, one might notice a resemblance between this young woman and Ellen, particularly in their facial features, although this girl appeared softer and more delicate than the mature-looking Ellen. This was none other than Ellen's younger sister, Artemisia Bell Ashcroft. What a long name, one might think in passing. I once believed the three greatest wizards in the world were Mana, Ellen, and you, Westcott said calmly. Mana is currently undergoing enhancements and will soon have even greater potential and strength. As for your sister, it seems she has failed. I won't let you speak about my sister that way, Artemisia replied coldly. She may be a failure, but only I have the right to defeat her. But the fact is, she's already been defeated, Westcott countered. She lost to the spirits. Spirits? Artemisia scoffed. You're just afraid of them. What does it matter if they're spirits? They're just people who happen to gain power by accident. Sooner or later, I'll defeat every last one of them. Is that so? Westcott smirked. You won't have to wait long, you have the chance to do so now. What do you mean? Artemisia asked, a slight frown appearing on her face. Haven't you been looking for your sister? Westcott replied with a smile. She's in Japan. You mean? Artemisia's gaze sharpened. Precisely, Westcott continued with a smile. Your sister's disappearance may be closely related to those spirits. If you wish to investigate her whereabouts, this could be an excellent starting point. Artemisia turned away, casting a cool glance at Westcott. I hope you're telling the truth. If I find out you're lying, you know the consequences. With that, she turned and left the room. After Artemisia exited the office, Westcott's expression darkened. He clenched his fist, and with a sharp crack, the pen he was holding snapped in two. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, those despicable people. One day, I'll make every one of them pay. I'll ensure they're left with nowhere to hide. The scar on Westcott's face was left by Kaguya during a previous confrontation. He had been on an airship, and if he hadn't abandoned ship when he sensed things turning against him, he might have been killed. Even so, his escape pod had sustained serious damage in the attack and nearly crashed. It was during this incident that Westcott's left cheek had been disfigured. Westcott, who had once taken pride in his appearance, found this hard to accept. Years of effort had been destroyed in an instant, fueling his fury. He wanted nothing more than to tear Kaguya apart, but he knew that with his current strength, he was no match for the terrifyingly powerful girl. Still, he was not without options, as long as his plan succeeded. Westcott gritted his teeth. Kaguya, meanwhile, had long since put this man out of her mind, never giving him a second thought. This was the tragedy of small-minded people. They could pour all their energy into their schemes, yet the other side might not even notice or be harmed in the slightest, not even enough to scratch an itch, a truly pitiful fate. At this moment, Kaguya was busy with other matters and had no time for the complex grievances of such minor characters. Time slowly passed, and the clock's hands had reached midnight, yet the strange sounds in the room showed no sign of stopping, perhaps even growing more intense. Natsumi, lying in her room, felt her face heat up as if she had a fever. She was feeling restless, turning and shifting as though trying to make herself more comfortable. Finally, after some hesitation, Natsumi made up her mind, slipping out of bed and putting on her slippers as she tiptoed toward the room where the sounds were coming from. Just a quick look, she told herself. Nothing bad will happen if I'm quick. That annoying person definitely won't notice. When she reached the door of the room, she realized that the door wasn't locked, and a small gap was visible. Natsumi carefully approached and peeked her head over, her eyes scanning the interior. But when she saw what was happening inside, the girl was immediately stunned. In the middle of the room, on the large bed, 3 girls were intertwined, their delicate skin glowing faintly under the moonlight. That annoying girl was lying on top of one of the girls, her head buried in her chest, sucking on her, occasionally making a slurp sound. Natsumi's pupils suddenly contracted. She had never seen such a scene before. Seeing the movements inside, now quick and then slow, she suddenly felt her legs weaken, her body growing light and powerless. If she hadn't been holding onto the wall, she might have collapsed. Natsumi quickly realized something was wrong. Her face turned red, reaching all the way to her ears. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. She couldn't help but think that it must be that annoying guy's magic. Yes, it had to be magic. Otherwise, how could it make her feel this way? Even so, she kept telling herself to leave, but the scene before her seemed to have some kind of magical power, and her eyes couldn't look away. Unknowingly, her hand had already moved away, and she involuntarily slipped it into her cute pajama bottoms. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 526, Natsumi's Misunderstanding. Commander, do we really have to do this? A handsome young man with blonde hair spoke anxiously. This is way too dangerous. If anything goes wrong, the consequences could be dire, even you could be harmed. This handsome young man with a touch of delicate elegance was none other than Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, the deputy commander of Ratatoskr and a notorious pervert. Enough, interrupted a pink-haired girl with twin tails who was sitting in the chair. She turned to face him. I've made my decision. You don't need to say any more. The lovely twin-tailed girl was Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, who had previously met with Kaguya and requested a date. But if you go through with this, Commander, you'll be putting yourself in serious danger, Kaguya said, his usual carefree expression replaced by a grave look. You have to remember who we're dealing with here, she's no small-time foe. She's killed hundreds of thousands, a demon who's merciless, ruthless, and violently savage. This is just too dangerous. Do you have a better plan, then? Kaguya said softly, biting down on her lollipop as she looked out into the dark night beyond the vessel. No one can stop her anymore. If we do nothing, she'll wreak havoc unchecked, and there's a real chance she could destroy the entire world. Or would you rather stand by and watch the world burn? If Kaguya were here, she would probably scoff, thinking, destroy the world. That's absurd. You're all just paranoid. But at the moment, Kaguya and Kaguya had already painted a dark, bloodthirsty image of Kaguya in their minds. But Kaguya gritted his teeth. He knew it was futile now, no one could stop her. AST was destroyed, DEM had fallen, and even the mighty United States had issued a public statement supporting the formation of the Spirit Alliance, pledging all possible assistance. Their intentions could not have been more transparent. If there's anyone who can stand up to her, Kotori said, standing from her chair, her large, beautiful eyes filled with determination, then it's me. If I use that method, it will definitely work. But what if the information is wrong? Kyuhei said worriedly. We haven't actually observed her actions or confirmed her preferences. What if she doesn't actually like women? She does, Kotori waved her hand dismissively. I've confirmed it. There's no doubt. What? Kyuhei was stunned. You've confirmed it. What? Is there a problem? Kotori snorted, a slight blush coloring her face. Kyuhei's expression turned sorrowful, and he said with a sigh, I never expected you, Commander, would sacrifice so much for the world. Your innocent and youthful body is no longer pure, is it? Pure, my foot. Something dark shot across the room, hitting Kyuhei in the head with a loud thud, sending him flying. Kotori, red-faced and furious, maintained her throwing stance, her expression radiating annoyance. Kyuhei scrambled back to his feet, an excited gleam in his eyes. Could it be, Commander? Drop dead. Bang. Ouch. No sooner had Kyuhei gotten back up than he was knocked down again. Getting back up once more, Kyuhei wisely refrained from further teasing his now fuming commander. Clearing his throat, he put on a serious face and asked, Commander, are you truly prepared for this? Yes. Kotori nodded. Only by doing this can we prevent further tragedy. Spirits like her don't belong in this world. She glanced at a photo on the console, a family portrait showing a happy family of 3. The adorable girl in the middle was none other than Kotori herself. If that's the case, Kyuhei said, pulling out an extravagant outfit from behind him with a grin. This is my treasure, the finest among my collection of women's clothing. If you need it, Commander, I'm willing to part with it. Looking at the black lace, skimpy garment that resembled a fetish outfit more than anything else, Kotori's brow twitched as she clenched her fist, grinding out, you sick pervert, drop dead. With those words, she landed a flying kick squarely to Kyuhei's face. Meanwhile, a very different scene was unfolding at the apartment. Soft moans drifted from the room, reaching the ears of the girl eavesdropping outside, Natsumi. She could hear faint panting sounds and an occasional, nearly inaudible sucking noise. Natsumi's pale cheeks were now flushed a deep red. Her whole body felt hot, as though her strength had drained away, and her legs felt weak. It was like a current was running through her body, sending faint tremors wherever it went. She had no idea what was happening to her, all she knew was that her body felt strange, almost as if it wasn't her own anymore. This heat, so foreign and uncomfortable, seemed as if it was about to consume her. Driven by instinct, her hands roamed over her still-developing body, as if only this action could bring her some relief from the intense heat. Finally, everything stopped. Natsumi collapsed against the door, forgetting that it was only half closed, and tumbled forward, landing on the floor with a thud. Oh no. A sense of dread filled her heart as she looked up to find a pair of silver eyes staring back at her. A silver-haired girl was standing there in the doorway, utterly unashamed of her own lack of clothing. I was just passing by. Natsumi stammered, her voice shaking as the girl looked at her with a predatory glint in her eyes. Without responding, the silver-haired girl reached out, lightning fast, grabbed her wrist, and dragged her into the room before she could resist. Let me go. Natsumi cried in a panic, struggling desperately as she squirmed, but her delicate and weak frame was no match for Kaguya. With her spirit powers sealed, Natsumi was nothing more than an ordinary girl. Kaguya remained unmoved, gripping Natsumi's slender arm and dragging her unceremoniously further into the room. Natsumi was helpless, like a doll, completely unable to resist. When Natsumi saw what awaited her inside, her panic only intensified, her face filling with dread. The recent memory was all too vivid in her mind, especially that moment when Kaguya had used her fingers too. It terrified her to even think about it. That small space, just a slight pressure could make it hurt like hell. How could anyone possibly reach inside with their fingers? It seemed impossible. It must have hurt like crazy. Judging from the expressions on their faces, it was obviously some kind of brutal torture. Yes, that had to be it. It was absolutely a torture technique of hers. That awful creature, had her gentleness over the past few days just been an act? How naive she had been, or perhaps just stupid, to believe this person was good. Clearly, that wasn't the case at all. She was, in fact, an utterly unforgivable monster. But, was she about to be tortured too? Caught by the wrist, Natsumi desperately wondered, terrified. She struggled as hard as she could, but the hand on her wrist felt like a vice, completely unyielding. Was she really going to be tortured, just like the others? Natsumi looked sorrowfully at the two unconscious girls on the bed, thinking with dread. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed over. In her despair, Natsumi froze, her eyes widening as she realized it was none other than Mikuro Hoshimiya. If Natsumi had any real friends, Yoshino would count as one, and though she wouldn't exactly call Mikuro a friend, there was nothing she found unpleasant about her either. Even when Mikuro teased her, she always held back somewhat, like she had some sort of sense of propriety. If there was anyone Natsumi didn't want to see hurt, it was definitely Mikuro Hoshimiya. Don't come any closer, Natsumi yelled desperately, get out of here. Run. Huh. Mikuro slowed her steps, her eyes slightly dazed as she looked around. What are you talking about? Idiot. Get out of here now. Natsumi shouted furiously. Leave. Kaguya smirked as she turned to glance at Mikuro, her grip on Natsumi loosening just slightly, enough that Natsumi's wrist fell out of her grasp. Kaguya stepped forward, causing Natsumi to fall unceremoniously to the floor, yet she still turned her head toward Mikuro with urgency. Natsumi, fuming with anger, yelled at Mikuro, are you here to be tortured too? Don't just stand there. Why should I leave? Mikuro said calmly, meeting Natsumi's frantic gaze without even a hint of panic. And what are you so worried about? In that moment, Mikuro flashed a bold smirk, strutting over to Kaguya, her gaze unwavering as she firmly pressed her ample chest against Kaguya's. You. What are you? Natsumi stammered in confusion, momentarily stunned by the scene before her, unable to comprehend Mikuro's intent. But Mikuro ignored her, standing close to Kaguya as she confidently wrapped an arm around Kaguya's neck, leaning close to her face, with an expression as if she were about to kiss her. Kaguya was taken aback, but quickly composed herself, inwardly marveling at Mikuro's boldness. Mikuro's gentle yet provocative actions carried an innocence that held a certain charm, one that was amplified by her youthful face and alluring demeanor. Seeing Natsumi watching with wide eyes, Kaguya was amused to learn that the girl even had a penchant for eavesdropping. Although Kaguya enjoyed being surrounded by people, she didn't appreciate someone listening in on her from outside the door, it made her uncomfortable. If it had been a man lurking outside, she would have had no hesitation in erasing him. Since Natsumi had been listening in, a punishment was necessary to remind her not to overstep her bounds, especially at critical times like this. Judging by Natsumi's once flushed face that had now turned pale as if she were a wilted flower, it seemed Kaguya had indeed frightened her enough. Kaguya felt a slight pang of guilt, maybe she had gone too far. But then she saw Mikuro's knowing smile, and any hesitation vanished. This girl only seemed to grow more enchanting. Since she had been initiated by Kaguya, her unique charm had only increased, enhanced all the more by her youthful features. Watching Mikuro's actions, Natsumi felt her whole being crumble inside as she looked on at this betrayal. She trembled in anger, her fists clenching with helpless frustration. If only she were stronger, she thought with anguish, she wouldn't have to endure such humiliation, and neither would her friend have to suffer through such torment. It was her fault, all of it. Tightening her fists in grief and indignation, Natsumi vowed silently to save Mikuro and herself from this shameful captivity, no matter the cost. What Natsumi didn't know, however, was that in the room, Mikuro had already slipped into Kaguya's arms. She seemed calm, even daring, as her slender fingers traced along Kaguya's shoulder, sending gentle shivers down Kaguya's back. What would Natsumi think if she could see that scene? Ever since that night, Natsumi's gaze toward Kaguya had turned peculiar, filled with resentment mixed with a touch of fear. Whenever Kaguya looked her way, she would quickly avert her eyes, trying to conceal her unease. Unless absolutely necessary, Natsumi would avoid appearing before Kaguya altogether, as though deliberately trying to stay out of her way. It was understandable. For a girl who had never experienced such things before, the events of that night had undoubtedly left a deep impression. Especially after Kaguya had pretended to scare her further, making her fear Kaguya as though she were a venomous serpent. To Natsumi, Kaguya had become the embodiment of a terrifying demon king. And the sight of the weakened girl the next day, unable to muster any strength, only served to solidify Natsumi's belief that Kaguya was a ruthless tyrant. To have tormented a sweet and innocent girl into such a state. It's utterly unforgivable, she thought, filled with indignation. Every time Natsumi recalled the humiliation she endured, her anger flared. She even fantasized about grabbing a kitchen knife and hacking Kaguya to pieces. Yet, whenever Kaguya's gaze shifted toward her, she quickly pretended to focus on cooking, her childish heart growing ever more sorrowful at her own helplessness. Am I really this scared of her now? She thought with dismay. The trauma of that night haunted her dreams as well. In one vivid nightmare, she saw Kaguya's wicked smile as the silver-haired girl approached her step by step. No matter how far she ran, she couldn't escape Kaguya's grasp. At the climactic moment, Kaguya seized her, and with a cruel grin. This alone was enough to showcase the lasting impact of that event on Natsumi's fragile mind. Kaguya, however, remained oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, to Natsumi's feelings. Her focus had shifted entirely to another matter. The Lantern Festival. Toka suddenly sprang up from the couch, her eyes lighting up with excitement. What's that? Can you eat it? Is eating all she ever thinks about? Truly a bottomless pit of a glutton. No, of course not, Kaguya replied, exasperated. The Lantern Festival is part of the Mid-Autumn Festival celebrations. With that, Kaguya began explaining the origins and significance of the Mid-Autumn Festival to the group of ignorant spirits. However, the cultural and historical nuances seemed to fly over their heads, especially Toka's. Toka's enthusiasm visibly deflated. To her, nothing was as interesting as food. But, Kaguya added with a smile as she ruffled Toka's hair, there will be lots of fun things to do, and plenty of delicious food to eat. Really? Toka's energy returned instantly, her large, sparkling eyes practically glowing. Not only Toka but even Yoshino seemed intrigued. It had been a long time since she had gone out, and while staying home was comfortable, the idea of venturing out for some fresh air was equally appealing. As for Kurumi, she remained nonchalant, merely nodding at Kaguya's words. She rarely displayed strong reactions unless something directly interested her. Origami, ever cautious, spoke up with her usual seriousness. I have no objections to going out to the festival. However, considering the number of attacks we've faced recently, isn't there a risk of being discovered? We should proceed cautiously. I've already thought about that, Kaguya said, pulling out several pitch-black orbs from her pocket and distributing them to the girls. Keep these on you. If you encounter any danger, these will automatically activate to protect you, and I'll be alerted to your location. The orbs were Kaguya's truth-seeking balls, capable of transforming into protective barriers in the event of an attack. They could withstand most forms of assault, giving the spirits sufficient time to escape even from significant threats. You're giving us these because you're planning to go somewhere, aren't you? Origami immediately grasped the underlying implication, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly. The other spirits quickly turned their attention to Kaguya, their curiosity piqued. Where are you going? Toka asked, her tone laced with surprise. Then, as if a thought struck her, her expression turned somber. Don't tell me you're planning to leave us again, like last time. Are you? Before she could finish, Kaguya flicked her forehead lightly. Stop imagining things. If I wanted to leave you, I wouldn't still be here. Don't overthink it. Realizing her mistake, Toka quickly latched onto Kaguya's arm, her tone coquettish as she said, I was just worried about you. Since no one has any objections, Kaguya announced, we'll go to the Lantern Festival tomorrow. I object, a clear and crisp voice rang out. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, a girl with light green hair sitting on a stool. It was none other than Natsumi. Oh. Kaguya turned toward her, curiosity evident on her face. Do you have an opinion about this? Initially confident, Natsumi faltered under Kaguya's gaze. The memory of that night flashed through her mind, and she found herself growing nervous. Why? Can't I? Of course, you can, Kaguya replied, her gentle smile unwavering. But I'd like to hear your reasoning. I just don't want to go, Natsumi muttered, turning her head away and letting out a soft huff. Why not? Kaguya asked, perplexed. The Lantern Festival is fun. There's lots to do, and plenty of unique snacks. I said I'm not going, and that's that. Natsumi snapped, her voice tinged with irritation. You can all go without me. But didn't you say you loved going to the Lantern Festival before? Kaguya asked, bewildered. You. Natsumi's face flushed crimson. You've been eavesdropping on me. Her previous conversation with Yoshino about her fondness for the Lantern Festival came rushing back. She had admitted that she loved the festive crowds and the warmth they brought, feelings she rarely experienced in her otherwise lonely life. Yoshino had agreed wholeheartedly, empathizing with her sentiments. That's not the point. I said I'm not going, so stop asking. Natsumi yelled, her voice trembling with frustration. She stormed off to her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Kaguya stood there for a moment, blinking at the shut door before letting out a sigh. Well, I guess that's settled. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 527, A Familiar Silhouette. After everyone had left, the once crowded apartment felt utterly empty. While it hadn't been noticeable amidst the hustle and bustle, the quiet now settled in like a heavy blanket, amplifying the sense of loneliness. The television in the living room was playing a lively comedy, with clowns performing silly antics to amuse the audience. Yet Natsumi, sitting on the sofa, didn't find anything funny. It all felt grating and annoying. She held the remote in her hand, flipping through channels in frustration, unable to find anything worth watching. Finally, with a huff, Natsumi threw the remote aside and lay down on the sofa. She gazed at the ink-black night sky through the window. A full moon hung high above, its soft light filtering through her fingers as she stretched out a hand to block it. The silvery moonlight illuminated her delicate face but brought no warmth, only a deeper sense of chill. What's so great about it anyway? Natsumi muttered angrily. It's just a stupid lantern festival. Who cares? Humph. Her expression was one of irritation, but beneath it lay an undeniable sadness. She didn't even understand why she felt so down, only that her heart felt hollow, as if she were once again a solitary figure walking down a crowded street. Even amidst the noise and chaos, she felt nothing but a boundless loneliness stretching endlessly before her. So, it's back to this again, is it? Ever since coming to live here, despite Kaguya's relentless teasing and bullying, life had felt unexpectedly fulfilling. Each day was a battle of wits against that infuriating tyrant, filled with schemes to escape her clutches. And when those failed, she'd fantasize about spitting into Kaguya's food, though she never actually did it. Just imagining it made her feel slightly better. That day, while browsing the internet on her computer, Natsumi had accidentally clicked on a strange link amidst the clutter of advertisements. The contents of the site left her stunned, as though she had opened a door to an entirely new world. It was captivating. Only then did she realize what Kaguya had done that night wasn't nearly as scandalous as she had thought. Apparently, humans did such things all the time, and it wasn't some form of torture like she had assumed. It was, in fact, perfectly normal behavior. Mortified by her mistake, Natsumi wanted nothing more than for the ground to swallow her whole. How could she have made such an embarrassing error? Fortunately, none of the other spirits seemed to have caught on to this, sparing her the humiliation of being exposed. At least she could breathe a sigh of relief over that. Later, Natsumi even confronted Mukuro to confirm her suspicions. After hemming and hawing, Mukuro had awkwardly admitted it was true, making Natsumi feel even more humiliated. She wished she could erase the memory entirely. This only deepened her resentment toward Kaguya. If it weren't for that silver-haired tyrant, she wouldn't have made such a fool of herself. So today's tantrum wasn't entirely unwarranted, it was an outlet for her pent-up frustration. But in truth, she hadn't really planned to skip the festival. If Kaguya had insisted she come along, she probably would have reluctantly agreed. However, that awful woman hadn't even tried to persuade her and instead left her behind to watch the house. How infuriating. What's the big deal about watching some dumb lanterns anyway? Natsumi grumbled, stretching out on the soft sofa. She traced the outline of the moon with her fingers. In reality, she loved lively events like the Lantern Festival. They were her favorite. On nights like this, the crowds gave her a comforting illusion of company, even if none of those people knew her. But being left behind in an empty house felt as though she'd been abandoned by everyone. The thought crept in unbidden, spreading like a stain on her heart. The moonlight was dazzling, but her heart grew heavier. What will happen to me in the future? She wondered, feeling increasingly restless. Fine, then. I'll just leave. Natsumi shouted, but the words only deepened her discomfort. With a heavy sigh, she muttered, I should have just agreed earlier. She knew her spirit powers were still sealed, leaving her far more vulnerable than before. Memories of past battles still haunted her, and the thought of being caught outside defenseless was terrifying. She might end up in an even worse situation than this. Still, her anger toward Kaguya made it impossible to stay. That woman was insufferable. But Natsumi hesitated. She had finally found friends. Could she really walk away from them so easily? Having experienced a semblance of companionship for the first time, Natsumi feared loneliness more than anything else. Only after gaining something precious did she realize how difficult it was to let it go. Actually, if you really want to leave, I might be able to help. A clear voice suddenly rang out in the dimly lit room. Natsumi jumped off the sofa, her body tense. She turned toward the direction of the voice, her tone wary. Who's there? A figure emerged from the darkness, stepping into the moonlight that revealed their face. When Natsumi saw who it was, her pupils shrank in shock. She gasped, her voice trembling. It's you. Meanwhile, at the Lantern Festival. The event was far more crowded than expected. The streets were packed with throngs of people, celebrating enthusiastically. It was as if the recent war had left no scars on their spirits. To some extent, it made sense. Most of the casualties had been soldiers, with very few civilian deaths. Moreover, since the establishment of the Spirit Alliance, spirit attacks and spacequakes had ceased entirely. In fact, the frequency of battles had dropped significantly, making people optimistic about the future. It was no surprise, then, that they celebrated the first festival under the Spirit Alliance with such fervor. The only downside was the sheer density of the crowd. However, Kaguya had discreetly used her powers to part the people around her group, ensuring they weren't jostled by the masses. Are you really okay leaving her at home? Origami's voice came from beside her. Kaguya turned and smiled. What's this? Has that little troublemaker already won you all over? Toka and Yoshino said something similar earlier. No, Origami shook her head, her tone serious. I'm just concerned that someone might take advantage of her being home alone. Don't worry, Kaguya replied, smiling gently. She handed Origami a skewer of glistening white dango. Want some? The red bean dango here is excellent. What are you doing here? Natsumi asked warily, her tone unfriendly as she stared at the beautiful girl who had suddenly appeared before her. The girl had long golden hair and a strikingly elegant face. Natsumi recognized her immediately. They had crossed paths before, and rivals would be a more accurate description of their relationship. She was Artemisia Bell Ashcroft, Ellen's younger sister. The two were nearly equals in strength, making Artemisia a formidable opponent that even spirits had to take seriously. Back when Natsumi arrived in this world, she had been inexplicably pursued and attacked by DEM Corporation. Leading many of those assaults was Artemisia herself. During their past battles, Natsumi had suffered several defeats, leaving a deep impression on her and a profound dislike for the woman. Artemisia gripped her lightsaber tightly, pointing it at Natsumi as she spoke. "Where is my sister?" "Your sister?" Natsumi blinked in confusion. The question caught her off guard. "Why are you asking me? How should I know where your sister is?" "Don't play dumb with me," Artemisia said sharply. "My sister was obviously captured by your group. Don't even think about denying it." "Captured by us?" Natsumi's confusion only deepened. "When did we ever capture your sister? Wait, could it be that insufferable tyrant?" Natsumi's mind quickly conjured the image of that silver-haired fiend, Kaguya. She recalled how many other spirit girls had already fallen into Kaguya's clutches. It didn't take much for her to connect the dots. It must be her, Natsumi thought. That conniving villain must have done something awful, kidnapping someone's sister and landing her in this mess. Seeing Natsumi's dazed expression, Artemisia became even more convinced of her theory. She raised her lightsaber, its glowing tip now aimed directly at Natsumi's throat. "Spit it out. Where is my sister? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you right here. I have no idea where your sister is. Killing me won't help." Natsumi's heart was filled with resentment toward Kaguya. Why is it that I have to deal with this mess? It's all that tyrant's fault. If you refuse to confess, then I'll make you talk, Artemisia declared, her face darkening. Wait, it's not me," Natsumi exclaimed, but before she could finish, Artemisia charged at her. The lightsaber in her hand gleamed as it swung straight toward Natsumi's neck. "Oh!" Natsumi screamed, dropping into a crouch just in time. A scorching wave of heat passed over her head. When she dared to glance upward, she saw the wide sofa behind her had been sliced cleanly, wisps of smoke rising from the charred edge. Terrified and furious, Natsumi could hardly contain herself. This mess had nothing to do with her. Why was she the one being targeted? And if that wretched tyrant hadn't sealed her powers, she wouldn't be in such a helpless situation. "Why aren't you fighting back?" Artemisia asked, pausing momentarily. Then, in a cold tone, she added, "If it's guilt holding you back, there's no need for that. Just tell me where my sister is." "You think I don't want to fight back?" Natsumi thought bitterly. It wasn't a matter of guilt, she physically couldn't fight back. If it weren't for Kaguya sealing her powers, she wouldn't be reduced to such a pitiful state. Her hatred for the silver-haired tyrant burned even brighter. You're insane. I already said I don't know where your sister is. Are you stupid?" Natsumi yelled in frustration. "So, you still refuse to cooperate?" Artemisia sneered, her expression growing colder. "Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson before you'll talk." With that, Artemisia stumped forward. Her body shot out like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Hey. Can't you listen to what I'm saying?" Natsumi screamed desperately. "Why is everyone I meet so stupid?" She swallowed her words as the lightsaber's blade gleamed right in front of her, forcing her to dodge yet again. The sword's energy nearly grazed her nose, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. A loud boom echoed, and sparks flew. The television was sliced clean in half, its screen emitting a faint sizzle as smoke began to rise. "Everyone is such an idiot," Natsumi finally shouted in exasperation. But Artemisia's next attack came almost immediately, the blade swinging straight for her neck. If it landed, her head would surely be separated from her body. In a panic, Natsumi grabbed a flower vase from the shelf and hurled it without thinking. Then she bolted. The vase shattered midair with a loud crack, cleaved apart by Artemisia's lightsaber. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Natsumi scrambled on all fours to hide behind a wall. Covered in dust, she was a pitiful sight, perhaps the most pitiful she had ever been, even compared to her previous encounters with Kaguya. If only I could restore my powers. Natsumi bit her lip, trembling in frustration. Fortunately, she had turned off the lights earlier, leaving the room shrouded in darkness. Artemisia wouldn't be able to pinpoint her location immediately. "You can't hide forever," Artemisia called out, her voice calm yet menacing. "You're no match for me in your current state. Come out and tell me where my sister is, and I promise I won't make this harder for you. Who would believe that? Natsumi thought bitterly. Her delicate face was smudged with dust, making her look like a small, soot-covered cat. Hunched behind the wall, she crawled cautiously toward the corner where she had earlier tossed the black orb Kaguya had given her in a fit of anger. Though she loathed the idea of asking Kaguya for help, it was clear this wasn't the time to let pride get in the way. Dying here would be far more humiliating. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the thick wall, stopping mere inches from Natsumi's face. Her expression turned pale, and she collapsed onto the floor in terror. Found you, Artemisia said, her voice low and chilling. The glowing blade twisted, and with a deafening crash, the wall collapsed. Amidst the dust and debris, Artemisia's graceful figure emerged, walking toward Natsumi with deliberate poise. Anything else to say now? Artemisia asked coldly, looking down at the trembling Natsumi. Natsumi's gaze darted to the glowing blade at her throat. Forcing an awkward smile, she stammered, could you, let me use the bathroom first? I really can't hold it in anymore. Night had fallen, and as the day transitioned into evening, lanterns illuminated the streets. The sunset gradually faded, giving way to the serene darkness of the night sky, where a full moon shone brightly among scattered stars. The soft moonlight poured over the lake's surface, rippling slightly as the cool autumn breeze brushed past, causing the water and sky to tremble. This year's mid-autumn moon was particularly large and bright. News reports had been calling it a once-in-a-century astronomical spectacle, saying the next such event wouldn't occur for another 137 years. Kaguya dismissed the hype with a scoff. It's just a natural phenomenon, what's there to be excited about? She thought to herself. It's like celebrating a once-in-a-century flood. Does experiencing it again warrant joy? It was nothing more than idle chatter to fill the gaps of daily life. Nevertheless, the allure of this rare lunar display brought out a great number of moon-gazers, and the festival ground swelled with more visitors than usual. Everywhere Kaguya looked, the streets were packed with throngs of people, their shoulders brushing as they bustled through the festive scene. Lanterns of every shape and color lit up the night with a dazzling array of hues. Despite the crowding, the joy was palpable on the faces of those carrying small, ornate lanterns. Bang! A dazzling firework burst in the sky, scattering its fragments like stars across the heavens. More fireworks followed, their radiant displays lighting up the night like day. The crowd was abuzz with the excitement of the pyrotechnics, marveling at the spectacle. Wow! Toka clung tightly to Kaguya's arm, her wide eyes fixed on the vibrant fireworks overhead. Her exclamations and cheerful shouts were uncontainable. Unlike other spirits, Toka hadn't spent much time in this world, and everything about it was still fresh and novel to her. Watching the vivid bursts of light in the sky filled her with wonder. Beside her, Yoshino also held a small lantern that Kaguya had bought her, her eyes sparkling with joy. In the past, she had always observed festivals from a distance, her only companion being Yashinon. But this year was different. She had people to share this experience with, and the absence of loneliness made the evening all the more meaningful. Meanwhile, Mikuro clung to Kaguya's other arm, her expression a mix of wariness and an emotion she couldn't quite articulate. It wasn't the dazzling fireworks that held her attention, it was Kaguya herself. Mikuro often wrestled with feelings she didn't fully understand, unsure whether to embrace or push them away. If Natsumi knew about Mikuro acting like this, she'd probably be furious. Big deal. Only children like this sort of thing, Origami said with a smirk. It's just fireworks. Really, it's such a childish delight. Of course, her laughter was disingenuous, a facade meant to hide her jealousy. It wasn't that she disliked the fireworks. What really irked her was seeing Toka so closely attached to Kaguya. That had been her spot, before Toka had shown up and claimed it for herself. Who says I like them? Toka huffed, quickly turning her head away. But her eyes kept stealing glances at the sky, betraying her fascination. How can something be so beautiful? Why didn't I notice this before? Sure, Origami quipped. A child, through and through. You're the child. Toka retorted indignantly. You're the one still drinking Kaguya's milk. She didn't get to finish her sentence. Origami quickly clapped a hand over Toka's mouth, coughing lightly to mask her embarrassment. Let's go find something to eat, she suggested, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I hear there are lots of great festival snacks. Her words instantly brightened Toka's mood. She peeled Origami's hand from her face, exclaiming excitedly, really? Where? Even Kaguya couldn't help but feel a twinge of awkwardness at Toka's comment. That's bedroom talk. Saying it out loud is just, ugh. Just then, Kaguya felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Turning her head, she saw Mikuro looking up at her with her signature calm demeanor. What is it? Kaguya asked curiously. Mikuro tilted her head slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips as she leaned in close. Mother Moon is so very radiant tonight. Does it not warm thy heart? Her elegant tone and poetic phrasing made Kaguya's head buzz for a moment. Memories of that intoxicating night with Mikuro suddenly flooded her mind. She recalled the girl's delicate, pliant figure and soft curves, and it took all her willpower to shake off those thoughts. No. I can't keep thinking like this. Kaguya scolded herself. I'm a decent, upright person. Noticing something unusual, Kaguya turned her attention to Yoshino, who seemed a little distracted. What's wrong? She asked gently. Something on your mind? Yoshino quickly shook her head, flustered. And no, it's nothing. Really? Kaguya tousled the girl's hair affectionately. If there's anything bothering you, you can always tell me, okay? Okay. Yoshino nodded softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Before Kaguya could say more, Toka suddenly grabbed her arm and pointed excitedly. Look over there. Look over there. Following Toka's direction, Kaguya spotted a lion dance performer on a raised platform. The performer moved nimbly, executing impressive stunts. Flames even spewed from the lion's mouth, earning thunderous applause from the crowd. The sight stirred old memories in Kaguya. As a child, she had often seen lion dances in her hometown during festivals. Back then, she would eagerly join her family in watching the performers. Now, as an adult, the spectacle no longer held the same magic, but Toka's infectious enthusiasm convinced her to go along. Unable to resist Toka's insistence, Kaguya allowed herself to be dragged closer. Mikuro followed quietly, while Yoshino tagged along shyly. But just as Kaguya approached, her expression suddenly shifted. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she caught a glimpse of golden hair, a fleeting silhouette in the crowd. But when she looked again, it was gone. Was it just my imagination? Kaguya frowned ever so slightly. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 528, Clown. The Lantern Festival, as an annual grand event, naturally attracted many people to come and celebrate. Small vendors also flocked to the area, hoping to cash in on the festivities. After all, during times like these, people were mostly out for entertainment and more willing to spend a little extra for enjoyment, treating themselves for a year of hard work. Moreover, most of the festival attendees were couples or families, who tended to spend generously, making them the favorite clientele of the vendors. The Lantern Festival boasted a variety of booths offering a myriad of games. From solving lantern riddles, scooping goldfish, to arranging chess puzzles, most of the activities were geared toward children. However, they still held significant appeal for adults, many of whom sought to make up for unfulfilled childhood wishes. After all, not everyone had parents willing to spend freely on fun during their younger years. I want to play this. I want to play this. Toka grabbed Kaguya's hand excitedly and ran toward a booth in the distance, stopping in front of a ring toss game. The rules were simple: throw rings at items placed at a distance, and if you managed to hook an item, it was yours. It seemed easy, but anyone who tried quickly realized its difficulty. The lightweight bamboo rings made precision challenging, especially with the occasional gust of wind. Watching the two people trying beside them made this evident. Ah. Missed again. A heavily made-up, flamboyant woman clung to the arm of a portly man dressed like a wealthy businessman, whining coquettishly, "Honey, let's try again, okay?" Her saccharine voice made Kaguya feel slightly nauseated. With her heightened perception, Kaguya could easily tell that beneath the layers of makeup, this woman's natural appearance was rather unremarkable. It made her marvel at the transformative power of cosmetics. Still, as they say, there are no ugly women, only lazy ones. But for Kaguya, a more natural look was preferable. Beauty built on makeup could only last so long. Once the makeup came off, it exposed the truth. Sure, no problem. The wealthy man pulled out a wad of cash with a flourish. How much for all the rings? I'll take them all. His suit and demeanor screamed nouveau riche, and only a nouveau riche would carry that much cash around. Ah. The vendor hesitated, holding the money. What's the issue? The businessman frowned. Actually, the vendor said, pointing toward Kaguya and her group, those young ladies already paid for their turn. They were here first. How much did they pay? I'll triple it, the businessman said dismissively, turning his gaze toward the supposed competition, and froze. He had never seen such beautiful girls, and there were so many of them. There was the tall, stunning one, the petite and adorable one, the cold, ethereal one, and especially the silver-haired girl in the center, whose beauty was simply breathtaking. Her flawless skin and radiant smile were a far cry from his mistress beside him, who now seemed like a gaudy chicken next to these swans. I'm sorry, Kaguya stepped forward with a smile. We were here first. I hope you understand and respect the order. Don't you agree? Her melodious voice rang out like bells, snapping the businessman out of his daze. He immediately forced a smile. Of course, of course. You're absolutely right. But his mistress, noticing the attention he was giving the girls, became visibly displeased. Especially since she couldn't hold a candle to them in looks, her jealousy flared. Clinging tighter to his arm, she pressed her ample chest against him and whined, "Honey, I want to play first. Can't those poor students wait their turn? It's not like they can afford much anyway." "What do you know?" The businessman frowned, reprimanding her in a low voice. "Keep quiet." He had initially been impressed by her supposed charm and beauty, but now, compared to these refined girls, she seemed utterly tacky. He began to wonder why he ever thought she was special. Perhaps it was the lack of comparison until now. As his thoughts wandered, his eyes once again drifted toward Kaguya's stunning face, stirring a desire to claim the silver-haired beauty for himself. "This fat pig is so ugly, it's disgusting." The soft, innocent voice shattered the tension, causing the crowd to fall silent. It came from none other than Mikuro, who stood beside Kaguya. Her wide, innocent eyes showed no malice, but her blunt words struck like a knife. Even a fool could tell she was referring to the businessman. His face darkened. "Whose child is this? Such poor manners. What a disgrace to Japan." Kaguya's brows knitted slightly as she stepped forward, her voice cool. "She's my sister. Is there a problem? If we're talking about disgrace, I'd say a greasy pig like you is far worse." "Greasy pig?" The businessman froze. "Exactly," Kaguya continued, her tone calm but cutting. "Fat and sweaty, what else would you be? You dare insult me?" His astonishment quickly turned to anger. "And who are you to think I wouldn't?" Kaguya retorted with a scoff. "Mom, the fat pig looks mad," Mikuro said, tugging at Kaguya's sleeve. Her innocent expression added a knife twist to her words, leaving the businessman speechless and his mistress fuming with rage. The onlookers around them, who had gathered to enjoy the drama, burst into hushed murmurs and stifled chuckles. The spectacle of a wealthy man being put in his place by a group of young women was far too entertaining to miss. The businessman's face darkened further as the crowd began to grow. Annoyed by the humiliation, he barked, "I suspect you all of theft. Come with us for questioning." At his signal, several burly men emerged from the crowd, surrounding Kaguya and her companions. The appearance of the men in black instantly turned the festive atmosphere tense. The joyous vibe of the holiday was dampened, and many onlookers began to quietly disperse. Judging by the scene, this fat man didn't seem like an ordinary person. Better to avoid being caught up in trouble when the authorities make a move. Kaguya surveyed the black-clad, burly men surrounding them with a playful smirk. Well, it seems we have a high-ranking official among us. What a surprise. Are you afraid now?" The gaudily dressed mistress stepped forward with a gloating sneer. "It's too late for that. Do you know who this important figure standing before you is?" "Important figure?" Seeing her smug expression, Kaguya raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "Who might that be?" "This is none other than the current Japanese Minister of Defense, Fukuda Michio, who also holds a seat in the cabinet. He's highly respected within his party. Of course, ignorant little girls like you, who probably haven't even graduated school, wouldn't know that," the mistress said triumphantly, as though she were speaking of her own accomplishments. The so-called Minister of Defense, Fukuda Michio, also raised his head slightly, seemingly pleased with his mistress's display of tact. What he anticipated even more was the reaction of these girls upon hearing this. He was certain they would be so terrified they'd collapse on the spot. However, life rarely goes as planned, and events seldom unfold as one envisions. "Minister of Defense?" Toka blinked her large, sparkling eyes and turned to Kaguya. "What's a Minister of Defense? Is it something edible?" Mikuro stifled a giggle, clearly finding Toka's question amusing. Toka and the others had no concept of national institutions. To them, people were categorized simply as enemies, friends, or passers-by. Matters of state were not something they cared about, they were far more interested in what was on the menu for tomorrow's dinner. Only Origami appeared to relax upon hearing this revelation, lowering the hand that had been reaching under her skirt for her concealed firearm. To her, the only organization that posed a genuine threat was DEM Corporation. Apart from a few powerful individuals within DEM, no one else warranted her serious concern, not even members of the Ministry of Defense or AST. After all, she herself had once been a part of AST, and one of its elite members at that. As for this so-called Minister of Defense, she had heard of him. He was nothing more than a puppet of a major corporation, known for his bluster and lacking any real capability. If it weren't for the sudden death of his predecessor, Nakaya Motoharu, Fukuda Michio would never have been able to claim this position. For someone like him, there was no reason to be afraid. The surrounding crowd erupted into murmurs. The unremarkable-looking man before them was allegedly the Minister of Defense. How could that be? Wasn't the Minister of Defense Nakaya Motoharu? The news of Fukuda Michio's appointment as Minister of Defense hadn't yet spread widely, so it was no wonder the public was unaware of his identity. Seeing the doubtful gazes from the crowd and hearing their whispered discussions, Fukuda Michio's temper flared. The smiling, fearless expressions of the girls in front of him only added fuel to the fire. To him, this was a monumental humiliation. He was a dignified minister of defense, yet they didn't take him seriously. It was utterly intolerable. Men! Fukuda Michio bellowed angrily. Arrest these girls immediately. His mistress beamed smugly, clearly pleased by Fukuda Michio's reaction. These clueless little brats, she thought gleefully. They really don't know what's good for them. At first, she had worried they might steal her place, but it seemed there was no need for concern. Given Fukuda Michio's temperament, he wouldn't let them off lightly no matter how pretty they were. Once they were in his hands, they'd be at his mercy. But to Fukuda Michio's astonishment, the black-clad men remained motionless as though they hadn't heard his orders. Not even their postures shifted. Are you deaf? Fukuda Michio shouted furiously. I said arrest these harlots. He repeated the command several times, but the bodyguards stayed rooted like wooden statues, completely ignoring him. His futile rage made him look like he was performing a one-man comedy show, drawing chuckles from the crowd. The girls' amused expressions only made Fukuda Michio angrier. What's he doing? Mukuro asked curiously. Probably some kind of ritual, Kaguya replied nonchalantly, making things up on the spot. A ritual? Toka's eyes widened in surprise. Like the lion dance we saw earlier. Something like that, Kaguya said, her tone serious despite her nonsense. Then why aren't they moving? Toka asked. Kaguya rubbed her chin thoughtfully before answering solemnly, probably because the ritual failed. Oh, I see. Toka nodded, her face lighting up with understanding. You insolent brats. Fukuda Michio's face turned crimson. Toka's words, innocent as they were, sounded like mockery to his ears. He was seething with rage. You dare to insult a national leader? I'll call the army and have you all obliterated. Pulling out his phone, he prepared to summon reinforcements. But Kaguya's sly smile and her quiet, mocking words stopped him cold. Doing this in public, no matter what your position is, won't save you from prison. Abuse of power and attempted kidnapping. Those are serious crimes, she said, her voice sweet but dripping with scorn. Or perhaps you're just a mentally retarded rich man who should head straight to the mental hospital. Either way, you're doomed. She gestured to the crowd. See those people filming you with their phones? With solid evidence and witnesses, even if you're a billionaire, you won't escape. And with how fast scandals go viral on the internet, Japan cannot afford a minister of defense like you. This kind of disgrace will ruin you. Just wait, for death. She didn't stop there, delivering another sharp jab. Do you think you're the emperor, deciding life and death with a mere insult? Or are you living in some third-rate novel plot? Fat pig. The crowd burst into laughter at her biting words, their mirth turning Fukuda Michio's fury into sheer humiliation. You. He stammered, his rage choking his words. Losing all composure, Fukuda Michio pulled out his phone and held it to his ear, ready to make a call. You might want to think this through, Kaguya said with a sly smile, blinking innocently. What do you mean? Fukuda Michio snapped, glaring at her. What, are you scared now? Having suffered such public humiliation, Fukuda Michio vowed to make Kaguya pay dearly. Even if she begged for forgiveness, he wouldn't let her off. He would make sure the silver-haired girl learned the cost of crossing him. Nothing, Kaguya said with a shrug, gesturing politely. Go ahead, make your call. Fukuda Michio hesitated, unease creeping into his heart. The calm demeanor of these girls was unsettling. Ordinary people in their situation would have been trembling with fear, yet these girls seemed completely unfazed. Could they be the family or mistresses of some high-ranking official? That might explain the bodyguards' refusal to act. Maybe the guards recognized them and were too afraid to make a move. In truth, the bodyguards were under Kaguya's control, ensnared by her genjutsu. Just as Fukuda Michio stood there deliberating, a firm voice cut through the commotion. What's going on here? What's all this about? A striking young woman with a single ponytail strode forward, her sharp gaze sweeping over the scene. She frowned. Who are you people, and what are you doing here? Kaguya blinked in surprise. The woman was none other than AST's former captain, Ryuko Kusakabe, a familiar face she hadn't seen in a long time. Why are you here? Ryuko instinctively took a step back, her eyes widening in shock as if she had seen a ghost. Her voice rose in a startled cry. Long time no see, Captain, Kaguya greeted with a warm smile, waving casually. It feels like ages since we last met. Honestly, I've missed you. Like hell I want you to miss me. Ryuko instinctively reached for her gun but grasped at empty air. That's when she remembered, today was the Lantern Festival, a holiday, so she hadn't brought her weapon with her. Realizing this, cold sweat trickled down her back. What now? Truth be told, Ryoko had always been rather unlucky. Back when she was part of AST's ground self-defense force, she had been a squad leader and already promoted to lieutenant colonel. With her credentials, climbing the ranks to senior leadership seemed inevitable after a few years. However, due to the incident involving Kaguya, she had been reprimanded by her superiors for gross negligence, accused of inviting a wolf into the fold, and causing significant losses to AST. Her punishment was immediate suspension. By the time the incident's aftermath had settled, AST itself had been disbanded. Ryoko's unit was reassigned to a government department, and while she was made a young cabinet member, a notable achievement, it still fell far short of her previous influence. What she missed most, however, wasn't the rank or title but the thrill of combat. Ryoko had always loved the heat of battle, and being confined to an office was torture. She couldn't stand the tedium. Thinking about Kaguya made her grind her teeth in frustration. The memory of being utterly defeated in combat burned fresh in her mind. Countless nights she had stuck pins into a straw doll with Kaguya's name on it. And now, of all places, they were meeting here. What are you doing here? Ryoko snapped, adopting a defensive stance. Her voice carried a harsh edge. What scheme are you plotting this time? I'm just here to see the lanterns, Kaguya replied nonchalantly, shrugging. What else would I be doing? See the lanterns. Who are you fooling? I believed you once before, and look where that got me, stuck in an office job where I can't even touch a gun, let alone my beloved AST equipment. Ryoko glared at Kaguya, her expression seething with unresolved grievances. Are you Kaguya? A timid voice sounded from behind. Hearing the familiar tone, Kaguya paused for a moment before turning around. She was surprised to see who it was. Is that you, Mikey Okamine? Standing before her was a petite and pretty girl with brown hair tied into a light yellow ribbon. She wore a black school uniform paired with a light blue skirt. She looked pure and charming, none other than Mikey Okamine, whom Kaguya had once met during her time with AST. It really is you. Mikey exclaimed with delight. And Origami-senpai too. She quickly ran over to them. Wait. Stop. That person is dangerous. Ryoko reached out to grab Mikey, but her hand caught only air. Captain, long time no see, a familiar voice said from behind. Ryoko turned around, stunned to see who it was. Origami Tobiichi. What are you doing here? I'm here to see the lanterns, Origami replied calmly. See the lanterns. Ryoko looked baffled. She remembered Origami as the most diligent AST member, always prioritizing training above all else. Seeing her casually attending a festival was out of character. I want to apologize for before, Origami said, her voice tinged with remorse. I'm sorry. She was referring to past events during their conflict. Origami had refused to fight Kaguya, defying orders and even stopping other team members from engaging. As a result, AST suffered heavy losses, with their base nearly leveled. But even if Origami had fought, the outcome wouldn't have been much better. Her defiance had likely saved many AST members' lives. Ryoko alternated glances between Kaguya, now chatting amicably with Mikey, and Origami before her. Disbelief colored her expression. You're associating with these spirits now? Don't tell me you've... Yes, Origami nodded, glancing at the group of girls nearby. They're my friends. Friends with spirits. Ryoko felt as if she had just heard something utterly absurd. How can humans be friends with spirits? You must have been brainwashed or forced into this. If they've coerced you, don't worry, I'll help you. Ryoko had long suspected something like this. As she spoke, her own theory gained momentum in her mind. She thought back to how Mikey had often seemed distant and distracted. Wasn't that evidence enough? How could any human willingly befriend beings who endangered the entire world? No, Origami shook her head. They didn't coerce me. And they aren't what you think. If you lived with them, you'd understand. They're not violent creatures. They're really no different from us humans. Live with them. Is she kidding? You've been deceived. Ryoko declared with conviction. Don't worry, I'll call for reinforcements to rescue you. She resolutely pulled out her phone. The treaty prohibits humans from attacking spirits, Origami pointed out softly. Besides, there's no need for you to worry. Ryoko froze mid-action. Origami was right, the treaty between humans and spirits forbade any country or organization from initiating aggression. Violating it would invoke the spirit's wrath, a consequence no nation could afford. You. Who are you people? Leave immediately, or I'll arrest you for obstructing official business. Fukuda Michio, who had been ignored throughout the conversation and treated like a clown by everyone, finally lost his rationality. No longer thinking about whether they might be the family or mistresses of some high-ranking official, his voice erupted, laced with barely restrained fury. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 529, I Have Connections. What should I do? What should I do? In the bathroom, Natsumi was like an ant on a hot pan. Although Artemisia had let her into the bathroom, if she stayed in there for too long, she'd definitely give herself away. The small space offered no avenues for escape, and sooner or later, she would be discovered. At that moment, Artemisia's voice came from outside. Are you done yet? It's been 5 minutes already. Also, I suggest you drop any ideas of escaping because with your abilities, there's no way you can get out of my grasp. If you try, you'll only face harsher punishment. What's the big deal about staying in the bathroom for a little while longer? Natsumi shouted back, pretending to be indifferent. Can't I have diarrhea or something? Artemisia outside didn't reply. As a refined and reserved lady, Artemisia clearly wasn't a match for the shamelessness of this little brat. Discussing such unmentionable matters so loudly was not something she could respond to. After yelling, Natsumi began to fret again. This wasn't a sustainable plan. Soon enough, even claiming she had her period wouldn't hold up. Suddenly, Natsumi felt a tap on her shoulder. She stiffened and reflexively turned her head, nearly screaming out loud. She hastily covered her mouth with her hand. A black hole had somehow appeared in the bathroom wall, and from it, someone was leaning through. With a smile on her face, she looked at Natsumi. It was Kurumi Tokisaki. Seems I came at a bad time. Maybe I should have picked another moment to visit, Kurumi said, covering her mouth as she chuckled. I'm sorry for disturbing your private time. Truly. Private time? What are you talking about? Natsumi's face flushed red as she snapped back at her. However, fearing that Artemisia outside might hear, she kept her voice as low as possible. Oh, not at all. Kurumi's eyes widened slightly as if realizing something. With a sly smile, she said, I see. I didn't expect you to have such unique hobbies. It's quite surprising. What hobbies? Natsumi asked, puzzled. You know, the sort of thing that brings you great joy, Kurumi said, beckoning with her pale, delicate fingers, her tone full of insinuation. Natsumi's mind buzzed. Images from a certain website she had stumbled upon while browsing the internet flashed through her head. No. Absolutely not. I'd never do something so shameless. Natsumi shouted in anger. But the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. She hadn't suppressed her voice, and if Artemisia outside wasn't deaf, she had definitely heard her. Sure enough, just seconds later, Artemisia's voice came from outside. What's going on? Did something happen? Ah. And no. Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Natsumi stammered, feeling a surge of resentment toward the fox-like figure smirking at her. Nothing's wrong. Artemisia didn't seem convinced. Don't try anything funny. You can't escape. Just open the door now. This is bad. No need. I'm fine. I'll be out in a moment. Natsumi quickly replied. Open the door, or I'll break it down, Artemisia said coldly. Natsumi realized she couldn't stall any longer. If Artemisia forced her way in, there was no way to hide anything, and the situation would definitely spiral out of control. After a brief moment of panic, Natsumi gritted her teeth and made a decision. She quickly pulled down her pants, along with her cute pink underwear. A fleeting glimpse of delicate skin flashed before she plopped herself onto the toilet seat. Just as she sat down, the door burst open with a loud bang, and Artemisia strode in. Artemisia froze for a moment at the sight of Natsumi sitting on the toilet. What are you doing? Haven't you ever seen someone using the bathroom before? Get out. Natsumi snapped, pretending to be furious. Artemisia frowned slightly. Don't try anything. If you do, you'll regret it. Just get out already. Natsumi growled, feigning indignation. What kind of weirdo are you? Artemisia snorted, turned away, and walked out, shutting the door behind her. Only when Natsumi saw the door close did she finally exhale a sigh of relief. Her heart had been pounding like crazy. Speaking of which, Natsumi's luck really was terrible. First, she was bullied by Kaguya, and now she was being threatened by someone else. Worst of all, this whole thing had nothing to do with her. She was paying the price for that wretched Kaguya. The mere thought of it made her furious. Tisk, Kurumi stepped fully out of the shadowy hole in the wall, giggling. A dignified spirit reduced to such desperate measures. How utterly tragic. You have no right to talk. Natsumi hissed angrily, lowering her voice as she spoke. If it weren't for you people, would I be in this mess? It's all your fault. The more she thought about it, the more justified she felt, and she grew even more indignant. Thinking about her recent predicaments, Natsumi's frustration overwhelmed her, and tears welled up in her eyes. Life had been so much better when she was on her own, free to do whatever she wanted, with no constraints. Ever since that damned Kaguya had captured her, she had been stuck doing chores, washing clothes, and cooking from dawn to dusk, never catching a break. It was practically child labor. Now it was even worse. She was being hunted for something that had nothing to do with her. She hadn't even done anything, and yet she was getting dragged into all this trouble. It was worse than Dou-E's injustice. The thought of it all filled her with renewed rage, and her hatred for Kaguya deepened. If that's the case, do you want to leave this place? Kurumi asked with a smile, her crimson eyes gleaming mischievously. She fluttered her eyelashes, her tone teasing. Huff, huff. I'm exhausted. I can't go on anymore, Natsumi gasped, leaning heavily against a nearby tree trunk. She was out of breath, her chest heaving as she spoke. Without her spirit powers, she was just an ordinary girl, and this kind of intense physical exertion was overwhelming for her. She could feel her limbs going weak. Giving up already? Kurumi stopped and turned to face her, smiling. But you should think carefully. If you stop running now, that person chasing us might catch up soon. Before Kurumi's words had even fully registered, an enraged shout echoed from behind them. You damn brats. How dare you deceive me? I'll kill you. I think we should keep running. Natsumi blurted, bolting forward in a flash and quickly taking the lead. Weren't you just saying you couldn't run anymore? Kurumi asked, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Are you an idiot? Natsumi yelled back while running. Someone's trying to kill you, of course, you run faster. Do you want to die? But they're trying to kill you, not me, Kurumi teased with a mischievous grin. You set me up, didn't you? This was all part of your trap, you, Natsumi's voice cut off abruptly as her pupils contracted in shock. A flash of light suddenly streaked through the air, gleaming like cold steel. It swept across Kurumi's pale, delicate neck. Blood splattered in an arc. Kurumi's head spun through the air, her face frozen in mild surprise as if she hadn't yet registered what had just happened. Crimson blood sprayed into the sky. Natsumi felt a warm, wet sensation on her face. She instinctively reached up to touch it, and when she looked at her hand, her pupils shrank. It was blood. A tall figure stepped forward. With golden hair and a stunningly beautiful face. Umph. So fragile, Artemisia scoffed coldly. She turned to the wide-eyed Natsumi and sneered, and that's the kind of spirit daring to flaunt itself. No wonder the military's people are useless, they're nothing but a bunch of failures. Natsumi finally grasped what had just happened. Kurumi had been killed. She had been killed so easily. Although she disliked Kurumi, especially when she was with Kaguya, who annoyed her even more, Kurumi was still a spirit like her. There was a certain camaraderie among spirits, a sense of recognition when one saw another of their kind. And yet, her fellow spirit had been so easily slain. Natsumi swallowed hard, her throat dry. When she looked at Artemisia again, an uncontrollable fear surged within her. Would I also be killed just as easily? Artemisia approached her, her glowing blade hovering just above Natsumi's pale, trembling neck. Some people don't understand the severity of the situation unless you teach them the hard way, Artemisia said icily. You like running, don't you? Let me cut off your legs and see how far you can run. Natsumi gasped, her face draining of all color. She turned to flee, but Artemisia swung her blade. The light of the sword flashed like lightning, slicing toward Natsumi's legs. If it hit, she would surely spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. At that critical moment, a series of sharp gunshots rang out from a distance. Dark bullets burst forth, zipping toward Artemisia at high speed. Artemisia frowned slightly. If she continued her attack, she might sever Natsumi's legs, but the bullets would undoubtedly strike her in the process. She had no choice but to withdraw her blade and turn to defend herself. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as the bullets collided with her glowing sword. Natsumi, crouching on the ground with her arms wrapped around her head, slowly realized she hadn't been hurt. She cautiously looked up and froze in astonishment. Kurumi. Tokisaki. In the distance stood a beautiful girl with twin ponytails, a Lolita headband, and a gothic black and red dress. It was none other than Kurumi Tokisaki, the same Kurumi Artemisia had just killed moments ago. Era, Kurumi said, gently patting her chest as if relieved. Her voice carried a playful lilt as she feigned fear. How frightening. That really hurt, you know. Who would have guessed that such a pretty lady could be such a formidable opponent? So this is your special ability? Artemisia murmured, her brows knitting almost imperceptibly. In that case, I'll just keep killing you until you can't revive anymore. Without waiting for a response, Artemisia stomped the ground. The earth cracked under her foot as her mechanical unit roared to life. A surge of high-speed airflow propelled her toward Kurumi. Such confidence, Kurumi remarked with a smile. But let's see if your actions live up to your boasts. I suspect they're just empty words. With that, she waved her hand. Zafkiel. Behind her, a massive golden clock materialized, glowing with radiant light. I won't let you have your way, Artemisia said, her eyes narrowing as she accelerated. Suddenly, the ground beneath her turned pitch black. Countless arms emerged from the darkness, forming a massive net that swept toward Artemisia like a tidal wave. Petty tricks, Artemisia sneered, unfazed. With a swing of her arm, her glowing sword flared brilliantly, unleashing a golden arc of light that slashed through the dark tendrils. The golden light vanished in an instant, followed by a spray of crimson blood. The black arms writhing on the ground were severed as if harvested by a scythe. Scarlet blood spurted from the dismembered limbs, which eerily resembled real human arms, creating a grotesque and chilling scene. Although the arms had only delayed Artemisia briefly, she soon broke free of the dark net in a blaze of sword light. But Kurumi had never intended to trap her for long. In the fleeting seconds she had bought, she had already prepared her next move. Aleph, first bullet. Kurumi pressed the muzzle of her handgun to her temple, a faint smile curling on her lips as she pulled the trigger. At that exact moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind her, swinging a sword in a blinding arc. The blade pierced through Kurumi's back with lightning speed, sinking into the hilt. Blood gushed into the air. Who are you? Ryuko Kusakabe asked, glaring at the fat man in front of her with a tone that was anything but friendly. I am the Minister of Defense. And who are you? Fukuda Michio replied, his face darkening. How dare you openly converse with criminal suspects on the street? Do you even know who they are? Associating with them like this, are you trying to lose your job? And what the hell do you think you are, trying to boss me around? Minister of Defense. Ryuko gave him a scornful once-over, smirking. You. A minister. If you're a minister, then I'm the Emperor of Japan. What a joke. You should just go home and raise pigs. Already in a foul mood, Ryuko found herself pushed over the edge by this pompous fatman throwing his weight around. Kaguya, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile. Her former AST captain was just the same as ever. Back in the AST unit, Ryuko's straightforwardness and candid personality made her a well-liked and respectable superior among her team members. Taking out her newly purchased phone, Kaguya dialed a number she had saved but never used. After speaking a few brief words, she ended the call. Mom, what are you doing? Yoshino tilted her head, looking curiously at Kaguya. Nothing much, Kaguya replied with a soft laugh, patting Yoshino's head. You'll find out soon enough. Why, you insolent fool. Fukuda Michio stammered, choking on his words after Ryuko's sharp retorts. His entire body trembled with rage. You'd better watch yourself. Which department are you from? Call your superior here right now. I want to see who has such a brilliant subordinate. You. You think you're someone worth my respect? Ryuko snorted, reaching for her phone. How about this, I'll have you arrested right now for impersonating a government official. You wouldn't dare. Fukuda Michio's face alternated between shades of red and green, his corpulent body quaking. Meanwhile, Yoshino tilted her head again, turning to Kaguya and whispering, Mom, is that pig sick? Kaguya considered the question with a thoughtful expression before answering earnestly, it's probably a new breed. Fukuda Michio's blood pressure seemed to spike as Kaguya's words hit him like a slap to the face. He turned beet red, his anger boiling over as the surrounding crowd began pointing and whispering. Let's see if you'll still act tough. Ryuko sneered, raising her phone to call someone, fully intending to have this obnoxious fatman locked up for a few days to teach him a lesson. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried over, his face flushed with anxiety and his forehead slick with sweat. He rushed up to Fukuda Michio, blurting out, Minister. There you are. Fukuda's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Perfect timing. Detain these suspects immediately. I suspect them of involvement in a murder case. Bring them back for a thorough investigation. Fukuda's gaze turned sinister as he doubled down. He had never been humiliated like this before. He vowed to make these insubordinate fools regret crossing him. He'd have them locked up and tormented in prison to teach them the price of defiance. However, to Fukuda's dismay, the middle-aged man did not follow his orders. Instead, the man's face turned pale with alarm as he exclaimed, This is terrible, Minister. We have a major problem. Calm down. What could possibly be more important than my orders? Fukuda snapped, his face darkening further. Minister, the man stammered hesitantly, I think it's better if we step aside to discuss this matter privately. What matter? Can't you just say it here? Fukuda barked, irritation evident in his voice. But this matter, the man hesitated, his expression filled with unease. Spit it out already. Or are you looking to lose your job? Fukuda roared, his pent-up frustration and anger erupting. If there had been any justice, he would have dragged the man out and had him shot. Taking a deep breath, the man finally blurted, "Minister, we've just received word that the Prime Minister has officially removed you from your position. Effective immediately, you are no longer the Minister of Defense. Furthermore, criminal charges have been filed against you for illegal arms trafficking, smuggling, and several other offenses, including rape and murder. Minister, you need to leave now before it's too late." What? Fukuda's face went pale as if struck by lightning. He stood there, stunned. He had only been the Minister of Defense for a few days, and now he was being removed so suddenly. Regaining his composure, Fukuda grabbed the man by his collar, shaking him violently. "What did you just say? How could the Prime Minister remove me?" The idea was inconceivable to him. He and the Prime Minister had always been allies. Fukuda had provided substantial support during political battles and had always made sure to keep the Prime Minister well compensated. Their partnership had seemed unshakable. Yet here he was, hearing that his closest ally had not only removed him but also dug up his past crimes. It was impossible to believe. "I'm just relaying the facts, Minister. This information comes directly from the Prime Minister's office," the man said urgently. "If you don't leave now, they'll arrest you on the spot." Has he gone mad? Fukuda sputtered, disbelief and rage warring on his face. Suddenly, the wailing of sirens pierced the night air. The crowd scattered as armored vehicles and police cars screeched to a halt. Armed soldiers poured out, their rifles pointed as they surrounded Fukuda Michio. "Are you Fukuda Michio?" asked a stern officer as he approached. "I am Fukuda Michio." "Who are you?" Fukuda replied, trying to maintain his composure. Then that settled. The officer waved his hand. "Take him away." At his command, burly soldiers moved in. "What are you doing?" "Stay back. I'm the Minister of Defense. You'll regret this." Fukuda struggled wildly, but his corpulent body, weakened by years of indulgence, was no match for the soldiers. They subdued him with ease, binding him tightly. In the process, one soldier struck him with the butt of his rifle, breaking Fukuda's nose with a sickening crunch. Blood gushed out as he let out a wailing scream. "You can't do this to me. I demand to see the Prime Minister. I want to see him now." Fukuda's desperate cries echoed as he was dragged into a waiting vehicle. Within moments, the convoy departed, sirens wailing as it vanished into the night. The commotion came to an end, leaving behind an air of disbelief. As for Fukuda's mistress, she had slipped away unnoticed the moment things took a turn for the worse. After all she cared about was Fukuda's wealth and influence. Sitting inside the armored vehicle, bound and defeated, Fukuda realized he had been outmaneuvered. But no matter how hard he tried to piece it together, he couldn't fathom who had orchestrated his downfall. Perhaps he would never know. Watching the convoy disappear into the distance, Kaguya smirked, a faintly amused expression playing on her lips. At the same time, Ryuko, finally grasping the situation, felt her heart skip a beat. That fat man might have really been the Minister of Defense. Reflecting on the way she had spoken to him, a cold sweat broke out on her back. Thankfully, he had been arrested, otherwise, offending such a powerful figure could have ended badly. When Ryuko glanced at Kaguya and saw her enigmatic smile, her curiosity got the better of her. Approaching cautiously, she asked, "That was your doing, wasn't it?" "Nothing big," Kaguya replied with a casual smile. "Just a little matter." And it was indeed a small matter. She had simply made a phone call to the Prime Minister, asking him to handle Fukuda Michio. Whether out of misunderstanding or eagerness to curry favor, the Prime Minister had gone beyond her request, stripping Fukuda of his position entirely and unearthing his old crimes. If the charges held, Fukuda would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Staring at Kaguya's composed smile, Ryuko's suspicions solidified. Despite the lingering wariness she felt toward Kaguya, her curiosity drove her to ask, "How did you pull that off?" Taking Yoshino's hand, Kaguya glanced up at the starry night sky and said with a hint of playful mischief, "I have connections." 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 530, The Despairing Girl. As Ryuko Kusakabe stood, bewildered by Kaguya's cryptic words, Kaguya turned around with a smile and said, "If you have time, come visit my house sometime. Besides, Origami Tobiichi has missed you a lot. Don't worry, we're not going to eat you." Who's scared?" "Ha ha, ha, ha 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 ha." Ryuko Kusakabe let out a dry laugh that sounded entirely unconvincing. "I have something to take care of right now. I'll be back later." "You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves," Kaguya said, turning to Origami Tobiichi. "Since it's been so long since you've seen your captain, spend some time with her. When the Lantern Festival ends, you can head home together. Don't wait for me." "You're going somewhere?" Toka blinked in surprise and turned her curious gaze toward Kaguya. The others also looked at her with questioning eyes. "Nothing important," Kaguya said with a smile. "Just some small matters to take care of." Don't worry. I just can't accompany you all tonight. Can I come too? Mukuro asked softly, tugging at Kaguya's sleeve with a pleading look. She enjoyed the Lantern Festival, but she liked being by Kaguya's side even more. The moment Mukuro spoke, Kaguya immediately reached out and flicked her forehead lightly. Absolutely not. You all stay here and have fun, she said firmly. Then, stroking Mukuro's hair with a smile, she added, be good. There's nothing to worry about. Eat something nice with the others, oh, and don't forget to bring me some fried tofu buns later. I'd really like those. Also, take care of Toka, don't let her eat too much. Toka's eyes lit up at the mention of fried tofu buns, but the thought of separating from Kaguya made her reluctant. She was caught in a dilemma. But before she could finish, Kaguya grabbed her wrist and pulled her into an embrace. Caught off guard, Toka stumbled into her arms. Kaguya smirked, bent her head down, and kissed her soft lips. A gentle, fragrant warmth spread between them as Kaguya's tongue parted Toka's lips and slipped inside. At the same time, her hand slid down Toka's smooth back and firmly gripped her soft, rounded curves. Any resistance Toka might have had melted away as a wave of electrifying sensation surged through her body. Her throat let out a kitten-like whimper, and her body went limp. The scene left everyone around them stunned. Ryuko Kusakabe, in particular, stood frozen with her mouth agape. She had never witnessed anything like this before, it was too shocking and far beyond her expectations. Her face flushed at the sight, and her mind whirled in confusion. Although she presented herself as a mature adult, she had never been in a romantic relationship and was still a pure-hearted virgin. Her knowledge of such matters was limited to biology classes from her middle school days. The others were equally dumbfounded, though Origami Tabichi's expression darkened with a hint of jealousy, clearly dissatisfied. As for Mukuro, her face turned red as she looked away, fiddling with her fingers nervously. The scene overwhelmed her, though she couldn't help but sneak glances now and then. Finally, Kaguya released Toka. By then, Toka's eyes were unfocused, and her mind blank. Her body felt as if it were made of jelly, and her lower half had become damp. The stimulation had been far too intense for her, especially since Kaguya had subtly used a touch of chakra to amplify the sensations. No one could have endured such an experience, let alone a girl inexperienced in matters of intimacy. All right, you all enjoy yourselves. I'll be back later, okay? Kaguya handed the still-dazed Toka to Origami Tobiichi. Origami huffed softly. Although she also wanted the same treatment Toka had just received, she knew the situation wasn't appropriate for such thoughts. Instead, she nodded lightly, her voice soft. Got it. Noticing Origami's subtle displeasure, Kaguya gave her a sly smile. She hooked a finger under Origami's chin and planted a quick kiss on her lips. A faint blush spread across Origami's pale cheeks, and though her expression remained stoic, her mood visibly improved. I want one too. Mukuro suddenly spoke up, puffing her cheeks as she looked expectantly at Kaguya. Fine, fine. After indulging all the girls, Kaguya couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having so many girlfriends can be a little troublesome. But the mischievous grin on her face suggested she didn't mind the trouble at all. At that moment, Kaguya caught sight of Yoshino out of the corner of her eye. The shy girl's cheeks were flushed, her expression tinged with disappointment. She looked small and lost among the group. Kaguya blinked in surprise before turning to Yoshino and asking gently, do you want one too? Ah. Caught off guard, Yoshino panicked, her hands fidgeting nervously as she stammered, and no. Not at all. Kaguya chuckled and walked over. Before Yoshino could react, Kaguya wrapped her slender arms around the petite girl, pulling her into a gentle hug. Leaning down, she brushed her lips softly against Yoshino's cheek, a brief, fleeting touch before pulling away. Yoshino's face turned a deeper shade of red. She clutched her hands together, twisting her fingers as her heart raced. Despite her embarrassment, a warmth filled her chest, soothing her earlier unease. Earlier, Yoshino had felt a pang of loneliness as she watched the others share such intimate moments with Kaguya. She had been consumed by thoughts of being left out, worrying she might not belong. But that brief gesture of affection from Kaguya had swept away her fears, making her feel included and cherished. Unbeknownst to Kaguya, Yoshino's sensitive heart had been plagued by worries of being abandoned. The small act of reassurance meant the world to her, and she vowed to treasure the moment deeply. For Kaguya, the situation seemed simple. For someone like Yoshino, who had endured loneliness for so long, such fleeting happiness was a treasure beyond words. Under the influence of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon tonight was especially round, significantly larger than in previous years, and noticeably brighter. However, this evening's moon was different, it was no longer its usual pale yellow. Instead, it was tinged with a crimson hue, as if shrouded in a bloody mist, exuding an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Threads of moonlight poured down, but they felt colder than usual. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away in a park near the apartment complex, Natsumi sat slumped on the ground, her eyes wide with fear. She wanted to run but found her legs too weak to move. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stand up. I didn't expect to find such a pest here. Truly unexpected. A petite figure appeared before her, holding a glowing sword that hovered just above Natsumi's neck. She could even feel the searing heat radiating from the blade. But it seems the so-called spirits are nothing more than this. How utterly disappointing. The girl before her had long, light blue hair tied into a single ponytail, delicate features, and snow-white skin. She was undeniably beautiful, her face exuding a youthful charm with just a touch of maturity. However, her physique betrayed her young age, she was clearly still a girl. She wasn't a stranger, she was Shido Ōtsutsuki's younger sister, Mana Takamiya, someone Kaguya hadn't seen in a long time. Gritting her teeth, Natsumi couldn't suppress a surge of fear mixed with frustration. Her anger was directed at that infuriating individual who had sealed her powers. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't be in such a pitiful situation. Spirits are nothing but viruses infecting the world. Eventually, you will destroy this beautiful planet. Only by completely eradicating your kind can the world be reborn, Mana Takamiya said coldly, looking down at Natsumi with contempt. And yet you humans are no better. Aren't you the real viruses? Natsumi shouted back, her voice trembling with anger. You dare to make such arrogant claims when you're far worse than us spirits. Your sophistry is meaningless, Mana replied icily, raising her glowing sword high. It's nothing more than an excuse for your crimes. And so. The sword erupted into a brilliant golden light, blazing like a pillar of fire as it split through the dark night sky, descending mercilessly toward the defenseless Natsumi. Natsumi's pupils contracted in terror. That won't do. This is an important possession of my dear one, and I can't let it be damaged so easily, a playful voice suddenly interrupted. Natsumi turned her head sharply and saw someone she thought had been killed earlier, Kurumi Tokisaki. A faint smile graced Kurumi's lips as she gracefully raised her gun and pulled the trigger. Bang. Bang. Sharp cracks split the air as a series of dark bullets spiraled toward Mana Takamiya, tearing through the atmosphere. Clang. 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 Sparks flew in all directions. At the critical moment, Mana was forced to retract her sword, parrying the incoming bullets with a swift and improvised defense. Hey! Are you trying to kill me? Natsumi roared furiously as she scrambled to her feet, still trembling. And what's with calling me an important possession? You're the possession. Your whole family is possessions. Although Kurumi had targeted Mana, had Mana dodged, the bullets would have undoubtedly hit Natsumi. My, how terribly rude of me, Kurumi said, her elegant strides bringing her closer to Natsumi. Covering her mouth with her hand, she chuckled lightly, but a little damage isn't too big of a deal. As long as my dear one can still make use of you, it should be fine. Natsumi's anger swelled even further. What do you mean by, make use of me, you lunatic? Well, I meant. Before Kurumi could finish her sentence, a figure suddenly dashed toward her from behind, moving with lightning speed. A golden streak accompanied by residual shadows cut through the air like a comet, poised to strike Kurumi from behind. But just as the attack neared, a crisp gunshot rang out. In the distance, a pitch-black portal had appeared, and from within it emerged an arm holding a gun. The mysterious figure fired directly at the assailant. This, too, was Kurumi's unique ability, her control over space and her clones. Faced with this counterattack, the assailant was forced to abandon their attempt on Kurumi, instead turning around to deflect the bullets. Clang. Clang. The bullets split in half under the blade's strikes. Kurumi smirked and turned to face the shadows, her lips curling mischievously. Ah, as expected of DEM's agents. Always so fond of cheap sneak attacks. It's such a shame, though, that a pretty face like yours is wasted on such disgraceful tactics. When dealing with scum like you, there's no need for honorable means, the assailant sneered. Emerging into the moonlight, her face became clear, it was Artemisia Bell Ashcroft. She snorted disdainfully. Besides, do you think you can escape? Oh, I never intended to run, Kurumi replied with a faint smile. But since you and Mana enjoy ganging up on others, why don't I join in on the fun? Come out. He. Eerie laughter echoed from all directions, sending chills down everyone's spines. In the dim light, countless shadows materialized, all identical to Kurumi. Her clones filled the area. What is this? Mana and Artemisia both narrowed their eyes, their brows furrowing. If Kurumi truly had so many clones, this battle would become exceedingly difficult. From a distance, Natsumi watched in shock, her expression filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected this seemingly frivolous girl to wield such formidable power. The revelation left her utterly stunned. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared behind Natsumi. Startled, she began to turn, but before she could fully react, a familiar voice whispered in her ear. Leave now. These two are tough. I'll hold them off. And if possible, try not to die too early. It would be inconvenient. Natsumi whirled around and found herself face to face with Kurumi once again. TCH, as if I'd die so easily, Natsumi grumbled, clenching her fists in defiance. Take care of yourself first before worrying about me. Oh, I certainly don't plan to die anytime soon, Kurumi replied, covering her mouth with a hand and smiling slyly. After all, I still want to see you begging for mercy beneath our dear one. The night grew deeper, the autumn wind howled, and the bustling crowds on the streets gradually thinned. The fervent festive atmosphere began to dissipate, leaving behind only scattered scraps of paper and garbage on the ground, while a few cleaners worked to tidy up the mess. Silence once again blanketed the land. The noisy city slowly fell into tranquility, with only the clear moonlight, like flowing water, illuminating the dark night and lending it a faint brightness. Ha, ha. Natsumi ran recklessly, her breaths labored and erratic. Her cheeks, once pale, were now flushed from the exertion, her body drenched in sweat. Her steps had grown unsteady. Despite having run for so long, she couldn't stop, didn't dare to stop. If she stopped, the pursuer behind her would catch up. She could already imagine the consequences she would face. Why? Why am I the one taking the blame for something I didn't do? Natsumi thought bitterly. She had no idea where Artemisia's sister was. Why did Artemisia insist on chasing her? This wasn't even her fault. Clearly, it was all Kaguya's doing, yet she was the one being pursued. It was utterly unfair. Don't think you can escape, I've already found you. The familiar voice suddenly resounded behind her, sending a chill down Natsumi's spine. Did Kurumi get taken down already? The thought sent a jolt of fear through her. Hastily, she quickened her pace. Though she didn't particularly like Kurumi, she had to admit that Kurumi was incredibly strong, far stronger than herself. Even if her powers were restored, she doubted she could beat Kurumi. If someone as formidable as Kurumi had been defeated, then her own situation was truly dire. Luckily, the voice was faint, meaning the pursuer was still some distance away. For now, she was safe. But given Artemisia's incredible speed, it wouldn't take long for her to catch up. However, after prolonged running, Natsumi's strength began to wane. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, aching and swollen with each step. Her movements became heavier and heavier. Suddenly, she stumbled, her foot slipping. With a startled cry, she fell heavily to the ground. It turned out there had been a branch on the ground, which Natsumi hadn't noticed in her panicked flight. She had stepped on it and lost her footing. She quickly tried to get up, only to fall back down with a sharp cry of pain. Her ankle throbbed intensely, the stabbing pain almost paralyzing. Looking down, she saw her ankle swelling rapidly, it had twisted when she fell. Don't think you can run anymore. I can see you now. Come out quietly, or you'll be sorry. The sound of Artemisia's voice, growing clearer with each word, filled Natsumi with despair. With her powers sealed, escaping had already been an uphill battle. But now, with her injury, it seemed impossible. Fear began to overwhelm her. I can't die yet. I haven't even beaten that annoying woman yet. How can I just die like this? Images of Kaguya's smug, mischievous face flashed in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand despite the pain. Hopping on one leg, she stumbled forward in an attempt to flee. But then, a voice rang out behind her. I found you. Natsumi's pupils contracted. Before she could turn around, a powerful force struck her back. Bang. Natsumi was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her back burned with pain, and it felt like her internal organs had shifted. She struggled to breathe. Lifting her head with great effort, she saw Artemisia standing before her. Is this all you've got? You dare call yourself a spirit? How pathetic, Artemisia sneered as she approached. Her beautiful face was adorned with a cold, disdainful smile. I'll ask you one more time, do you know where my sister is? I don't know, Natsumi said through gritted teeth, her voice strained with pain. Why are you so stubborn? Artemisia's tone turned colder. If you just tell me where my sister is, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. You wouldn't have to suffer like this. I told you, I don't know. Are you deaf? Natsumi shouted angrily, her voice shaking. The outburst triggered a fit of coughing, sending fresh pain through her chest. Looks like you won't talk without a little persuasion, Artemisia said with a frosty smile. Well, this is on you. Without another word, Artemisia delivered a brutal kick to Natsumi's stomach. Ugh. Another mouthful of blood spilled from Natsumi's lips. Her body flew like a rag doll, slamming into a nearby tree trunk before collapsing to the ground. Natsumi coughed violently, blood dribbling down the corner of her mouth. Her body, already battered, was now in even worse condition. Her organs felt jarred, and she was sure some bones had fractured. "Are you ready to talk now?" Artemisia asked as she slowly walked over, her voice icy. I'll tell you," Natsumi said weakly, her words barely audible. "Come closer, and I'll tell you." "That's better." Artemisia smirked, crouching down and leaning closer. "See? You could have saved yourself all this pain. Now, tell me." As Artemisia bent down, a sharp gleam flashed in the dim light. Caught off guard, Artemisia instinctively moved to dodge, but it was too late. Blood splattered. A thin red line appeared on Artemisia's porcelain cheek, a streak of crimson trickling down her skin. Unbeknownst to Artemisia, Natsumi had been hiding a box cutter in her pocket. Taking advantage of Artemisia's moment of vulnerability, she had slashed at her face. Natsumi cursed inwardly. She hadn't been aiming for Artemisia's face but rather her throat. Unfortunately, this one chance had passed, and in her current state, she could no longer attack again. Artemisia wiped the blood from her cheek, her fury barely contained. "So, you really want to die," she said coldly. "Fine. I'll grant your wish." Drawing her glowing sword, she strode toward Natsumi. Watching Artemisia's relentless approach, Natsumi felt despair wash over her. Am I really going to die here? 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 531, The 1,000 Years of Death. Under the cold and serene moonlight, Artemisia stood completely enraged. The audacity of this insolent little girl to mar her face was an unforgivable insult. Her heart surged with a murderous intent so intense it seemed tangible. As Artemisia gripped her glowing sword, she stepped closer and closer to Natsumi, her every movement deliberate, exuding an aura of cold menace. Natsumi, sprawled on the ground, had already succumbed to despair. She realized there was no escape, no miracle would save her now. Was this how she was going to die? Artemisia's looming shadow stretched over Natsumi as she raised her radiant blade high above her head, prepared to strike it down. But just as she was about to swing, a familiar figure appeared in her mind, like a mirage. Shaking her head hard, she scoffed at the notion. How could it be that person? Of all people, it was impossible. For that individual to show up would be as likely as the world ending. Yet when she blinked, the figure remained. "Why are you lying on the ground? Aren't you afraid of catching cold?" The figure turned around, her tone half teasing and half scolding. "And what are you doing out here in the middle of the night, running around this dreadful place? Did you forget who you are? And more importantly, did you finish your chores? Don't forget there's cooking to be done." In the soft glow of the moonlight, Kaguya's face appeared almost ethereal, her expression enigmatic. The faint smile on her lips carried a warmth that made the icy light of the moon seem gentle and inviting. At that moment, Natsumi felt her nose sting as tears welled up in her eyes. Her vision blurred. Hey, don't cry." Kaguya hurried to her side, wrapping her arms around the petite girl and holding her close. "I'm here now, aren't I?" But if Kaguya had hoped her clumsy comfort would work, she was sorely mistaken. Instead of stopping, Natsumi burst into sobs, crying so hard that she seemed to be letting out all the frustration, pain, and grievances she had bottled up for so long. Kaguya froze, momentarily taken aback. For the first time, her playful demeanor melted away. Gently stroking Natsumi's delicate, trembling frame, she spoke softly, "I'm sorry. I'm late." Natsumi clung to Kaguya's clothes as though holding on to her lifeline. Tears soaked through Kaguya's garment as the smaller girl buried herself in Kaguya's embrace, her frail body racked with sobs. Not far away, Artemisia stood, her expression shifting to one of unease. Her sharp eyes studied the unexpected arrival. If her suspicions were correct, this silver-haired girl was none other than Kaguya, the so-called strongest spirit. Not just a legend, Kaguya was considered the most powerful being alive, her strength so profound that it was said no one could rival her. Artemisia's thoughts raced as she recalled the terrifying reports. AST forces annihilated. Japan's military reduced to chaos. The combined might of DEM and the world's armies crushed without resistance. She had seen the surveillance footage herself. Though it didn't convey the full extent of Kaguya's power, it was enough to send chills down her spine. But standing here now, facing this breathtakingly beautiful girl who seemed so unassuming, Artemisia couldn't feel a single trace of that overwhelming strength. It was as though she were confronting an ordinary person, a perception that was perhaps the most disconcerting of all. Meanwhile, Kaguya, holding the crying Natsumi, couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Perhaps she had gone too far. She had only meant to teach the girl a lesson, but things had clearly spiraled beyond her intention. "I'm sorry," Kaguya murmured, her voice barely audible, stroking Natsumi's hair. Her hands glowed faintly, a warm light emanating from her palms as she healed the girl's injuries. But Natsumi, still clutching Kaguya's clothes, continued sobbing. It seemed she hadn't heard Kaguya's apology, or perhaps she didn't care. Finally, Kaguya stood, lifting the smaller girl effortlessly in her arms. "Let's go," she said gently. "Let's go home." Natsumi didn't resist. She didn't even utter a word, her usual fiery demeanor replaced by an unusual docility. She nestled into Kaguya's arms like a small, fragile kitten. "Wait." Artemisia's sharp voice cut through the silence. In an instant, she moved, her glowing sword coming to rest on Kaguya's shoulder. "Do you really think you can just leave like this?" Kaguya didn't turn around. Her voice was calm, unhurried. "What else would I do?" "You're not leaving until you tell me where my sister is," Artemisia demanded coldly. "I haven't seen your sister for some time now," Kaguya replied, her tone growing faintly weary. "I don't know where she is." "Liar." Artemisia's grip on her weapon tightened. "You were with her before. What did you do to her?" "Believe what you want." Kaguya didn't even spare her a glance as she began walking away, carrying Natsumi as though the argument was beneath her notice. "Stop right there." Artemisia darted forward, blocking Kaguya's path. Her blade gleamed dangerously in the moonlight. "You're not leaving until you answer me." "And what if I don't?" Kaguya's response was maddeningly calm, her voice laced with a faint amusement. "Then you'll face me." Artemisia's sword pointed directly at Kaguya's chest. Her eyes blazed with determination. "If you were a true warrior, you'd recognize the gap between us without even needing to fight." Kaguya's voice was soft, almost pitying. "Your sister understood that much. But you can't even see the gulf between us. You're lying." Artemisia shouted, her voice trembling with anger. "I'm just as strong as my sister." "That's where you're wrong," Kaguya said quietly. Her gaze finally met Artemisia's, cool and unyielding. "Your sister had self-awareness. You, on the other hand, do not." Artemisia had long been called Ellen Miramather's younger sister. Whenever someone mentioned her, it was almost always in relation to her elder sister. From childhood, Ellen had been a dazzling figure, shining brightly like the rising sun. In contrast, Artemisia, though exceptionally talented, always lived in Ellen's shadow. Whenever people spoke of them, it was Ellen's name that came first, not hers. In truth, Artemisia was a prodigy. Her ability to challenge and even defeat spirits was a testament to her strength. She was undeniably powerful, a warrior who, in the original storyline, bested numerous spirits, placing herself at the pinnacle of human achievement. Yet, in comparison to Ellen, Artemisia seemed to fall short. In the past, the relationship between the two sisters was strong. Artemisia had been a gentle and kind-hearted girl, well-loved by everyone. But over time, things began to change. Ellen's brilliance drew everyone's attention, leaving Artemisia feeling overlooked and neglected. Perhaps it was this neglect that sowed the seeds of resentment in her heart. She started to believe that Ellen's existence was the reason she was being overlooked. Determined to prove herself, she threw herself into rigorous training, enduring grueling challenges to strengthen her abilities and surpass her sister. But as Ellen herself had once said, Artemisia was indeed an exceptionally gifted sorceress. Among humans, she stood at the pinnacle, capable of defeating spirits with ease. Ellen's pride in her own strength was not without justification. By the time she reached adulthood, her talent and power had already surpassed many seasoned warriors, solidifying her position at the apex of humanity, a feat previously thought impossible. Of course, beings like Kaguya didn't count as part of the equation. This time, after returning from her training, Artemisia had intended to challenge Ellen to a duel and finally settle the score. However, upon arriving at DEM, she was met with shocking news: Ellen had gone missing and had not been seen for a long time. Rumors abounded that she might have perished in a battle with a spirit. The news shook Artemisia to her core, but she refused to believe it. Her sister, so strong and invincible, couldn't possibly have met such a fate. Following Westcott's orders, she came here in search of Ellen's whereabouts. But instead of finding her sister, she encountered someone else, someone renowned as the strongest spirit, and likely the most powerful being in existence. Self-awareness. Artemisia scoffed, her glowing blade leveled at Kaguya. Her voice turned icy. "If you really are here, then even better. They say you defeated my sister. Well, I'll do what she couldn't. I'll defeat you." Hearing this, Kaguya sighed softly. Humans are supposed to have intelligence. A brain is a wonderful thing, too bad you don't seem to be using yours. Artemisia's delicate face flushed with anger. "Are you mocking me?" she snapped. "Mocking you?" Kaguya shook her head. "Do you pay attention to ants bearing their fangs at you on the ground? You bastard." Artemisia was incensed by Kaguya's dismissive tone. "If you dare belittle me like this, then face my blade." With that, Artemisia's glowing sword flared with brilliance, radiating a dazzling light. Her feet stomped hard against the ground, causing the earth beneath her to fracture into rippling cracks. Using the recoil, she launched herself like an arrow from a bow, closing the distance to Kaguya in the blink of an eye. Her speed was incredible. In an instant, she was upon Kaguya, her arm raised high as her glowing sword cleaved downward, wreathed in blinding golden light. Kaguya, however, didn't move. She stood still, as if entirely oblivious to the incoming attack. But just as the blade was about to strike her, Kaguya tilted her head slightly upward and spoke, her voice calm yet cutting. It seems you haven't learned from your sister's mistakes. Allow me to teach you the lesson she couldn't. Don't you dare mention my sister. Artemisia roared, her fury fueling the energy coursing through her sword. The blade grew brighter, fiercer. I don't need her. I'll. Before she could finish her sentence, Kaguya raised her hand, her pale palm facing Artemisia. Her voice, soft and serene, uttered two words, Shinra Tensei. Artemisia's pupils constricted. A sudden, overwhelming sense of danger enveloped her. She instinctively halted her attack, withdrawing her blade and crossing it in front of her in a desperate attempt to defend herself. But she wasn't fast enough. A massive repelling force slammed into her with earth-shattering intensity. Boom. The deafening sound echoed as Artemisia was flung backward. She hit the ground hard, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Today's Shinra Tensei wasn't what it used to be. Augmented by the addition of Kaguya's malevolent chakra, its power had multiplied exponentially, far surpassing its original strength. Even the Kaguya Ōtsutsuki of legend didn't possess the sheer destructive force of the Kaguya who now stood before Artemisia. To Kaguya's mild surprise, Artemisia slowly pushed herself to her feet. Her body trembled, and her clothes were filthy, but she wasn't gravely injured. Oh. Kaguya arched a delicate brow. It turned out that, in the instant before the impact, Artemisia had instinctively activated her voluntary domain. While the domain couldn't completely block the force of Shinra Tensei, it had absorbed a significant portion of the attack, mitigating the damage she took. Still, Kaguya couldn't help but be impressed. Even with most of the force negated, the residual power of Shinra Tensei wasn't something just anyone could withstand. Artemisia's endurance was unexpectedly remarkable. Of course, Artemisia wouldn't admit the truth. Years of sparring with her sister, where she was often on the receiving end, had not only honed her skills but also made her extraordinarily adept at taking a beating. Artemisia launched a frenzied assault, her glowing sword slashing through the air in wide, sweeping arcs. Each strike left afterimages, the blade glinting coldly under the dim light. Her attacks came like a torrential storm, relentlessly bearing down on Kaguya. But Kaguya remained unfazed. Within the chaotic barrage, she moved with the grace of a casual stroll, as if taking a leisurely walk through a garden. The flashing blade and shadowy strikes seemed to pass her by without consequence. A subtle sidestep here, a slight tilt there, her movements appeared effortless, as though she could read Artemisia's every action in advance. Under the watchful gaze of Kaguya's starry pupils, Artemisia's strikes seemed as slow as molasses. Though visually threatening, they posed no real danger. The harder Artemisia fought, the more frustrated she became. Time and again, her attacks came within a hair's breadth of hitting their mark, only for Kaguya to evade with almost disdainful ease. It was as if her strikes cut through air, leaving Artemisia with a maddening sense of futility. This isn't working, she thought grimly. If things continue like this, there's no way I can defeat this woman. I have no choice. Artemisia's body suddenly erupted with a surge of energy, an invisible force coalescing around her like a palpable aura. The violent gusts it generated sent dust and debris swirling into the air. Ha! With a sharp cry, Artemisia vanished in a blur, her speed now multiplied several times over. Her figure split into a trail of phantoms as she streaked toward Kaguya like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right in front of Kaguya, raising her glowing sword to deliver a decisive blow. The technique came at a heavy cost to her body, but it greatly amplified her power. Yet, just as Artemisia's blade was about to strike, Kaguya turned her head slightly, raising her hand to face her attacker. Artemisia's lips curled into a sly grin. You've fallen into my trap. The figure of Artemisia before Kaguya abruptly vanished. At the same moment, her true form reappeared behind Kaguya, her blade slicing through the air with deadly precision, aiming directly for the back of Kaguya's head. As the glowing sword descended, promising a clean decapitation, a voice rang out from behind Artemisia, freezing her in place. Did you really think such a move would work on me? How naive. Artemisia's pupils contracted as realization dawned. Her sword passed through Kaguya's figure without resistance, like cutting through mist. There was no impact, no sensation. It was merely an afterimage. Before Artemisia could recover, Kaguya's voice drifted softly from behind her. Secret technique. Artemisia was suspended in midair, unable to find footing. Her realizer device was overloaded, leaving her unable to move. Panic bubbled up within her as she instinctively activated her territory barrier to its maximum capacity, bracing herself to endure the incoming attack. 1,000 years of death. Ha! For a brief moment, Artemisia froze, confused by the unfamiliar name of the technique. Her puzzlement lasted only seconds before a sharp, unbearable pain shot through her lower back. It was an intense sensation, like an electric shock, simultaneously stabbing and tearing. Ah! Her agonized scream tore through the still night, shattering the park's eerie calm. Birds startled from the treetops, their wings flapping noisily in the darkness as feathers rained down like snow. On the grass below, Artemisia writhed in pain, clutching her rear with both hands as she lay prone. Her legs flailed helplessly, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Well, that's dealt with, Kaguya said, dusting her hands as though completing a menial task. She turned and began walking toward where Natsume lay. But she had only taken a few steps when Artemisia's enraged voice rang out behind her. Stop right there! Artemisia shouted, her tone filled with humiliation and fury. She sat awkwardly on the ground, legs clamped tightly together, one hand still gripping her lower back. Kaguya didn't stop, nor did she acknowledge the outburst, continuing forward as if she hadn't heard a thing. You think you can insult me and walk away? Artemisia yelled furiously. I'll kill you. Yet, her current pitiful state only served to undermine her words, making her seem almost laughable. Seeing no response from Kaguya, Artemisia gritted her teeth and pressed a red button on her realizer device. Instantly, a surge of power erupted around her, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles that filled the air like a rainstorm, hurtling toward Kaguya at blinding speed. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out one after another, the deafening roars echoing through the park. The ground shattered beneath the onslaught, sending shards of stone and splinters of wood flying. The resulting shock waves swept outward in rippling waves, raising clouds of dust and smoke. Did I get her? Artemisia muttered uncertainly. Against any other opponent, she would have been confident. These high-energy explosive rounds could seriously injure even a spirit. But this foe defied logic, her strength was beyond comprehension. Artemisia wasn't sure how effective her attack had been. As the smoke and dust began to clear, a figure emerged, standing unharmed. It was the silver-haired girl, Kaguya. Kaguya lifted her gaze, her cold eyes locking onto Artemisia. The clarity and intensity in those eyes sent a wave of primal fear coursing through Artemisia. It felt as though she was staring into the abyss itself, the eyes of a death god. Unconsciously, Artemisia averted her gaze, her terror slightly easing when she broke eye contact. I spared you for your sister's sake, Kaguya said, her tone calm but piercing, each word laced with icy menace. But that doesn't mean you can act with impunity. I don't need your pity. Artemisia retorted, clutching her glowing sword. I'll kill you, you. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in shock. The silver-haired girl had vanished. A cold, unyielding hand gripped her neck from behind. It was Kaguya. She hadn't even seen Kaguya move. Artemisia struggled desperately, her hands clawing at Kaguya's iron-like grip. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free herself. Kaguya leaned in close, her voice low and deadly. Don't let me see you again. Next time, I won't show mercy. The chilling words froze Artemisia to her core. Her body stiffened, and a cold sweat broke out across her skin. In that moment, she had no doubt that if she defied this girl again, she would die. To Kaguya, Artemisia was nothing more than a nuisance. Even if she was a beauty, it made no difference. If a woman's character didn't interest her, no matter how beautiful, she was no different from an ant. Maybe if Artemisia had attacked her, Kaguya could have spared her, letting her live to bring more entertainment later. But attacking Natsume with killing intent? That was unforgivable. She was lucky she was Ellen's sister, otherwise, Kaguya wouldn't have hesitated to crush her neck. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 532, Going Home Together. The night deepened, and the autumn wind grew chill. The bustling crowds on the streets thinned, and the lively atmosphere of the festival began to wane. The ground was littered with paper scraps and trash, and only a few sanitation workers could be seen sweeping up the remnants. Silence reclaimed the land, and the once rowdy city gradually quieted under the clear moonlight, which poured down like a cool stream, casting the night in a gentle glow. Kaguya walked toward Natsume, who was currently leaning against a large tree. Her injuries had left her weak, her pale face appearing even more delicate than usual, giving her an air of fragility. All right, we should head back, Kaguya said with a smile, reaching out to carry her. But Natsume turned her head away and let out a soft huff, using the tree trunk to stand up on her own. I can walk by myself. I don't need your help. Careful not to trip. I'm not going to catch you if you fall, Kaguya teased. I don't need you to. Natsume retorted, not looking back as she began walking toward the apartment. This little girl is surprisingly stubborn, Kaguya thought with a wry smile. She had initially hoped this might help raise her favorability, but it seemed things weren't going as smoothly as she had imagined. A pang of regret surfaced, perhaps she had gone a little overboard in bullying her before. Still, as Kaguya mulled over her thoughts, walking ahead of her, Natsume's pale cheeks took on a faint flush, like a delicate layer of blush. A small, sweet smile played on her lips, lending her a charming, girlish allure. At that moment, Kaguya suddenly felt a pang of unease, as though she had forgotten something important. Scratching her head, she tried to recall what it could be but found herself unable to remember. Well, if I forgot it, it probably wasn't that important, Kaguya reasoned, deciding to let it go. Turning her gaze toward Natsume, she was momentarily taken aback. At first, Natsume walked with a steady stride. But as she continued forward, her steps became uneven, her body wobbling slightly. Suddenly, her foot slipped. Letting out a startled cry, she pitched forward, about to fall to the ground. Just as Natsume squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for impact, she felt herself caught by a strong pair of arms. Opening her eyes, she found herself face to face with someone she found infuriating, Kaguya, smiling down at her. Let me go. I can walk on my own. Natsume's face flushed bright red as she struggled in his arms, but her small limbs were no match for Kaguya's strength. Stay still, Kaguya said, giving her a light smack on the bottom. But the moment she did, she regretted it. This little girl wasn't one to let things slide. If she decided to throw a tantrum, it would definitely be a headache. To her surprise, Natsume didn't react with the fiery indignation Kaguya had expected. Instead, she lay quietly in her arms, as meek as a lamb. Did her personality suddenly change? Kaguya wondered. It felt like the kind of relief a parent experiences when their rebellious teenager finally mellows out. Whatever the reason, Natsume's calmness was a welcome change. Kaguya let out a small sigh of relief. A sulky, injured girl was the last thing she wanted to deal with, especially when scolding or punishing her wasn't an option. Holding Natsume's soft body close, Kaguya began making her way back toward the apartment. Beneath the starlit sky and the serene moonlight, a warmth seemed to envelop them both. When this troublemaker isn't acting up, she's actually kind of cute, Kaguya thought to herself. Pervert. What? Kaguya stopped in her tracks, stunned. What did you just say? I said, you're a pervert, Natsume said, clutching the fabric of Kaguya's clothing and letting out a small huff. Kaguya was speechless. She had just been singing her praises in her mind, and now this little brat threw it all back in her face. How am I a pervert? Kaguya asked indignantly. You just now. Natsume's pale cheeks reddened slightly as she stammered, you just used your finger to touch, there. So gross. Kaguya coughed awkwardly, a trace of embarrassment flashing across her face. She had to admit, she might have gone a little too far earlier. But she hadn't expected Natsume's sharp eyes to catch her in the act. You're imagining things, Kaguya said with a straight face. If it weren't for me, you'd be a headless horseman by now. Headless horseman. Natsume turned her head away, scoffing. Even without you, I'd have beaten her. Keep telling yourself that, Kaguya said with a smirk. When I showed up, someone was about to cry, you know. I wasn't crying. Natsume's face turned scarlet as she vehemently denied it. You're the one who was crying. Sure, Kaguya replied with a laugh. I saw it all. Oh, hey, are you part dog or something? Fuming, Natsume bit down hard on Kaguya's ear. What is it with girls and biting people when they're mad? Kaguya thought, equal parts perplexed and amused. The two of them strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path leading back to the apartment. To accommodate Natsume's condition, Kaguya kept her pace slow. They didn't speak much, walking mostly in silence. Perhaps it was the autumn season, but the leaves on the trees lining the path were tinged with yellow, and the red maple leaves added a vibrant touch to the serene, moonlit surroundings. Hey, do you think I can trust you? Natsume's soft, delicate voice broke the silence. The warmth of her breath tickling Kaguya's ear made her ears itch slightly. Kaguya chuckled and replied, What, has my heroic rescue moved you to tears? Not even close, Natsume scoffed, turning her nose up. Besides, you're no hero. Well, if I'm not a hero, then you're certainly no beauty, Kaguya teased, readjusting her grip on Natsume's petite frame. What's wrong with me not being a beauty? Got a problem with that? Natsume huffed. None at all, Kaguya quickly agreed, a smile tugging at her lips. As she glanced at Natsume, Kaguya suddenly found herself stunned. Her soft green hair fell in silky strands over her shoulders, framing her fair complexion. Her delicate features were as refined as a painting, her bright eyes sparkling like gems. Under the clear moonlight, her beauty seemed all the more striking. She had grown so much in such a short time, what was once a budding flower was now blooming into a graceful, enchanting presence. What are you staring at? Natsume snapped, turning her head to avoid Kaguya's gaze. I know I'm not pretty. So what? Big deal. Sure, my face might be nice to look at, but what's there to be proud of? And don't think for a second I'll thank you for today. It's all your fault I ended up like this. Of course, Kaguya replied with a laugh. When we get back, I'll be sure to repay you properly for all the trouble I've caused. Stop being so snarky, Natsumi said, reaching up to pinch Kaguya's cheeks in irritation. Yet, despite her protest, a faint smile tugged at her lips. Natsumi was left panting after a short bout of banter with Kaguya, who showed no signs of fatigue. It was impossible for her to match Kaguya's boundless energy, especially now that she was still injured. Hey, can you unlock my seal? Natsumi whispered softly, resting her head on Kaguya's shoulder. Nope, Kaguya rejected outright. Why not? Natsumi immediately bristled. How can you be like this? Moments ago, they had been joking and laughing, yet she was so quick to deny her this request. Was Kaguya's friendliness earlier all just an act? Because your seal is already undone, Kaguya said with a sly smile. What? It's already undone. Natsumi was stunned. She focused inward and quickly realized that her spirit energy was indeed circulating freely within her body, without the blockage she had felt before. Kaguya had discreetly unlocked her seal while treating her injuries earlier. Haha. Natsumi leaped down from Kaguya's hold with a triumphant laugh. I'm finally free. You're done for now, Kaguya. How dare you treat me like that before? I'll make you pay, ow. Her victory speech was cut short as she twisted her ankle and fell to the ground in an ungraceful heap. Ow, ow. Natsumi clutched her ankle, tears welling up in her eyes. The same spot she had hurt earlier had been aggravated by her reckless jump. Though her spirit energy had returned, she lacked Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's regenerative abilities. Kaguya's earlier treatment had healed most of her injuries, but her sprained ankle wasn't something that could be fixed so easily. And you were just talking about revenge, Kaguya said, amused. Where does it hurt? Let me take a look. Without waiting for permission, Kaguya grabbed Natsumi's slender leg and placed it on her lap. Why you can't just do that? Natsumi's cheeks turned crimson as she protested. Do you want to end up like Iron Crutchley? Kaguya retorted, carefully sliding off Natsumi's sock. Hold still, and you'll be fine in no time. Perhaps due to the seriousness in Kaguya's tone, Natsumi, though flushed, obediently stopped resisting and remained quiet. Natsumi's ankle was indeed in bad shape. The side was swollen with a large bruise forming, a sharp contrast to her otherwise pale skin. It was impressive she had managed to jump at all in such a condition. I'm starting now. Bear with it, Kaguya said. Ah. It hurts. Natsumi cried out. Don't worry. It'll stop hurting soon. But it still hurts. Oh, does it? Let me try again. Still hurts. Yes, it hurts. That's fine. The first time is always like this, you'll get used to it. Anyone overhearing their conversation would undoubtedly let their imagination run wild, conjuring all sorts of inappropriate scenarios. Yet in reality, it was just one girl massaging another's foot. Kaguya's fingers moved gently over Natsumi's injured ankle, her fingertips glowing faintly with chakra energy. The healing energy seeped into Natsumi's body, repairing the damaged tissue bit by bit. While Kaguya focused on the treatment, Natsumi began experiencing an entirely different sensation. At first, Natsumi braced herself for the pain. But to her surprise, there wasn't any. Instead, as Kaguya massaged her ankle, a warm current seemed to spread from the injured area, enveloping her entire foot in soothing warmth. Before long, she felt no pain at all, it was as if the injury had never happened. Natsumi's wide eyes reflected her astonishment. She had heard of spirits with accelerated healing abilities but had never seen it in action. Could Kaguya possess such an ability? But soon, she noticed something else was amiss. Natsumi's body gradually grew warmer, her face flushing even more. It felt as though ants were crawling under her skin, a ticklish sensation that compelled her to squirm. Moving her body seemed to alleviate the discomfort slightly. Is it hurting that much? Kaguya paused and looked up, noticing Natsumi's movement. No, not at all. Natsumi bit her lip, trying to suppress the strange sensations. That's good. Kaguya smiled and continued. I thought I might have hurt you. Her fingers returned to work, channeling more chakra into Natsumi's body. Technically, this wasn't proper medical ninjutsu. While Kaguya had studied it, her knowledge was relatively shallow, sufficient for basic injuries but not serious cases. For more severe wounds, she could resort to yin-yang release, which had once saved Might Guy from the brink of death and restored Kakashi's eye. Using it for minor injuries, however, seemed excessive. For Natsumi, though, the experience was becoming unbearable. Her flushed face looked as if it had been painted with rouge, and her body grew increasingly feverish. Tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The peculiar sensation grew more intense. The areas where Kaguya's fingers brushed felt as though they were electrified, tingling with heat. Natsume's chest heaved, her breathing quickened, and her petite form began to squirm uncontrollably. Her thighs pressed together in a feeble attempt to quell the mounting tension within her. What is happening to me? Natsume's mind felt foggy, her thoughts muddled like a thick paste. Her once bright eyes turned hazy, her body trembling involuntarily. Though she recognized this feeling as abnormal, it was as if she were trapped in quicksand, unable to escape. Suddenly, a memory struck her like lightning, slicing through the haze clouding her mind. Natsume froze. This is just like that time outside Kaguya's bedroom. It turns out you were here all along. I've been looking for you everywhere. From the shadows of the forest came a sultry voice, followed by the emergence of a graceful figure. Natsume jolted, snapping out of the strange sensations that had overwhelmed her. Hurriedly, she pulled her pale, delicate foot out of Kaguya's hands, her face flushed crimson, shame and anger swirling in her chest. What was I even doing just now? The cool breeze brushing against her lower half only deepened her embarrassment. Kaguya, however, remained as composed as ever. Naturally, she was completely unaware of what had just transpired with Natsume. What Kaguya didn't know was that her dark chakra possessed an unusual and undisclosed ability, one that could subtly awaken a person's desires. Its effects were imperceptible but insidious, and Natsume had unknowingly fallen victim to it. Of course, Natsume herself didn't realize that this bizarre sensation was Kaguya's doing. She merely blamed her wandering thoughts, chalking it up to her own imagination. A truly innocent soul. Did you manage to shake them off? Kaguya asked. Barely, Kurumi replied as she walked closer. Those people weren't easy to deal with. It took quite a bit of effort on my part. You've worked hard, Kaguya said with a smile. Just saying good job isn't enough. That would make you far too stingy. And besides, that's not what I'm after. Kurumi pouted, then gave a playful hum. What do you want, then? Kaguya asked. I'll warn you now, if it's too difficult, it's not happening. Oh, it's nothing difficult. In fact, it's something you can do with ease, Kurumi said, stepping closer to Kaguya. She raised her arms and wrapped them around Kaguya's neck, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. I want this. Without warning, Kurumi leaned in, closed her eyes, and brought her face closer to Kaguya's. Kaguya could feel her warm breath and faint fragrance. Then, to her astonishment, Kurumi's soft lips met hers. Not only that, Kurumi's smooth, velvety tongue playfully pried open Kaguya's teeth and slipped inside. In response, Kaguya intertwined her tongue with Kurumi's, tangling and sliding against each other as Kurumi deepened the kiss. Wet and fervent, they exchanged saliva. The kiss was intoxicating, drowning her in Kurumi's warmth and leaving her breathless. Their lips pressed deeply and passionately, leaving no space between them as their tongues mingled. After what felt like an eternity, their lips finally parted. A thin string of saliva lingered between them for a fleeting second before breaking. Kaguya gasped softly, her chest rising and falling as desire coursed through her. Kurumi seductively licked her lips with a satisfied smirk, her voice dripping with amusement. Your taste is still as delicious as ever, my dear. What nonsense are you spouting? Kaguya muttered, clearly flustered. After all, she was still holding Natsume in her arms, and the younger girl's disdainful glare made the situation all the more awkward. Shameless, Natsume muttered with a huff. Oh. Kurumi tilted her head, her ruby-red eyes twinkling. She grinned wickedly. Well, if it isn't Natsume. I thought you might have died, what a shame. Natsume turned her face away, refusing to engage with her. Although Kurumi had saved her, the entire ordeal was Kaguya's fault to begin with. There was no way she'd feel grateful. All right, let's save the banter for later. Let's head back, the others are probably waiting for us, Kaguya said, adjusting Natsume in her arms with a smile. Natsume didn't reply but gave a small nod. She shifted into a more comfortable position in Kaguya's embrace, quietly resting her head against her. Kurumi's eyes lit up as if she'd discovered a hidden treasure. Her gaze flitted between Kaguya and Natsume, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Kaguya cleared her throat, visibly uncomfortable under Kurumi's suggestive expression. What's with that look? Is there something on my face? No, nothing at all, Kurumi said innocently, then leaned closer to whisper in Kaguya's ear. It's just. I didn't expect you to be this capable. I thought it'd take you much longer, but you've already won over that little brat. I must say, I'm impressed. Kaguya coughed twice, trying to mask her embarrassment. Don't spout nonsense. It's not what you think. Oh. Kurumi's warm breath tickled Kaguya's ear, making it itch. Then tell me, what is it, exactly? Before Kaguya could respond, Kurumi drew back with a sly smile. The Lantern Festival tonight was lovely, though it's a shame you weren't there to enjoy it with us. I felt so lonely. Next time, then, Kaguya replied. We'll all go together next time. We all, huh? I wonder who that includes, Kurumi murmured, her eyes glimmering mischievously. Do you mean all of us girls together with you? Era, what a greedy thought, my dear. Enough with the nonsense. Kaguya cleared her throat again, trying to dispel the inappropriate imagery Kurumi's words conjured in her mind. A harem of beautiful girls surrounding her, it didn't sound half bad. Her train of thought was interrupted by a sudden sharp pain in her arm. Glancing down, she found Natsumi glaring up at her. Kaguya chuckled awkwardly. All right, that's enough chatter. Let's go home. When they finally arrived at the apartment and opened the door, Toka and the others were already waiting inside. The moment Kaguya stepped in, they all rushed to her. Where did you go? We were all so worried about you, Toka pouted, her arms crossed in displeasure. We tried calling you, but you didn't answer, Origami added with her usual calm demeanor, though there was a hint of concern in her tone. Really? Kaguya pulled out her phone, only to find it completely dead. What happened to all the battery life they promised? 5,000 milliamp-hours, my foot. What happened to Natsumi? Toka asked, noticing the girl in Kaguya's arms. The others turned their attention to Natsumi, their expressions ranging from concern to curiosity. Among them, Yoshino seemed particularly worried, as she was closest to Natsumi after Kaguya. It's nothing, just a sprained ankle, Natsumi mumbled, giving Kaguya a discreet pinch. Put me down already. Careful now. Don't hurt yourself again, Kaguya said, gently setting her down. Got it. Natsumi's face flushed pink as she limped away, her movements almost like an attempt to flee. She quickly disappeared into her room. Everyone exchanged curious glances, puzzled by Natsumi's odd behavior. Meanwhile, Kurumi stepped out from behind Kaguya and greeted them with a charming smile. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Please take care of me, she said sweetly. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/DAOofHeaven. Chapter 533, New Home. Thus, Kurumi Tokisaki also moved into the apartment. In truth, Toka Yatagami and Origami Tobiichi had already met Kurumi Tokisaki before, and while Makuro Hoshimiya had interacted with her a few times, their relationship was neither particularly close nor estranged. As for Yoshino, she had always been friendly to everyone, so her attitude toward Kurumi didn't change much. Regarding Kurumi Tokisaki's arrival, none of them showed much hostility. Of course, it wasn't as though they gave her a particularly warm welcome either. After all, everyone here was connected to Kaguya in one way or another. Naturally, their private relationships weren't as cordial as what they displayed on the surface. But what was more troubling was the issue of space in the apartment. The small apartment was already over capacity. The once spacious rooms were now crammed full of people, leaving barely any room to sleep. If one or two more people moved in, Kaguya estimated she might have to start sleeping on the floor. Incidentally, the Prime Minister had previously called Kaguya, informing her that the new villa had already been completed and was ready for her to move into at any time. However, at the time, Kaguya still had other matters to attend to, making it inconvenient for her to relocate, so she postponed the move. But now, it seemed that moving was unavoidable. Even so, it would have to wait until tomorrow, as it was already nighttime. For tonight, they would just have to make do and squeeze together. The deadline for the system's tasks was drawing nearer. While Kaguya outwardly appeared unconcerned, deep down, she couldn't entirely suppress her worries. So far, she had completed only 3 tasks, leaving 7 still unfulfilled. On the bright side, Kaguya had already located most of the spirits, and many of them were beginning to develop positive feelings toward her. Now, it was only a matter of time before things progressed further. The downside, however, was that a few spirits remained unaccounted for, leaving Kaguya anxious. After all, time wasn't on her side. But worrying wouldn't solve anything, she could only take things one step at a time. Kaguya glanced at the bright moon outside the window before slowly closing her eyes. At that moment, a figure crept silently through the room, coming to a stop beside Kaguya's bed. They reached out, lifted the blanket, and quietly slipped underneath. Half asleep, Kaguya assumed it was Makuro Hoshimiya again. That clingy little girl had made it a habit of sneaking into Kaguya's bed, always insisting on sleeping next to her. Kaguya couldn't bring herself to get angry about it and had grown used to it. The result was always the same. Every morning, when Kaguya opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Makuro's mischievous grin. But this time, something was different. The skin brushing against hers was smooth and delicate, soft yet firm, and the body lying next to her was slender and supple, radiating an enchanting warmth. It was certainly not the youthful frame of Makuro Hoshimiya. The hazy fog in Kaguya's mind cleared instantly, and she opened her eyes wide. A stunningly beautiful face appeared before her, a face capable of charming anyone. Kaguya blinked in surprise. It was none other than Kurumi Tokisaki. "What are you doing here?" Kaguya asked hoarsely, her voice thick with disbelief as she took in the silky, bare skin against her own. Although Kurumi frequently called her darling, showering her with affection and often teasing her with suggestive gestures, Kaguya had never experienced such direct and intimate contact. Kurumi's usual antics were just playful taunts, retreating at the last moment, leaving Kaguya burning with frustration, wanting to catch the mischievous girl and teach her a lesson. But this time, Kurumi's boldness took Kaguya by surprise. And to make matters worse, Kaguya realized Kurumi wasn't wearing anything, not even the barest of undergarments. "Why shouldn't it be me?" Kurumi replied, her delicate features tinged with a faint blush, adding to her allure under the moonlight. "Unless, of course, this happens often. Do you usually have someone sneaking into your bed?" "Ahem, no, absolutely not. Don't overthink it." Kaguya stammered, her throat dry as she struggled to suppress her flustered thoughts. Kurumi raised an elegant brow and said teasingly, "Oh. Then does that mean you frequently sneak into other girls' beds at night?" "My, how unexpected. That's even less likely." Kaguya protested, though her tone wavered slightly. She had, in fact, done such things before, dragging Toka Yatagami, Origami Tobiichi, and even Mikuro Hoshimiya into her antics. "And if I were to do this?" Kurumi leaned closer, her body pressing gently against Kaguya. Her voice softened as she asked, "Would you like it?" Kurumi's body was soft yet resilient, exuding a natural grace. Her skin was smooth and firm, with a tantalizing elasticity. Her proportions were exquisite, neither overly slender nor lacking curves, with her chest beautifully full and her hips perfectly rounded. More than that, her captivating face and enchanting eyes were almost otherworldly. Among all the girls Kaguya knew, Kurumi was undeniably one of the most striking. And her unique charm made her impossible to forget. Yet Kaguya pushed away the alluring thoughts with sheer willpower and asked quietly, "Why are you doing this? What is your goal?" This was a question Kaguya needed to ask. Otherwise, unease would continue to gnaw at her. After all, she couldn't comprehend why Kurumi was behaving this way. If it were truly without reason, even someone as naive as Yoshino would struggle to believe it. Seeing Kaguya's serious expression and clear eyes, Kurumi was momentarily taken aback. Then, she smiled gently and said, "As expected of you, my darling. Even in this situation, you remain composed. Is it because of your strong will, or is it because my charm isn't enough?" Kaguya ignored her teasing and continued, "There is no love or hatred without reason. Everything in this world has its cause and effect. Your presence here must have its own reasons. I hope you'll share them with me, but if you'd rather not, that's fine too." "My reasons, Kurumi tapped her rosy lips with a slender finger, her eyes distant as though recalling a long-lost memory. Suddenly, she chuckled and said, "You probably won't believe this, but it's not that I came to you, it's that you entered my world. That's how it should be." "Entered your world?" Kaguya frowned in confusion. "What does that mean?" "You'll understand in time," Kurumi replied with a playful smile. She suddenly straddled Kaguya, her porcelain face flushed with a rare hint of shyness. "But for now, let's not talk about such dull things. A gentleman shouldn't keep a lady waiting, should they?" The silver moonlight poured over Kurumi's bare body, illuminating her with a soft, ethereal glow that made her beauty almost unearthly. At last, Kaguya's self-restraint snapped. In a swift motion, she flipped Kurumi beneath her, pinning the mischievous girl to the bed as her surprised gasp echoed in the moonlit room. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the forest as a massive tree, so thick that it would take several people to encircle it, was split cleanly in half. The enormous trunk crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and startling a flock of birds into flight. "Damn it." Gritting her teeth, Mana Takamiya slammed her fist against the fallen trunk in frustration. Her voice was laced with fury as she spat, "That despicable wretch actually managed to escape. Next time, I'll make sure to catch her and teach her a lesson she won't forget." As expected, Kurumi Tokisaki had escaped. Although Mana Takamiya had gained the upper hand during their fight, it was clear that Kurumi had never intended to engage her in a serious battle, let alone a life-or-death struggle. While Mana was undoubtedly powerful, especially with her AST-modified realizer unit enhancing her abilities, it was still impossible for her to capture someone as formidable as Kurumi. Kurumi's focus was on stalling for time, paving the way for Kaguya's intervention to rescue Natsumi. She had no intention of fighting seriously. If she decided to leave the battlefield, there were countless ways she could do so, not least of which was her endless supply of clones, a tactic that left Mana completely helpless. If there was anyone in this world capable of capturing Kurumi Tokisaki, it could only be Kaguya. At that moment, Mana sensed someone approaching. She turned to see a blonde girl walking toward her. "Artemisia." Mana called out, waving in greeting. Artemisia seemed momentarily surprised to see Mana there, blinking in confusion. "How did it go on your end? Did you manage to catch her?" Mana asked eagerly, quickening her pace as she approached. "No. I didn't, Artemisia replied awkwardly, averting her gaze as she mumbled her response. Ah, so you let her escape, too? Mana said, clearly disappointed. She paused, as if thinking of something, before continuing, but she looked so weak. How could she have gotten away? Artemisia's discomfort deepened. Her face flushed slightly as she stammered, someone appeared halfway through, and they saved her. Who was it? Who could possibly be strong enough to help her escape from you? Mana asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Had anyone else asked, Artemisia would have assumed they were mocking her and would have retaliated without hesitation. But Mana clearly didn't know the full story. She certainly didn't realize that Artemisia had been thoroughly defeated and subjected to unimaginable humiliation. It was Kaguya, Artemisia muttered, biting her lip as she forced the words out. Kaguya. Mana echoed in surprise. You mean the strongest spirit, Kaguya? Artemisia nodded stiffly, her emotions a bitter mix of frustration and resentment. Never before had she suffered such a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of her sister. It was a disgrace of the highest order. Unbeknownst to her, however, her sister's experience was far worse. If Artemisia knew what had befallen her sister, including losing her chastity to Kaguya, her sense of injustice might have taken on a different perspective entirely. No wonder, Mana mused, resting her chin on her hand thoughtfully. But is she really that strong? I've seen her a few times, but she seemed so ordinary, nothing like someone with incredible power. Artemisia said nothing further. Turning on her heel, she began walking away. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back. Huh. Mana blinked, startled. Aren't we going to keep pursuing them? No. I'll report the situation to the AST headquarters, Artemisia replied without looking back. Oh, all right then, Mana said, nodding slowly. Her gaze drifted after Artemisia, who was walking with a peculiar, awkward gait. Curiosity got the better of her, and she called out, Your walking looks a bit strange, did you get hurt? Artemisia stumbled at the question, nearly tripping over her own feet. Her face flushed bright red as she stammered, No, nothing like that. I just twisted my ankle when I fell earlier. She practically fled, her words tumbling out in her haste to leave. The truth of the matter was far too embarrassing for her to admit, and she had no intention of ever speaking of it. If she were capable of defeating Kaguya, she might have even considered silencing her to erase the memory of such humiliation. Oh, I see, Mana said, nodding in realization. But moments later, she frowned in confusion. Still, with her skill, how could she make such a rookie mistake? Then again, thinking about her clumsy older sister, who could trip over flat ground, Mana decided it wasn't all that surprising after all. Morning arrived, with a sky as clear as crystal and wispy clouds drifting lazily overhead. The warm sunlight pierced through the lingering mist, filtering through thick curtains and brightening the room with its soft glow. A cool morning breeze rustled the leaves outside, the gentle rustling accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds. The tranquility of the scene added a serene charm to the new day. Last night, Kaguya and Kurumi Tokisaki had carried on deep into the night, only stopping when the first hints of dawn appeared on the horizon. Oddly enough, rather than feeling exhausted, Kaguya felt more energized than ever, her vitality seemingly renewed. Exercise truly is the key to health. The ancients didn't lie. Though it was the Greeks who said that. When Kaguya woke up, however, she found the space beside her empty. If not for the faint lingering scent in the air, she might have thought last night was nothing more than a vivid dream. She had no idea where Kurumi had gone. But based on what she knew of her, Kaguya was certain that Kurumi wouldn't do anything to harm her. The sincerity in Kurumi's feelings couldn't have been faked. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open, and Mikuro peeked her head inside. Upon spotting Kaguya, she broke into a grin and ran over to her, arms outstretched as she called out, Kaguya. Kaguya opened her arms instinctively to catch Mikuro, but the little girl paused, her nose twitching as she sniffed curiously at Kaguya's body. Why are you sniffing me? Kaguya asked, her tone betraying a hint of nervousness. Mikuro tilted her head, her innocent eyes narrowing as she said, Kaguya, you smell weird. Kaguya froze, as if struck by lightning. Kaguya immediately covered Mikuro Hashimiya's mouth, her eyes twitching slightly as she said, You must have smelled wrong. How could there possibly be such a smell? Mikuro pushed Kaguya's hand away and said, But it's true, I really did smell it. You must have been mistaken, Kaguya said, patting her head. Go wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon. Mikuro reluctantly nodded and shuffled toward the bathroom, but not without glancing back a few times, her face full of suspicion. Kaguya sighed helplessly. Was this girl part bloodhound? How was her nose this sensitive? Kaguya sniffed herself but couldn't detect any strange odors. Thankfully, it seemed that among everyone in the apartment, only Mikuro was equipped with such an uncanny sense of smell. For now, there shouldn't be any big issues. After breakfast, Kaguya was washing dishes in the kitchen. Truth be told, she was starting to feel like the apartment's housekeeper. Cleaning, doing laundry, cooking, these tasks seemed to fall solely on her shoulders, while the other girls lazed around, utterly useless. But Kaguya dared not let them take over. The one time she allowed them to wash the dishes, the result was so catastrophic that by the next day, there weren't even enough plates for breakfast. That day, Kaguya decided the kitchen was off-limits to them. Washing dishes. It was more like breaking them and requiring replacements. While she worked, a sharp screech of tires and the sound of car doors slamming shut came from outside. Kaguya paused, dried her hands with a towel, and stepped outside to investigate. A line of black SUVs had pulled up in front of the apartment, accompanied by several cargo trucks. Standing in two neat rows outside the vehicles were a group of men in black suits, their presence filling the area with a sense of tension. Kaguya's expression remained calm, these people were no more than ants to her. However, the other girls, especially Toka Yatagami, treated the scene like an imminent crisis. They eyed the men warily, their postures screaming readiness for a fight. At that moment, a man who appeared to be the leader of the group stepped forward. He saluted Kaguya respectfully and asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Kaguya?" "I am," Kaguya replied. "What's the matter? Why are you looking for me?" "It's like this," the leader began. "The Prime Minister has instructed us to assist with your relocation to the villa he prepared for you, which has now been completed. We're here to help you move. Would now be a convenient time." Ah, so that's what it was, Kaguya thought. She had called the Prime Minister the previous evening. She hadn't expected such prompt action, they were already here early the next morning. The speed was impressive. But the scene was a bit over the top, a long convoy of vehicles and a swarm of people in suits. Anyone watching would think the building was being demolished or raided. The curious looks from her neighbors said it all. They probably assumed some VIP or their relatives were living here. With professional movers handling everything, the process was far more efficient. Kaguya had initially planned to leave most of the apartment's contents behind, considering much of it was of little use to her. However, the other girls seemed attached to many of the items. Take Mukuro, for example. She had enthusiastically insisted on moving her beloved pillow and important blanket. Wait, they're even taking the beds. A vein throbbed on Kaguya's temple. Her mouth twitched involuntarily. Within half an hour, the entire apartment had been emptied of its contents. Since many items were cherished by the girls, everything had been packed up and taken to avoid future arguments or regret. And so, Kaguya and her group boarded the cars and set off for their new home. Shortly after they left, a girl with twin red ponytails stormed up to the now empty apartment, fuming. "That jerk! Get out here right now," she shouted. Her two pink twin tails swayed as she stomped forward. A black and red ribbon adorned her head, and her delicate features were exquisitely beautiful. Her snowy skin, tinged with a soft pink hue, looked as though it could be wrung of water. Her large, clear eyes sparkled like gemstones, leaving an unforgettable impression. Though her figure leaned toward the petite and youthful side, closer to that of a lowly than a full-fledged maiden, her slender, snow-white arms and shapely legs added an inexplicable allure. It was none other than Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. She was absolutely livid. Her crimson eyes seemed to blaze with fire, and her flushed face betrayed the depth of her anger. Yesterday, at the Lantern Festival, she had waited all day, for Kaguya to show up. Even as the festival ended and everyone else left, Kaguya was nowhere to be seen. What's worse, Kaguya had tried calling her, only to find that Kaguya's phone was off. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, commander of Ratatoskr, had been stood up. As she replayed the scene of herself waiting alone, enduring the pitying gazes of festival-goers who clearly thought she'd been dumped, Kaguya's fury burned even brighter. Unforgivable. If she found out that Kaguya had simply forgotten their arrangement, Kaguya might just explode. Suppressing her urge to burn the apartment down on the spot, Kaguya marched inside. However, when she saw the completely empty apartment, she froze in place, stunned. The room was devoid of furniture, appliances, or any sign of life. Everything was gone. Only an empty space and a few scraps of trash remained. What the hell happened here? Kaguya's mind blanked, her thoughts a chaotic jumble. "Excuse me, who are you?" A voice behind her broke her stupor. Kaguya turned to see a cleaning lady, likely in her 40s or 50s, looking at her with mild curiosity. "Hello, I'm looking for someone," Kaguya quickly said, stepping forward. "Do you know where the people who lived here have gone?" "Oh, you're looking for them." The cleaning lady blinked in surprise. "What bad timing. They just moved out not long ago." "They moved?" Kaguya's eyes widened in disbelief. She hurriedly asked, "Do you know where they moved to?" Not only had this person stood her up, but now they'd run away. Kaguya felt like her lungs were about to burst with rage. "Yes," the cleaning lady said, seemingly oblivious to Kaguya's simmering anger. "I believe they moved to Fuwa district." If you want to find them, you might try your luck there. Thank you, ma'am. Before the cleaning lady could respond, Kotori dashed off toward Fuwa district, her twin tails flying behind her like banners of war. Kaguya, you're dead. What Kotori failed to notice was the strange smile tugging at the corners of the cleaning lady's lips. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 534, Past. When Kaguya and her group arrived at the supposed location of their villa, they were taken aback by the majestic sight before them. Calling this a villa felt absurd, it was practically a palace. Stretching out before them was a vast architectural complex, grand and imposing. Exquisitely crafted pavilions and towers stood alongside serene waterside corridors and elegant gardens. The buildings, with their red brick walls, green-tiled roofs, and intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuded the charm of classical Chinese architecture, or rather, appeared to be directly modeled on it. It dawned on Kaguya that she might have joked with the Prime Minister about wanting a villa inspired by a Chinese imperial palace, complete with a touch of traditional elegance. She never imagined he would take her request literally and build her an actual palace. Regardless, this villa perfectly matched Kaguya's taste. Its winding paths, tranquil elegance, and unassuming sophistication far outshone the ostentatious Western-style mansions she'd grown weary of. Just being within the estate's serene atmosphere had a calming effect. What Kaguya didn't know was that the Prime Minister had gone to great lengths to commission this residence, enlisting renowned architects and even importing construction materials via massive cargo ships. The Prime Minister, seeking to curry favor with Kaguya, saw this as an opportunity to strengthen ties with the spirits and solidify his political standing. With Kaguya's support, his position as Prime Minister would undoubtedly become unshakable, silencing domestic opposition. After the group finished arranging their living spaces, Kaguya barely had a moment to rest before a furious red-haired figure stormed in. Kaguya. Get out here right now. Seeing Kotori fuming with anger, Kaguya immediately realized she was in trouble. She coughed lightly, looking visibly embarrassed. She had completely forgotten about her promised date with Kotori, having been preoccupied with Yoshino the previous night. No wonder she'd had the nagging feeling that she'd forgotten something, turns out it was this. Before Kaguya could speak, Toka stepped forward, hands on her hips, and snapped, "What are you doing here in our home?" Ever since Toka had explored the entire villa complex, she had fallen in love with its ancient palace-like charm. She couldn't stop marveling at its classical elegance, touching and admiring everything in sight. Now, she had completely claimed this place as her own home. And since it was her home, naturally, she couldn't tolerate any random person barging in. As far as Toka was concerned, Kotori Ōtsutsuki, who had once been an enemy, was definitely a random person. "I'm not here for you, I'm here for Kaguya." Kotori replied irritably. "Move aside, you're blocking my way. This is my house, and you're not welcome here." Toka huffed. "So please leave." "Mom, is she here to see you?" Mukuro asked softly, tilting her head. "Ahem, well, kind of," Kaguya replied evasively. Walking toward Kotori, she said, "I'm sorry. I forgot about yesterday." "That's my fault." "You forgot?" Kotori said in disbelief. Her eyes widened before they blazed with fury. Clenching her fists tightly, she looked as though she might throw a punch at any moment. She had waited for Kaguya the entire evening at the Lantern Festival, only to find out that Kaguya had simply forgotten. Kotori could hardly believe the audacity of it. "My bad," Kaguya said with a sheepish smile, scratching her head. "I had some things to take care of yesterday, and, well, my phone ran out of battery too. We agreed on a date." Kotori said indignantly, still simmering with frustration over having been left waiting all night like a fool. Before Kotori could say more, a shadow flashed past her, and a hand suddenly covered her mouth from behind. Startled, Kotori struggled but then froze when she heard a familiar voice whisper in her ear. "We should discuss this somewhere else, don't you think?" It was Kaguya. The spot where Kaguya had been standing was now empty. Kotori's pupils contracted in shock. She hadn't even seen Kaguya move to her back. The sheer speed was terrifying. "I just have some things to talk about with her," Kaguya said, releasing her hold on Kotori's mouth and smiling at the group. "You guys go ahead and start setting up the bedrooms. I'll be back shortly." "What do you need to talk about that can't be said here?" Toka asked suspiciously, narrowing her eyes at Kaguya. "Relax. It's nothing serious," Kaguya assured her with a smile. Toka frowned, considering this for a moment before blurting out, "Is she your mistress?" Kaguya nearly choked. How did this little vinegar jar even know the term mistress? Though, technically, Origami had come before Toka. If anyone was a mistress, it wasn't Kotori. "Stop saying ridiculous things. Don't forget we're supposed to set up the bedrooms," Kaguya coughed awkwardly, changing the subject. "Go ahead. I'll join you soon." At the mention of setting up bedrooms, Toka's eyes lit up. She was especially interested in the grand bedroom, nearly the size of a living room, with luxurious furnishings and a soft bed so comfortable it felt like lying on a cloud. Mukuro, meanwhile, appeared indifferent to most things. As long as her staff and bedding were intact, she didn't seem to care much about where she slept. Origami's expression, however, tightened ever so slightly as she glanced meaningfully at Kotori before leaving. In a secluded corner of the park, Kaguya finally stopped and turned to Kotori. "I take full responsibility for not meeting you yesterday," Kaguya said seriously. Kotori raised her chin defiantly and huffed, "As you should." "However," Kaguya continued, her tone shifting to a grave one, "I don't think there's any need for us to play mind games or scheme against each other. What exactly are you trying to achieve by doing this?" Kotori's expression stiffened momentarily before she turned away, her voice hard. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Let's not waste time on pretense," Kaguya said firmly. "What's your real motive? I assume you're trying to use that method to seal my spirit powers, correct?" Kotori's pupils contracted sharply at Kaguya's words. Kaguya had long been puzzled by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's strange behavior. Why was Kotori deliberately getting close to her? What was her ultimate goal? Despite racking her brain, Kaguya couldn't come up with an answer. However, recently, she remembered the premise of the original Date A Live series, dating spirits to save the world. Could it be that Kotori was trying to conquer her? The thought alone made Kaguya chuckle. Was Kotori joking? Still, after laughing it off, Kaguya had to admit the possibility wasn't entirely implausible. In the original story, Shido Ōtsutsuki had the ability to seal spirits' powers. The origin of that ability was never clearly explained, nor was it explicitly stated that the power was unique to him. If Shido's power to seal spirits was connected to Kotori somehow, could it mean Kotori herself possessed this ability? Or even if it wasn't inherently hers, might she have discovered the same method over the years? Could she now intend to use it to control spirits? Based on Kotori's current expression, Kaguya felt she had likely hit the mark. It was ironic. Kaguya, who had always been the one conquering others, now found herself being targeted. But if this was Kotori's strategy for winning her over, it was far too clumsy. Did Kotori think she could successfully conquer Kaguya with this childish approach? Even if she did, it wouldn't work. Kaguya wasn't truly a spirit and couldn't be sealed. Not that Kaguya expected anything as scandalous as seduction to be on the table. How could you even think that?" Kotori shouted, her voice flustered and defensive. Really?" Kaguya replied with a faint, knowing smile. "Just answer me, are we still going on the date or not?" Kotori, now visibly embarrassed, snapped, clearly trying to steer the conversation back to her original agenda. Yes, of course," Kaguya laughed. "But I'm curious, what is it that makes you so hostile toward spirits?" "Hostile? I'm not," Kotori exclaimed, though the way she averted her gaze seemed to suggest otherwise. "Is that so? Even about something like this, you're keeping secrets?" Kaguya smiled gently. "If that's the case, then our date loses all meaning. There's no point in continuing it." Kotori went silent, biting her lip. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. "If your family had been killed by spirits when you were little, what would you do? Would you still be able to stay calm?" Kaguya blinked, momentarily taken aback. She recalled hearing rumors about Kotori's parents having been killed in a spirit attack. However, a thought struck Kaguya. Frowning slightly, she asked, "You were very young when it happened, weren't you?" Kotori hesitated briefly before nodding. "It was 10 years ago. It was my 4th birthday." "Your 4th birthday?" Kaguya murmured. So Kotori was 14 now. Looking at the girl in front of her, with her budding charm and graceful curves, Kaguya would never have guessed Kotori was only 14. Her slender yet curvaceous figure was already reminiscent of a young woman's, especially the subtle yet enticing swell of her chest, a charming allure that was almost too mature for her age. Was this what middle schoolers were like these days? Kaguya couldn't help but muse. Still, 14. A borderline age, just stepping out of the realm of childhood. Starting to understand love, but barely. Not that Kaguya cared much about laws with her power, but she certainly wasn't interested in anything so indecent. "And do you remember what happened back then?" Kaguya asked after a pause. "What happened back then?" Kotori furrowed her brow, as if lost in thought. "It was nighttime, and I was sleeping at home. When I woke up, the house was already engulfed in flames, and my parents were lying on the floor." "Why do you ask? So you didn't actually see the spirit with your own eyes?" Kaguya immediately zeroed in on the critical detail. Kotori stiffened. "What difference does that make? There were plenty of witnesses, and the surveillance footage confirmed it. Based on the analysis, it was definitely a spirit, only a spirit could cause such destruction. Could it have been someone else?" Kaguya suggested, her tone thoughtful. "Someone else? Kotori's voice grew sharp, and her eyes blazed with anger. Are you trying to defend the spirits? Not at all, Kaguya said, shaking her head. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to excuse the culprit, I only want to uncover the truth. The truth? Kotori sneered, turning away. Do you think you can learn something I couldn't after all these years? You're just trying to absolve the spirits. Kotori's deep-seated resentment towards spirits was evident in her expression. It wasn't surprising, really. Anyone whose family had been killed would naturally harbor feelings of vengeance. It was human nature. Still, the incident seemed rife with suspicious details to Kaguya. Unfortunately, she lacked the ability to go back in time and verify what had happened. Actually, going back in time isn't entirely impossible. A sultry voice rang out from the woods behind Kaguya. When she turned, she saw a beautiful figure stepping gracefully out of the shadows, Kurumi Tokisaki. Hearing Kurumi's words, Kaguya's eyes lit up. You mean, you have a way to travel back in time? The moment the question left her lips, Kaguya remembered Kurumi's ability. In the original novel, Kurumi Zafkiel's 12th bullet had the power of time reversal. How could she have forgotten? Of course, Kurumi said, her movements languid and elegant as she approached Kaguya. She glanced at Kaguya and smiled. If it's something dear to you, I'll do my best to help. You really can go back in time? Kotori asked anxiously. If Kotori didn't have any doubts about what had happened 10 years ago, that would be impossible. She had never seen the spirit with her own eyes, nor did she know which spirit had killed her parents. Naturally, she wanted to know the truth more than anything. Absolutely, Kurumi said, turning to Kotori with a radiant smile. Raising a delicate finger, she added, but I do have one condition. A condition? Both Kotori and Kaguya were curious, unsure of what Kurumi had in mind. Kurumi's lips curved into a playful smile. Yes, a condition. Using this ability isn't as easy as snapping my fingers. It consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Wouldn't it be unfair to do it without receiving something in return? Kaguya nodded. She knew full well how costly Zafkiel's 12th bullet was. In the original series, Kurumi had killed over 10,000 people to gather the energy needed to activate it and go back 30 years. Even then, it wasn't enough. The further back in time one wished to go, the greater the energy consumption. Staying in the past also drained energy continuously. Without sufficient reserves, the user would be forcibly returned to the present. What's your condition? Kotori asked, her voice steady. If it's something I can do, I'll agree to it. Oh, don't worry, Kurumi said, her smile widening. It's something simple, nothing too difficult for you. It won't even cause you much trouble. Both Kotori and Kaguya leaned in slightly, intrigued by Kurumi's words. Kurumi's eyes sparkled mischievously as she finally revealed her demand. All I want is your chastity. Huh? What? You've got to be joking. Kotori's face turned crimson as she shouted in anger. How can you make such a shameless and despicable demand? This is completely outrageous. Ahem. Kaguya looked a bit embarrassed. She had already guessed what Kurumi was up to, especially when Kurumi winked at her and gave her a sly, meaningful smile. It was obvious. Kaguya couldn't help but regret telling Kurumi everything. On that night they shared a bed, Kurumi had persistently wheedled and coaxed until Kaguya finally gave in and told her everything. She revealed how she came to this world, her purpose here, and even the system's mission objectives, details she hadn't shared with anyone else. When Kaguya finished explaining, Kurumi's reaction wasn't the shock she had expected. Instead, it seemed as though a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Kaguya couldn't quite figure out what Kurumi was thinking. What's more, the task item associated with her mission had been so awkward to describe that Kaguya herself struggled to say it aloud, but Kurumi didn't seem fazed at all. Outrageous. Kurumi sneered, unfazed. Do you think the ability to rewind time is so easily wielded? Using it will cost me a tremendous amount of spirit energy. Who knows how long it will take to recover? That doesn't mean, Kotori stammered, biting her lip as her flushed face grew redder with shame and frustration. Well, that's up to you, Kurumi replied with a shrug and a sly smile. After all, I'm not the one desperate to go back in time. If you refuse, it's no skin off my back. But without solid evidence, you won't be able to definitively prove a spirit killed your parents. So don't pin unfounded blame on us spirits. Unfounded. Kotori bristled, her voice rising with anger. It's because of spirits like you that so many tragedies happen. Are you trying to deny that? Deny. Kurumi tilted her head, her smile growing even sweeter as she playfully cupped her cheek. Is throwing baseless accusations your only skill? If you're so sure it was the work of a spirit, then provide evidence. If you can prove it, I'll acknowledge your claim as fact. Kotori was momentarily at a loss for words. She had no irrefutable proof that a spirit was responsible for the incident 10 years ago. Finally, she clenched her teeth and shouted, "Fine. If that's the case, I'll agree to your terms. If it wasn't a spirit, I'll apologize and fulfill my promise. But I have one condition." "Oh. And what might that be?" Kurumi asked casually. "If it turns out spirits were responsible for my family's deaths, they must pay the price," Kotori declared, her fists clenched tightly. "And what price might that be?" Kurumi asked with interest, her golden red eyes glinting as she studied Kotori's furious expression. "Don't tell me you're thinking of killing us. If that's your plan, I suggest you abandon such a far-fetched notion." "There's no need for that," Kotori replied, her voice cold. "My demand is that spirits must atone for their past actions. Not just you two, every spirit must serve time in prison." "Prison?" Kaguya blinked, then couldn't help but laugh. That was a new one. No one had ever seriously suggested she serve time behind bars. Those who entertained such notions had long since become one with the earth, with weeds marking their resting place. "Fine, I agree," Kurumi said, clapping her hands together with a grin. "Since everything's settled, we can proceed." Kaguya stepped closer to Kurumi, whispering, "Aren't you worried that spirits really were responsible? If we lose, we'd all end up behind bars." "Behind bars?" Kurumi repeated, blinking. Then, understanding the slang, she chuckled, covering her mouth. "What a colorful phrase. But my dear Kaguya, if spirits were responsible, do you really plan to go to prison?" "Of course not," Kaguya replied without hesitation. "Why would I waste my time on something like that? Besides, it wasn't even my doing. Why should I take the blame?" "There's your answer," Kurumi said, flashing a knowing smile. Kaguya's expression darkened as realization dawned on her. This little minx had no intention of honoring the deal, she'd simply agreed to string Kotori along. Then again, Kurumi had a point. Who in their right mind would willingly go to prison for a crime they didn't commit? Only a fool would do such a thing. "All right, let's get started," Kurumi declared, drawing her flintlock pistol. She smiled as she called out, "Come forth, Zafkiel." With a deafening rumble, an enormous clock emerged from the ground. Its golden structure gleamed ominously, its intricate gears and faint crimson aura exuding an overwhelming power. Kotori's eyes widened, and her face paled. She had read reports on Kurumi, but they were incomplete, containing only fragments of information. The files described her as a powerful and bloodthirsty spirit, responsible for over 10,000 human deaths, with an S-rank danger level. However, seeing Kurumi's power firsthand far exceeded Kotori's expectations. The sheer pressure Kurumi exuded was suffocating. Kotori doubted she could stand firm against it without donning her combat armor. Unbeknownst to Kotori, even Kurumi herself was surprised. Since that fateful night with Kaguya, her strength had surged significantly. Her spirit power had expanded to unprecedented levels, far surpassing her previous capabilities. Kurumi didn't fully understand the reason behind this transformation, but she was certain it was related to Kaguya. After all, her power stemmed from. "Why are you standing so far away?" Kurumi's sly voice interrupted, her smile mischievous. She called out to the two standing at a distance. "If you're too far, there's a chance the transfer could fail. Spatial distortions might leave you missing an arm or a leg. Don't say I didn't warn you." 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven. Chapter 535, 10 years ago. As Kurumi Tokisaki pulled the trigger, a crisp gunshot rang out, and the clock hands on Zafkiel began spinning rapidly counterclockwise. The scenery around them transformed at an astonishing speed, snow-covered winter melted into autumn leaves, which then gave way to the scorching heat of summer, and finally, the blooming vibrancy of spring. This cycle repeated again and again. Time passed swiftly, and amidst the whirlwind of changing seasons, the group eventually found themselves in the city from 10 years ago. The cityscape of a decade earlier was vastly different from what it had become. The buildings were fewer, and towering skyscrapers were nowhere to be seen. The streets appeared older, imbued with the unique charm of that era. It was as though a faint layer of dust coated everything, like an old black and white photograph stored in an attic, evoking a bittersweet sense of nostalgia. Well, this should be the place. Kurumi gave a dramatic twirl of the pistol in her hand before stowing it away. Kaguya had long been curious about where exactly Kurumi hid her firearms. That flintlock pistol was one thing, but the much larger musket. Not even the voluminous folds of her dress could conceal such a weapon. Could it be some kind of spatial storage? As Kaguya pondered, lost in thought, Kotori Ōtsutsuki suddenly let out a startled cry. "This is it. This is my house." With tears welling in her eyes, Kotori sprinted toward the familiar building. She bit her lip, determined not to let her tears fall, though her mind was blank except for one burning desire, to reach the house and stop the tragedy from unfolding. Can the past really be changed? Kaguya murmured, watching Kotori's retreating figure. No, it can't, Kurumi replied, her gaze distant and voice tinged with melancholy. What's happening now has already happened. Our presence here is proof enough. No matter how much we try to change it, events will follow the same trajectory as before. Struggling against fate is futile because everything that's happening has already happened. Fatalism. Kaguya was taken aback. She hadn't expected Kurumi to hold such a view. After all, in the original story, Kurumi's relentless pursuit of power and mass killings were all aimed at amassing enough spirit energy to activate her 12th bullet, rewind time by 30 years, and prevent the initial spacequake that had killed 150 million people. Yet now, Kurumi's determination seemed to have waned, leaving Kaguya puzzled. Had something happened to shake her resolve? Kurumi's sorrowful expression lasted only a moment before it vanished entirely, as if it had been nothing more than Kaguya's imagination. Walking over, Kurumi wrapped her arms around Kaguya's, her voice soft. It's thanks to you, my dear, that I've been able to escape my dark nightmares and live this life. Without you, I'd probably be dead by now. What are you talking about? Kaguya asked, bewildered by Kurumi's words. She had never saved Kurumi, not even met her before now. How could she possibly have rescued her? Concerned, Kaguya placed a hand on Kurumi's forehead. No fever. Did you take the wrong medicine? Indeed, I must be lovesick, Kurumi replied playfully, taking Kaguya's hand and pressing it against her soft cheek. Her mischievous smile was both charming and seductive. What kind of treatment does my dear Kaguya have in mind? I can hardly wait. Her fingers lightly traced Kaguya's palm, sending shivers down her spine. Stop messing around, Kaguya said with a cough, quickly withdrawing her hand. Since that fateful night, Kurumi had become increasingly seductive, her captivating allure growing more pronounced. If not for the seriousness of their current situation, Kaguya might have succumbed to her desires right then and there. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the distance, followed by a deafening explosion. Thick smoke and roaring flames shot skyward. Kaguya and Kurumi exchanged a glance before racing toward the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, both froze. The once serene residential area was now engulfed in a raging inferno. Flames consumed the buildings, spreading rapidly and uncontrollably. The crackling of fire was interspersed with the muffled thuds of exploding gas tanks. Everywhere they looked, the neighborhood had become a sea of fire. Panic-stricken residents fled the flames, some wearing little more than their nightclothes. Screams of terror and wails of despair filled the air, creating a cacophony of chaos. This fire. Kaguya frowned, extending her hand. A flicker of flame was drawn to her palm, as if pulled by an invisible force. After examining it briefly, she said, it contains traces of spirit energy. Just as I suspected. Her gaze shifted to the edge of the inferno, where she spotted Kotori. The girl was precariously close to being swallowed by the advancing flames. Without hesitation, Kaguya pushed off the ground, her body transforming into a streak of light as she darted toward Kotori. In an instant, she was by her side. Kotori was slumped on the ground, her eyes vacant and face devoid of expression. It was as if her spirit had been utterly crushed. What happened? Kaguya asked, guilt gnawing at her. She shouldn't have let Kotori out of her sight. This was a major oversight. But Kotori didn't respond. She seemed oblivious to Kaguya's presence, her hollow gaze fixed on the inferno before her. The house that had once stood there was now entirely consumed by flames, its walls reduced to rubble. It was a scene of utter devastation. No ordinary human could have survived such destruction. Even if the fire didn't claim them, the collapsing structure surely would. Was this Kotori's home? Kaguya wondered. Then, she noticed something strange. Her sharp senses picked up a faint presence amidst the blaze. Narrowing her eyes, Kaguya activated her star eyes ability to pierce through the smoke and flames. What she saw left her stunned. The raging flames roared skyward, burning even more fiercely as the winds howled. The blistering heat was suffocating, and amidst the licking tongues of fire, a small and familiar figure appeared, flickering in and out of view. Kaguya's eyes sharpened, her brow knitting together involuntarily as her starry eyes pierced through the thick smoke, revealing the person obscured within. She had pink twin tails tied with black and red ribbons, alabaster skin so delicate it seemed as if a single touch could bruise it, and features as exquisite as porcelain, brows arched like a painting, gleaming eyes, and a petite figure with smooth, white legs exposed beneath her outfit. Though still young, her delicate beauty already hinted at a budding allure that would blossom with time. Yet what shocked Kaguya was not her adorable face but her icy, detached demeanor. There was not a trace of youthful innocence on her face, instead, her cold gaze was devoid of any emotion. Kaguya's astonishment deepened as she realized how strikingly similar this girl, no, this lowly, was to someone she already knew. It was uncanny how much she resembled the Kotori Ōtsutsuki who now sat dazed nearby. Although younger and noticeably less mature, the little girl's face, features, and even hairstyle were nearly identical to Kotori's, as if someone had taken the older girl and shrunk her down to a smaller scale. If Kaguya hadn't pieced it together by now, she'd be a fool. The tiny figure before her could only be Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, or, more precisely, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki from 10 years ago. Kaguya cast a glance at the stunned Kotori sitting not far away, her expression filled with disbelief. With a soft sigh, Kaguya realized the truth had come to light. The perpetrator of this horrific tragedy 10 years ago was none other than Kotori herself. The girl who had unwittingly caused this catastrophe. However, how a young Kotori came to possess spirit energy and why it drove her into such a berserk state remained mysteries Kaguya wasn't presently concerned about. Suddenly, the younger Kotori seemed to sense Kaguya's gaze and turned toward her. Her cold, emotionless eyes fixed on Kaguya for a brief moment before she extended her arm. A massive axe materialized in her hand. Without warning, the diminutive Kotori lunged at Kaguya, moving with incredible speed. She was like a streak of crimson fire, hurtling toward her target with a fierce momentum. The sight of the small, 4- or 5-year-old girl, barely reaching a meter tall, charging at her with such ferocity struck Kaguya as almost comical. She couldn't help but feel an urge to laugh at the absurdity, comparing the tiny Kotori to her older self, like the difference between a pocket edition and the original. However, one thing had clearly not changed in 10 years, Kotori's chest. Despite the passage of time, it was still the same. Kaguya mused that even if there had been some development, it was negligible, like an inverted teacup or a small hill, just barely enough to fit in one hand. In the blink of an eye, the younger Kotori reached Kaguya. With a swift motion, she swung her oversized axe, far taller than herself, toward Kaguya, flames roaring alongside it. At the same moment, Kaguya's lips curled into a faint smile, and her fair hand reached out. Clang! With an almost inaudible sound, the blazing axe was stopped in its tracks, caught between two of Kaguya's slender fingers. For the first time, a hint of confusion flickered across the younger Kotori's icy face. She didn't seem to understand why her attack had been blocked so easily. To ordinary humans, a spirit was an overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying force capable of devastating destruction. The lives claimed by spirits numbered in the billions. Yet to Kaguya, they were inconsequential. Even the spirits of 10 years later posed no threat to her, let alone this younger, nascent version of Kotori. Judging from her unsteady energy, Kotori had only recently acquired her spirit powers and lacked control over them. Her ferocity was more bark than bite, like a paper tiger. In fact, an ordinary AST unit could probably subdue her. The younger Kotori gritted her teeth, straining to wrest her axe free from Kaguya's grasp. She used every ounce of her strength, but the weapon remained immovable, as if fused to Kaguya's fingers. Finally, her expression turned to frustration. Letting out a sharp, childish cry, a powerful surge of energy erupted from her small body. Fiery flames burst forth, rapidly forming an overwhelming storm of blue fire. The intense heat caused nearby streetlights to melt into molten metal. The flames coalesced into a searing blue fireball that hurtled toward Kaguya. Boom! With a muffled explosion, heat waves and flames engulfed the area, soaring into the sky. The temperature was so intense that even steel would have vaporized under such conditions. Yet when the flames subsided, the figure standing before the younger Kotori remained unscathed. Kaguya was smiling gently, her appearance utterly unharmed, not even her clothes were singed. This left the small Kotori momentarily stunned. Before she could recover, Kaguya's figure flickered and vanished. The younger Kotori blinked in confusion. Before she could react, a hand appeared behind her, forming a knife hand that struck her on the back of her neck. Thud! With a dull sound, the younger Kotori's eyes went blank, and her small body went limp, collapsing into Kaguya's arms. Looking at the doll-like face in her arms, Kaguya couldn't help but sigh at the bitter irony. The one responsible for the tragedy that took Kotori's family was, in the end, Kotori herself. This was a revelation even Kaguya hadn't expected. While the origins of Kotori's spirit powers remained unclear, it was undeniable that the fire was her doing. Carrying the unconscious lowly, Kaguya approached the present-day Kotori. The latter's vacant gaze slowly regained focus as she saw Kaguya, but her expression grew conflicted when her eyes landed on the younger version of herself. How can this be? Kotori's voice trembled as her eyes reddened. She bit her lip, desperately trying to hold back her tears. How could it turn out like this? Kaguya wanted to offer some comfort but couldn't find the right words. Finally, she could only manage a soft, "My condolences." How can this be? How can this be? Kotori muttered repeatedly, her dazed eyes reflecting the devastation around her as she collapsed to the ground. This isn't real. It's not true. It's all fake. This has to be fake. Holding the smaller version of Kotori in her arms, Kaguya looked at the girl before her with a mix of pity and helplessness. After all, this tragedy had occurred 10 years ago. Because of it, Kotori became an orphan, a child left without a home. If not for Ratatoskr taking her in, she might have still been wandering the streets, or worse, dead. For a decade, she had been haunted by that night, her every thought consumed by the need for vengeance. It wasn't just revenge, it was her pillar of strength, the reason she endured all the hardships life threw her way. Without it, she might have crumbled long ago. Now, with the truth laid bare, Kotori was struggling to come to terms with it. The realization that she had been the one to kill her own parents, even if it had been in an unconscious state, was a blow too severe to bear. "My condolences," Kaguya said softly, sighing. "No, no, it's not like that." Kotori suddenly turned her head toward Kaguya. A spark of red light flashed in her eyes, her expression tinged with a manic desperation. "It's you. You're the one behind all this. This isn't real. It's all an illusion, a lie." Kaguya frowned slightly, noting the instability in Kotori's mental state. The shock had been so overwhelming that her emotions had spiraled out of control, leaving her unhinged. Unsteadily, Kotori stood up, her lips trembling as a trace of crimson flickered in her irises. Her voice cracked as she yelled, "How dare you toy with me like this? I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you." Suddenly, a violent burst of energy erupted from her body. The power of a spirit surged outward like a tidal wave, enveloping the area in a blaze of searing flames that radiated from her form. The heat intensified the roaring inferno, transforming the surroundings into a sea of fire that consumed everything in its path. The temperature soared. The ground beneath them began to melt, and nearby buildings, already ablaze, collapsed under the relentless assault of the flames. As the spirit energy surged, Kotori's astral dress materialized on her body, and in her hands appeared the massive axe, her angel, that had been wielded earlier by her younger self. "I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you." Kotori screamed, her mind clearly clouded by madness. "This is all your fault. All of you. You're the reason this happened. You deserve to die." With that, she raised her blazing axe and charged at Kaguya with ferocious intent. "It's not your fault," Kaguya said quietly, her tone carrying an air of finality. "But this needs to end." As Kotori swung her weapon with all her might, Kaguya raised her hand. Clang. The fiery axe came to an abrupt halt as Kaguya caught it with her bare hand. With a slight squeeze, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. The once intimidating weapon shattered into countless fragments. Kotori's pupils contracted in shock as an overwhelming sense of danger emanated from the silver-haired girl standing before her. Though her thoughts were clouded, her instincts were razor-sharp, screaming at her to retreat. But just as Kotori began to step back, a delicate hand darted toward her with lightning speed. The next moment, 5 fingers closed around her delicate neck, cutting off her movements entirely. "Ugh, ugh." Kotori gasped, clawing desperately at Kaguya's arm, her body engulfed in blazing flames as if she had become a living furnace. The intense heat would have incinerated any ordinary person. However, Kaguya, fortified by her powerful bloodline limit abilities, remained unscathed. To her, the flames were little more than a warm breeze. Kaguya's gaze hardened as she raised her other hand, forming it into a blade. In a swift, precise motion, she delivered a knife hand strike to Kotori's neck. Kotori's body shuddered, the spirit energy dissipating as she fell unconscious. Before she could hit the ground, Kaguya caught her, cradling the girl in her arms. Holding 2 versions of Kotori, one large and one small, Kaguya couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Wrongly accused again. Why does trouble keep finding me? Ah, what's this? A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning her head, Kaguya saw Kurumi standing beside her, peering curiously at the unconscious Kotori. "Well, this is a surprise," Kurumi said with a teasing smile. "I didn't expect the truth to be this. What an unexpected turn of events." "She's struggling to accept it," Kaguya said, sighing again. "If I'd known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have agreed to come back here." Era, what a soft heart you have, darling," Kurumi teased, her eyes gleaming mischievously. "No wonder so many lovely girls are drawn to you. And I must say, you work fast. Just a few minutes, and you've already subdued them both. Impressive. How can you joke at a time like this?" Kaguya replied, her voice tinged with exasperation. "Why wouldn't I?" Kurumi said with a playful snort. "They're not my concern, so why should I care about their fates?" Before Kaguya could respond, a faint sound reached her ears. It was a soft, barely audible cry for help, a voice nearly drowned out by the roaring flames. Kaguya's brows furrowed as she handed both versions of Kotori to Kurumi. "Look after them for me," she said. "Off to save someone?" Kurumi asked, tilting her head. "Yes," Kaguya replied. "In this inferno?" "They're probably already dead," Kurumi said, her tone indifferent. "I'll save as many as I can." With that, Kaguya turned and strode into the raging sea of fire. Before long, her figure disappeared into the blazing inferno. Kurumi watched Kaguya's silhouette vanish into the flames, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. A moment later, she smiled, a genuine, radiant smile that softened her usual air of cunning. I really did choose the right person, she murmured. 40 advanced chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Tao of Heaven.